Qin Mingyu didn't pay attention to her sister's thoughts. She walked out with 2 followers and, indeed, saw Lin Qinglong smoking, waiting by his Land Rover. Seeing Qin Mingyu, Lin Qinglong quickly flicked away the cigarette butt, sprayed himself all over with mint perfume, and popped a couple of mints, making sure there was no smell of smoke before briskly walking up to Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu, what kind of jerk is this? If she didn't know any better, she'd probably think he was his subordinate. But Lin Qinglong had no choice. He knew Qin Mingyu had a strong aversion to men and hated the smell of smoke the most. If he didn't do this, he was afraid that the goddess would finally come out to see him, only to turn around and leave. "Why are you here?" Qin Mingyu asked coldly. She came to see Lin Qinglong, thinking he had come to hold her accountable for Lin Qingshuan's death. But now, seeing him acting like a hardcore bootlicker, she knew it wasn't the case. "Mingyu, I'm here to invite you for dinner." Lin Qinglong smiled as he extended the invitation. "Dinner? Do you want me to repay you for saving my life?" Qin Mingyu didn't like owing people anything and intended to clear this debt. As long as she didn't have to be Lin Qinglong's woman, she could accept any condition. Unexpectedly, Lin Qinglong looked puzzled. "What life-saving favor?" Seeing his expression, Qin Mingyu suddenly realized, and asked urgently, "That night, under the valley, wasn't it you who saved me from the 2 assassins?" "Oh, you're talking about that." Lin Qinglong looked almost forgetful, then laughed. "That idiot Lingu actually wanted to save you instead of my sister that night. How could that be? He and my sister are a pair. You're mine, so I saved you. Mingyu, do you want to reciprocate?" Before he could finish his sentence, seeing the cold light in Qin Mingyu's beautiful eyes, he suddenly realized if he had said something wrong. It shouldn't be like this logically. Having saved her, she wouldn't turn hostile, would she? That idiot. Qin Mingyu muttered softly and ignored Lin Qinglong, heading straight to her Bentley. "Hey, Mingyu, if you don't want to reciprocate by offering yourself, could you at least give me a kiss or treat me to a meal?" Lin Qinglong called out urgently to her retreating figure. Only after Qin Mingyu left the scene, in her Bentley, he walked to the Land Rover and asked Zijijan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, "Did I say something wrong just now? She's divorced from Lingu. I saved her like a hero. She should reciprocate, right?" Zijijan just smiled without saying a word. How could he dare to say his boss was an idiot? Why would he bother to reveal the truth? "Mr. Qin, where should we go now?" Zi Wang, the smart driver, had just driven the car away to help his boss escape from the crowd of admirers. Now he was asking about the destination. Unfortunately, Qin Mingyu remained silent, not knowing where to go at the moment. At that moment, Zia Shaodi finally called to report. "What? You can't find Lingu?" "Yes, Ms. Qin. I searched the whole city through my channels, but I couldn't find him. Either he's hiding, or he's left the city." "Left the city?" Qin Mingyu suddenly sat up straight, feeling a bit lost for a moment, which was rare for her. Why did that idiot Lingu leave? Was it because of the divorce? Or was it because of Lin Qingshuan's death? So he suffered a severe blow and wanted to choose to escape. For a moment, Qin Mingyu had countless questions in her mind, feeling uneasy because of her worries. Without Qin Mingyu's instructions, Ziwan had no choice but to temporarily park the car by the roadside. Seeing Qin Mingyu's anxious expression, Ziwan secretly marveled. Since knowing Lingu, Ms. Qin had truly changed. When had he ever seen her so nervous and concerned about someone before? Was this the power of love? It could make a goddess, who used to be so unattainable, become so human. Mingyu. Mingyu. At this moment, the Land Rover caught up again, and Lin Qinglong opened the car window, shouting to the Bentley, "Even if you don't kiss me, or treat me to a meal, at least come home with me." Upon hearing Lin Qinglong's voice, Qin Mingyu immediately reverted to her usual demeanor. She felt that this Lin family's young master must have been a weapon master. In his past life, adept at manufacturing staffs and peddling swords. Just as she was about to instruct Ziwan to drive away, she heard Lin Qinglong continue, "My sister became a vegetable trying to save you. You should come home with me and visit her, shouldn't you?" "What did you say?" Qin Mingyu immediately changed her mind, lowered the car window, and looked at Lin Qinglong in astonishment. Lin Qingshuan didn't die. How could that be possible? Didn't the bullet pierce her heart? Although Lin Kinglong was overshadowed by Lingu in terms of intelligence, he still understood Qin Mingyu's expression. He grinned triumphantly and said, "Didn't expect that, did you? My sister's body structure is different from ordinary people, and her heart's position is also different from usual. Otherwise, do you think she's stupid? Why would she use her heart to block a bullet?" Qin Mingyu was quite familiar with Lin Qingshuan's situation, and knew she had always had a strange illness, constantly pestering Lingu to treat her. Her body indeed differed from ordinary people, but who would have thought her heart's position was also different from usual? "Take me to see her." "Sure thing." Lin Kinglong readily agreed, but then added a condition, "But you have to get into my car." Qin Mingyu lightly bit her lip but still got out of the car and into his Land Rover. Zijijun, observing Lin Kinglong's flirtatious tactics, was baffled. His techniques were so amateurish. No wonder he was still single despite his wealth. It seemed his boss had set a goal of winning over Qin Mingyu in 10 years. At least he was self-aware. When Qin Mingyu arrived at the Lin family villa, it was already 9 p.m. Despite being the heiress of the Qin family and accustomed to living in mansion villas since childhood, she still felt a sense of awe toward the Lin family's imposing villa. De Villo's color scheme was black and white, with sharp angles and a sense of solemnity exuded by his architecture. This wasn't the usual villa where Lin Qingshuan resided. It belonged to her father, General Lin, the true Lin family. Inside the villa, the guards were all dressed in military attire, legally armed soldiers. They stood like statues, especially eerie in the darkness, unmoving and somewhat intimidating. With Lin Kinglong leading the way, Qin Mingyu easily arrived at the exclusive ward where Lin Qingshuan was. Supported by the Lin family's immense wealth and influence, Lin Qingshuan lay quietly in a sealed ward, surrounded by medical equipment, with professional medical staff sustaining her life. For anyone else, they would have long perished, but the Lin family was creating miracles for Lin Qingshuan. Such power, even Qin Mingyu, a super heiress, couldn't help but marvel, because even in the Qin family, such capability might not exist. Unfortunately, despite all this, Lin Qingshuan remained unconscious, her complexion devoid of vitality. Sustained only by advanced medical equipment, a sight that broke one's heart. At that moment, Qin Mingyu felt a myriad of emotions. If it weren't for this woman, perhaps she would have been killed by the bomb. If it weren't for her sacrificing herself to shield Lingu from the bullet, Lingu might have died too. Qin Mingyu was grateful to her, but it was also because of her that she and Lingu had ended up in such a situation, even going as far as finalizing their divorce papers. Lin Kinglong had been talking into Qin Mingyu's ear all this while, that the ice-cold woman seemed to ignore his existence completely, not responding in the slightest. Sigh. Being a bootlicker is really tough. Lin Kinglong once again deeply experienced the difficulty of being a bootlicker, yet he couldn't help but enjoy it. What could he do? Thud, thud, thud. A tumultuous sound of footsteps finally interrupted Qin Mingyu's thoughts. Following the sound, a middle-aged man with a trimmed mustache walked towards them. The middle-aged man had sharp features and an imposing presence. He was none other than the renowned General Lin in Yun City. Walking beside him was a seductive woman, dressed modestly but still arousing one's imagination. Needless to say, she was the third party sitting upright, Liu Roshui. Seeing Qin Mingyu, Liu Roshui smiled first and said, "Oh, didn't expect a distinguished guest from the Qin family to grace us with her presence tonight. The heiress of the Qin family is truly a beauty that brings disaster to the country and the people. No wonder so many men are captivated by you." While her words sounded like praise, Qin Mingyu didn't appreciate them at all. Talking about captivating men, perhaps no one could compare to you, the shameless woman from the Liu family, who flirts shamelessly. "Miss Qin, what are you doing here?" General Lin's voice was as cold as steel as he spoke to Qin Mingyu. For anyone in Yun City, facing this man would inevitably make them feel inferior. Even Qin Chang'an could only match him evenly. However, Qin Mingyu showed no signs of fear, even as a visitor. "Uncle Lin, I'm here to visit Qingshuan." "To visit her?" General Lin raised his iron eyebrows, his imposing presence even making Lin Kinglong feel a bit uneasy. "Miss Qin, I've heard some rumors suggesting that your relationship with my daughter isn't good. She was mysteriously attacked last time, and this time she was shot. You were present both times, weren't you?" Qin Mingyu furrowed her brows at his words. She knew General Lin was intentionally pressuring her. Tonight, she was the only outsider in the Lin family's presence, and she was a woman. Surrounded by the imposing Lin family guards, anyone else would have been intimidated. After Qin Mingyu furrowed her brows, she calmly responded, "General Lin, rumors aren't always true. I was indeed present both times, but I am not Lin Qingshuan's enemy. Now that she lies inside, I am also saddened by the situation." Liu Rushui also chimed in with a smile. "They say Miss Jin of the Qin family is extraordinary in both courage and intelligence. Today, seeing you confirms it." Qin Mingyu smiled indifferently. "Madam Liu flatters me, but there's nothing particularly remarkable about me." Liu Rushui immediately snorted coldly. Calling her Madam Liu instead of Madam Lin made it clear that this woman was indeed extraordinary, with a mind as complex as a lotus root. General Lin ignored the banter between the two women and pointed directly at Qin Mingyu's nose, warning her, "I don't care what you say. The information I have is that Qingshuan was injured twice. And both times you and that man named Lingu were present. If she doesn't wake up, I'll hold you to responsible." Qin Mingyu lightly clenched her teeth. The way this Lin addressed her was simply unreasonable. However, she had heard about this Yun City general beforehand. He was known to be extremely domineering and arbitrary, just like many military leaders. But just because others were afraid of him didn't mean Qin Mingyu, too, would be. "General Lin, I've heard that you're a tough guy on the battlefield, surely not afraid of a little confrontation, right? Coincidentally, I know who shot Lin Qingshuan. Would you like to hear about it?" Liu Rushui, upon hearing this, pouted her red lips and glanced at Qin Mingyu with a cold snort. As for the rumors General Lin had heard, she certainly played a significant role in them. She wanted to use the man's authority to intimidate Qin Mingyu, who always seemed to bully her daughter, Qingshuan. But it seemed like it wasn't working now, did it? "Who?" General Lin continued to stare at Qin Mingyu, pressing her with an overwhelming sense of urgency. "Zhao Wujin," Qin Mingyu replied directly. "What? That's impossible!" Liu Rushui immediately exclaimed in disbelief. Even Lin Kinglong couldn't help but say, "Mingyu, isn't that a bit far-fetched? We all know that Zhao Wujin's favorite person is my sister. He would protect his princess with his life. How could he possibly harm her?" Qin Mingyu didn't respond to Lin Kinglong. Instead, she maintained eye contact with General Lin and said without any weakness, "Whether it's Zhao Wujin or not, General Lin can investigate to find out. Is it that General Lin lacks the ability or lacks the courage?" Insolence. General Lin's deputy immediately slapped towards her. Qin Mingyu didn't dodge or evade. Her eyes locked onto General Lin. She didn't believe anyone from the Lin family dared to harm her. Swish. The deputy's slap indeed missed its target as expected, but the forceful wind it carried made Qin Mingyu's delicate face feel a slight stinging sensation. "Stop it! Who allowed you to act recklessly?" In the next moment, Lin Kinglong shielded Qin Mingyu in front of him, angrily shouting at his father's deputy. Qin Mingyu was his goddess, after all. "Deputy Zhou, don't be rude. Step back." General Lin finally ordered his deputy to retreat, his tone stern, but he had no intention of punishing him. Then, he turned to Qin Mingyu and said, "I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Regardless of who the culprit is, I will not let him go. And there's one person whom I will never forgive, no matter what." His tone was so severe that Qin Mingyu trembled slightly, instinctively curious as she asked, "Who?" "Lingu." General Lin gritted his teeth as he spoke, then turned and left without further explanation. Lingu not only disappointed his beloved daughter, but also failed to protect her several times, ultimately letting her take a bullet for him. Unbelievable. What did that man take his daughter for? Well, General Lin used to be too busy with official matters to know about these things. After Lin Qingshuan's accident, and after taking the time to understand the situation, he was furious. He vowed not to rest until Lingu was dealt with. Qin Mingyu was a smart woman, so she could understand General Lin's emotions. However, she had a deeper understanding of the situation than General Lin did, and she felt that Lingu couldn't be held solely responsible for what happened. What to do now? Firstly, Lingu was missing. Secondly, if General Lin found him first, how would he deal with General Lin's anger? "Mingyu, It wasn't until Lin Kinglong waved his big hand in front of her face that Qin Mingyu snapped out of her worried thoughts. General Lin, Liu Rushui, and the others had already left the scene, leaving only Lin Kinglong chattering away in front of her with his empty flattery. Originally, Qin Mingyu was going to leave, but suddenly, this lapdog Lin Kinglong said, "Oh, by the way, Mingyu, my sister used to be the leader of the Shangui Tea Appreciation Club. She's not here right now, and after thinking it over with the other girls, we all agree that you would be the most suitable to take over temporarily. What do you think?" Lin Kinglong was using every means possible to create opportunities to see Qin Mingyu more often. He even planned that once she agreed, he could accompany her to host the Tea Appreciation Club, all under the guise of legitimacy. Of course, he expected to be rejected. After all, a lapdog was accustomed to rejection. Unexpectedly, Qin Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "What do I need to do?" She had attended that Tea Appreciation Club not long ago, proudly displaying the yellow jade phoenix Lingu had given her, especially in front of Lin Qingshuan. However, life is unpredictable. In a short span of time, Lin Qingshuan was lying on a cold medical bed, with a high probability that she would never wake up again in her lifetime. Qin Mingyu no longer harbored any animosity towards Lin Qingshuan. Instead, she was filled with guilt, which led her to consider taking over Lin Qingshuan's position at the Tea Appreciation Club as a way to pay tribute to her memory. What do I need to do? Wait a moment, let me find some information for you. Lin Kinglong felt like happiness had come too suddenly. He was a bit caught off guard. Did this mean he would have a regular opportunity to bond with Qin Mingyu every week? This was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine before. Quickly, Lin Kinglong drove Qin Mingyu to Lin Qingshuan's former villa and led her into Lin Qingshuan's room. The style of the room was completely different from Qin Mingyu's. Lin Qingshuan's room was filled with a dreamy atmosphere, clearly reflecting her romantic nature. No wonder she fell for that idiot Lingu, Qin Mingyu thought to herself. On the other hand, the burly Lin Kinglong was still rummaging around, looking for the materials Lin Qingshuan had left behind, looking rather foolish. In comparison, Qin Mingyu realized that Lingu wasn't actually stupid. He was organized and efficient, much better than Lin Kinglong in many aspects. Suddenly, Qin Mingyu's gaze fell on a delicate notebook that Lin Kinglong had just pulled out and placed on the table. Out of curiosity, she picked it up and opened it. A diary? Qin Mingyu was surprised to discover that even someone like Lin Qingshuan, a wealthy young lady, had the habit of writing in a diary. Originally intending to close it and put it back, she suddenly noticed the name Lingu. December 24, 2019, it seems like I've met the man of my dreams today. He's about 1.85 meters tall, very handsome, and unbelievably, he's a gynecologist. More importantly, he's able to cure my strange illness. He's so honest and gentle. When he took off my pants, his gaze was like a clear spring, as if a beam of light pierced through my heart. Is my heart really moved like this at first sight? I've never liked a man before, but I'm suddenly infatuated with a man at first sight. Isn't that too unbelievable? Well, I must observe him closely. Reading this, Qin Mingyu felt as if she had fallen into a daze. So Lin Qingshuan had known Lingu 3 years ago and had feelings for him back then. Who was really the third party in this love triangle between herself, Lin Qingshuan, and Lingu? Unable to resist, Qin Mingyu continued flipping through the diary. In Lin Qingshuan's graceful handwriting, there flowed a faint yet sincere affection for Lingu. From that day on, her diary was almost always related to Lingu. Damn strange illness, why hasn't it acted up yet? When it does, I can go see Dr. Ling again. Great, it finally acted up today, and Dr. Ling performed acupuncture for me again. His gaze is still so clear. Wait. Why isn't this man interested in my body? I was almost completely undressed in front of him. Do good-looking men have a high probability of being gay? Today, through secret observation, I found that my Dr. Ling seems to have no interest in any woman's body. Great, but is this really a good thing? It turns out that being an obstetrician gynecologist for a long time can turn you into a yang wei asterisk. Could Dr. Ling be the same? I don't care anymore. As long as I feel comfortable and happy with him, that's enough. The preceding pages were filled with memories of Lingu, almost 100 pages in total. The writing was simple, it contained sincere emotions. Even for an emotionally reserved woman like Qin Mingyu, it was hard not to feel a twinge of sorrow in her heart. A person who silently loved Lingu for 3 years ended up never receiving his love and now lay permanently on a cold hospital bed. It was truly unfair to her in the eyes of fate. Yanwei, a Chinese term referring to men who have lost interest in women and may even have a repulsion towards them. Mingyu, what are you looking at? Lin Qinglong suddenly felt that something was off with Qin Mingyu and walked over to ask. Naturally, Qin Mingyu didn't answer him. After seeing her expression, Lin Qinglong was stunned on the spot. The aloof iceberg goddess, with even a hint of moisture at the corners of her eyes. Qin Mingyu was so absorbed in reading Lin Qinglong's diary that she didn't even notice Lin Qinglong walking up to her, silently reading through Lin Qinglong's diary. Today I found out that Dr. Ling is already married. What should I do? I really like him, but his wife turns out to be Qin Mingyu. How can I compare to her? Qin Mingyu only now realized that Lin Qinglong saw herself as inferior, something she had never thought of. Especially in her daringness to love and act, Qin Mingyu felt she was far from matching her. I've decided to listen to the old woman's advice, to be brave and pursue Dr. Ling, even if I'm seen as the other woman. I finally fulfilled my wish. Tonight, I was alone with Dr. Ling in the wilderness. It's just like a scene from an idle drama, so thrilling and romantic. These desolate mountains and wild ridges are my paradise. Qin Mingyu knew that this was the day when Lin Qinglong had deceived Lingu into playing a game of PUBG, and she wanted to further investigate whether there was really an affair between the two. What a pity. My body still couldn't move Dr. Ling's heart, and I know that Dr. Ling does react to Qin Mingyu's body. Why is that? Am I that inferior to Qin Mingyu? At this moment, Qin Mingyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Humph. Now you know you can't compare to me. She continued reading. In Dr. Ling's heart, there's only Qin Mingyu. What should I do? In a life or death situation, his subconscious instinct is to save Qin Mingyu. Am I destined to be a spare tire for my whole life? These were Lin Qinglong's thoughts that night when they encountered assassins in the valley. Qin Mingyu couldn't help but shed a few tears when she realized that Lingu had risked his life to save her. Even though she had treated him poorly, throwing temper tantrums and even threatening divorce. Despite everything, that fool Lingu had never once lost his temper with her. He always went along with her, never asking for anything from her, even opting to leave without taking a penny from her. If she hadn't stumbled upon Lin Qinglong's diary today, she wouldn't have known how long the misunderstanding would have lasted. She wouldn't have understood that Lingu's heart belonged only to her. Suddenly, Qin Mingyu felt overwhelmed with guilt. She had treated Lingu and Lin Qinglong so badly, yet they had turned around and saved her life, even at the risk of their own. Now that Lin Qinglong was gone, she couldn't make amends, but Lingu was still alive. She was determined to make it up to him, to bring him back to her side and shower him with affection, no matter what it took. Qin Mingyu had never liked owing anyone favors. With this determination in mind, Qin Mingyu didn't linger any longer. She immediately decided to go back and figure out how to find Lingu as soon as possible. Hey, Mingyu, where are you going? I haven't found my things yet. Lin Qinglong was also frustrated. How could his goddess just leave without a word? Nevertheless, his inner sycophantic tendencies took over. He didn't get angry. Instead, he hurried over to offer his assistance, saying he would drive her back. No need. Qin Mingyu coldly refused him, walking out and getting into her Bentley. Mingyu, take care. Drive safely. Lin Qinglong waved goodbye from behind the car. Even Zia Shouty, seeing him in this state, couldn't help but shake her head and sigh secretly. Was Lin Qinglong's case of being a sycophant terminal? At 10:30 p.m. that evening, Zia Shouty suddenly received instructions from Qin Mingyu to gather all the top executives back to the company. She seemed to be on high alert. Everyone knew that the strategic warehouse explosion had a significant impact on the Chiagang Group's bidding process. If not handled properly, the company might face a historic winter. Qin Ruhan also arrived at the meeting room, thinking that her elder sister had called everyone back for this matter. Soon, Qin Mingyu entered the meeting room and announced publicly, I'm going to find someone. no matter what it takes or what I have to go through. The executives in the meeting room were suddenly a bit restless. They had been summoned in the middle of the night to find someone. Zia Shouty quickly adjusted her black-framed glasses and smiled with her red lips. General Manager Chin, we understand. May I ask if you are looking for an architect or a bidding expert? Up to this point, including Zia Shouty, everyone thought that Chin Mingyu had called the meeting because of the urgent matter regarding the strategic warehouse. However, Chin Mingyu remained expressionless as she said, I'm looking for Lingu. What? Everyone was stunned. This. Zia Shouty didn't know how to respond for a moment, feeling a bit unfamiliar with the woman in front of her. Was this really the ice-cold female CEO Chin Mingyu? In the company's meeting room, she was actually mobilizing the company's top executives to find a man. Chin Ruhan also remained stunned for a long time. After reacting, she felt excited and exclaimed in her heart, Sister is so cool. Was she planning to publicly announce her relationship with her brother-in-law? Grandfather must be very pleased to see this scene, right? Sister. Go go go. Chin Mingyu didn't care about the expressions of those present. She had anticipated this reaction long ago. She simply gave out tasks as if it were a routine meeting. Zhou Bin. You have a lot of subordinates. Instruct them to go out and search for this man. Lan Huifang, as the manager of the publicity department, contact the news agencies and publish missing person information, offering a citywide reward. Zia Shouty, you're responsible for visiting various institutions to see if anyone has taken Lingu away. Zia Shouty. The executives. Chin General is serious. This matter, once spread, will definitely shock the entire city. The ice-cold female CEO of Chiagang Group, going to such lengths to find a man. Even idol dramas wouldn't dare to depict it like this, right? Hey. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and move. However, Chin Ruhan was excited as if injected with chicken blood, shouting loudly, Go quickly. If my sister isn't found, or if the person she wants you to find isn't found, your salaries will be deducted. That was close. The words brother-in-law almost slipped out of her mouth. Fortunately, Miss Chin quickly saved the situation. Indeed, Chin Mingyu's gaze swept over her like a cold beam of light. Although she was searching the city for her husband, she hadn't thought about making their relationship public yet. As long as it wasn't publicly disclosed, others could only guess. The group of executives immediately began to act according to the orders. Chin Ruhan then approached Chin Ruhan. Sister, what should I do? How about I take a few days off and focus on helping you find this person? She originally thought her sister would refuse, maybe even scold her for trying to take advantage of the situation. But she didn't expect Chin Mingyu to simply reply, do whatever you want. Then she left the meeting room. Chin Ruhan was stunned for a moment, but then she became even more excited. Great! This time I can officially search for a man by decree. Early the next morning, Ling Ruoxu returned home with her husband, Uji, to find Chen Nalin, only to find that Uncle Chen's family was also there. Ling Ruoxu temporarily ignored why Uncle Chen's family had come and directly held Chen Ailin's hand, asking anxiously, Mom, what happened? I heard Xiaoyu has been taken to the police station. How is he now? Ling Jiawei and Uji exchanged strange glances. They had actually come for this matter. They weren't concerned about Lingu. It was just jealousy driving them, knowing that Lingu had married a rich and beautiful woman, and now they secretly hoped to see him in trouble. I heard it was self-defense, but now he's disappeared without a trace, Chen Ailin replied anxiously. How could this happen? Ling Ruoxu was also nervous. She couldn't believe her usually honest and kind-hearted brother would do such a thing. Could there be a mistake somewhere? I don't know the details, Chen Ailin said hurriedly. Ruoxu, shall we go to the police station to ask? Your mom doesn't have much education, so we'll rely on you and Uji to talk properly. Before Ling Ruoxu could respond, Uji immediately interjected, Mother-in-law, it's best not to. Murder is a serious crime. If the police haven't notified you to come over, we shouldn't go there on our own. It will only end in disappointment. Ling Jiawei's wife, Xiao Mei, quickly chimed in. That's right, I heard that Lingyu's wife is quite powerful, right? Let her go and save Lingu. Don't think she was making a suggestion. She was actually subtly mocking. Ling Jiawei quickly added, Oh, Xiaomei, you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Lingu and his wife are divorced. She probably won't care. Really? Xiaomei pretended to be surprised. How come I didn't know? Seeing the husband and wife echoing each other, Ling Ruoxu was furious. She had grown up watching Ling Jiawei. Of course, she knew what he was like. He always liked to show off in front of his two cousins, boasting about how much better he was doing. Knowing that Lingu had married a rich and beautiful woman, he naturally felt uncomfortable. So, it seemed that their family had come here today to gloat, right? Ruoxu, why is Lingu so stupid to divorce Miss Jin? Uji also pretended to lament, but he was actually delighted. He was even more aware than Ling Jiawei's family of Qin Mingyu's true identity. She wasn't just any rich woman. She was the eldest daughter of the Qin family in Yunchuan. As long as Qin Mingyu and Lingyu's marriage remained intact, he wouldn't dare to do anything to Ling Ruoxu. So, during this time, he had been very obedient to his wife, confirming their divorce today. If Lingu ends up in prison for murder, I'll show Ling Ruoxu who's boss and teach her a lesson about her arrogant attitude. Look at her. She often doesn't greet my parents, and we've been married for so long but still haven't shared the same bed. This is unacceptable. Tonight, when I get back home, I'll make sure to put her in bed and teach her how to be someone else's wife. I'm not very clear about the details either. I only know that my younger brother did sign a divorce agreement and left the house with nothing. Ling Ruoxu, unaware of Uji's intentions, simply answered honestly. Upon hearing this, Uji's eyes lit up even more. Oh my, how am I supposed to explain this to my second cousin? He's even dumber than a pig. His situation isn't great. He managed to marry a rich and beautiful woman, so he should have clung to her relentlessly. How could he divorce her? Even if he wanted a divorce, he should have taken a large sum of money with him. Don't you all agree? After asking this, he looked at Chen Ailan. Chen Ailan's eyes flickered, unsure of how to respond. Ling Jiawei, are you enjoying this misfortune? Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but speak out angrily. How my brother chooses to live his life is his business. You don't need to be sarcastic here. Sister, you're not being fair. Second cousin is indeed foolish. Why can't people say that, right? Since when did your family become so superior? Ling Jiawei and his wife ganged up on Ling Ruoxu. Ling Ruoxu was outnumbered and quickly signaled to Uji with her eyes, hoping he would come to her aid. To her surprise, Uji didn't help her. Instead, he pulled her back and said, "Wife, they're right. Your brother is as dumb as a pig, and now he's even committed murder. Let's distance ourselves from him." Hearing these words, Ling Ruoxu's face flushed with anger. She shouted, "Uji, I won't allow you to say that. Let go of me." Not only did Uji not let go, but he also held on to her tightly and dragged her outside. It was the typical behavior of a domineering man. He thought, even though I'm not as tall as you, as a man, I'm stronger than a woman. I don't believe you can resist me. But little did he know, Ling Ruoxu was furious. She stomped on his foot with all her might. Ah! Uji let out a miserable cry and reluctantly released his grip. Snap! Without hesitation, Ling Ruoxu turned around and delivered a slap across his face, scolding, "Uji, what do you think you're doing?" Uji, holding his burning cheek, looked at Ling Jiawei and his wife with eyes full of humiliation. He felt utterly embarrassed. Seeing the hostility in his eyes, Chen Ailan quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Stop fighting. Both of you." Ruoxu apologized to Uji. "How could you resort to violence? Apologize?" Ling Ruoxu was dumbfounded. How could her mother ask her to apologize in this situation? Even more unexpectedly, Uji, consumed by anger, forcefully pushed aside Chen Ailan, who was trying to mediate, and shouted, "Get lost." He hadn't intended to harm Chen Ailan, but he couldn't control his strength, and she fell heavily to the ground. Mom! Mom! Ling Ruoxu rushed forward to help Chen Ailan up, only to find her mother had been hurt badly, with her wrist swelling up from the fall. "Uji, you bastard! I won't let you get away with this." Ling Ruoxu was filled with rage and lunged at Uji, ready to engage in a fight. Uji had been pretending for so long. He had long wanted to deal with this mother-in-law. Now that she was offering herself up, he felt it was his time to shine. But little did he dream that Ling Ruoxu was much stronger than the average woman. With a swift knee to his abdomen, she left him momentarily incapacitated. Even Ling Jiawei's family, who were present, were stunned. A man who couldn't even beat his own wife, how pathetic could he be? Damn it! Uji, infuriated by shame, got up to grapple with Ling Ruoxu again, but just then there was a knock on the door, disrupting his rhythm. "Is anyone there? We're here to deliver a letter," called out the voice from outside. A letter? Everyone in the room was stunned. What era was it? People still delivered letters. Since the door was unlocked and hadn't been opened in a while, the people outside tried it and pushed the door open. There were two men in suits outside, with sharp eyes and a strong presence. Upon seeing the people inside, the two men walked in directly and got straight to the point. "We're here to deliver a letter on behalf of Lingu. Who is his mother?" "I am." Chen Nailin, upon hearing that it was a letter from her son, was also surprised but quickly responded. The others were also surprised. Didn't Lingu go to jail for murder? How could he still have people deliver letters for him? Unfortunately, when Ling Ruoxu asked about their identity, the two men didn't respond and just left. They were members of the Wolf Warrior Society, tasked by DUA to help deliver the letter, but they might have exposed their identities. "Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry. I'll be away for a while." The contents of the letter were simple, but it was clear that it was from Lingu. "Mom, that's great. It looks like Ziyu is okay." Ling Ruoxu comforted Chen Ailin, then turned her icy gaze towards Uji. Uji trembled subconsciously, feeling a bit guilty. He knew Lingu was quite capable of fighting. If he hadn't been in prison, would he retaliate for hurting his mother? After all, he had killed before. What difference would it make to kill one more person? Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. "Uji, you said you want to draw a line, right? Fine. Let's draw it now. Get out, right now." Ling Ruoxu was thoroughly disappointed in Uji. Instead of standing by her side to figure out a solution when her brother got into trouble, he was thinking about drawing a line. Well, since her brother was fine now, they might as well draw the line. She didn't care for a husband like him. Ruoxu, Uji still liked Ling Ruoxu, but he didn't want to end up divorcing her. "Get out." Ling Ruoxu didn't give him a chance. Seeing her anger, Uji decided not to argue with her for now. In fact, he thought that since Lingu and Qin Mingyu had divorced, the Ling family had lost their backing. Ling Ruoxu should value their marriage more. But he didn't expect her to be so impulsive. Well, after she calms down, she surely won't make the same decision again. "I'll deal with you then. What about you guys? Do you want to draw a line too?" Ling Ruoxu pointed at Ling Jiawei's family. Ling Jiawei and his wife exchanged glances. His father, Ling Woken, finally spoke up. "Ruoxu, you're angry, but there's no need to vent it on us. We're all Lings. Why draw lines?" Hearing this, Ling Ruoxu's anger subsided slightly. But she didn't expect Ling Woken to continue. "But your brother really disappointed us. Your mother and I arranged 17 or 18 blind dates for him, and it was difficult to find him a wife. Now, just 2 months after getting married, he's already divorcing. Does he think marriage is child's play? Now that he's divorced, he's avoiding it again, showing no sign of being a man. Shouldn't he be criticized by relatives?" Ling Ruoxu felt so stifled by their words. But what Ling Woken said did make some sense, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. "Exactly." Ling Jiawei chimed in, mocking, "Is escaping useful? If he doesn't go after his rich and beautiful wife, does he expect her to come chasing after him? Does he think he's some charming figure like Pen and Zmei joined in the laughter, covering her mouth. But the next moment, their phones all chimed with a text message simultaneously. "What's going on? A system-wide message. Look at this," Zmei exclaimed, her voice full of disbelief as she opened the message. "Is this real or fake?" Ling Jiawei was equally shocked. Seeing their expressions, Ling Ruoxu didn't know what message they received, so she quickly opened her own phone and froze when she saw it. "Lingu, your wife Miss Qin is looking for you. Please return home immediately after receiving this message. Reward of 300,000 for anyone providing exact whereabouts of Lingu." And the sender's number. It was from the official media in Yun City. "Oh my god. What's going on?" Ling Jiawei exclaimed, desperate for answers. He had just said Lingu was foolish, thinking he could wait for the woman to come begging him back. But he never expected to get slapped in the face so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lingu's wife was indeed coming back to reconcile. Not only that, but her method of reconciliation was so high-profile and grand, it sent shivers down one's spine. Ling Jiawei had always thought of Qin Mingyu as just an ordinary wealthy woman, but now it seemed she was anything but ordinary. To be able to make the official media, Nyun City, send out such messages, her power was truly extraordinary. It wasn't just about money. Her network of connections must also be extremely profound. After reading the message, Hu Ji's expression also turned serious. Although he had long known that Qin Mingyu was the daughter of the Qin family, he never expected her to be so blatant in her efforts to reconcile with Lingu. Using official media to send out such private information, even for the Qin family, would have significant repercussions. What determination Qin Mingyu must have. Mom, did you see that? Mingyu didn't want to divorce Ziyu. Ling Ruoxu was ecstatic and quickly shared her joy with Chen Ailin. Yes, I'm aware. I just don't know where Ziyu is right now. Seeing this information, Chen Ailin felt somewhat relieved. With Mingyu searching for Lingu like this, as long as they could find their son, everything would be resolved. Yet, let's quickly find a way to locate Ziyu. Ling Ruoxu was also eager, but then she noticed Guya still standing in their house and said coldly, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Guya looked embarrassed, never dreaming that things would take such a dramatic turn. It turned out that it wasn't Qin Mingyu who had left Ling Ruoxu's brother. It was Ling Ruoxu's brother who wasn't responding to the Qin family. "Ruoxu, I was wrong just now. Let's work together to find your brother." Just a moment ago, he was talking about drawing a clear line, and now he was calling her brother affectionately. No need. Ling Ruoxu saw through his intentions. Though legally her husband, she wouldn't give him any face. Guya felt even more embarrassed, but he kept a calm facade and said with a smile, "Ruoxu, I'll come find you when you're feeling more stable. Let's stay in touch." With that, he turned and left the Ling family. Ling Ruoxu was utterly disappointed in this man. Did he forget everything he had just done? How could he act like nothing had happened? If her brother wasn't absent now, she would definitely not let him off the hook. "Ruoxu, what should we do now to find Lingu? Just give the orders, and we'll fully cooperate with you." Ling Guoken, who had been watching the spectacle coldly just now, suddenly became enthusiastic, showing a complete change in attitude. "Yes, Ruoxu, just tell us what to do. I know some of the places second brother used to frequent. I can go check those places for him." Ling Jiawei was eager to please, knowing the terrifying power of Qin Mingyu and her determination to remarry. He had to curry favor with Lingu's family now. Although their family was relatively well off, compared to someone like Qin Mingyu. From such an influential background, there was simply no comparison. Seeing their behavior, Ling Ruoxu felt a sense of satisfaction and couldn't help but mock, "Weren't you just saying my brother was stupid? Why are you so eager to find him now?" Well, Ling Jiawei wanted to say that her brother was indeed stupid. But considering that he still had some value despite being foolish, he had nothing to say. "All right, Ruoxu, let's not argue here. Let's take action." Fortunately, Chen Ailin intervened to defuse the situation, allowing the Ling family members to join the search for Lingu. However, what left them helpless was that even with Qin Mingyu searching the entire city, and them checking all the places Lingu used to frequent or might go, they still couldn't find him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Little did they know, the information about the members of the Wolf Warriors unit was classified at the National SSSR level, since Lingu had decided to return to the Northern Territory. His whereabouts and any information about him would naturally be sealed off, making it impossible for anyone to find him. The Northern Territory, with its frozen expanse, rendered the icy cold military camp even more chilling. The buildings here resembled gigantic beasts, majestic and imposing, guarding the borderlands of the Dragon Kingdom. This was no place for ordinary people to enter. At this moment, in a spacious room, Lingu was brewing tea for an elderly man, handing a cup of pure tea, the most common tea in a military camp, to the old man. Lingu's face showed a slight touch of emotion. The burly old man with red cheeks and white hair couldn't wait to take a sip and exclaimed with satisfaction, Haha. It's been 3 years, and I finally get to drink tea made by you again. This poor tea is still the best when brewed by you. While he did want to drink the tea, what he truly desired was the person who brewed it. 8 years ago, among hundreds of elites, he discovered Lingu and realized he was a rare talent in both medicine and martial arts. Excited by this discovery, he spent several years nurturing Lingu into the legendary Wolf King of the Northern Territory. Unfortunately, Lingu's youth and temperament led to a major mistake, which caused him great distress and ultimately compelled him to leave the Northern Territory. This decision left the old man deeply sighing. Now, after waiting for 3 years, this rascal finally decided to come back and see him. Master, I'm sorry. Lingu spoke in his usual sincere and concise manner. After saying that, he let out a long sigh. Duan, the chief commander of the Northern Territory for many years, had made significant contributions to the country. He had invested countless efforts into nurturing Lingu, almost treating him as his own child. During the first few years, Lingu had also earned merits on the battlefield to repay his master's kindness. However, 3 years ago, during that disastrous battle, his mistake was too grave, and he could only retire and apologize. Never did he expect that after 3 years of absence, he would only be able to clear his name by killing the traitor Gu Hao. However, guilt still lingered in his heart. HMPH, what's the use of saying sorry? Now that you're back, have you thought about revitalizing yourself and repaying me? Duan suddenly became stern. Do you remember how I used to teach you? When a man falls, he must stand up where he fell. Master, Lingu hesitated, unsure of how to respond. When he retired, it was not only for personal reasons, but also because of the strategic failure in the Northern Territory. The blame from the imperial court came down, and as the captain of the Wolf warriors, he had to bear the responsibility. But when he left, he never truly thought about returning to the Northern Territory. Losing his edge meant he wasn't the same person anymore. If you truly know your mistake, then you must correct it. Duan could see that his disciple's edge was gone, but he remained serious. Although Ghost Hao was the one who betrayed the Wolf warriors and you have killed him, the mastermind behind it all is still out there. Even if it's for avenging the brothers who died for the Wolf warriors, you must come back and carry out this mission. Lingu hesitated. He hadn't considered coming back, but he did want to avenge his brothers. Among the members of the Wolf warriors, their bond was like that of brothers. Lingu remembered many of his comrades who fought alongside him in the chaos of war. That kind of bond couldn't be forged in peaceful times, especially the youngest soldier, whom Lingu called Little Fool. He had joked with Lingu about visiting his family after the mission, but he ended up falling in battle. The image of Little Fool, with his eyes wide open in death, haunted Lingu's heart, reminding him of his duty to avenge him. You won't come back home because you're reluctant to leave the flashy world outside, right? Duan mocked intentionally. In fact, Duan knew Lingu's character very well. He was a straightforward man. Duan granddaughter was recognized as the #1 beauty in the Northern Territory, and she had even shown interest in Lingu. But Lingu remained oblivious, ultimately missing out on the chance for marriage. If he couldn't even be attracted to his granddaughter, how could he be swayed by the superficialities of city life? Impossible. Unexpectedly, Lingu nodded. There is indeed someone I can't bear to leave behind. What? Duan was secretly shocked and angry. The tea he had just drunk sprayed out of his mouth, his face filled with disbelief. He was both surprised and furious. However, Lingu continued earnestly, my mother's health is deteriorating, and my sister has gotten married. I must go back to take care of her. Hearing this, Duan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had actually thought this steel-hearted man had found a wife. Then, he sighed and nodded silently. A man serves his country, but he must also serve his family. And I already have someone I like. I can't go to the battlefield without any worries like before. As Lingu said this, Duan once again sprayed tea all over his face. What did you say? You have someone you like? Duan was almost petrified on the spot. If his precious granddaughter found out about this, it would definitely cause an uproar. Lingu quickly wiped the water off his face, wondering why his master was so excited. Was it really so rare for him to have someone he liked? Well, I must first inform you about the situation in the Northern Territory. Duanmu decided to make one last effort. Otherwise, if Lingu explicitly said he wouldn't come back, he wouldn't even get the chance to say what he wanted to say. Lingu nodded as well, showing great concern for the situation in the Northern Territory. After all, it was his second home. When you left the Northern Territory, the position of Wolf Commander became vacant, and many people wanted to compete for this position. Unfortunately, because you were so outstanding back then, no matter who succeeded you, everyone was dissatisfied because they felt they couldn't compare to you. As a result, the Wolf Brigade became divided and lacked cohesion, and we can never return to the way it was before. Therefore, many difficult missions have not been as successful as we hoped. Duanmu sighed with regret. The implication was clear. If the Northern Territory wanted to restore its former glory, only the return of the former Wolf King could achieve that. Lingu's expression was complicated, but he still didn't agree. He knew that even if he came back, he couldn't perform at the same level as before. Duanmu became angry. Lingu, are you really going to watch the decline of the Northern Territory and the fall of the Wolf Brigade without caring? Lingu said helplessly. Master, you're overestimating me. 3 years ago, my meridians were severely damaged. I'm just an ordinary person now, and I really have something I can't let go of. I'm sorry. Alas, you have disappointed me after all these years. How many times have I taught you that without a country, there is no home? Have you really forgotten the mission of a Northern Territory warrior? Duanmu sighed again. How could Lingu forget? The purpose of the Northern Territory was to defend every inch of the Dragon Country's territory, to sacrifice their lives for the people of the Dragon Country, and to fight until the last moment. Since Duanmu had said this much and Lingu still couldn't change his mind, he could only sigh and say, You brat. Since you have withdrawn the Wolf King's decree, you are still his master. Even if you agree to return to the Northern Territory now, the resistance to restoring your position will be great. Since you are unwilling to come back, I will make an exception and allow you to perform a mission of SSS level as a non-Northern Territory warrior. Lingu paused at this and immediately asked, What mission? His abilities were not what they used to be, and he didn't want to return to the Northern Territory, so why did the old commander still trust him so much? Eliminate the national traitor. Kill the mastermind behind Ghost Hao, who caused the Northern Territory to fall into crisis and the Dragon Country to suffer heavy losses. Duanmu stated succinctly. This was his trust in Lingu. He believed that he would never be wrong. Although Lingu was not as capable as before, if he wanted to, he could definitely accomplish it. Lingu was quite shocked. He never expected the old commander to assign him such a task. Master, What? Don't have the courage for it. Duanmu interrupted him when he didn't immediately agree. It's been 3 years, the punishment from the country has already expired. Don't you want to go to the capital, to seek justice for our brothers, to cleanse the shame of the Wolf Brigade and the Northern Territory's defeat? Bang! Driven by emotion, the table broke with a loud crash. With a slap of the old commander's hand, the sturdy wooden table snapped in two. His hair flew, and his robe billowed, exuding an extraordinary aura. Indeed, he was the old commander of the Northern Territory. His words were extremely passionate and stirring, like the tolling of a summoning bell, awakening the dormant passion in these men's hearts after 3 years of silence. To kill, to seek justice. Lingu repeated these 4 words. The temperature in the room seemed to suddenly rise by 10 degrees. Duanmu continued angrily. For personal gain, someone wants to harm the foundation of our country. Many years have passed, but that person is still within the red walls of Yanjing, enjoying the protection of connections and power, continuing to cause mischief. Can you tolerate it? Who is he exactly? Lingu asked with a cold expression, curious about the relationship between that person and the Zhao family of Zhangzhou. Instead of answering directly, Duanmu pulled out a prepared silk bag and handed it to Lingu. Lingu opened it and, after seeing the person's face and identity in the photos, his whole body trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Since you're unwilling to return to the Northern Territory, I can't force you, Duanmu said. Then took out a golden card and placed it in front of Lingu. This. Lingu saw the car and realized it was extraordinary. There might be a lot of money inside. As a person who had committed a crime but then redeemed himself, he didn't feel deserving of this. Duanmu waved his hand, his initially excited expression gradually becoming peaceful. These are all rewards from your previous missions, which you rightfully deserve. Now that you've taken down Ghost Town and returned to the Northern Territory, I'm just cashing out these things I've been holding onto for 3 years and giving them back to you. Feeling somewhat touched, Lingu felt a paternal warmth from the old commander. By the way, if you're going back, it's best not to go directly to Cloud City. After addressing the main point, the old commander gave a special reminder. Lingu nodded, understanding without needing the old commander to explain in detail. Firstly, it was for normal security reasons. Secondly, now that he had accepted the task of assassinating the mastermind behind the Red Wall, he couldn't afford to leak any information and let the other party know in advance. So, he had to conceal his whereabouts by various means, this time, perhaps needing to do something in other cities to divert attention. 2 weeks later, in the boardroom of Chiag Gang Group headquarters, Qin Mingyu was still presiding over the high-level meeting, as usual. Manager Su, your auntie rate dropped by 0.3 last quarter. If it continues to decline this quarter, you better prepare your resignation letter by the end of the month. Manager Lan, your publicity effect is quite good. The next step is to develop the Southwest region. Make sure to expand coverage by another 30%. Joe, further develop the new market in the Southeast region. Still efficient and concise, still icy. But after everyone dispersed and the others left, Qin Mingyu sat in her seat feeling somewhat exhausted. In the conference room, only Zia Shouty remained by her side. It's been over 2 weeks already. Why haven't we heard anything from that idiot yet? Qin Mingyu lightly pressed her temples, as if asking someone, but also murmuring to herself. Zia Shouty, who knew her best, had observed Qin Mingyu's behavior over the past 10 days or so. If it were in the past, she wouldn't even believe that Qin Mingyu could miss someone so much. The magic of love was truly unbelievable. Zia Shouty pushed her black-framed glasses and thought it wise to stay single. It seemed she would never like men in this lifetime, or else it would be inviting trouble upon herself. Shouty, why aren't you answering me? Until Qin Mingyu's gaze shot over like a cold light, Zia Shouty shivered slightly and quickly replied. General Qin, the news of your citywide search for him is almost known to the whole city. Many people are just not sure which Miss Qin you are. We've used all the means at our disposal, but we just can't find Lingu. It can only mean that he's not in Cloud City. Damn it! Qin Mingyu clenched her fist in anger. Once I find him, he's dead. Seeing her with eyes that could turn people into fragments, Zia Shouty felt a little frightened. If Lingu saw General Qin like this, he probably wouldn't dare to show up again in this lifetime. Ding dong. At this moment, Qin Mingyu's phone suddenly received a message. Qin Mingyu glanced at it inadvertently, her pretty face changing in astonishment, her small mouth slightly open. The next moment, without saying a word, she stood up and walked straight out of the door. General Qin, where are you going? Zia Shouty asked anxiously, hurrying to catch up. To the East City, Qin Mingyu replied hastily, not allowing anyone to accompany her. She walked alone and drove her Maserati straight to the East City. That message just now was sent by Qin Ruhan. That little girl hadn't been to work for 10 days, and now she had actually led Qin Mingyu to Lingu's whereabouts. Right now, Lingu was the only thing on Qin Mingyu's mind. That jerk had finally been dug out, making him easy to find. Once this CEO found you, she would show you who's boss. Qin Mingyu pushed the Maserati to its limits, wishing she could teleport to the East City. She even doubted herself now, feeling like she wasn't herself. She now understood that a woman with misandry, who suddenly came into close contact with a man, was like opening Pandora's box and never being able to close it again. Living with Lingu for nearly 2 months, she had gotten used to his daily breakfasts and dinners, his pickups and drop-offs, and even his interactions with his family. Without Lingu, she suddenly felt uncomfortable all over, as if she had lost part of her soul. Thoughts of that idiot coming to her rescue twice and risking his life for her project involuntarily crossed her mind. As Qin Mingyu was lost in thought, she encountered a traffic jam just as she entered the main road of the East City. Seeing what was happening ahead, Qin Ningyu's beautiful eyes turned frosty. At the intersection, someone had lit many candles, forming a circle. A man was holding a bouquet of flowers, apparently about to propose to a woman. And that woman was none other than Lingu's 18th real blind date, Zhang Milin. This scene attracted onlookers, causing traffic congestion, but the two of them seemed oblivious, still enjoying the attention. Zhang Milin was in a good mood today. After her failed attempt to pursue Lingu, she even publicly posted many cheesy confessions, thinking that if she couldn't succeed, she would just die. Who would have thought that Lingu really had a wife now? Even if she persisted shamelessly, it would be useless. She couldn't possibly become a mistress, could she? More importantly, if Lingu was just living off a rich woman, and she went to beg him to support her, wouldn't she become a second-hand mistress to a gigolo? Just thinking about it was absurd. So she had no choice but to give up. And after that incident, she felt embarrassed to stay in Yun City, so she came to develop herself in the East City. Now, after finally hooking up with a rich second generation, the other party wanted to publicly confess his love to her, making her feel like she had finally become the heroine of a novel. "Darling, shall we kiss?" The man was dressed in a white suit, a bit oily-faced, but indeed exuded a pamper and aristocratic air. He looked like a rich second generation. He appeared to be 2 or 3 years younger than Zhang Milin. "Hate it, you haven't even knelt down to confess your love yet." Zhang Milin wouldn't easily agree to the man's request. While she was materialistic, she also valued romance and status. Would she allow a man to kiss her in public with just a casual request? Did he really think she was a prostitute? The man's name was Liu Yuan, a rich second generation from the East City. He was also quite experienced in romantic affairs and could use any means to charm women. In order to kiss Zhang Milin, he was prepared to kneel down and confess his love to her. However, an unexpected event occurred at this moment. Qin Mingyu suddenly barged in aggressively, lifting her 1.8-meter-long legs, and kicking wildly, instantly extinguishing half of the candles. "Get out of here! Stop obstructing traffic! Disperse quickly, otherwise, I'll drive straight through. Those not afraid of death can continue blocking the road and try me." With these two domineering statements, Qin Mingyu turned around and walked back to her car. Cutting through the chaos quickly had always been her way of handling things. Stunned. Many people present were dumbfounded, watching Qin Mingyu's cold and domineering figure. After she got back into her car, the group of stunned people slowly began to react. Zhang Milin was also dumbfounded, so angry she was on the verge of going crazy. Where did this crazy woman come from? Menopause, how dare she ruin her romantic moment? Hey, look at that beauty. She seems like she's really going to drive straight through. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "No way, I don't believe she dared to come crashing over. Does she, a woman, have the guts? Oh no, she's really coming. Run away, that woman's gone mad." The onlookers, who just a second ago didn't believe Qin Mingyu would dare to drive through, now fled faster than rabbits. "Oh, crazy woman." Zhang Milin was also scared out of her wits, fleeing in panic. She fell to the ground after being bumped by someone wearing high heels. Whoosh! Fortunately, Qin Mingyu had good driving skills. She roared through the gap in the dispersing crowd and didn't hit anyone. After the Maserati roared past, Zhang Milin dared to open her eyes. She felt like she had just experienced death and was panting heavily, cursing loudly. That woman's insane. Absolutely crazy. The surrounding onlookers slowly gathered back, all amazed. Damn it, I've lived so many years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a courageous woman. That's right, isn't she too domineering? Many people still thought Qin Mingyu's recent actions were incredibly cool, but Liu Yuan was furious. He climbed to his feet, cursing with coarse language, then shouted, "Quick, find out who that woman is. She's asking for death. Don't let me find her, or I'll make sure she regrets it." He had two bodyguards with him who immediately came over. One said, "Young Master Liu, I've got the license plate number. Give me some time, and I'll definitely find out who she is for you." Hearing their conversation, Zhang Milin snorted coldly, her eyes filled with revengeful anticipation. The situation had unfolded too suddenly for her to see clearly who the woman was. She only thought that Liu Yuan had considerable influence and once they found the woman, they could certainly deal with her. Qin Mingyu, however, didn't take the recent incident seriously at all. In this day and age, obstructing traffic was justifiable. She drove while making a Bluetooth call, instructing, "Shouty, I've been driving the Maserati and running every red light from Cloud City to East City. Please go ahead and pay the fines." On the other end, Shouty received the call, then paused. Once she realized what was happening, she quickly responded, "All right, General Manager Qin. But do you have to be so domineering? What exactly are you up to, driving like this? Even when you went to negotiate a billion-dollar deal, you weren't this agitated. I found Lingu. That bastard is in East City." Qin Mingyu didn't have time to explain further to Shouty. After one sentence, she hung up. Soon, the Maserati parked at a civilian apartment complex on the outskirts of East City. "Ruhan, is Lingu here?" As soon as Qin Mingyu got out of the car, she hurriedly asked her sister, who was standing outside the apartment building. "Wow, sister, did you fly over here?" Qin Ruhan was also shocked. It hadn't even been 2 hours since she notified her sister via text, and her sister had already crossed city lines. "Don't waste time, tell me what's going on." "We found him, but it seems that my brother-in-law is not here right now." Qin Ruhan sighed helplessly. She had also come to East City to try her luck after failing to find anyone in Cloud City. Through the help of friends working in city institutions, she managed to find some records matching the keywords. After ruling out the wrong records, she finally arrived at this hotel, and confirmed with the hotel owner that her brother-in-law, Lingu, was indeed staying here. "What? Not here anymore?" Qin Mingyu frowned, clearly unwilling to accept this result. Without wasting any time, she strode inside. The hotel owner, seeing her beauty and demeanor, was utterly astonished and willingly answered all her questions, even allowing her to view the usual surveillance footage. "It really is that idiot." The usually domineering Qin Mingyu unexpectedly showed a face full of sadness. That idiot must have left Cloud City to escape the pain of divorce with her, feeling guilty about Lin Qingshuan's matter. Although Lin Qingshuan's affair was indeed scandalous, Qin Mingyu firmly believed that the idiot was hurt more by her. She couldn't help but think that idiot was truly foolish. What was the point of coming to a place like this to wallow in sorrow? Couldn't he just be bold and assertive and come to her? He had done it before, hadn't he? What happened to him? Was he no longer a man? Why was he becoming more and more cowardly? How long has he rented the room for? When did he leave? Qin Mingyu asked personally. He rented it for almost half a month, and he checked out this morning, the hotel owner answered truthfully. This morning? Qin Mingyu frowned. How coincidental was that? Did he just happen to leave, or did he notice that she was looking for him everywhere and decided to evade her by moving to another place? Men, they were truly troublesome, sister. It's possible that brother-in-law found out someone was looking for him, so he left early, Qin Ruhan immediately speculated. Qin Mingyu slightly furrowed her brows. Was that really the case? She knew Lingu very well. Despite appearing foolish, he had strong observational skills. It was indeed possible. Was he really still avoiding her? Why? Qin Mingyu didn't care whether this was true or not. She immediately took out her phone and ordered, "Zidai, send someone to East City to find Lingu. Even if we have to search the whole city, I will find him." The apartment owner couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing her phone call. Search the whole city? This woman was good at everything, but her brain seemed to be a bit slow. Did she think she was someone important? The richest person in the city. In the vast sea of people in East City, finding one person was like finding a needle in a haystack, let alone searching the entire city. It was just a fool's errand. Qin Mingyu naturally didn't care about the thoughts of such insignificant people. After hanging up the phone, she felt that relying solely on Zidai's arrangements might not be enough. After a moment of contemplation, she also sent a message to her grandfather. Now that she had confirmed that Lingu, that idiot, was in East City, she would absolutely not let him slip away from her again. Even if that man really wanted to leave her, he had to explain everything to her clearly. Otherwise, she would never allow it. Great, finally found that brat Lingu. In the Qin family villa, Qin Chang'an received Qin Mingyu's distress message and was also excited. He immediately ordered loudly, "By law, hurry up. Mobilize some people and bring that brat Lingu back to me." He was actually more anxious than Qin Mingyu. His granddaughter had time to wait, but he, given his age and health condition, didn't have much time left to wait. If Lingu didn't hurry back, he might not even see the birth of the Qin family's great-grandchild. Then who would inherit the vast industry and wealth of the Qin family? In the hotel, the owner, seeing Qin Mingyu lingering without leaving, was about to tease her. Although he was nearly 50 years old this year and his daughter was almost as old as Qin Mingyu, he had never seen such a graceful beauty before. The only downside was that this beauty was too arrogant, and her speech was too childish. What did she mean by searching the whole city? Had she read too many novels about domineering CEOs? Such behavior was typical of a domineering CEO. What was a woman like her trying to prove? But before he could say anything, there was suddenly a commotion outside the apartment door. Qin Mingyu completely ignored the approaching owner and walked past him to the door. The owner also hurriedly followed. When he saw what was happening outside, his eyes nearly popped out. What the heck is going on? The owner trembled all over. Dozens of cars had gathered in front of his hotel, and hundreds of people were pouring out. Goodness gracious, this was terrifying. Fortunately, the owner had just heard Qin Mingyu say something about searching the whole city. Otherwise he might have misunderstood and thought they were coming to cause trouble for him. He might have wet himself on the spot. No wonder this woman was so domineering. Turns out she's a female CEO. The owner sighed inwardly and felt his cheeks burning. Luckily, he hadn't said anything teasing yet. Otherwise, how would he face the situation now? "Miss Qin, please give your orders." "Miss, please give your orders." Although the hundreds of people were divided into two groups, they all obeyed Qin Mingyu's command to search for Lingu. "Search the whole city. Notify me immediately when you find Lingu," Qin Mingyu commanded from her high position. "Yes." The hundreds of people quickly got into their cars and disappeared from in front of the hotel. The hotel owner felt like he was in a dream. Could it be that a film crew had come to shoot a movie here, and the extras they had just hired were gone? If he accidentally got caught on camera, would they give him some compensation? But Qin Mingyu paid no attention to the owner's thoughts. After ordering a citywide carpet search, she walked straight into the apartment and went to the room where Lingu had stayed for over 10 days. "Sister, what are you going to do?" Qin Ruhan followed Qin Mingyu into the room, wondering why her sister was coming in when her brother-in-law had already left. Qin Mingyu didn't answer her. She was searching the room, her gaze suddenly stopping at the floor. A strand of dark hair. It was that idiot's hair. Qin Mingyu had a cleanliness obsession. She used to often find Lingu's hair at home. At first, she would throw them in the trash disgustedly, but later on, she didn't mind anymore. Now she even picked it up and held it tightly in her hand like a treasure. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes turned slightly red. "If I had known you would be hurt so deeply, if I had known it would lead to Lin Qingshuan's death, I wouldn't have divorced you in a fit of temper back then. If you hadn't left my side, none of this would have happened. I feel so lonely living in a house without you." Qin Mingyu's murmurs were barely audible, but Qin Ruhan still faintly heard them, her expression becoming quite colorful. She had known her sister liked Lingu, but she hadn't expected her to actually fall in love with him. Wow, could you believe it? This scene was too amazing. If she went back and told those aunties and cousins, none of them would believe it. Hehe. "Lingu, where are you now, you idiot?" Qin Mingyu sighed softly before carefully placing Lingu's hair into her pocket. Day after day passed, even with over 100 people conducting a carpet search of Dongchen, and with Xia Shaodi and Qin Ruhan leveraging the information networks of both the Qin and Xia families, there was still no sign of Lingu. The next morning, unable to contain her anxiety any longer, Qin Mingyu decided to go out and search for him herself. She didn't really know where to start looking for that idiot. And she also realized that if Lingu was determined not to see her, even with her wealth, it would be difficult to find him. But she was never one to give up easily. Even in a game of hide-and-seek, she was determined to be the winner. This time, she had to win against that idiot. Unconsciously, Qin Mingyu found herself in an unfamiliar place. Suddenly, she looked up and saw a large hotel. Although the hotel was very beautiful, there were at least 3 hotels under the Chin family that were better than this one, so it didn't catch her attention at all. Chin Mingyu stopped outside the door because she saw the sign of the hotel restaurant, which featured a pot of delicious sour and spicy fish. She remembered that Lingu really liked to cook this dish and often said that eating sour food was appetizing, and eating fish was not only good for health but also for the brain. At that time, Chin Mingyu often teased him. "Then you, this idiot, really need to eat more." Now recalling those moments, she couldn't help feeling nostalgic, and a sense of sadness overwhelmed her once again. It was that man who made her experience the feeling of being with the opposite sex, who made her realize that she was actually a normal woman. That man took care of her very well, but also managed to anger her to the point of getting drunk twice. She loved and hated him at the same time. After leaving him, she could never return to her old self. Perhaps this was what marriage was all about. For Chin Mingyu now, every moment spent with Lingu was precious, because she was deeply afraid of losing that man forever. As if driven by some unseen force, Chin Mingyu entered the hotel alone, and made her way to the restaurant on the 3rd floor, where she took a seat. "What would you like to order, miss?" A waiter approached her with a smile as soon as she sat down. In addition to the sour and spicy fish, Chin Mingyu ordered several other dishes that Lingu used to love cooking, dishes that both she and Lingu enjoyed eating together. Finally, she also ordered 2 bottles of expensive red wine. Miss, are you dining alone? Will you be able to finish all of this?" the waiter asked cautiously. He was genuinely concerned, noticing that Chin Mingyu seemed a bit absent-minded, as if she had just experienced a breakup and was engaging in retaliatory spending. He was afraid she might regret it later when she came to her senses. Little did he expect Chin Mingyu to suddenly cast him a sharp, intimidating look, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "Don't waste time, just bring them out." Chin Mingyu snapped, slamming a black card onto the table without further ado. The waiter's face paled instantly, realizing she was a wealthy patron. Not daring to interfere further, he hurriedly nodded and bowed before leaving. Before long, all the dishes were served, filling the entire table. "Bring me 2 sets of utensils," Chin Mingyu ordered again. "Ah, yes, miss," the waiter complied promptly, though he found it a bit strange. Why would a single diner need 2 sets of utensils? It wasn't until he brought the 2nd set of utensils that he finally recognized the dishes, realizing they were the same ones that a new male waiter at their restaurant also loved to eat. Was it just a coincidence, or? The waiter hesitated, wanting to say something but remembering that Chin Mingyu didn't appreciate chatter, so he ultimately didn't say much and just left after setting down the utensils. Chin Mingyu looked at the table full of dishes that Lingu loved, but across from her was an empty seat, leaving her feeling a bit hollow, prompting a sigh. At that moment, how she wished Lingu was sitting across from her. Without him, even meals seemed dull. "You took care of me so many times before, but I never treated you to a meal. You saved my life twice, but I repaid you by kicking you out of the house. Won't you let me make it up to you, you big fool? Where are you?" Chin Mingyu wanted to shout, but it wasn't her reserved nature to do so. Instead, she let out a sigh. Then, she slowly picked up her chopsticks, but without picking up any food, she slowly set them down again. It turned out that when you miss someone, even your favorite dishes seem tasteless. Because Chin Mingyu was so beautiful and elegant, the waiters couldn't help but sneak glances at her. They had always been curious, what kind of person was this stunning goddess? Seeing her like this, did she experience a love setback? Was she mentally unstable? It was a pity. With her beauty, what kind of man couldn't she find? Why would she torment herself like this? They wanted to go over and strike up a conversation to comfort Chin Mingyu, but they didn't have the courage. "Lingu, you fool, you've been gone for half a month. Do you know how much weight I've lost? When you come back, I'm going to fatten you up. I won't diet anymore. I'll make you fat. Humph. Once I find you, don't think about leaving my sight again. I, Chin Mingyu, won't make the same mistake twice." Chin Mingyu began to mutter to herself. She had suppressed herself for too long. These words couldn't be said to anyone else, so saying them quietly to herself at this moment made her feel a little better. "Miss, are you okay?" The waiter finally couldn't resist the risk of being reprimanded and approached, because he had just heard a familiar name. But unfortunately, he didn't hear it clearly enough to be sure. "Let's settle the bill." Chen Mingyu didn't scold him, nor did she have the mood to stay any longer. She just wanted to settle the bill and continue searching for Lingu. Huh? The waiter was suddenly stunned. He had thought he heard Chen Mingyu calling out the name Lingu, and wanted to tell her that their restaurant had also recently hired an employee named Lingu, and their tastes seemed similar. He wanted to suggest they meet and chat, but he never expected Chen Mingyu to order a table full of food, along with 2 expensive bottles of wine, yet not touch any of the food or drink, and now she wanted to pay and leave. Was she crazy? But since the beautiful woman had money, the waiter, as a working class, could only follow suit. After Chen Mingyu settled the bill, she turned to leave. However, as she was about to step out the door, she seemed to hear someone in the adjacent room cursing. "You still want money? You don't have a penny, so get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." "Manager, you're being unreasonable. You want to talk about reason, huh? Have the guts to talk to the boss. I see if you want money or your life, hey hey." The voices quickly faded away, but it was this faint conversation that suddenly made Chen Mingyu, who was previously feeling low, become alert. Her beautiful eyes also seemed to freeze in an instant. She could tell that the voice just now, arguing with someone, seemed like Lingu's. Was Lingu, that fool, being bullied by someone? Was Lingu, that fool, being bullied by someone? "This is outrageous. Who dares to bully a man belonging to me? Chen Mingyu." Chen Mingyu's face was filled with cold dominance as she spoke, and then she followed the direction of the voices without hesitation. But soon enough, she was intercepted by 2 restaurant staff members. "Miss, that's our restaurant's kitchen. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Get out of my way, I'm going in." Chen Mingyu completely ignored their obstruction. Her domineering aura, coupled with her icy demeanor, made the 2 staff members hesitate to block her again. They both felt a strange sensation. How did it feel like this woman was their boss? And he even had a kind of authority that their boss didn't possess. Who exactly was she? "Hey, miss. After the 2 staff members came to their senses, they still wanted to continue blocking her. But Chen Mingyu had already pushed open the door and barged into the backstage room. Once inside, Chen Mingyu was stunned. It was the kitchen area, with only an old chef and 2 young apprentices. Where were Lingu and the woman? Did she mishear just now? Or did she mistake the place? But Chen Mingyu was a very decisive and confident woman. She believed that her hearing and judgment couldn't be wrong. "Miss, what's the matter? Outsiders can't just barge into our kitchen." The 2 young apprentices also approached to block Chen Mingyu. Chen Mingyu couldn't proceed any further for a moment. Behind her, 2 security guards from the restaurant also walked in, ready to escort her out. They wouldn't hesitate to use force just because Chen Mingyu was pretty. On the contrary, they saw this as an opportunity to take advantage of Chen Mingyu's beauty, maybe even touch her a little. After all, who wouldn't want to take advantage of a beautiful woman, especially since men like Lingu were rare? Wait, don't lay a hand on her." Suddenly, a panicked voice came from behind. It was the waiter who had taken Chen Mingyu's order who rushed over. Chen Mingyu had just ordered a bill of nearly 6 figures worth of food and wine. But then she decided to leave without eating a single bite and even got into a scuffle. The waiter certainly knew she was a super rich beauty, so they absolutely couldn't let anyone else in the hotel easily offend her. Taking advantage of the waiter's intervention, Chen Mingyu looked around again but still didn't see Lingu. At this point, she had to suspect that she had misheard. Could it be that she missed Lingu so much that she was hallucinating? "Miss, may I ask if you are looking for someone?" The waiter asked again, wanting to confirm if Chen Mingyu was indeed looking for Lingu. Unfortunately, Chen Mingyu didn't want to talk to anyone and turned to leave. The waiter was helpless. At this moment, however, 2 young apprentices took the initiative to approach the waiter and whispered, "Hey, isn't Brother Ling pitiful? He's been working so hard for half a month, but now he can't even get a single penny. Yeah, that manager Ju is simply heartless. Always trying to please the higher-ups, but doesn't give a damn about us lower-level employees." The 2 apprentices confided in the waiter because they had a good relationship with Lingu and were also colleagues. Upon hearing this, the waiter couldn't help but feel both helpless and angry. That woman surnamed Ju is truly heartless. So, where are they now? Brother Ling went to the general manager's office with that Ju woman, just to get his salary, but our general manager is even more heartless. I'm afraid she humiliated Brother Ling. Sigh. Brother Ling is really pitiful. Sometimes, when I see him, my heart aches. The two young apprentices were full of sympathy. Hearing their conversation, Qin Mingyu's body trembled, and her beautiful eyes widened suddenly. Brother Ling, could it really be Lingu? With this thought, she immediately disregarded everything and turned back once again. Hey, miss, what are you doing? The two apprentices thought she was leaving and hurried to stop her. But who could stop the aloof CEO of Chiagang Group? With just a glance, it seemed like both apprentices were frozen in place, unable to move. Hey, who are you? This is the kitchen, don't barge in. Finally, the old chef, with his aura of age, stopped Qin Mingyu. Chef, was Lingu just here? Where is he now? Qin Mingyu stared at the old chef, asking anxiously. The old chef furrowed his brow slightly, sizing up Qin Mingyu before asking, who are you to him? Qin Mingyu was sharp enough to realize she hadn't made a mistake upon hearing this question. That idiot was actually here. Was this fate? She randomly came to a hotel and happened to encounter Lingu working here. She had finally found that man, finally found her runaway idiot husband. Chef, I am his wife. What? You're his wife? The chef immediately wore a stern expression. Regardless of who Qin Mingyu was, he scolded her sternly. You, woman, don't know how to cherish. Lingu is such a good man. Not only is he talented, hardworking, and down to earth, but he is also sincere in his dealings with others. He won't be like those other men who love to philander. He's done nothing wrong. What has he done to deserve this? You insisted on divorcing him, and even kicked him out with nothing, forcing him to leave his hometown and work here, suffering in solitude every day. Do you know how cruel it is to love someone but be forced to leave them, and to only be able to secretly long for them? The chef continued his barrage of scolding, as if he wanted to wield his ladle and hit someone. Lingu had mentioned his family situation to others here, and somehow it reached the chef's ears. The chef, being experienced, understood the pain of such emotions, and couldn't help but reprimand Qin Mingyu, feeling that she was too ungrateful. Qin Mingyu swore that apart from her father, Qin Chang'an, no one else had dared to speak to her like this. But at this moment, she wasn't angry. She just felt sad. Even if the chef really slapped her a couple of times, she wouldn't mind. She might even feel a bit relieved, because she felt that the chef was right. Lingu suffered alone in Dongcheng, secretly longing for her, and it was all her fault. He shouldn't have to suffer like this just because he liked her. She was truly a bad woman in terms of love. Hey, master, stop scolding her. The two apprentices on the side looked anxious and hurriedly reminded the chef loudly. Lingu went with manager Ju to the CEO's office to demand his wages. I'm afraid the CEO will scold him. Yet, both the CEO and manager Ju are not good people. They've even resorted to violence against wage claimants before. I'm afraid Lingu will suffer a lot if he falls out with them. Upon hearing this, anger surged in Qin Mingyu's heart. In this day and age, there were still such unscrupulous bosses who didn't pay their workers. How could her man be bullied by these people? She quickly pulled out a stack of money and handed it to the chef. Master, please take me to find Lingu. Seeing the stack of money, which was worth at least 10,000, everyone present was stunned. They usually saw Lingu dressed plainly, assuming he was used to living frugally. Who would have thought his wife was so wealthy? The chef glanced at Qin Mingyu and then at the money in her hand, feeling even more conflicted. This woman had money, yet she let her husband suffer alone while working. That was outrageous. However, seeing how earnestly she wanted to find Lingu, the chef pushed the money back, saying, I don't need your money. Just make sure you and Lingu can reconcile and live a good life together. You don't know. Lingu is truly a very righteous person. Whenever manager Ju bullies someone, he always stands up for them, but it only results in him being targeted by manager Ju. He's forced to do the dirtiest and heaviest work every day and gets scolded for no reason, just because manager Ju wants to drive him away. Now manager Ju doesn't even want to pay him a single penny of his salary. Qin Mingyu listened to the chef's words, feeling her anger growing more and more. Whoever bullies her man is asking for trouble. That despicable person actually dared to bully her man. Humph. Let's see how I deal with you later. All right. Take her to the CEO's office now. After instructing the chef, his two apprentices quickly escorted Qin Mingyu to the CEO's office. They also enjoyed spending time with Lingu and had even received his kindness. Lingu not only helped them with some heavy work, but when Manager Zhu tried to squeeze them dry and drive them away, Lingu stood up for them. It was Lingu who saved them from being bullied by Manager Zhu. So when they saw Lingu being targeted by Manager Zhu, they only regretted their own limitations, unable to help Lingu. Now that Lingu's wealthy wife had arrived, they hoped she could help him. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office, Manager Zhu, dressed in professional attire, entered with Lingu. When they arrived in front of a wealthy lady wearing pink glasses, Manager Zhu's stern expression suddenly turned extremely flattering. Mr. Liu, your health is important. Even if you're busy, remember to take a break. Here, let me make you a cup of coffee. Zhu Aiking is the manager of the Human Resources Department at the restaurant. With sharp eyes and a big mouth, her appearance is extremely sharp and acerbic. People behind her back call her Zhu the Skinflint. Her specialty lies in flattering her superiors and then turning around to be ruthless with the welfare and salaries of restaurant staff. For example, she withheld the attendance bonuses of the two apprentices for her own gain. When the two apprentices found out and confronted her, she sent her lackeys to threaten them, arrogantly declaring that they could either work or leave. After all, positions like apprentices were easily replaceable. Lingu couldn't stand by and watch this injustice. He stood up to her lackeys on behalf of the two apprentices and fought for their rights. Her lackeys couldn't handle Lingu, so she held a grudge against him. Now that Lingu wants to resign and leave, she's deliberately withholding his salary as revenge. At this moment, she played the villain and complained to the CEO, saying, "Mr. Liu, this server has only worked at our restaurant for less than 15 days and now wants to be paid for resigning midway. It's really shameless. I brought him here to see you." The CEO, named Lu Fang, is 38 years old this year but wears pink-pointed glasses to look younger. However, she gives off the vibe of an old hag. Zhu Aiking is her trusted confidant, whom she personally nurtured. Of course, Zhu Aiking can act recklessly in the restaurant because Lu Fang is just as unscrupulous as her. Their specialty is exploiting employees together to generate profits for the hotel. At this moment, Lu Fang took a slow sip of coffee before assessing Lingu from head to toe. She didn't expect this male waiter to have such a good physique. Strong yet not greasy, his muscles didn't seem artificially enhanced. Her eyes suddenly emitted a faint covetous light, but she maintained her composure on the surface. Manager Zhu, it's only natural for someone to expect to be paid for their work. You're being too harsh. Lu Fang stood up. As she spoke, she walked up to Lingu. Zhu Aiking was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Lu Fang to speak up for Lingu. Had the sun risen from the west? But soon, she realized, could it be that Lu Fang, this old woman, had taken a liking to the man in front of her? Although it was a bit unexpected, as the saying goes, a woman at 30 is like a wolf, and at 40 can charm as she pleases. Lu Fang had been divorced for 10 years. Perhaps after so many years, without a man, she had gone crazy with desire in private. Now she wanted to keep a man as a pet. Despite her contempt, Zhu Aiking nodded repeatedly and smiled obsequiously. Manager Liu is right. I will follow your orders in everything. Ignoring Zhu Aiking's fawning, Lu Fang, with a look of concern, reached out to touch Lingu's cheek and said, "How is it? Is the work very hard?" Lingu was frightened and quickly took a step back. What was going on? Was the CEO really this considerate of the employees? It's a bit tough, but it's all for the sake of the salary. Lingu maintained his distance and spoke with a hint of rejection and caution in his eyes. With just this one movement, Lu Fang's expression changed instantly. Her brows furrowed and her eyes became extremely sinister. A man who caught her eye was extremely rare. This loser in front of her really didn't know how to appreciate good fortune. And he still wanted his salary. He was simply dreaming. Manager Liu, I've worked at the restaurant for 14 days. Please pay me according to the rules. Lingu once again voiced his demand. Although he had come to work in Dongcheng to divert attention and Avoid anyone investigating his whereabouts to the Northern Territory. He deserved to be paid for his hard work. Lu Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with him directly. Instead, she gave Juiking, her lackey, a meaningful glance, indicating for her to teach this man a lesson. If he wanted to get the bone, he had to be a good dog. Juiking understood immediately and adopted a condescending attitude, speaking to Lingu. "Hey, you heartless creature. Do you have the audacity to ask for money? Perhaps you don't know that the money you spent at our restaurant before was also provided by Manager Liu." In her eyes, Lingu was nothing but a despicable loser. Only someone at such a low level would persistently demand a meager salary of over 2,000. Without money or power, and being an outsider, she could hit and curse him as she pleased. "Manager Ju, please show some respect in your speech," Lingu argued reasonably. "It was agreed at the beginning that the restaurant provided meals, but not accommodation. If you now deliberately go back on your word and refuse to pay me, I will have to resort to litigation." "Hey," Juiking laughed heartily, "you want to sue for a mere 2,000? Fine. Do you have the money to hire a lawyer? And are you sure you can win the case?" Lingu was truly enraged by her shameless demeanor. He didn't know what cards she held, but right now, he wasn't just fighting for his salary. It was also a matter of principle. Even if he had to rack his brains, he would seek justice. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lu Feng suddenly took out 10,000 in cash from the drawer and slammed it on the table, looking at Lingu with a triumphant and condescending gaze. "You want money, right? I have plenty. As long as you crawl over here like a dog and lick my toes, this 10,000 is yours. If you behave, I have even more money for you." "Hey." That disdainful look and self-righteous expression made Lingu feel insulted. The former king of the battlefield, who had come to work to conceal his whereabouts and missions, was being treated like a dog. "Manager Liu, isn't this too much?" Upon hearing this, Juiking's eyes showed a hint of jealousy. She had been working hard as Lu Feng's lackey, but Lu Feng had never been so generous to her. How come this man could crawl over and get 10,000? Why couldn't she have such good luck? "You shut up and get out of here," Lu Feng shouted at Juiking, driving her away, before striding up to Lingu, looking smug. "What do you think? Are you tempted?" Seeing her flirtatious demeanor, Lingu felt a bit disgusted. "Manager Liu, please have some self-respect. If your parents saw you like this, they would be ashamed." Lu Feng was immediately furious, her face turning red with anger, and she slapped him directly. But Lingu calmly dodged the blow. Juiking also joined in the verbal abuse, shouting loudly, "You, a loser. Being noticed by Manager Liu is a rare honor you've earned in 3 lifetimes. How dare you dodge when Manager Liu hits you?" Lu Feng also cursed Alon. "Exactly. You poor wretch are doomed to never get married. Accept your lowly status instead of pretending to be virtuous like Confucius. Are you disgusting, or what?" Feeling belittled, Lingu felt aggrieved. He was only here to demand his salary, so why should he endure this humiliation? Unfortunately, the two were women, so he couldn't just directly retaliate. Just then, the door to the manager's office was kicked open. When Lingu saw the familiar, graceful figure, he thought he was hallucinating. The iceberg woman, how could she be here? Rubbing his eyes, Lingu realized he wasn't seeing things, she was really here. Lingu. Seeing Lingu, Chen Mingyu couldn't help but smile excitedly. Lingu couldn't contain his emotions any longer. But before the two could react, they saw Lu Feng's sharp and hateful face blocking their path. Thinking about what she had just heard, an unnamed fury exploded in Chen Mingyu's heart, igniting her whole being with anger. How dare someone bully her? Chen Mingyu. Not only that, the two women who had just bullied Lingu were now gloating in front of her, thinking they were superior beings. Simply seeking death. "Mingyu, what are you doing here?" Ignoring Lu Feng, Lingu quickly walked up to Chen Mingyu, feeling a bit teary-eyed. He was never avoiding Chen Mingyu on purpose. He didn't even know she had been searching for him all over the city, even coming to the East City to find him. Feeling Chen Mingyu's concern for him, he felt happy, hoping it wasn't just his imagination. Chen Mingyu snorted coldly at him, deliberately ignoring him, and walking past him. Having not seen each other for so long, of course, she had to pamper this idiot first, help him out, and then go back and buy some durians to teach him a lesson later. She also wanted to show the whole world that this idiotic man in front of her could only be bullied by her, Qin Mingyu, and no one else. Clack clack clack. After Juiking realized what was happening, she quickly walked over, acting like a loyal dog protecting its master, and stood in front of Lu Fang, angrily reprimanding Qin Mingyu. Who do you think you are? Who allowed you to barge in here? Don't you want to live? Is this a place where people like you can just come in and out as they please? Because she looked down on Lingu as a mere waiter, she subconsciously thought that anyone Lingu knew couldn't be anyone important, even if Qin Mingyu exuded an aura of nobility. Qin Mingyu couldn't help but find the middle-aged woman's proud and condescending attitude amusing. She was always the center of attention wherever she went. She never expected someone to have such an arrogant and judgmental attitude towards her. Especially someone like Juiking. She's Lingu's wife, you can't bully Lingu. At this moment, the two apprentices outside the door shouted loudly, fearing that Lingu and Qin Mingyu would be taken advantage of, so they chimed in to help. Oh, so it's the wife of this poor guy. How dare you barge into the general manager's office? Who gave you the audacity? Was it those two pieces of trash behind you who brought you here? Is this a place you can come to? You better get out of here now. Juiking once again acted arrogantly, relying on her position to exert dominance. The two apprentices were instantly furious, their eyes blazing with anger. This woman looked down on them from the bottom of her heart, thinking they were inferior people. Why? Just because of their different positions, why did she think she could divide people into different classes? And why did she arrogantly consider herself to be superior? Lu Fang's attitude became even more arrogant, snorting coldly. I don't care who you are to Lingu. If you roll out of here right now, I'll consider you wise. Otherwise, if I get angry later, you'll know what cruelty is. Arrogant, high and mighty. She had always considered herself the queen of this hotel, and no one else dared to defy her here. Roll. Cruel. Hey. Qin Mingyu was so angry that her lips twitched, her gaze gradually becoming extremely intimidating, exuding a sense of offended dignity. Juiking saw her expression and finally panicked instinctively. This woman looked terrifying now. Why did her aura feel even stronger than the boss's? Dare to touch my people? I'll make you regret it later. Qin Mingyu's cold shout seemed to unleash a whirlwind from her entire body. Not to mention Juiking being scared, even the two apprentices were frozen in place. Lingu's wife, why did her aura feel so terrifying? Whoosh! Qin Mingyu grabbed the apprentice's spatula and swung it at Juiking, who was relying on her power and the support of others. Tang! Before Juiking could react, she was struck and let out a muffled cry, collapsing to the ground. Stunned. Everyone was stunned. Even Lingu couldn't find words for a moment. Qin Mingyu actually resorted to violence to protect him. What was going on? Was he, the mighty Wolf King of the northern border, in need of his wife's physical intervention to defend him? But strangely, he found this comforting. For the first time, he felt how much Qin Mingyu cared about him. Wow, she's really something. Even the two apprentices were surprised by Qin Mingyu's fierce action. One swing of the spatula left Juiking in such a miserable state. Humph, let's see if this woman dares to look down on others in the future. Even Lu Fang, who had seen countless big scenes, felt a hint of fear when she looked at Qin Mingyu. She realized that the woman in front of her was definitely not ordinary. The look in her eyes right now was something that only someone of extraordinary status could possess. Who was she exactly? She seemed somewhat familiar. How dare you hit me? You're dead. Struggling to get up, Juiking's words were now feeble, but she still pointed at Qin Mingyu and threatened. In her view, Qin Mingyu was just the wife of Lingu, a commoner. How capable could she be? This woman dared to use violence. It was just a momentary impulse. Little did she know, Qin Mingyu remained calm and coldly chuckled. Then I'll see how you make me die. With that, she swung the spatula at the lackey again. Smack. This time, Juiking was completely subdued, lying on the ground motionless. Was it you who ordered your lackey to bully me and then refused to pay him? Qin Mingyu finally confronted Lu Fang with a cold voice. That cold aura made everyone present feel frozen, trembling with fear. What a chilling and terrifying presence. Lu Fang was momentarily at a loss for words. She was about to instinctively ask Qin Mingyu who she was, But then the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. It turned out to be the hotel security guards. They quickly blocked the entrance. Qin Mingyu's gaze remained aloof and afraid. Although Lingu remained silent, he stood silently behind Qin Mingyu. If his wife was going to fight, he had to make sure to cover her back. Even if it came to physical confrontation, he wouldn't let these security guards harm a single hair on her head. Damn it, you think you're tough? Huh? You have the guts to continue fighting. Let's see if you have the guts to leave here alive. Seeing the security team arrive, Juiking struggled to get up again, once again displaying her arrogance. As the manager of the personnel department, she believed that these security guards would follow her orders. She was confident that with just a word from her, they would pin down Qin Mingyu and Lingu and beat them up. Would this woman still dare to act arrogantly? Little did she know. Qin Mingyu sneered disdainfully. Since you have such a request, I'll fulfill it for you. With that said, she picked up the iron spatula again and began to randomly strike at Juiking. Blows rained down mercilessly, without any restraint, like a violent storm. TSK, the whole scene left everyone dumbfounded. Even the security guards outside were momentarily stunned. It was the first time they had seen such a beautiful yet ruthless woman. While Lingu had seen Qin Mingyu fight before, it was the first time she had gone berserk for him. No matter how he thought about it, his heart was filled with warmth. Ah, stop, please stop. Juiking was on the verge of being beaten to death by Qin Mingyu. Once Qin Mingyu grew tired of hitting, she resumed her aloof demeanor, tossing aside the spatula with a cold snort. Daring to flaunt your superiority in front of me? I'll make sure you die to a rhythmic beat. Exuding dominance. Seeing this scene, the security guards blocking the door were all dumbfounded, unable to move. They marveled at just who this beautiful woman was and what her background might be. She was like a combination of an angel and a demon. Mingyu, your hand isn't hurting, is it? It was only now that Lingu spoke up to express concern for Qin Mingyu. After all, force was reciprocal, and he was afraid she might have hurt her hand by hitting too hard. Plop. Juiking, lying on the ground, was almost propelled into the air by her anger. She was lying there like a neglected pig's head, with no one caring for her, while the person who had hit her was being so cared for. Was there still any justice in the world? Was there still any law? I'm fine. I'm not that delicate. Qin Mingyu responded proudly. Clap, clap. At this moment, someone started applauding, and it was Lu Fang. I don't care who you are. Anyone who dares to fight in my hotel will absolutely not be spared today. As the hotel's general manager, Lu Fang was convinced that she was the only ruler here. If Qin Mingyu dared to beat someone in her territory, if she let Qin Mingyu off the hook now, where would she put her face? Who would still be willing to work for her in the future? Hearing her words, the security guards outside snapped out of their daze and crowded into the general manager's office, waiting for Lu Fang's command to deal with Lingu and his wife. Lu Fang felt like she was on top of the world, believing she had everything under control. We're in big trouble now. Seeing this suffocating scene, the two young apprentices finally reacted. They were well aware of Manager Lu's temper, famous for being stingy and arrogant. Now that Qin Mingyu had barged into her office and beaten her lackeys so thoroughly, Manager Lu would definitely not let her and Lingu off the hook. Wait, don't do anything. Manager Lu, please spare them. Luckily, at this moment, the old chef also barged in, walking up to Lu Fang and pleading for Lingu and his wife. Lingu just wanted to get his wages back. What's wrong with that? Manager Lu, if you don't want to give it to him, that's fine. But how can you resort to violence? If this matter escalates, it will be very difficult for our hotel to handle, right? Taking advantage of Lu Fang's wavering, the old chef then walked up to Lingu and his wife, earnestly persuading them. You should apologize to Manager Lu quickly. I'm also speaking out of kindness. You two are finally reunited as a couple. It's not worth causing a bloodbath over such a small amount of money. The old chef was kind and compassionate, believing that Lingu and his wife couldn't contend with Lu Fang, so he tried to help them out of trouble. Others also thought the same. They didn't know Lingu's wife's identity, but this was Dongchen, Lu Fang's territory. Even if the dragon was strong, it wouldn't crush the local snake. Moreover, they didn't think Qin Mingyu had much influence, at most just a wealthy girl. Lu Fang's expression at this moment was extremely proud. Seeing her like this, Chen Mingyu couldn't help but sneer. As the CEO of Chiagang Group, she had some understanding of the major hotels in the nearby cities. She also knew the owner of this star-rated hotel. Lu Fang's position was nothing more than that of an employee. Yet, she was now so arrogant and self-righteous, which was ridiculous. "Manager Lu, I don't want the wages anymore. Can we end this matter here?" At this moment, Lingu also didn't want to reclaim his hard-earned money. He could consider it as medical expenses for the surname Ju's soup. He just didn't want to cause trouble for Chen Mingyu. Otherwise, if they really started fighting, even if he could handle all these security guards, it would still lead to a series of troubles. HMPH. Now you want to back down. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Lu Fang's expression became even more smug. "You want me to let you go? Fine, but there are two conditions." "Manager Lu, please go ahead." Ling Yu knew the conditions were likely not simple, but he decided to listen for now. Chen Mingyu also patiently waited. As the female CEO of Chiagang Group, she was definitely not lacking in patience, especially since her reinforcements had not yet arrived. Lu Fang's tone was uncompromising. "First, you and your wife must compensate us with 1 million yuan. Second, you must kneel down and apologize to us." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Even the security guards knew that it was Juiking who was malicious and unscrupulous, withholding their wages first and insulting Ling Yu and his wife later. They deserved to be beaten. So even though they were hired by Lu Fang, they were sympathetic towards Ling Yu and his wife. The old chef also shook his head and sighed. Just as he was about to advise Ling Yu and his wife to endure for the sake of calm, he heard a cold laugh. "Lu, are you feeling good there by yourself? Do you think you can laugh at me? What do you think you are? I never planned to let you off, and now you're thinking about how to let me off. Are you an idiot?" Chen Mingyu's words directly caused everyone to gasp in shock. This woman was too arrogant. They had worked here for so long, but they had never seen anyone dare to speak to Manager Lu like this. Ling Yu also looked at Chen Mingyu in surprise. Today, the iceberg woman seemed a bit unfamiliar. Who or what had caused her to become so aggressive? "Ling Yu, let's go." Chen Mingyu also had no intention of continuing to fight. She pulled Ling Yu and left. But the security guards quickly stopped them at the door. Lu Fang didn't speak, but they didn't dare let Chen Mingyu and Ling Yu leave. "Get out of the way, or you'll face the consequences," Chen Mingyu warned coldly. Her words weren't loud, but they carried a kind of awe-inspiring power. No one thought it was a feeble threat. They all felt that if they didn't comply, there would be truly terrifying consequences. HMPH. You think you can just leave? You're dreaming. Watch how I deal with you. Lu Fang gritted her teeth, about to order the security guards to take action. But at that moment, someone ran in from outside, sweating profusely, and shouted, "It's bad, it's bad. There's a large crowd and vehicles outside surrounding our hotel." "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone's attention once again focused on Chen Mingyu. They all felt that this situation must be related to this confident and beautiful woman. "How many people, in total?" Lu Feng asked anxiously. "Report to Manager Lu. It's probably over 1,000 people." "What? Over 1,000 people?" Lu Feng's face was incredulous, as if she suspected she was hearing things. The security guards were also frightened on the spot, their faces turning pale. All the security guards in their entire hotel added up to only a few dozen. But now, my goodness, there were over 1,000 people. If they were to start a fight, they wouldn't risk their lives for this salary. Even Ling Yu was startled, looking at Chen Mingyu in shock. He never dreamed that his iceberg wife had such great power. At this point, Chen Mingyu no longer rushed to leave. She casually sat down on the sofa, her tone cold and arrogant. "You don't want us to leave, right? Then we won't leave." Lu Fang was immediately flustered. What should she do now? "Manager Lu, it's bad, it's really bad." Another subordinate rushed in from outside and reported urgently. "The people outside are demanding that we kneel and send their young lady out of the hotel. Otherwise, if she suffers any loss, they'll raze our hotel to the ground." What? Stunned, utterly stunned. In that instant, everyone present from the hotel staff stared at Chen Mingyu in horror. They couldn't believe it. Where did this woman's dominance come from? She dared to disregard Manager Lu like this. It turns out her power is simply beyond what Manager Lu can match. Everyone, quickly disperse and respectfully send Mr. Ling and his wife away. The old chef finally shouted loudly at this moment, feeling relieved at the same time. The old man had a good heart and didn't want to see Lingu being treated unfairly. He also didn't want to see them injured. Now, seeing Qin Mingyu's immense power, being able to teach Manager Lu a lesson, was also a good thing. Let's see if she dares to oppress her subordinates at will in the future. The two apprentices also shouted along, blessing Mr. Ling and his wife at the same time, hoping they wouldn't have any more relationship quarrels after returning home, and would grow old together. The security guards quickly dispersed like a tide. It was only at this moment that Qin Mingyu coldly smirked at Manager Lu. What now? Still want me to kneel and apologize? Manager Lu's lips trembled, unable to speak due to fear. She still had a trace of courage at this moment, but the next moment, when the boss personally called, she finally completely collapsed. Lu Feng, is Miss Qin from the Qin family in your office? What did you do to offend her? The Qin family actually sent over 1,000 people to besiege our hotel. Boss. Aye. Lu Feng looked at Qin Mingyu, her eyes filled with fear and panic. It turns out she's the eldest daughter of the top family in Yun City. No wonder her aura is so powerful. I'm such a fool. Why did I offend someone like her? Plunk. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng knelt directly in front of Qin Mingyu to apologize. This scene was a spiritual blow to everyone in the hotel. Lu Feng, who seemed so high and mighty like an empress dowager in the eyes of ordinary employees, actually had such a day. Even Lingu was quite shocked. Today, he truly understood how powerful the iceberg woman's energy was. It turns out he was really a fool. He even asked her if she knew the eldest daughter of the Qin family before, but she was the eldest daughter of the Qin family herself. Zhang Wuji's mother was right. The more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at deceiving people. He realized that he was still too naive. Qin Mingyu completely ignored Lu Feng and just coldly snorted before leaving with Lingu. Stepping out of the hotel, Lingu was once again dumbfounded. This force and influence were even more overwhelming than when the Lin family surrounded the chicken farm back then. Seeing Lingu's dumbfounded expression, Qin Mingyu knew that her plan to hide her identity was completely ruined today. However, since Lingu didn't ask, she planned to continue keeping it a secret. Not only that, she also ignored the people sent by the Qin family and went straight to the Maserati. Calling out to Lingu, "Hey! What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and drive me home." "Oh, okay." Of course, Lingu was more than willing. It's just that happiness came too suddenly, and he hadn't fully accepted reality yet. "Mingyu, you're the eldest daughter of the Qin family, right?" How could Lingu not ask? He even asked as soon as he got into the car, and he was even a bit angry. This woman had been lying to him for so long. Qin Mingyu smirked triumphantly without answering, but then she heard a voice from outside the car. "Sister, give me a ride too." Naturally, it was Qin Ruhan, the hero who helped find her brother-in-law this time. As she ran to the Maserati and saw Qin Mingyu's cold, sharp gaze, Qin Ruhan quickly covered her mouth, wondering if she had done something wrong again. Did her silly brother-in-law not even know his sister-in-law's true identity in this situation? Lingu wasn't as foolish as they thought. He immediately self-deprecatingly remarked, "Actually, I should have figured it out earlier. When my mom and I went to apply at Tiagang Group, how come it was so easy to get hired? Turns out we're family." Qin Ruhan stuck her tongue out at him, not praising him for guessing the truth, but instead teasing him. "Silly brother-in-law, you're just figuring it out now. You almost drove me crazy." Qin Mingyu didn't bother hiding anymore and snorted, "Now you realize I'm not inferior to Lin Qingshuan, right? Are you still out there looking for other rich beauties?" The mention of Lin Qingshuan changed the atmosphere. Lingu immediately became serious. "Miss Qin, you may not like me, and you can divorce me if you want. But please don't insult me and Miss Lin, and don't make baseless guesses about our relationship." Today, Qin Mingyu finally found her man again, and even stood up for him, feeling quite happy. She didn't expect that because of her casual joke, this man would change his attitude so suddenly. As the female CEO of Chiag Gang Group, when had she ever been reprimanded like this? Humph, returning kindness with enmity. Lingu didn't care how cold Qin Mingyu's expression was. He continued solemnly, Miss Lynn, and I have never done anything to wrong you, and Miss Lynn is already deceased. Please stop saying such things. If you think I want to be with you for money, then I'll leave now. With that, he opened the car door, ready to get out. Hey, brother-in-law, don't leave. Qin Ruhan was really angry with this foolish brother-in-law. She quickly opened her arms to block him, speaking up for her sister. Do you have no conscience? Do you know how much effort and resources my sister spent to find you? She's only standing up for you now, and you're turning against her because of a joke. Lingu was stunned. Maybe Qin Mingyu's remark just now was just a joke after all, and he had been too sensitive and serious. Just as he glanced back, Qin Mingyu snorted angrily and turned her face away. She knew why Lingu was angry, but she really hadn't meant any harm with that remark just now. This man was just too annoying, and she didn't want to deal with him anymore. Miss Qin, you can joke about anything, but Miss Lynn has already died for me. Please don't disrespect her anymore. Okay. Lingu was still a man after all, and he didn't want to go through all the trouble of making up with Qin Mingyu just to have another argument over 2 sentences. So, he voiced his request. The next moment, Lingu felt that he had indeed been a bit sensitive and decided to apologize to Qin Mingyu. I'm sorry, humph, sorry. But unexpectedly, Qin Mingyu also apologized to him at the same time. Then, the atmosphere changed for the second time. Lingu smiled with relief. It's okay. Qin Mingyu snorted and secretly chuckled. She understood how relationships worked. They could easily make you cry one moment and laugh the next. Mingyu, let me drive you home. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit hungry. I want you to make sour and spicy fish for me when we get back. Sure, I really want to eat with you too. Seeing the couple arguing 1 second and then apologizing and laughing the next, Qin Ruhan felt annoyed. Hey, you guys, your public display of affection caught me off guard as a single dog. I couldn't resist butting in. No matter what, I'm going to your place for a meal today. But her words fell on deaf ears as her sister and brother-in-law didn't even listen, as if she were superfluous. Watching the two of them flirt through the rearview mirror of the car, Qin Ruhan sighed deeply again. Why did she have to bring this on herself? Why did she have to ride in this car? She felt like such a third wheel. Shortly after Qin Mingyu and the Qin family's entourage left the Gaolu Hotel, a boss's car arrived at the front entrance. A middle-aged man in his 50s got out of the car, accompanied by several lackeys, and rushed over to greet them. Boss, hello. Why did you suddenly come for an inspection? Boss. Juiking's words were merely a formality, as she already guessed why the boss had come. HMPH. Do I need you to ask me that? Where's Lu Fang? The boss, Gao Jianbo, was the current owner of the Gaolu Hotel. This upscale hotel was originally established by him and Lu Fang's father. However, after Lu Fang's father passed away, he acquired all the shares of the hotel, but still allowed the descendants of the Lu family to manage it. With a stern rebuke from the boss, Juiking dared not even squeak, behaving like a frightened dog. The employees who had been bullied by her before looked on and secretly despised this woman, thinking she was like a cowardly dog, always bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Uncle Gao, I'm here. Only then did Lu Fang come out to greet him, feeling a little nervous. When she saw Gao Jianbo's expression, worried that he might scold her. You come with me. True to form, Gao Jianbo didn't hold back at all. In front of all the hotel staff, he coldly reprimanded her. Actually, he was already showing mercy. If it weren't for the fact that he considered Lu Fang's deceased father, he would have scolded her right outside. Is this your doing? Employees resign. And you actually don't pay them? Who gave you the courage to do such a thing? If Kin's Miss finds out about this, once it spreads, the whole world will know about our hotel's shady practices. You're practically tarnishing our hotel's reputation. Once inside the general manager's office, Gao Jianbo launched into a barrage of criticism against Lu Fang. Lu Fang didn't dare to argue back. If it were someone else who caught her, she might still deny it to the end. But who would have thought that it would be the young lady of the Qin family from Yen City who barged in? And the man whose wages she had withheld turned out to be the young lady's man. Such absurd things could actually happen. She was truly speechless. Uncle Gao, it was Juiking who did it. I didn't know. I will definitely dismiss Juiking. Please give me another chance. With the situation as it was, Wu Fan could only sacrifice her underling, Juiking, and plead for another chance. Gao Jianbo stared at Lu Fang for a long time. Although he knew the secret of this matter, he decided to give her another chance, considering her deceased father's legacy. Sis. As they were discussing this matter, a man's loud shout came from outside the door. The next moment, a young man forcibly opened the door and rushed in, ignoring the attempts by the employees outside to stop him. It was none other than Liu Yuan, who had been trying to romantically propose on the street yesterday, only to have his candles kicked over by Qin Mingyu. He happened to be Lu Fang's younger brother and had come today to ask his sister for help. Outrageous. Unexpectedly, Lu Fang, who usually doted on her brother, rebuked him as soon as they met. Is the hotel manager's office a place where you can just barge in? Liu Yuan was a little stunned by the scolding but then looked up and saw that Gao Jianbo was also present. Realizing that his sister and the boss were discussing important matters. Never mind. What's the matter, little Yuan? Gao Jianbo had no children of his own, and since Liu Yuan didn't have a father, he had always treated him like a half-son and was more tolerant towards him. Uncle Gao, since you're here too, can you and my sister help me vent my anger? Liu Yuan quickly explained the situation. He had boasted in front of John Milan that he would make that arrogant woman pay. Thinking that driving a Maserati was impressive, little did she know that a car worth a few million was nothing in front of his Uncle Gao. What? There's actually such an arrogant woman. After hearing the story, even Gao Jianbo frowned. He was a prominent figure in Dongcheng as well. When Liu Yuan's father passed away, he had promised to take good care of his family. Now that Liu Yuan was being bullied like this, Uncle Gao had to stand up for him, or else he would risk being criticized. That's right, Uncle Gao, we took her photo. Please help me find out who she is. We must bring her out and teach her a lesson. All right. Leave it to me. Gao Jianbo patted his chest, more than willing to play the role, maintaining the image of a good uncle who stands up for his nephew. But little did anyone expect that as soon as Gao Jianbo saw the photos sent by Liu Yuan, his eyes widened in shock. He urgently slapped the kid's head, his attitude instantly flipping 180 degrees. Have you no decency? Who gave you the right to block traffic? Your dad isn't here, so I'll teach you on his behalf. See if you dare to do this again in the future. So shameless. Slap, slap. One slap followed another, instantly leaving Liu Yuan dumbfounded. Was this Uncle Gao chameleon? Just a moment ago, he said he'd stand up for him, and now he was accusing him of having no decency. Lu Fang was also puzzled. She ran over to protect her brother and figure out what was going on. But when she saw the photo of Qin Mingyu, everything became clear. That Qin family young lady was indeed their nemesis. How come it was her again? All right, Uncle Gao, my brother is still young and doesn't know any better. Just scold him a bit, and it'll be fine. At Lu Fang's pleading, Gao Jianbo coldly snorted and left, feeling that this brother and sister duo always caused trouble. Who wouldn't they provoke? They had to go and provoke the Qin family's young lady from Yan City. Didn't they know that he, Gao Jianbo, had business dealings with her family as well? Offending the Qin family could instantly evaporate to 3/10 of their business. Sis, what's going on? Do you know this woman? Although Liu Yuan was arrogant and domineering, he wasn't stupid. Seeing Gao Jianbo's sudden change in attitude, he knew the problem must lie with this woman's identity. Sure enough, Lu Fang told him directly, Brother, don't be naive. Could a woman who acts so arrogantly be an ordinary person? She's Qin Mingyu, the eldest daughter of Yun City's wealthiest family, and the female CEO of Chiagang Group. What? Liu Yuan was truly shocked. He had thought that since Qin Mingyu had wanted to take action personally at the time, she must not have had any attendance with her, at most just an ordinary corporate executive. But to think she was someone of such a super wealthy and influential family. This was bad. It seemed his plan to retaliate against Qin Mingyu was doomed. The problem was, he had already talked tough. If this matter were left unresolved, how would he convince John Milan to sleep with him? He would also lose face in front of his attendants, that there was nothing he could do about losing face. Who would have thought her background was so formidable? However, as he left the hotel, he heard Juiking calling out from behind. Young Master Liu, young Master Liu. Turning around, Liu Yuan saw Juiking, who had been beaten up and had a bruised face. Oh my god. Manager Ju, how did you end up like this? And why are you waiting at the hotel entrance? Liu Yuan asked in shock. Juiking didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Young Master Liu, is your enemy the young lady from the Qin family? I can help you get revenge. Liu Yuan felt like he was hearing a ridiculous joke. He sneered disdainfully. Even Uncle Gao doesn't dare to offend Qin Mingyu. Do you think you, a lackey like you, can help me get revenge? Are you kidding me? Juiking didn't get angry but instead spoke with a dark expression and a low voice. I wonder if young Master Liu has ever played animal chess. The elephant can eat the lion, but the mouse can eat the elephant. What do you mean? Speak plainly. Liu Yuan frowned and asked. Juiking stopped beating around the bush and said, in a low voice, that Miss Qin from the Qin family, no matter how high her status is, she's still just a woman, right? As long as young Master Liu gives me a little reward, I can figure out a way to take care of her for you. How about it? Liu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. After a moment, he burst out cursing. Are you crazy? Is it worth killing someone over such a trivial matter? You're insane. Find someone else to indulge your lunacy. I'm not going along with this nonsense. With that, he left like he was fleeing a plague. Juiking muttered under her breath, HMPH. Just like his sister, always targeting small fry like me, but cowards in front of big shots. Useless, the whole family is useless. Although she couldn't persuade Liu Yuan to deal with Qin Mingyu, Juiking had no intention of letting that arrogant woman off the hook. She couldn't swallow this humiliation of being beaten up and losing her job. Just wait. Sooner or later that woman of yours will be crying her eyes out. Juiking muttered with resentment. Compared to men, women's grudges can sometimes be more terrifying because they can last longer. Moreover, women holding grudges might do even more outrageous things than men. On the other side, Qin Ruhan returned to the Qin family's villa with a sulky expression. Ruhan, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Qin Chang'an was still waiting for news in the hall, and when he saw his granddaughter like this, he couldn't help but ask. Qin Ruhan immediately ran to her grandfather to complain. Grandpa, sister is so unfair. Oh? Hearing her say this, Bai Lao couldn't help but ask with curiosity. How is Miss Qin unfair? As far as he knew, Miss Qin and her had the best relationship, and she had always taken care of her, so how could she be unfair? Humph, she values her husband more than her friends. Qin Ruhan complained with a look of grievance. I haven't been to work for half a month just to help her find her husband. It's so hard. Ow, not going to work for half a month is hard. What kind of logic is that? I think you're enjoying yourself, right? Qin Chang'an and Bai Lao looked at each other and tried to hold back their laughter. Qin Ruhan didn't care what the two old men thought, and continued to complain. But my sister, she's so good. After finding her husband, she didn't even thank me. She just went home with her husband to build their love nest, leaving me alone and reminding me to be on time for work tomorrow. I feel so wronged. Ha ha ha. Qin Chang'an not only didn't comfort her, but burst into laughter. He was very satisfied with what Qin Mingyu did. It would be best if the two of them parted as newlyweds. Maybe there would even be casualties tonight. Bai Lao also knew what he was thinking and laughed along. You guys are still laughing? Don't you have any sympathy at all? Qin Ruhan stomped her foot in frustration. She wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to integrate into her sister and brother-in-law's family and freeload on their meals every day. Sister always boasts in front of her, saying that her husband cooks very well. And she also wants to taste the taste of being well-fed by house husband. But who would have thought that reality, so cruel? She just has such a small wish, but her sister can't even fulfill it. She lets her husband cook a big meal, and sends her own sister home. It's really heartless, humph. Qin Chang'an still didn't comfort her. He even asked her to tell him about the situation between Lingu and Qin Mingyu, how they reunited, whether their relationship warmed up, and if they had planned some intimate activities for tonight. Qin Ruhan had already eaten her fill of dog food today, and now she was forced to recall the scenes and processes of eating dog food. She really felt like calling her grandfather heartless. HMPH, Grandpa, I'm not playing with you anymore. Tomorrow, I'm going to find a boyfriend to steal my sister's spotlight. Qin Ruhan walked away in a huff. If she really found a boyfriend, Qin Chang'an would certainly be happy. After all, no matter who it was, giving birth to a great-grandchild would be a good thing. But this old man also had his own selfishness. He was most optimistic about Qin Mingyu's talent and, being the eldest, he wanted her to give birth to the first great-grandchild. Qin Ruhan had not been gone long when Lin Fei slowly entered the hall. Seeing Qin Chang'an still excited, she sighed slowly. Old master, there's something I didn't dare to say before, but now I must discuss it with you. Hearing Lin Fei's voice, Qin Chang'an's smile gradually faded, and he put on a serious face. What's the matter? Lin Fei saw all the changes in his expression and suddenly felt more pressure. But for the sake of her daughter and herself, she had to speak up. I really feel that Lingu is not worthy of Mingyu. If you only want to have a great-grandchild, why don't you let me handle this matter? Originally, Lin Fei had breathed a sigh of relief when the two divorced. Regardless of what had happened before, she thought it was all in the past. But now, with Lingu shamelessly returning and Qin Mingyu still in love with him, she felt she couldn't just sit idle as a mother. However, Qin Chang'an coldly snorted, "This matter is none of your business. They're fine as they are now." Lin Fei still refused to give up and reminded him, "Old master, don't forget, because of what happened with Lin Qingshuan, General Lin already holds a grudge against Lingu. If we insist on letting Mingyu be with that man, it might bring trouble to the Qin family." HMPH, why should our Qin family fear the Lins? Qin Chang'an's anger began to rise. I actually quite liked that Lin family girl. It was a commendable act for her to willingly stand up for Lingu. Why should General Lin blame Lingu? If he's really so unreasonable, I'll teach him a lesson. In Cloud City, only this old man had both the qualifications and the ability to say such things. But Lin Fei persisted. She sighed and said, "General Lin is my elder brother, and I know his personality best. What he says, he will definitely do." Fortunately, two young masters from prestigious families have expressed their intentions to me. If Mingyu is willing, they are ready to marry her immediately. How about? Who are they? Qin Chang'an was curious. Who dared to propose to Mingyu without consulting him, the head of the Qin family? One is not from our Cloud City's prestigious families, and the other is the young master of the Liu family in Cloud City. Lin Fei replied calmly. Qin Chang'an couldn't hide his disdain. Liu Heading is nothing but trash. How is he worthy of my granddaughter? But Lin Fei intentionally waited until now to add, "Old master, it's not Liu Heading. It's the eldest son of the Liu family, the heir of the Liu family, Liu Yejian." What? Qin Chang'an was surprised to hear this name. Liu Yejian had always been their Qin family's #1 commercial rival. Now, he was proposing marriage to the Qin family. What was he up to? Lin Fei seemed unaware of Qin Chang'an's thoughts and continued to smile, saying, "Old master, if it's Liu Yejian, wouldn't he be a suitable match for our Mingyu? After all, he's also recognized as a business genius in Cloud City, and the business territories of both families complement each other." Humph, shut up. Qin Chang'an interrupted angrily. Lin Fei was slightly startled, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, as if she didn't understand why the old master was so angry. Lin Fei, setting aside whether Liu Yejian is worthy of Mingyu or sincere, do you really think the Liu family can peacefully coexist with the Qing family? Qin Chang'an's question stunned Lin Fei even more, and she responded innocently, "Do we have any deep-seated enmity with the Liu family?" Qin Chang'an laughed. Lin Fei, are you genuinely ignorant, or just pretending? Even if you don't manage the Qin family's business, you must be aware of some major matters, right? We are direct competitors at the Liu family in many fields. This year, when our strategic warehouse project was completed, we directly snatched orders worth billions from the Liu family and their partners. They must have harbored deep hatred towards us. Lin Fei still appeared somewhat indifferent, as if she were listening to a story that had nothing to do with her. And there was even a hint of doubt in her expression. "Old master, perhaps you're being too sensitive. Competition is inevitable in business, but the Liu family doesn't see us as enemies. Moreover, if the two families were to join through marriage, many problems could be solved, turning enemies into friends. Isn't that a win-win situation?" Lin Fei's naive words made Qin Chang'an somewhat impatient. At this point, there were some things he had to say plainly. "Am I being too sensitive? Perhaps you don't know how many assassination attempts Mingyu and I have faced. If it weren't for Lingu, Mingyu might have died at the hands of assassins sent by the Liu family long ago. And now you want Mingyu to marry into the Liu family. Isn't that blatantly throwing her into the lion's den?" At this, Lin Fei fell silent. Although she didn't continue speaking, she didn't appear entirely convinced of Qin Chang'an's words either. After pausing for a moment, she continued, "Whether what you said is true or not, I still feel that Mingyu marrying a man like Lingu is like casting pearls before swine. If you have bias against the Liu family, then we can choose someone from Zhangzhou instead." "Enough," Qin Chang'an interrupted her, too tired to continue the conversation, and coldly ordered, "I've already let you pick from Mingyu before, but you didn't budge. Now that Mingyu has found a man she loves, you want to come out and intervene. What exactly are you thinking as a mother? The Qin family doesn't need family alliances to strengthen itself. As long as Mingyu is happy, that's all that matters." Lin Fei could only nod helplessly. "I understand. I'll take my leave then." With that, she turned and walked away, her face cold. Exiting the hall and entering the corridor of the inner hall, Lin Fei came face to face with Qin Yuxuan. Qin Yuxuan smiled at her, seemingly mocking. "Mom, knowing that the Qin family won't listen to us, why bother seeking trouble for yourself?" Lin Fei remained cold-faced, silent for a moment. Qin Yuxuan continued with a smile, "Why are you so eager this time? You're known as the most peaceful person in the Qin family." Only then did Lin Fei hurriedly explain, "I'm from the Lin family, and Mingyu is my own daughter. Since I know that General Lin is going to deal with Lingu, if Mingyu continues to be with Lingu, she will definitely become an enemy of the Lin family. By then, I'll be caught in the middle, neither here nor there." "I see." Qin Yuxuan's eyes held suspicion, a cunning smile forming. Then, "Mom, if I help you separate Lingu from Big Sister, how will you repay me?" Lin Fei shivered slightly, staring at Qin Yuxuan's alert eyes, their relationship no longer resembling that of a mother and daughter. "I have no status in the Qin family, just an ordinary person. If you expect to gain anything through me, you might be disappointed." Lin Fei replied calmly, "Mom, you're underestimating yourself too much. Regardless, you're still the legitimate daughter-in-law of the old master. Among all the women in the family, your position should rightfully be the highest. Then just tell me what you want." Lin Fei said directly, "Something of Dad's as a keepsake," Qin Yuxuan said with a smile. Lin Fei was slightly surprised, knowing exactly what that would be without the need for Qin Yuxuan to clarify. "What? If you don't agree, then you'll have to figure it out on your own," Qin Yuxuan teased, then turned and left. "Wait." Sure enough, Lin Fei stopped her. When Qin Yuxuan turned back, Lin Fei said coldly, "Fine, but you must get Lingu away from Mingyu within a month." Qin Yuxuan smiled triumphantly, full of confidence. Teal. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Qin family, after the other two had left, Bai Lao finally spoke up, "Sir, it seems Madame is still not resigned." Qin Chang'an frowned. What else can she do if she's not resigned? When it was time for her to fulfill her duties as a mother, she didn't. Now that Mingyu has found true love, she wants to meddle and break up her daughter's marriage. "Even if it wasn't me, Mingyu wouldn't listen to her." Bai Lao nodded in agreement, adding softly, "Perhaps Miss has always harbored doubts in her heart that Madam is not her biological mother, which is why their relationship has always been lukewarm." Bringing up this matter made Qin Chang'an sigh heavily. In fact, even he couldn't be 100% sure that Qin Mingyu was born to Lin Fei. 28 years ago, the Qin family's business hadn't reached the scale it has today. And at that time, Qin Chang'an didn't have the confidence he does now. So, he had vigorously arranged a commercial marriage, getting his favorite son, Qin Ruxian, to marry Lin Fei, the daughter of the Lin family. But what he didn't know at the time was that Qin Ruxian already had someone he liked. Due to Qin Chang'an's strong influence and the arranged commercial marriage, Qin Ruxian had to reluctantly give up his previous girlfriend and marry Lynn. FEI. It was only after they broke up that Qin Ruxian found out his ex-girlfriend was pregnant with his child. For this reason, he was willing to divorce Lynn. FEI and reconcile with his former girlfriend, even considering leaving the Qin family. In the end, Qin Chang'an compromised and wanted his son to choose who he wanted to marry. However, Qin Ruxian's girlfriend didn't want to hinder his future and chose to leave Cloud City on her own initiative. Qin Ruxian originally wanted to leave Cloud City to find out her whereabouts. However, Lin Fei claimed to be pregnant with his child at the time. Due to the pressure from the Lin family at the time, as well as his sense of responsibility as a man, Qin Ruxian ultimately chose not to divorce Lin Fei and continued to stay in the Qin family to manage the family business. However, unexpectedly, Lin Fei gave birth to Qin Mingyu in less than 8 months of pregnancy. Some said it was premature birth, while others gossiped that the baby girl wasn't hers at all, and that she had just pretended to be pregnant to keep Qin Ruxian. But what surprised people was that Qin Ruxian himself came forward to dispel the rumors, and insisted that the child was his, which gradually silenced those voices. However, Qin Mingyu was very intelligent. As she grew older, she found herself becoming less and less similar to Lin Fei. So, she couldn't help but wonder if she was really Lin Fei's biological daughter. However, despite her doubts, she never asked for a paternity test. Instead, her relationship with Lin Fei remained lukewarm, completely unlike a normal mother-daughter relationship. That evening, after Qin Mingyu had a satisfying dinner, she sat on the sofa feeling content, letting out a belch. As they say, belching is like the mouth farting. Qin Mingyu quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had eaten too much tonight. If this had happened at a formal social event, her perfect image as a goddess of beauty for over 20 years might have been shattered. Those men who admired her would probably be shocked. In high society, everyone only cares about your outward appearance. Who cares if you're a normal person? Because Qin Mingyu was beautiful, those men all thought she was a flawless robot who only eats but never has bodily functions, always appearing glamorous and flawless. Only she knew the pressure she felt inside. Fortunately, with Lingu cleaning up now, no one could see her current, unqueen-like appearance. But she couldn't deny that this unrestrained time made Qin Mingyu feel very relaxed. She used to worrying about maintaining her image all the time, and that invisible burden was too heavy. That was also one reason why she didn't want to get married. Now she found another reason to be with Lingu. In front of this man, she didn't need to worry about maintaining her image too much, and he wouldn't make any demands on her either. However, seeing Lingu busy since he came back, Qin Mingyu couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him. She stood up and walked to Lingu, saying, "I'll wash the dishes tonight." In her heart, she added, "It's also a way to digest." Lingu was stunned, looking at Qin Mingyu in disbelief. Qin Mingyu had never done housework before. Now that he knew she was the young mistress of the Qin family, a super goddess who never got her hands dirty, he certainly couldn't let her do household chores. "No need, you go and work." "I'm not working today." Qin Mingyu's attitude was very firm. She wasn't going to work today. "In that case, why don't you watch some dramas?" Lingu suggested again. He also wanted his wife to relax like an ordinary woman during leisure time. Even if it meant watching handsome male celebrities, he wouldn't be jealous. This was the only way he could pamper Qin Mingyu. "I usually only watch documentaries and news." Qin Mingyu's reply left Lingu feeling a bit speechless, wondering if his wife was really a bit abnormal. "All right, I'll wash the dishes. You go watch your dramas." Qin Mingyu forcefully took over from Lingu, determined to be a competent wife starting from tonight. Lingu was a bit surprised by this sudden pampering, but he knew Qin Mingyu's personality. If he insisted on not letting her do housework, she would probably get angry. "Mingyu, put the dishwashing liquid on the basin. No more than 2 spoonfuls is enough." "Okay, I know. Don't treat me like a 3-year-old. I'm very domestic." Qin Mingyu said this, not even believing it herself. But she felt that washing dishes should be easy for someone as intelligent and talented as her, right? The next moment, she dared not think that way again. She pressed the damn dishwashing liquid. At first, nothing came out after a couple of presses, but then she pressed harder a few more times, causing foam to splash all over the basin. The faucet kept running, and Chen Mingyu quickly wiped off the dishwashing liquid from her body. When she looked back, she saw that the basin was already full of foam. She hurriedly went to turn off the faucet, but accidentally got herself soaked in the process. In her panic, she also accidentally knocked over the dishes placed on the edge. Clang, clang, clang. It was like a chain reaction. Chen Mingyu even doubted if she had just played a game of dominoes. Mingyu, what's wrong? Hearing the commotion, Lingu rushed to the scene within 3 seconds, dumbfounded to see the mess in the kitchen. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Chen Mingyu's pretty face, but she quickly tried to act calm. Don't think I don't know the proportion. It was just a small accident, and besides, more bubbles mean cleaner dishes. Lingu nodded earnestly. That's true, but be careful with the broken pieces on the floor. I'm afraid they might cut your feet. Your skin is so delicate. Chen Mingyu was pleased that Lingu didn't expose her, nor did he insist that she couldn't do housework. However, she still coldly commanded Lingu, who was about to clean up the mess on the floor. Don't move. Lingu froze in place, looking innocently at his wife. Tonight, the kitchen is mine. If you come to clean up the mess, doesn't it prove that I can't do housework? Chen Mingyu's gaze was extremely serious, insisting that she was a good wife who could handle both the kitchen and the living room. Ow. Lingu hesitated, since his wife insisted. Wasn't it embarrassing for him not to? But he still respected Chen Mingyu and nodded. Okay. Be careful. Don't you be careful me. Chen Mingyu's temper flared a bit. Are you looking down on me? I told you it was just an accident. I really can control the amount of dishwashing liquid. I'm not that kind of clueless idiot. Lingu nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand. After saying that, he quickly retreated from the kitchen, afraid that Chen Mingyu would hit him if he delayed even half a second. However, even after leaving the kitchen, he was still worried that his wife might injure herself. He could only pretend to be cleaning the living room, occasionally sneaking a glance at the kitchen door. Fortunately, although Chen Mingyu's efficiency was average, she was still able to wash the dishes. But just as Chen Mingyu was washing the dishes, her phone rang. Lingu, can you check who it is for me? Sure. Lingu quickly ran over, and after seeing the name Lynn FEI on the screen, he hesitated. Wasn't this his mother-in-law? Why was she saved as just her name in his wife's phone? Who is it? Chen Mingyu's voice came again, prompting Lingu to react and answer. It's your mom, your mother. It was Chen Mingyu's turn to hesitate, her jade eyebrows furrowing slightly, wondering why Lynn FEI was calling at this time. Before she could respond, Lingu had already run into the kitchen with her phone. Chen Mingyu could only instruct, I'm busy, so after you answer the call, put the phone next to my ear. Okay. Following her instructions, Lingu did as told. However, he couldn't help but feel that this position was a bit ambiguous, as if he was hugging Chen Mingyu from behind. The fragrance of her body and hair penetrated his heart, making him feel uncomfortably tense yet strangely relaxed. Hello, Lynn FEI. Is there something you need? Chen Mingyu was unaware of how ambiguous their position was at the moment. She subconsciously leaned closer to Lingu's body so she could press her ear against the phone receiver. Feeling her buttocks pressing against his sensitive area, Lingu wanted to retreat, but felt awkward about doing so. His face turned red, and he dared not move. Hearing Chen Mingyu address her mother in such a way stunned him. It seemed that the relationship between the mother and daughter was indeed very icy. Was familial affection in prestigious families always so cold? Are you bringing Lingu back to Yun City? Lin Fei's tone remained calm and direct, unaware of the situation on Chen Mingyu's end. Yeah, Chen Mingyu responded casually. Do you want to listen to Mon and reconsider? He can never provide you with help in your career. Shut up. Chen Mingyu quickly interrupted her. How could this woman spout such nonsense? What if Lingu overheard? In fact, Lingu had already heard, and he felt quite uncomfortable about it. He knew he wasn't worthy of Chen Mingyu. If he had known Chen Mingyu's identity earlier, he wouldn't have agreed to this marriage. But after experiencing so much together, It wasn't so easy for him to leave Chin Mingyu now. On the other end, when Lin Fei heard Chin Mingyu's tone, she naturally felt uncomfortable, but she didn't lose her temper. The next moment, she heard Lingu whisper to Chin Mingyu, "Mingyu, how can you talk to mom like this?" In his heart, he also felt that Lin Fei was right in saying so. After all, mothers always want what's best for their daughters, and his status and position indeed didn't match up to Chin Mingyu's. "You shut up too." Chin Mingyu got angry, glancing at Lingu. What a fool, she had chosen to be with him, yet he still sided with her mother. What was he thinking? Lingu, afraid of Chin Mingyu's angry look, could only keep silent and not disturb their mother-daughter conversation. Lin Fei was a smart woman and immediately guessed the situation on the other end. She hadn't expected her daughter to even have that man by her side during their phone call. It seemed that the intimacy between them far exceeded her imagination. Could it be that they had already consummated their relationship? Thinking of this, Lin Fei felt uncomfortable, but she still wanted to confirm it herself. So she continued, "Mingyu, how about I come over tomorrow to see you both?" "What do you want to come for?" Chin Mingyu asked cautiously. Lingu couldn't help but gently pat her shoulder, his eyes indicating that she should show some respect to her mother. Regardless of what had happened between them, children should always respect their mothers, right? Chin Mingyu glanced at his eyes and understood his meaning, furrowing her brows in acknowledgement. However, Lin Fei, unaware that Chin Mingyu looked down on the man, was surprised that he was speaking up for her in front of her daughter. In response to Chin Mingyu's question, she casually found a reason. "After you got married, mom hasn't visited you. Tomorrow, I'll just fulfill my duty as a mother. Otherwise, Lingu might think I dislike him for never visiting you." Chin Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. This woman was still pretending. It was clear that she didn't like Lingu. But Lingu's reminder was correct. Lin Fei was still her mother, and no matter how distant their relationship was, it couldn't change that fact. "Fine. Then when are you coming over?" Chin Mingyu asked. "Well, how about tomorrow at 6 p.m.? You should be home from work by then," Lin Fei suggested. "Okay." Chin Mingyu hung up the phone. Regardless of Lin Fei's intentions, her willingness to come over made their marriage feel more real. Otherwise, after being married for so long without her mother visiting, it felt like a game. After Chin Mingyu hung up the phone, Lingu took the opportunity to say, "Mingyu, since your mom is coming, why don't you go and get ready first? I'll take care of the kitchen." In reality, he just felt sorry for his wife doing such rough work and found an excuse. How could Chin Mingyu not understand? She immediately gave him a cold look and asked, "What? Can I not do it well, or do you look down on me? Can't you see I've done a good job?" Lingu could only laugh wryly and joked, "Indeed, you've done a great job. We can use brand new dishes tomorrow." "You shut up." Chin Mingyu's cheeks flushed instantly, angry at his teasing. She splashed him with water and then stormed out of the kitchen. "Oops." Lingu rubbed his nose, realizing he had made his wife unhappy again. But when it came to kitchen chores, it was true that his celestial wife shouldn't have to do them. Just as Lingu finished tidying up the kitchen and stepped out, his phone rang. "Lingu, you're finally back. Don't go out alone like that again. If you have any worries, remember to talk to mom. That's right, even if the whole world betrays you, your sister will always support you from behind." Hearing these two heartwarming voices, Lingu felt a bit guilty. He had made his family worrying by going back to the Northern Territory alone. "Mom, sis, I know, I wasn't hiding. Didn't I leave a note for you?" Lingu replied, but Chen Ailin and Ling Ruoxu didn't believe him. They thought he was just being stubborn and wouldn't admit it. However, they were considerate enough to pretend to believe him, wanting to leave Lingu with some dignity. "Lingu, how are you getting along with Mingyu now?" Chen Ailin quickly shifted the conversation to her son and daughter-in-law's life, as this was like a fresh start. "Mom, I'm getting along very well with Mingyu," Lingu hurriedly answered. "Just now, we were washing dishes together." "What? How did that happen? How could you let Mingyu do these things?" Chen Ailin, though fond of her son, became unhappy when she heard this. "Lingu, you need to take good care of your wife. Mingyu has helped our family a lot, and she's busy with work. When she comes home, let her rest more." At that moment, Chin Mingyu had just finished showering and walked out. Upon hearing Chen Ailin and Lingu's conversation, she also felt touched. Compared to her biological mother, Lynn Fei, she felt that Chen Ailin was the one who genuinely cared for her. As for why she felt this way, she wasn't entirely sure. "Mom, I know. With me at home, I won't let Mingyu do any rough or dirty work anymore," Lingu quickly reassured, patting his chest. Although he agreed with his mother's words, Lingu couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Mingyu was his mother's biological daughter, while he was just picked up. Ling Ruoxu, listening nearby, didn't find anything wrong with Chen Ailin's words. She sighed. "Lingu, Mom is right. Mingyu is a treasure. You must cherish her and never quarrel with her again. If you lose her, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." "Sis, I know." Lingu nodded, his gaze falling on Chen Mingyu. The aloof and beautiful CEO was wearing a white, ethereal nightgown. Her beautiful and noble figure seemed to be soul-sucking, instantly capturing Lingu's attention. Chen Mingyu, usually cold and aloof, now looked triumphant, almost like a little girl, holding her head high as if to say, "See, your mother and sister know what's valuable." Ling Ruoxu continued. "Lingu, your wife is a million times better than the man I married. He's always nagging me to finish the household chores, and if I take a break for a moment, he acts like he's annoyed. Not only that, he even pushed Mom over the other day, as if he didn't see her as a person." She had wanted to say these words to someone for a long time, but Chen Ailin thought she had finally married off and suggested she endure a bit. Now that her brother was back, she wanted him to hear it and hope he would speak up for her. Sure enough, Lingu was furious as soon as he heard it. "Sis, what did you just say?" Uji pushed Mom over. "What's going on?" Mom was Lingu's sore spot. She had worked hard to raise them, and now that he was grown up, he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to bully her. Chen Mingyu hurried over too, as she hadn't known about this incident. She had always trusted her judgment of people. Uji was different from Lingu. He always acted obedient to Ling Ruoxu on the surface, but Chen Mingyu suspected he secretly wanted to dominate her, to make her submit to him. "Lingu, don't listen to your sister. Mom is fine." Without waiting for Ling Ruoxu to explain the situation, Chen Ailin quickly intervened, not allowing Ling Ruoxu to continue. Lingu also understood his mother's character. She always considered others' feelings, but didn't care much about her own. She must not want to ruin the relationship between him and his brother-in-law, so she chose to keep the incident hidden. As expected, Chen Ailin continued to speak on behalf of Uji, saying that he didn't mean it and asked Lingu to persuade his sister to reconcile with Uji sooner. She even suggested Lingu to go back and be a good daughter-in-law to them. Lingu certainly wouldn't agree. He had promised not to let his sister suffer. However, he also didn't want to go against his mother. He simply said that his sister should make her own decision, and they shouldn't pressure her. After Lingu hung up the phone, Chen Mingyu walked over with a pure white towel draped over her shoulders. As she wiped her damp hair, she said, "That Uji doesn't seem like a good man. You should advise your sister to leave him as soon as possible and find someone else. If needed, I can introduce someone to her." It was undeniably very kind of her. The mighty Tiagan Iceberg CEO offering to introduce someone to others. People who knew her in the business world would surely find it unbelievable. Lingu also felt that Chen Mingyu was too good to his family. However, his eyes were constantly fixed on her body. Sensing his gaze, Chen Mingyu followed his line of sight down to her neckline. She realized that her neckline had opened up, revealing a scene of pure whiteness to this man's eyes. "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge out your eyes," Chen Mingyu threatened coldly, extending two jade-like fingers towards Lingu. Lingu's face instantly turned red. He turned away and explained, "Miss Chen, I didn't mean to look. It seems like you're deliberately trying to seduce me, aren't you? Please be more careful next time, or I might not be able to control myself every time." Upon hearing this, Chen Mingyu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. What's going on? She, Chen Mingyu, the proud daughter of the Qin family, was actually accused of seducing a man. She's giving this guy a treat, so how does it become her fault? Does this fool even realize how lucky he is? If it were any other man in Yun City, just a glimpse of her neckline would leave them breathless and gasping for air. Let alone if she lifted her clothes slightly, it would be enough to make a large group of men pass out from excitement. Although she's a Noe, Chin Mingyu can't help feeling a bit smug. It's because she suddenly remembered Lin Qingxuan's diary and felt that her charm was obviously a notch higher than Lin Qingxuan's. Lin Qingxuan was already recognized as the goddess of Yun City, so if she's a step above her, what level is that? Lingu. What are you laughing at? Lingu saw Chin Mingyu first angry, then suddenly wearing a triumphant smile, couldn't help but ask. Unexpectedly, Chin Mingyu snorted again, retracted her smile, and went back into the room. Lingu was also frustrated. The iceberg woman was perfect in every way, but she was a bit too unpredictable in her moods. Even after spending so much time with her, he still couldn't figure out her temper. He thought the iceberg woman had gone back to her room to sleep. But in a blink of an eye, she came out again, with a document between her jade-like fingers. Lingu recognized the document. Wasn't it the divorce agreement he had signed before? Seeing this kind of thing, Lingu couldn't help but feel nervous again. Smiling and asking, "Miss Chin, did you go to such lengths to bring me back just to understand this divorce agreement? If you still call me Miss Chin and keep that distance, I wouldn't mind signing another one of these agreements." Chin Mingyu wanted to see who between her and this fool was less inclined to divorce. Fortunately, although Lingu hadn't completely figured out her temper, he understood her competitive nature very well. Hearing her say that, he immediately compromised. "Mingyu, if you don't like me calling you Miss Chin, then I won't. There's no need to threaten me like this, right?" Chin Mingyu suddenly turned her anger into a smile again. "So you're afraid of my threats? It seems like you like me a little more." Seeing her childish expression, Lingu couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You even compare this kind of thing. Of course, it's been said that if a woman marries a man she doesn't deeply love, it's a very disadvantageous thing," Chin Mingyu said seriously. She was also worried that Lingu would be petty and upset to hear this, but Lingu didn't seem to mind. Instead, he suddenly said seriously, "Then it seems I'll have to love you more in the future, otherwise you'll be at a disadvantage." With just a simple statement, the atmosphere changed, and it directly pierced Chin Mingyu's heart, leaving her staring blankly at Lingu. Lingu was just speaking the truth. This time coming back, he truly felt the emotions Chin Mingyu had for him, which was something he hadn't expected before. Of course, he also felt how much he liked this woman. It was no longer just the initial feeling of love at first sight. As they locked eyes, the air around them seemed to ignite suddenly. As if possessed, Lingu took a step forward, gently using the back of his hand to stroke Chin Mingyu's cheek. The sensation of her smooth and soft skin further ignited the flames in his heart. In that moment, even a wooden person would know that this feeling was love. Human instinct made his body incredibly hot, and his courage was 100 times greater than usual. The next moment, he gently cupped Chin Mingyu's face, lowered his head slightly, and his lips covered Chin Mingyu's tender cherry lips. At the same instant, Chin Mingyu's body trembled violently. She was kissed by this man again. What's infuriating was that this time, the feeling was different from before, causing a psychological resistance. Yet her body was enjoying it, as if she was about to melt completely. The next moment, Chin Mingyu slowly closed her eyes, preparing to let this man take what he wanted. However, Lingu seemed to suddenly sober up, his face flushing red as he took 2 steps back, apologizing repeatedly. "Mingyu, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Seeing the expression on this fool's face, Chin Mingyu's eyes widened instantly. Was this man a pig? She didn't even resist, and he stopped to apologize. Unable to bear this man's constant apologies, Chin Mingyu slapped him across the face directly, saying coldly, "If you dare to do this again next time, you're dead." After saying that, she turned around with a fiery face, walked back into the room, and closed the door. Leaning against it, she touched her proud chest, feeling her heart pounding as if it wanted to jump out. Lingu covered his face, feeling extremely regretful. When did he become this kind of person? He actually took the initiative to act like a rogue. Sigh, it's not his fault for having poor self-control. It's all because the iceberg lady's charm is too strong. He really can't do this again next time, lest his wife gets angry and ignores his big rogue. The next morning, Lingu woke up early and found that Chin Mingyu had already finished grooming. Previously unaware, Lingu couldn't help but exclaim now, Aren't you the young miss of the Chin family? The female CEO of the company? How come you're going to work earlier than the employees? Chin Mingyu casually retorted with a smirk, you're not late either. Is there a rule that the company boss can't arrive earlier than the employees? However, Lingu earnestly nodded. Yeah, I hope you can go to work a bit later. Why'd? Because I worrying about you. Other bosses have such an easy and carefree time. Why do you have to work so hard? Lingyu's foolish and puzzled expression once again pierced Chin Mingyu's heart like an arrow. Heh, I didn't expect that. Chin Mingyu paused for a moment before smiling. Are you naturally good at teasing your wife? Or did you go for a crash course on how to charm goddesses in the past half-month? Lingu remained serious. Don't misunderstand. I'm not teasing you. I'm just speaking the truth. If he were naturally good at teasing girls, why would he need to go on 18 blind dates? Chin Mingyu rolled her eyes at him, enjoying his earnestness in saying cheesy things while he seemed oblivious to it. HMPH, I love going to work early, and you can't do anything about it. I still need you to drive me to work early every day. What can you do about it? Chin Mingyu stood with her hands on her hips, adopting an unreasonable attitude. What could Lingu do? Faced with his unreasonable wife, he could only submit obediently while standing his ground with reason. So, before 7 in the morning, the diligent couple entered the underground parking lot. The parking lot in winter was chilly, with not a soul in sight. Chin Mingyu blew on her hands, dropping hints to this blockhead, but Lingu just didn't understand to hold her hand. His gaze wandered around, which infuriated her. Did she have to, as the dignified female CEO of Chiagang Group, take the initiative to hold a man's hand? Did he think she had abandoned her goddess dignity? Ridiculous. Even more unexpectedly, Lingu didn't open the car door like a gentleman to invite her in. Instead, he suddenly dashed off without warning. What a fool! Chin Mingyu was about to curse, but then she saw Lingu suddenly grab a man hiding in the corner and throw him to the ground in the next moment. Chin Mingyu was somewhat at a loss as to how to evaluate Lingu. On one hand, he seemed clueless and absent-minded, but on the other hand, his powers of observation were even sharper than hers, as he had noticed the stalker when even she hadn't. But how could she consider him sharp when he repeatedly failed to notice her obvious hints? Lingu, on the other hand, couldn't understand what was going through his wife's mind. He found a phone on the man and, as he opened it, he said, "Are you crazy? It's freezing cold in the middle of winter, and you're out here hiding in the parking lot to take pictures of women. Have you lost your mind?" Chin Mingyu also stared at the man on the ground, her eyebrows furrowing gradually because he looked somewhat familiar. I can't believe this. Even though my wife is beautiful, she's dressed so modestly, with no exposed arms or legs. What exactly were you hoping to capture? Apologized to my wife. After opening the man's phone, Lingu indeed discovered that he had been taking pictures of his wife, and he was angry, forcing the man to apologize to Chin Mingyu. At the same time, he really couldn't understand why there were men like this. What fantasies could he possibly derive from taking such photos? Mr. Ling, you've got it all wrong. I'm not a pervert. Things aren't what you think. The man, pinned to the ground by Lingu, hurriedly explained. Not a pervert. Are you trying to tell me you were taking pictures of me? Lingu said earnestly, leaving Chin Mingyu speechless once again. The man kneeling on the ground was also speechless as he stared at Lingu, wondering what kind of logic this man was following. Was it Lynn Fei, or was it my grandfather who sent you? Fortunately, Chin Mingyu was quick-witted and immediately guessed where the man had come from. Lingu finally realized his mistake. Speak up, otherwise, you won't get off lightly. Chin Mingyu demanded coldly. The man hurriedly explained to Chin Mingyu. Miss, it's your grandfather who sent me. He wanted me to observe and confirm whether you and Mr. Ling had consummated your marriage last night. He couldn't contain his emotions. This was a bit embarrassing. Even Lingu couldn't help but look at Chin Mingyu. It seemed that his grandfather's desire to have a great-grandchild was stronger than they had imagined. Chin Mingyu was even more speechless, scolding coldly. Go back and tell grandfather that if he dares to do this again, I will divorce Lingu without hesitation. Lingu, what does this have to do with me? I'm innocent. The man nodded, but still stared intently at Chin Mingyu as she got into the car. even trying to judge from her walking posture whether she was still a virgin. But no matter how he looked, Qin Mingyu's gait seemed perfectly normal, completely unlike someone who would be in pain. In the Qin family estate, Qin Chang'an woke up in the morning, and Bai Lao handed him his mouthwash tea, whispering, "Master, Miss should still be a virgin. Her walk is normal." It seems that Lingu didn't take advantage of the opportunity last night. Qin Chang'an sighed deeply. Is that Bo even a man? If not, I'll have to find someone else to replace him. It's been over 2 months. Why is it so difficult to handle a woman? Bai Lao hurriedly smiled. Miss is not an ordinary woman. Master, you should be patient a little longer. Patience can be a killer too. I don't know how much longer I can hold out with these old bones. Qin Chang'an grew increasingly anxious. I know Mingyu is not an ordinary woman, but do you think Lingu is just an ordinary man? Bai Lao was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded, that Bo is indeed extraordinary. I sent a professional to investigate Miss, but he was easily caught by Lingu. Lingu's skills, I believe, are comparable to a martial arts grandmother. Qin Chang'an chuckled heartily. That's why I insisted on Mingyu marrying him. With him protecting Mingyu in the future, I can finally rest assured. I see, Bai Lao nodded, indicating his understanding. Lingu, that kid's background is so mysterious that even I couldn't dig up much. All I know is that he served in the army for 8 years before retiring. If there are no surprises, he must be from the Northern Wolves. Having served Qin Chang'an for over 30 years, Bai Lao enjoyed his absolute trust, so they share everything. Qin Chang'an was knowledgeable and had a good understanding of the martial world, allowing him to make precise deductions based on the information at hand. Bai Lao couldn't help but gasp, no wonder that kid is so exceptional. If that's the case, he truly deserves to marry Miss. With him joining the Qin family, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Qin Chang'an nodded, his mature and steady demeanor indicating his agreement. He instructed Bai Lao, since the kid and Mingyu's relationship has entered a stable phase, it's time to bring him into the Qin family to assist Mingyu. Bai Lao nodded in understanding. The Qin family's business was vast, and despite Mrs. exceptional abilities, they still needed the strength of a man to sustain it. Meanwhile, after dropping Qin Mingyu off at work, Lingu returned to the hospital and bumped into Chen Dong. Chen Dong looked incredulous as he approached, coldly asking, Lingu, why are you still here at our hospital? Lingu furrowed his brow slightly, wondering if he had been fired for not returning to the hospital for over half a month. Lingu, how come you're back? At that moment, Lin also appeared, walking up to Lingu with a complex expression. He exclaimed excitedly, they said you left Cloud City and would never come back. But I didn't believe it. How could you, someone who doesn't know how to evade problems, be that kind of coward? Lingu was taken aback, who spread rumors about him during his absence. He had never said he wouldn't come back in this lifetime. Now that you're back, Lingu, go quickly to see Vice Dean Lin and get your job back, Lin reminded him meagerly. Lingu nodded and prepared to head to the Vice Dean's office. However, Chen Dong sneered. Lingu, I think you're wasting your time. Renai Hospital can no longer accommodate you. Even if you go to Vice Dean Lin, it'll just be a humiliation. What do you mean? Lingu frowned at Chen Dong, curious about his intentions. The animosity between him and Chen Dong had started with Zhang Milin. Later, when Lingu's mother was hospitalized, Chen Dong deliberately caused trouble for them. Chen Dong feared Lingu's potential grudges and potential retaliation, so now that Lingu had been fired, he was naturally gloating, thinking he wouldn't need to watch out for Lingu anymore. Ha, are you still asking? Don't tell me our hospital doesn't have rules and regulations. Being absent for half a month and getting fired is reasonable and just. If I were you, I wouldn't have the audacity to come back, Chen Dong sneered before walking away. Lingu was puzzled. He remembered asking Lin to help him with his leave of absence before leaving Cloud City. How did it turn into an authorized absence? Seeing Lingu's confusion, Lin quickly explained, I applied for leave on your behalf. But Vice Dean Lin said that long-term leave must be applied for in person, otherwise it's invalid. Lingu believed Lin and he couldn't imagine Vice Dean Lin being so heartless. If they were really going to fire him, after all, Vice Dean Lin had been quite good to him before. But when he arrived at the Vice Dean's office, he was met with a completely unexpected response. Vice Dean Lynn, who had always been kind and fair, now said, "Lingu, according to the hospital's rules and regulations, you have been fired. Please find another job." Vice Dean, isn't this a bit too heartless? Lingu has his reasons. Lin Fan was about to plead on Lingu's behalf, but Lingu stopped him. Seeing the Vice Dean's expression, Lingu understood everything. This hospital was no longer a place for him. Chen Dong, standing at the door, smirked at Lingu's misfortune. Just as Lingu and Lin Fan were about to leave the Vice Dean's office, the Vice Dean called out to him again. Thinking there might be a chance for a turn of events, Lin Fan snorted disdainfully at Chen Dong. Unexpectedly, Vice Dean Lin spoke coldly. "Lingu, give up being a doctor. Even if you apply to other hospitals in Cloud City, no hospital will accept you." "Why?" Lingu couldn't help but get excited. He accepted being fired from Renai Hospital, but why would the entire medical community in Cloud City refuse to hire him? "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Vice Dean Lin's gaze was not only disdainful, but also angry. Hospitals won't hire doctors without integrity. Men who use women as shields are simply not worthy of being called men. Even Lin Fan was shocked to hear this. Was Vice Dean Lin talking about Lingu? Lingu's expression was even more surprised than Lin Fan's. Who started this rumor? He finally understood the real reason for his dismissal. It was because of the influence of the Lin family, and Vice Dean Lin's last name was also Lin. "Vice Dean Lin, have you thoroughly investigated this matter? Don't speak without evidence and wrong an innocent person." Lin Fan couldn't help but defend Lingu. Vice Dean Lin's emotions were also running high. He sternly said, "General Lin confirmed this matter. Can he be wrong? It just goes to show that we've all been deceived. People may seem upright in normal circumstances, but their true nature and character are revealed in critical moments." Vice Dean Lin. Lin Fan, stop. Lingu stopped Lin Fan, who wanted to speak up for him, and sigh. The innocent will always be innocent. He knew that those who believed in him wouldn't believe he could do such a thing, and those who didn't believe in him wouldn't be swayed by any explanation. After all, with a figure like General Lin confirming it, who would listen to the explanation of a nobody like him? Humph. Scum, a man like you is destined to be unemployed for the rest of his life. You deserve it. As Lingu and Lin Fan exited the Vice Dean's office, Chen Dong cast a contemptuous glare at Lingu, deliberately setting a negative tone and encouraging the hospital nurses to join in the disdain. In short, it was a case of everyone adding insult to injury. Lingu couldn't understand why Chen Dong harbored such hatred towards him. If there was any hatred to be had, it should be directed towards Chen Dong, right? After all, it was Chen Dong who stole Zhang Milin away, and last time, he even played tricks on Lingu and his mother in the hospital ward. Little did Lingu know, Chen Dong had always envied Lingu's good fortune, especially knowing that Miss Lin, from the prestigious Lin family, had secretly admired Lingu. Now that Miss Lin was gone and Lingu was being targeted by the Lin family for revenge, Chen Dong was reveling in it more than anyone else. "Shut up." Just as Lingu was about to retaliate against Chen Dong, someone unexpectedly intervened on his behalf. Director Guan. Everyone fell silent as they saw the highly respected Director Guan arrive. Chen Dong was particularly surprised to see Director Guan. Did he know that the Lin family was trying to suppress Lingu? Why was this old director protecting Lingu? Did this hospital have shares owned by the Lin family? Ignoring Chen Dong, Director Guan walked straight up to Lingu. "Lingu, it's a pity. Renai Hospital actually needs talents like you." Director Guan's affirmation of Lingu caused those who had been looking down on him to blush with embarrassment. Chen Dong gritted his teeth, as Director Guan had never publicly praised him like this before. "Thank you for your affirmation, Director Guan." Lingu smiled and responded. Director Guan sighed. "However, our hospital has rules and regulations, and unfortunately, we cannot retain you. If you're considering working at other hospitals in Cloud City, perhaps I can write you a letter of recommendation." Director Guan had full confidence in Lingu's medical skills, especially in acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine, where Lingu's expertise even surpassed his own. He also believed in Lingu's character. He would never use a woman as a shield. Therefore, he wouldn't just follow the crowd in condemning Lingu. However, General Lynn's influence in Cloud City was immense, and many of the hospital's executives and shareholders had connections to the Lynn family. They had decided to dismiss Lingu, and Director Guan was powerless to do anything about it. This Chen Dong and those who had been looking down on Lingu were suddenly at a loss for words, their expressions extremely ugly. Lin Fan responded to Chen Dong with a mocking smile, as if to say, "See, Lingu will never be able to find a job." "Thank you, Director Guan, but it's unnecessary." Lingu politely declined Director Guan's offer and thanked him before turning to leave the scene. In reality, after experiencing another reaction to Qin Mingyu's body last night, he felt that he was not suitable to continue working as a gynecologist. He couldn't be as open-minded as before, and he was afraid that seeing too many women's bodies would make him lose interest in them completely. He still wanted to maintain his natural interest in the iceberg lady. Only then could he truly experience what it meant to be a man. In no time, Lingu completed the formalities, packed up his belongings at the hospital, and prepared to leave for good. Lingfen and several doctors from the gynecology department reluctantly bid farewell to him at the door. Whether intentionally or not, Chen Don happened to be with a few friends at the entrance when Lingu was leaving. Upon seeing Lingu about to leave, he took the opportunity to taunt him, saying, "No more free meals for you in the future. Good luck." Not just free meals, I'd bet he won't even be able to find a job. He might not even have food to eat. After mocking Lingu coldly with his friends, Chen Don turned and walked back into the hospital. Little did they know that as they turned to leave, several luxury cars pulled up directly in front of Lingu. What's going on? Chen Dong and his companions were instantly stunned, halting their steps. Lin Fen and his group, on the other hand, were filled with anticipation. Even Lingu couldn't help but furrow his brow, clearly not expecting anyone to come looking for him at the hospital. The several luxury cars were not randomly arranged. Instead, they appeared coordinated in both color and model, indicating a professional convoy. The front car and rear car served as escorts, while the Rolls-Royce in the middle was the principal's vehicle. A group of bodyguards quickly disembarked from the escort vehicles. "Stay within 3 meters of the convoy. No strangers allowed." The imposing scene left everyone at the hospital entrance dumbfounded. Renai Hospital was one of Cloud City's top-tier hospitals, frequented by wealthy individuals for medical treatment. However, the grandeur and spectacle witnessed today were unprecedented for Lin Fan, Chen Dong, and others. Of course, Lingu was equally surprised, and he had a strong premonition that this convoy was here for him. As expected, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler stepped out of the front car and walked directly towards him, asking, "Are you Lingu?" Lingu nodded. Seeing this, Chen Dong and the others were flustered. Lin Fen taunted Chen Dong, who just said that my brother won't have food to eat. With such talent, he can live a luxurious life anywhere he goes. You see, he just resigned, and a luxury convoy is already here to pick him up. Maybe they want him to inherit the family business. Ha ha. Chen Dong gritted his teeth, unable to retort, and just stared at Lingu, wondering who this big shot was to send such a grand convoy to pick him up. The others who were with Chen Dong felt like they were about to be slapped in the face. Having a good relationship with Chen Dong and feeling envious of Lingu's previous favor from Director Guan, they naturally felt bitter seeing such a high-level figure come personally to find Lingu. "You, come with me. The lord of the house has something to say to you," the butler ordered coldly, stunning everyone present. It seemed that they weren't here to take care of Lingu after all. In the next moment, before Lingu could even reach the Rolls-Royce, the butler commanded coldly, "Stop. Just stand there and listen carefully." The group of bodyguards also fixed their gaze on Lingu, with some even pulling out their guns. The atmosphere at the scene flipped once again. Many people were startled and instinctively stepped back. Who were these people, and why did they have guns? Reality wasn't like novels. Many present had likely never seen such heavily armed bodyguards before. The fact that the bodyguards could legally carry firearms spoke volumes about the identity of the person inside the Rolls-Royce. In the next moment, even the onlookers were dispersed. Chen Dong couldn't resist turning the tables on Lin Fan, talking about inheriting the family business. "Whether you can see the sun tomorrow is still up in the air." Ha ha. Lin Fen didn't even have the inclination to retort. Unfortunately, he couldn't help Lingu, and even the hospital security guards came to help disperse them. It was evident that the owner of the vehicle had considerable control over Renai Hospital. Lingu had already guessed who was inside the Rolls-Royce. The style of this convoy undoubtedly belonged to the Lin family. Lingu, how dare you come back to Cloud City? After the crowd dispersed, a majestic voice came from inside the car. With the imposing bodyguards surrounding them, the owner seemed godlike. If it were anyone else in Lingu's shoes, they might have instantly felt weak in the knees. However, Lingu responded calmly, "Cloud City is my home. I must come back." The man inside the car chuckled coldly. "You're the reason my daughter will never wake up again. Since you dare to come back, are you ready to pay for her life?" Lingu felt unjustly accused. "If sacrificing my life could bring King Xuan back, I would. But I'm not the one who killed her." "Mr. Lin, if you want someone to pay, you're looking in the wrong place." A cold sneer came from inside the car, perhaps inaudible to others, but Lingu heard it loud and clear. "It seems my daughter really fell for a scumbag like you, afraid of death. What kind of man are you?" This voice truly angered Lingu. Regardless of the occupant's status, he retorted provocatively, "If Mr. Ling were a real man, he would go after the real murderer of King Xuan. Instead of coming after me, you're quite sharp-tongued." The owner inside the car didn't accept Lingu's reasoning. Suddenly, he shouted, "I'm asking you. My daughter took a bullet for you, and she liked you so much. Are you willing to die with her?" Lingu's body trembled, momentarily unsure how to respond. If it were a life-or-death situation right now, he would willingly take a bullet for Lin Qingshuan. But to die now, would that bring Lin Qingshuan back? He wasn't afraid of death, but he feared dying meaninglessly, leaving those who cared about him heartbroken. "Give him a gun," the owner inside the car ordered coldly. In the next moment, the butler handed a gun to Lingu, apparently expecting him to end his own life. This was madness. Lingu stared at the gun with a blank expression. Why would something so absurd happen? Why would someone be so unreasonably cruel? Lin Qingshuan exchanged her life for his, yet her father wanted him to die in such a meaningless way. Beep, beep. At this tense moment, the sound of a horn echoed again at the hospital entrance. Today, the hospital was quite lively, as another black Mercedes-Benz S400 arrived. General Lin frowned as he glanced at it through the rearview mirror. Sitting beside him, Liu Rashui smiled and said, "General, it seems the Qin family is very protective of their son-in-law." General Lin didn't respond. From the Mercedes-Benz, Bai Lo stepped out and walked briskly to the Rolls-Royce, hands clasped behind his back and squinting slightly as he spoke. "General Lin, even for you, it would be difficult to resolve such a disturbance in the hospital, wouldn't it? You might face demotion. Officials are afraid of demotion, and General Lin is no exception. Bai Lo knows his weakness well. General Lin disperses the crowd to relieve his own pressure. But he didn't expect the Qin family to send Bai Lo here, which ruins his plan for the day. Before leaving, he couldn't resist making Lingu's situation worse, coldly saying, "Lingu, you don't deserve to live in Yun City. Sooner or later, you will despair." Lingu sighed helplessly. He knew how influential the Lin family was, but he never imagined he would end up on the opposite side of them. The current situation, especially considering his past relationship with Lin Qingshuan, only added to his pain. He couldn't understand why he was being made to bear the burden for Lin Qingshuan's death when the real culprit was someone else. Is this the power of authority? After the Lin family's convoy left, Lingu disappeared as well. Chen Dong, Lin Fan, and the others had no idea what happened afterward. Especially for Chen Dong. Lingu leaving the hospital today, and he wouldn't come back. So Chen Dong was in a very cheerful mood, telling his colleagues about the incident as if it lacked a soul. Suddenly, he thought of John Milan. "I can't believe it, Chen Dong. Is Lingu really in such a dire situation?" Zhang Milan was extremely shocked when she received Chen Dong's message. Back then, she had even considered pursuing Lingu and, following her cousin's misguided advice, publicly confessed her feelings for him on social media. Now, looking back, she felt foolish. So when she heard that Lingu was down on his luck and even being targeted by the girl's relatives, she couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. As the saying goes, The higher you climb, the harder you fall. She really wanted to see how miserable this blind date of hers had become. To satisfy her twisted psychological dies, haha, of course it's true. Lingu has been fired by the hospital, and now he's unemployed. Serves him right. Chen Dong excitedly sent a voice message to Zhang Milan. Zhang Milan was also gloating. She had seen how Lingu went from being a freeloader to a project manager in no time, even driving a Maserati. And now, what about now? Men who freeload are doomed to failure. The two of them chatted for a long time. If it weren't for Zhang Milan having found a new love interest, perhaps their old feelings would have reignited. Meanwhile, in the Rolls-Royce, General Lynn's face was as cold as water. As a senior military officer, he exuded a terrifying aura that ordinary people dared not confront, like a dark cloud. Only women like Liu Rushui could handle such men. She smiled tenderly, gently holding General Lynn's strong arm, her fragrant body dissipating the anger emanating from him. Of course, women like Liu Rushui knew how to find a balance. She wouldn't exert too much force, and her physical contact with men was always subtle, teasing but stopping short. Summed up in 4 words, charming yet elegant. She understood men's nature well. They couldn't be fully satisfied, but their interest needed to be piqued. Only by finding this balance could a man remain devoted to you. Otherwise, a woman would just be a passing fancy for them. Once they grew tired of your body, even if you were the most stunning beauty, you wouldn't be able to capture their hearts. General, it seems that Lingu really has extraordinary charm. Not only was our daughter captivated by him, but even the Qin family is protecting him. Liu Rushui's words were like adding fuel to the fire, causing the silent General Lin to suddenly erupt in anger, his short hair fluttering. Humph, that bastard caused King Xuan's death. Even the Qin family can't protect him. I'm telling you. General Lin was full of dominance as he clenched his fist and said, if the Qin family wants to oppose me because of that man, they won't have it easy. The wealthiest family in Yun City is about to change hands. Liu Rushui looked at the man with admiration, her hands clasped together in excitement. General, your dominance is showing. If the Qin family falls from the top spot in Yun City, who do you think will be the next wealthiest family, the Lins or the Lias? One surnamed Lin, the other surnamed Liu. Upon hearing this, regardless of who would become the next wealthiest, as long as it wasn't the Qin family, it would be beneficial for them. However, General Lin did not respond to her question, becoming silent once again, his gaze sharp and imposing. After decades of development, the Qin family's network in Yun City was deeply rooted and unshakable, akin to an ancient tree. Even he, General Lin, would find it difficult to challenge them. But General Lin was not one to be trifled with. If the Qin family really wanted to oppose the Lin family over a commoner, whether out of pride or family interests, he would not hesitate to confront them. Was the century-old prestigious family of Yun City really going to wage war over a grassroots man? This was something General Lin had never considered before, but now it was something he needed to seriously think about. On the other side, Lingu boarded White Elder's car, unaware of the destination. After marrying Qin Mingyu, he had almost forgotten about his 18th blind date, so he had no idea that Zhang Milan was still paying attention to him. His mind was filled with thoughts of why the Lin family had become his enemy. He really didn't want to be at odds with the Lin family because he still owed Lin Qingshuan a life. Lingu, White Elder's sudden call snapped him back to reality. What's the matter? Lingu still didn't know White Elder's exact identity, only that he was from the Qin family. Now that he knew Qin Mingyu's true identity, it wasn't surprising for anyone from the Qin family to come looking for him. Don't worry too much about the Lin family's affairs. As long as you and Miss Qin are well, no one will dare to harm you. Moreover, the Qin family will arrange a good job for you. White Elder originally wanted to reassure Lingu's anxious emotions. After all, offending the Lin family in Yun City was not something many people dared to do. Unexpectedly, Lingu was genuinely taken aback and responded firmly, "Sir, I'm afraid you've misunderstood something." White Elder was slightly taken aback. Lingu said seriously, "Being with Mingyu is not because the Qin family is a prominent family in Yun City. I never thought about relying on Mingyu and the Qin family for my livelihood. I genuinely like Mingyu, that's why I want to be with her. Nothing more." White Elder was completely stunned. He realized that his words just now had been somewhat insulting to this man. Like many others, he had made the habitual mistake of thinking that Lingu was climbing up by being with Qin Mingyu, essentially living off her. Now that Lingu had responded so seriously, he apologized with a smile. "Mr. Ling, I'm truly sorry." Lingu didn't expect this old man to apologize to him either. He courteously acknowledged it before stepping out of the car, as it had returned to Yunshan Poetry Residence. "Lingu, you don't need to pick up Miss Qin today. Someone will take her home," White Elder informed Lingu again. Lingu looked back, feeling a bit displeased. He really didn't like the interference of so many people in his relationship with Qin Mingyu, hindering their normal communication. "Sir, I will contact Mingyu myself. How to proceed should be something we discuss between the two of us. What do you think?" Lingu's response once again left White Elder momentarily stunned, but he soon smiled and nodded. "I understand." As the car left the residential area, White Elder muttered to himself, "I think I understand why the old master likes this young man, and why Miss Qin has taken a liking to him too. Because in this man, he saw authenticity. The most beautiful thing in the world is authenticity. Perhaps, being with Miss Qin, he truly wasn't after her money or family status." Lingu quickly contacted Qin Mingyu, who still insisted on him coming to pick her up. After getting the car, Lingu headed to the Chia Gang Group headquarters, only to find Qin Mingyu waiting for him, the usual spot. This feeling made Lingu very comfortable. Suddenly, he pushed aside all the troubles caused by the Lin family and briefly filled his heart with happiness. "Lingu, hurry up and buy groceries. My mom is coming over for dinner tonight." Qin Mingyu directly walked to the passenger seat and instructed Lingu, seeming a bit rushed. "Okay." Lingu immediately drove to the market, while Qin Mingyu continued to work on her laptop in the passenger seat. "Mingyu, wait for me in the car. I'll go buy groceries." After arriving at the market, Lingu stopped the car, intending to go buy groceries alone. Qin Mingyu raised her head and glanced at the bustling market, calling out to Lingu, "Wait, let's go buy groceries together." Lingu was stunned for a moment, then couldn't believe it. The iceberg lady actually wanted to go into the market with him. "You can't do that. How can you enter a place like this?" After realizing, Lingu quickly refused. Qin Mingyu couldn't help but chuckle at his nervous demeanor. "What's wrong? Do I have a contagious disease or something? Why can you guys go to the market to buy groceries, but I can't?" Lingu laughed and humorously explained, "You should ask your employees this question when you go back. See what kind of expression they have when they find out you went to the market to buy groceries." Lingu's remark reminded Qin Mingyu of Xia Shaodi and Qing Ruhan. If those two women found out she went to the market to buy groceries, their expressions would definitely be more exaggerated than Lingu's. However, Qin Mingyu still insisted on getting out of the car, coldly stating, "After work, I'm not the female CEO anymore. I'm just an ordinary wife, huh? This." Upon hearing these words, Lingu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The iceberg lady suddenly saying such things was truly deadly. But even though Qin Mingyu said so, as the dignified CEO of Chia Gang Group, she couldn't possibly act like an ordinary housewife when buying groceries. Naturally, all the heavy lifting, such as picking out and bargaining for vegetables, fell on Lingu, the family cook. As Qin Mingyu walked, it was as if she was the eye of a storm, with a large crowd automatically following behind her. Those husbands who accompanied their wives to the market to buy groceries, as well as the male stall owners, couldn't help but involuntarily turn their heads to look at this stunning beauty, only to get their ears twisted or their bottoms kicked by their wives. In short, Qin Mingyu's trip to the market was like a celebrity entering a fan zone, causing a great sensation. "Miss, are you a celebrity?" "Yeah." "How can a woman like you come to buy groceries? Just one thing from your outfit could probably buy us a whole stall." "Miss, why do you only have one servant with you?" Many people around approached Qin Mingyu to strike up a conversation. Upon hearing others referring to Lingu as her servant, Qin Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. But the next moment, she quickly resumed her cold demeanor. Laughing in public would ruin the image she had maintained for so many years. "Mingyu, we've really bought enough. I can't carry any more." Upon hearing Lingu's reminder, Qin Mingyu turned around and found this fool struggling with the live seafood he was carrying, looking disheveled. But only this fool's physique and strength could handle carrying hundreds of pounds of food. Other men probably wouldn't be able to satisfy Qin Mingyu's shopping desires. Then let's go back. It could be considered a satisfying shopping trip. As Qin Mingyu left, the market gradually returned to normal. Whether they were men or small stall owners, everyone hoped that this beauty would come back tomorrow. She was too eye-catching and generous. Who wouldn't like such a woman? Back home, Lingu quickly put the groceries in a refrigerator, almost bursting it with the amount of food they bought. With just one trip to the market with the iceberg lady, they had enough food to last for half a month. Mingyu, what are you doing? Lingu suddenly turned around and found Qin Mingyu busy in the kitchen, apparently washing rice and preparing to cook. Heaven, did the iceberg lady catch a fever today? After being married for so long, Lingu had no idea she had this cooking skill. However, Qin Mingyu calmly stared at him, coldly snorting, "I'll cook dinner tonight. Don't make a fuss about it. Don't make a fuss." Lingu was stunned. If the people from the company and the Qin family saw this scene, who wouldn't be surprised? "Mingyu, I'm not sick or injured today. Let me cook instead. You're so busy with work. Go back to your tasks." Lingu tried to drive Qin Mingyu out of the kitchen, but he couldn't help shivering when he saw her cold gaze shooting at him like arrows. "You, out." Qin Mingyu used her CEO tone, pointing her jade finger towards the door. Seeing that she was serious, Lingu could only go along with her. But Qin Mingyu didn't think she was just playing around. There was no reason why other men could enjoy a loving meal prepared by their wives while Lingu, her man, didn't have that right. It wouldn't be fair to him. She couldn't guarantee cooking for him every day, but whenever she had the time, she would fulfill her duty as a wife. After Lingu left the living room, he started tidying up and rearranging the decorations. He had noticed before that many things in the living room were not arranged properly, but in the past, he felt somewhat distant from Qin Mingyu, so he didn't take the initiative to change the layout of the house. But now, with nothing else to do and Qin Mingyu clearly not treating him as an outsider, he felt comfortable treating this place as his home. He had always felt that the west balcony was too empty. It could use a small rockery fountain, surrounded by flowers, and a couple of rattan swing chairs. When spring came, they could sit there and swing on the swing, chatting romantically. How romantic! Stop. Lingu quickly interrupted his own thoughts. Was he going crazy today? How could he have such dangerous thoughts, imagining the iceberg lady sitting romantically with him on a swing? He quickly remembered that his mother-in-law was coming over today. If she came to the house and saw her precious daughter busy in the kitchen while he was lounging around here, what would she think? No mother would want her daughter to marry a man who turned her into a housewife, especially when it was the Qin family's daughter. With this in mind, Lingu realized he needed to quickly convince Qin Mingyu to leave the kitchen and let him take over. Unfortunately, he realized this a bit too late, as someone was already knocking on the door outside. "Lingu, go open the door." Qin Mingyu's commanding voice also came from the kitchen, indicating that she hadn't changed her mind because of her mother's arrival. Why was it that when her mother married her father, she could cook for him, but when she, Qin Mingyu, married Lingu, she couldn't cook for him? It wasn't fair. Lingu knew there was no time left and didn't want to deceive anyone, so he reluctantly went to open the door. To his surprise, there were two women outside. Both were stunning beauties, the only difference being that one was younger than the other. "Mom, and this one." Lingu called out to Lynn Fei, but he didn't recognize the young beauty beside her. Instead, the young woman gracefully and politely greeted, "Brother-in-law." "Oh, so you're the younger sister. Please come in." Lingu smiled and invited the two women in, while also noticing that although they were both beautiful, they didn't resemble his wife, Qin Mingyu, and there was a distinct difference in their demeanor. Qin Yuxuan also discreetly sized up her brother-in-law, and when he caught her, she wasn't embarrassed but smiled generously. Lin Fei's attitude wasn't as gentle, her expression somewhat cold, but not to the point of being intimidating. "Lin Fei, you're here?" Qin Mingyu emerged from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion, and upon seeing the two visitors, she furrowed her brows slightly. "Qin Yuxuan, why are you here too?" Lingu looked surprised. Was this Qin Mingyu's family style? It seemed like she didn't really care about her mother and sister, treating them almost like strangers. when Lin Fei and Qin Yuxuan saw Chen Mingyu coming out of the kitchen. Even though she wasn't holding a spatula and was wearing an apron, they could tell she had been cooking. Without a doubt, both of them were stunned in place. What was going on? Their Qin family princess was actually cooking and serving a man in the kitchen. This wasn't believable. Mingyu, what's going on? Usually, you're the one cooking at home? Lin Fei asked, clearly agitated. Her gaze then fixed firmly on Lingu. Qin Yuxuan also appeared shocked, looking at her brother-in-law with disbelief. Was this man really so charming? Even her usually dominant older sister was so attentive to him. Qin Mingyu was about to explain to Lingu, but she didn't expect him to have higher emotional intelligence than she had imagined. Lingu smiled and said, Mom, you've misunderstood. Usually, I'm the one cooking at home. It's just that tonight, Mingyu insisted that her cooking skills are better than mine and wanted to cook a meal to show me, so I had to yield. That's why she's taken over the kitchen. Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. I see. My daughter is indeed talented. Although she doesn't usually cook much, her culinary skills are indeed impressive. Qin Mingyu was stunned for a moment, unable to resist secretly giving Lingu a thumbs up. Giving Lingu a thumbs up was because he had a strong survival instinct. Despite his usual dorky appearance, he was quite good at talking to his mother-in-law. Giving Lin Fei a thumbs up was because, when this woman started making up stories, she even managed to fool herself. When had she ever cooked for them at home? How did Lin Fei know that her culinary skills were good? Then we're all in for a treat tonight. Lingu smiled along with Lin Fei's words. Mom and little sister, please take your seats. I'll serve you dinner. Lin Fei nodded gracefully and took her seat. Although she didn't like Lingu being with her daughter, she didn't show it at all. However, Qin Yuxuan followed Lingu closely, wanting to help him serve the dishes. Sister, I can handle it. Please, have a seat. Lingu hurriedly stopped her. But Qin Yuxuan smiled brightly and said very down to earth, Brother-in-law, I'm Yuxuan, it's okay. I often do household chores at home. Oh? Lingu was slightly taken aback, unable to imagine the scene of a wealthy young lady doing household chores at home. Did the Qin family's servants just eat and do nothing? Sister, the dishes you made are indeed delicious and well presented. Qin Yuxuan praised Qin Mingyu's cooking skillfully as she served the dishes. Qin Mingyu's attitude, however, remained exceptionally cold, far from how she treated her younger sister, Qin Ruhan. But she didn't lash out at Qin Yuxuan. She simply didn't respond to her, refraining from making any harsh remarks. Surprisingly, the dinner turned out to be harmonious. Lingu knew that Lin Fei looked down on him, but she didn't utter a single unpleasant word, either out of personal cultivation or concern that Qin Mingyu might mob like it. Qin Yuxuan, on the other hand, behaved extremely well. She was the opposite of Qin Mingyu, showing no signs of being a wealthy heiress or being pampered. After finishing their meal, she helped with clearing the table and even offered to wash the dishes. Of course, Lingu wouldn't let her wash the dishes. However, when he finished washing up and came out of the kitchen, he found that Qin Yuxuan had already helped pack the trash from the bin. Not only that, she had also peeled some apples and placed them neatly on the table. She looked like a well-mannered daughter from an ordinary family, far from a wealthy heiress. Mingyu, we should head back now. Remember to rest early, Lin Fei announced as they finished dinner. Lingu was somewhat surprised. He had expected his mother-in-law's visit tonight to be a challenging task, but it seemed to have gone smoothly. Mom, why don't you stay a bit longer? Lingu even wanted to invite Lin Fei to stay a while. No, my car is parked downstairs. I'm afraid it might get a parking ticket if I leave it too long. Lin Fei insisted on leaving. Knowing that Qin Mingyu wouldn't like her staying too long, Lingu also knew that parking spaces in Yunshan poetry community were scarce, so he didn't insist further. Brother-in-law, then goodbye for now. Qin Yuxuan also bid farewell but suddenly turned back and said, By the way, brother-in-law, do you want to build a small rockery on the balcony? I have a friend who works in that field. Lingu was taken aback. He had indeed gestured and even made some marks on the balcony just before dinner. He hadn't expected Qin Yuxuan to be so sharp and guessed that he wanted to build a rockery and fountain. Yeah, that's right, Lingu admitted without denying it. Then add me on WeChat, I'll introduce my friend to you later. He's very professional. Qin Yuxuan was quite enthusiastic. Lingu couldn't refuse his sister-in-law's kindness, so he added Qin Yuxuan as a friend on WeChat. He felt quite happy inside. Tonight, not only had he met his wife's family, but he had also discovered that they were much easier to get along with than he had imagined. It seemed like those plots in novels were all lies. They often depicted commoners entering wealthy families and having a hard time fitting in, but in reality, it was completely different. The members of the Qin family were all very cultured. Even though Lynn Fei looked down on him as a son-in-law, she hadn't made things difficult for him at all. Qin Mingyu, however, wasn't as optimistic as Lingu. After Lynn Fei and Qin Yuxuan left, she warned Lingu, "I'm warning you, don't get too close to Qin Yuxuan." How? Lingu was puzzled, looking at Qin Mingyu with surprise. What did his wife mean? Was she jealous of her younger sister? Don't worry, even though Yuxuan is beautiful and well-behaved, I absolutely won't have any improper thoughts about her. Do you still not trust me? Lingu smiled. I didn't mean that, Qin Mingyu replied seriously. Then what did you mean? Lingu was puzzled. Wasn't the Ice Queen afraid that he would have designs on her sister? Qin Mingyu didn't know how to explain further, nor did she want to. She just emphasized once again, anyway, just don't get too close to her. With that, she turned and went back to her room. Her wife's behavior left Lingu with various thoughts for a moment. It wasn't like she was worried he couldn't control himself and would seduce her sister, was it? That didn't make sense. Lingu had never considered himself particularly handsome, nor did he think he had much charm. Of course, he trusted his judgment and felt that Qin Yuxuan didn't seem like the promiscuous type. So, what did his wife's words mean exactly? Oh well, just go with the flow. The next morning, Lingu still drove Qin Mingyu to her company as usual. After dropping her off, Lingu didn't immediately rush back to work as he usually did. Qin Mingyu was astute as ever, immediately turning to him and asking, "Did you lose your job?" Lingu was slightly taken aback and smiled wryly. "You already know." I guessed. Qin Mingyu indeed had guessed. Lingu had been missing for half a month, and General Lin had already made it clear that he wouldn't let him off. Plus, many people at Renai Hospital were connected to the Lin family, so it was only logical for them to fire Lingu. Are you thinking of working at Tiagang Group? Qin Mingyu extended an olive branch. However, Lingu replied, my expertise doesn't match, does it? Indeed, it didn't match. Although Tiagang Group was a conglomerate comprising several industries such as real estate, hospitality, jewelry, and energy technology, it would be difficult to find a suitable position for a gynecologist like him. They couldn't just establish a gynecology department within the group just to accommodate Lingu, could they? The driver position. If you do well, I can promote you to become the head of the driver team. Qin Mingyu was essentially giving him a backdoor opportunity. It's worth noting that she had been serving as CEO for many years and always handled matters fairly, without favoritism. I'll pass, I'll look for something on my own outside. Lingu still refused. As for why he refused, he didn't even know himself. Perhaps he didn't want Qin Mingyu to be criticized. Then it's up to you. Qin Mingyu didn't push him further. Although many people knew about their marriage, it hadn't been officially announced yet. If Lingu were to join Tiagang Group officially, it would eventually become public knowledge. After Qin Mingyu left, Lingu decided to go to the bank first to see how much money old Shuai had given him in his bank account. It definitely wouldn't be a small sum. He was well aware that he might suddenly become a billionaire. Perhaps that was why he had just turned down Qin Mingyu's invitation. Soon, Lingu arrived at the East District Commercial City. There was an exclusive branch of Dragon Honor Bank here. The gold card that old Shuai had given him was the Supreme Dragon card of this international mega bank. Dragon Honor Bank was not only the top bank in Dragon Country, but also ranked first globally in terms of assets. It boasted the highest level electronic systems, financial services, and security systems in the world. Dragon Honor Bank also categorized its customers based on the classification of their cards. And each type of card had different requirements for opening an account. The bank's ports for ordinary people and high-end customers were also different. Lingu's gold card naturally required him to do business at the high-end customer port. Anyone who could come here was definitely from the upper echelons of society. Everyone was dressed appropriately, as if they were attending a ball. In comparison, Lingu appeared shabby. He stood out among these well-dressed individuals and quickly became the center of attention, like a swan suddenly intruding into a group of geese. Lingu didn't pay much attention to the stares. He took a number and waited in line. Suddenly, he heard a surprised voice from behind. "Lingu, is that you?" Lingu turned around and was equally surprised to see two women standing there. One was John Milan, his 18th blind date prospect whom he hadn't seen in a long time. The other was none other than Yu Tingting, Little Wei's kindergarten teacher. Lingu didn't know that they were actually classmates back in school and had a decent relationship as good friends. John Milan had been hanging around the East City for a while, and to show off her status, she had intentionally come to the commercial city with Yu Tingting today, pretending to be wealthy and sophisticated by entering the Dragon Honor Bank. In the minds of many people, especially in certain social circles, Dragon Honor Bank was like a fighter jet among banks. Coming to a place like this will inexplicably give a sense of superiority. So, meeting her 18th blind date prospect here was quite a shock for John Milan. Wasn't he rumored to be a failed gigolo, almost destitute, and wandering the streets? "Miss John, I don't owe you any explanation about where I am or what I'm doing." Lingu could read the expression in John Milan's eyes and responded indifferently, making her furious. John Milan wanted to curse, but she restrained herself. She knew that swearing here would make her seem vulgar. She had just been acting elegant in front of Yu Tingting. How could she ruin that image now? So, after calming down, she came up with a plan. But Lingu didn't care about what she was thinking. After nodding politely at Yu Tingting, he turned back to continue waiting. Little did he know, John Milan squeezed out a fake smile and approached him. Initiating conversation. "Lingu, how long have you been waiting? What service are you here for?" Though Lingu was a bit impatient, he didn't want to be rude. He responded with indifference, "I've been waiting for a while. Just checking my account." "Heh. There's no need to wait in line for account inquiries, you know. You can just go into that room and ask them to check for you." John Milan intentionally pointed towards the manager's office. "Hey, Milan, isn't that against the rules of the bank?" Yu Tingting, who had a straightforward personality and secretly admired Lingu, quickly interjected. She was afraid Lingu might believe John Milan and end up being ridiculed later. There are. John Milan glared at Yu Tingting, her tone firm. "Tingting, I've been to this bank more times than you. I'm definitely more familiar with the procedures." "I said there are, so there are." With that, Yu Tingting found it hard to argue. Lingu was already the center of attention, and suddenly two decent-looking women started chatting with him, drawing the curiosity of the surrounding customers. Some people understood John Milan's intentions and couldn't help but smirk. Who didn't know about the rules of the manager's office, Dragon Honor Bank? Customers who enter might unexpectedly enjoy special treatment from the bank's security, a complimentary flight experience. Don't think it's easy to become a client of Dragon Honor Bank. It requires at least 10 million yuan in deposits to qualify. Otherwise, why would there be so many people lining up but hardly anyone qualified to go in? They looked at Lingu's attire and could tell he was probably broke. Maybe he didn't even have 100,000 yuan, let alone 10 million. Maybe he could only afford it after sleeping with women at night. Though Yu Tingting didn't dare to speak out of turn, her eyes warned Lingu not to casually barge in. But to everyone's surprise, Lingu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly headed towards the office. "Hey, Lingu." Yu Tingting wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Lingu swiftly entered the office. John Milan was dumbfounded. Could it be that she had really managed to fool Lingu so easily? Heh. In the end, he's just an ignorant bumpkin. John Milan chuckled triumphantly. No matter how much of a freeloader he is, it doesn't change his true nature. The surrounding onlookers also began to gossip. Someone from the lower class like him must be coming to Dragon Honor Bank for the first time and doesn't understand any rules. When he gets thrown out later, I wonder how embarrassing it will be. Ha. Hearing these remarks, Yu Tingting felt anxious for Lingu. Despite being so handsome, why did he have to be so foolish? So he was just a country bumpkin gigolo. What a disappointment. Meanwhile, Lingu paid no attention to what others were saying. Indeed, it was his first time at Dragon Honor Bank, And he had to thank John Meelan for providing the information. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about this shortcut. Inside the office, Manager Joe frowned upon seeing Lingu's shabby appearance. "Who are you? How can I assist you?" Seeing Lingu's shabby attire, Manager Joe didn't think he was a client of Dragon Honor Bank. He thought he was just a migrant worker who had come to the wrong place. However, despite his doubts, he had to maintain professionalism. Until the situation was clear, he couldn't act recklessly. "I'm here to check my account," Lingu stated his purpose directly. Manager Joe smiled. It seemed this guy was really clueless, thinking that Dragon Honor Bank was like those other backwater banks, right? Today, he would let this country bumpkin understand the profound culture of Dragon Honor Bank, checking the count. "Huh? Do you have our Dragon Honor Bank card?" Manager Joe's expression was disdainful, his tone casual. He even started playing with his fingernails, waiting for Lingu's response, so he could determine what level of client he was and whether he had the qualifications to be here. "Yes," Lingu, unaware of what the manager was up to, calmly sat down opposite him and said, "It's your bank's Supreme Gold card." "What? The Supreme Gold card?" Manager Joe nearly jumped out of his seat at the revelation. That was their bank's highest level gold card. A super customer had arrived. But soon, he regained his composure, scrutinizing Lingu once again, his expression gradually returning to disdain. "This guy on their Supreme Gold card. Stop kidding around. Could he be a lunatic causing trouble? Sir, do you know that to have our Supreme Gold card, you must have a deposit of over 1 billion? Manager Joe asked coldly, his gaze intimidating. He looked as if he was ready to press the button, summoning the well-trained professional security guards of the bank, who could arrive within 10 seconds and remove any troublemakers. However, Lingu slowly placed a gold card on the table, still calm as he said, "I'm not sure about the conditions, but I really have it." "What the?" Seeing the gold card, Manager Joe was shocked as if he had been struck by lightning. He quickly withdrew his hand from the button. Shivering all over, he looked at Lingu. That was indeed their bank's Supreme Gold card. "Now, can you help me check my account?" Lingu looked at him calmly, knowing from his incredulous expression that the manager had just doubted him. He really hadn't intended to humiliate anyone, but why were there so many people with narrow minds eager to discredit others? It was like they were begging to be slapped in the face. Sure, it must be possible. Please wait a moment, sir." Manager Joe took a sharp intake of breath, his attitude completely different from before. But he quickly took out the electronic device to verify Lingu's identity. Lingu followed his instructions and placed his finger on the device. His fingerprint information was indeed in the system, so it should have been easy for the old man to register his information using his fingerprint. However, unexpectedly, the device emitted a piercing sound. "Verification fail. What's going on?" Lingu looked at the machine's red light, feeling nervous. Manager Joe's face immediately darkened, staring at Lingu tightly. He had suspected that Lingu's gold card was fake, and now the identity verification had failed. "Wait, let me try another finger," Lingu quickly suggested. Not willing to take any chances, Manager Joe forced himself to remain patient and tried again to verify Lingu's identity. This time, the result was completely different from before. "Verification successful, Mr. Lingu. Your balance at Dragon Honor Bank is 5 billion. "Oh my god." Hearing this asset balance, Manager Joe was shocked on the spot. Over 5 billion in assets. This seemingly ordinary man was actually a super rich tycoon. Looks can indeed be deceiving. "Manager, it seems like your expressions are quite rich." Lingu finally couldn't help but tease with a half smile. "That's because, sir, you have the aura of a king." "Ha ha." Manager Joe forced out a stiff joke. He knew his expression just now was as awkward as it could get. He even wished he could slap himself twice. What was he doing with all those exaggerated expressions earlier? Was this the conduct of a manager? At the same time, he was also relieved. Fortunately, he hadn't rushed to call the security to intervene earlier. Otherwise, offending such a big client would have spelled the end of his good days. So now, Manager Joe quickly stood up and began to shower Lingu with flattery. Lingu didn't enjoy being flattered. He had only come to confirm how much bonus he had accumulated from completing so many SSS-level tasks over the years. He hadn't expected it to be even more than he anticipated. Now that the matter was settled, he stood up and prepared to leave. Manager Joe didn't dare to delay. He personally escorted Lingu out, continuing to butter him up. After all, maintaining such a super client was the focus of his job. Click, the door opened. Here he comes, here he comes. A group of onlookers, eagerly anticipating the spectacle, were waiting outside. As soon as they heard the commotion, they became as excited as chickens being fed. Everyone, step aside quickly. Someone might be thrown out later, and it would be your problem if you get injured. John Meelan deliberately reminded the onlookers. Hearing this, everyone dispersed, their eyes filled with eager anticipation of someone being thrown out. Many of them were loudly speculating. How can there be someone so stupid? Haven't they seen the world? Don't they at least know how to read? Ha ha, there's a saying. Ignorance is bliss. What does it mean? I bet he doesn't even know. Listening to these remarks, Yu Tingting didn't know what to feel. How could someone as handsome as Uncle Wei's second uncle be so foolish? However, after the door opened for quite a while, there was no sign of anyone being thrown out. Instead, they gradually heard Manager Joe's hearty laughter. What's going on? It seemed different from what they had imagined. Mr. Ling, please add me to your contact list. Next time, I'll take care of such trivial matters for you, and you won't have to come in person. Hearing this polite offer, many people were stunned. Was that country bumpkin really a bank client? And it seemed like his level was quite high. Otherwise, when had they ever seen Manager Joe being so attentive to someone? Each person stood there dumbfounded, unable to fathom just how high level of a client Lingu was. Zhang Meelan was even more embarrassed, realizing that the fool she had thought was beside her turned out to be herself. Yu Tingting couldn't understand it either, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Wei's second uncle looked really handsome at this moment. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Should I be bold and try to flirt with him? All right, then I'll take my leave, Lingu replied to Manager Joe. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to thank Zhang Meelan earnestly. Oh, Miss Zhang, I forgot to thank you for your reminder earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known I didn't need to wait in line. Theft. Zhang Meelan felt like she was going to spit blood. She felt like Lingu had just given her a resounding slap in the face. You despicable jerk. After Lingu left, Zhang Meelan couldn't swallow this insult. She had to find out the truth, so she barged into the office alone. Manager Joe, why was that bumpkin just now allowed to receive service? Is he a client of your bank? Who are you? Manager Joe maintained his professional demeanor, of course. He couldn't disclose client information, and he glared at Zhang Meelan with a dark expression. Zhang Meelan didn't know how to respond for a moment. Are you a client of our bank? No. Since you're not, how dare you barge in here? Seeing Manager Joe's hand resting on the security service button, Zhang Meelan snapped out of her daze. Miss, please show some restraint. Upon hearing Manager Joe's warning, Zhang Meelan felt extremely uncomfortable and quickly turned and left. Yu Tingting stood outside, looking at her inexplicably. The people around them were laughing and pointing at her as if she were an idiot. Zhang Meelan felt like dying. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. Humph, it's Lingu, that little white-faced. Who's to blame for this? She would definitely not let him off the hook. After leaving the bank, Lingu headed straight to the commercial district in the west. This commercial district was different from the upscale one in the east. Here, it was bustling with people, much more lively and prosperous. Lingu drove slowly, silently marveling along the way. He hadn't expected DUA to develop so well in Yun City. Just this multi-story spa building alone was probably worth several $100 million. This was the headquarters of the War Golf Club, operating in the gray area between black and white industries. Sir, please wait. Lingu parked his car, preparing to walk straight into the spa, but was stopped by several beautiful greeters at the entrance. All the greeters were dressed in red floral cheongsams, with slits up to their thighs, showcasing their enticingly smooth and slender legs. Sir, do you have a reservation? One of the greeters asked with a smile. Despite her sweet smile, It was nothing but a professional one. They had all undergone months of professional training and were required to greet every guest with such sweetness. But deep in their eyes, there was a hint of disdain. These beauties were hired at high prices at the spa, and the War Golf Club spa was very famous in Yun City. Almost all the big shots from both sides of the law had patronized it. Having encountered all sorts of influential figures, their gazes had gradually become aloof. A man like Lingu, dressed plainly, would not even catch their attention, no matter how good-looking he was. "I'm here to see someone temporarily," Lingu answered honestly. After checking his accounts, Lingu wanted to discuss some matters with Due. After all, without Due's help, he might not be able to complete the SSSR little special mission assigned by Lao Shui on his own. Of course, Lingu noticed the gazes of the several greeters. But after living incognito in Yun City for 3 years as an ordinary person, he had long grown accustomed to such treatment and didn't feel much about it. The only thing that struck him was that the greeters looked quite young, probably just coming of age, yet their figures and appearance were exceptionally stunning. Such young and beautiful women wouldn't have any trouble finding impressive boyfriends outside, yet they willingly chose to work at the spa. This indicated that the spa's treatment and benefits must be very generous, highlighting its formidable strength. "So, sir, who are you looking for? And in which room?" asked one of the greeters, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her tone turning rather cold. The spa wasn't a bar or restaurant. They didn't bother with individual requests unless it was for consumption. However, Lingu ignored whatever they were thinking and directly said, "I'm looking for Due." "What? Due?" Upon hearing this name, the greeters trembled slightly, their facial expressions changing gradually, and then they exchanged glances. After realizing, some of them smirked. "Huh. This guy really dares to say that." Due was not only the true owner of the spa, but also the big boss of the entire War Golf Club. Did he think Boss was available for anyone to meet just like that? So they assumed Lingu was just a clueless bumpkin. After all, the War Golf Club often dealt with various figures and forces. And they had encountered many arrogant and self-important individuals who dared to ask for their boss. Moreover, the spa was luxurious, filled with beautiful women, and naturally had high expenses. Many poor guys couldn't afford the cost but still wanted to get in to see the beauties, so they would try various methods to sneak in. Some of them thought Lingu was one of these riffraffs. Seeing their changing attitudes, Lingu could only sigh helplessly. He didn't expect it would be so troublesome just to find Due once. "Sir, if you don't have an appointment with our boss, please leave," the greeter said with a disdainful look, though her words were still polite. Lingu understood their situation and didn't want to make things difficult for them. He just wanted to call Due and have her inform these people to let him through. As Lingu stepped aside to make the call, a young couple suddenly approached the entrance. "Hey, miss. Long time no see. Your legs are still so long and fair. Hot. Have they become even smoother?" The man, dressed in upscale attire, held a woman with a slender waist in one arm while his other hand roamed freely over the greeter's thighs. The woman beside him didn't seem to mind, indicating that she was accustomed to his behavior. After flirting with the greeter for a while, the man casually glanced to the side and saw Lingu. His smile gradually froze. Lingu also looked at him, feeling a sense of familiarity, unable to remember where he might have met him before. This guy seemed to bear some resemblance to Lynn Kinglong, in terms of height at least. But the difference between his frail physique and Lynn Kinglong's muscular body was like night and day. "Lynn Ershao, didn't you say this spa is the most upscale leisure and entertainment destination in the city? How come even these lower-class people can afford to come here? Are you deceiving them?" The woman, upon seeing Lingu, immediately began to coquettishly complain to the man. This woman seemed to be the type who couldn't stand not being superior. Even though she had no grudge against Lingu, encountering someone like him made her feel the need to assert her superiority at all costs. The greeters, including the lead one named Wang Fengkai, didn't mind her words. But hearing her coquettish tone made them shiver with goosebumps. Wang Fengkai, like the other beauties, worked here not only for the good pay but also to hook up with super-rich second-generation guys. Naturally, signs of families like the Lins were her targets. So, seeing the woman's behavior, Wang Fengkai couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Humph, does this woman think she's Lin Erxiao's true love? Little does she know, every time Lin Erxiao comes, he is a different woman by his side. After he tires of this woman, she definitely meet the fate of being replaced. But no matter what she thought, the woman was currently Lin Erxiao's girlfriend. With that status, she was a respected guest of their spa. So, after Wang Fengkai's silent criticism, she quickly put on a smile and said, Erxiao, please don't misunderstand. This lady is not a guest of our spa, just a clueless bumpkin. We'll make sure he leaves right away. Lin Erxiao was pleased and looked coldly at Lingu before smirking at the greeters. That's good. I'm a frequent customer here and have some connections with your boss. You must be vigilant and not let any trash sneak in to lower the standard. Otherwise, I won't come here anymore. Lingu clearly felt his hostility. Lin Erxiao. Could he really be Lin's young master, Lin Qinglong's brother? Was he deliberately targeting him because of Lin Qingshuan's matter? Wang Fengkai, regardless of any grudge between Lin Erxiao and Lingu, nodded repeatedly. Of course, Erxiao, we'll keep a close eye. We won't let any riffraff disturb your enjoyment. After saying that, she walked up to Lingu with a cold face. Hey, you. Don't linger at our doorstep and affect our business, or else we'll call security to kick you out. The TUA asked me not to leave. She said someone would come out to pick me up. Facing the cold receptionist, Lingu remained calm, as he explained. Upon hearing his words, the greeters were momentarily stunned. Then, one by one, they burst into laughter. I've seen people act, but I've never seen someone act this well. Would you boss really arrange for someone to pick you up? You. Don't make me laugh. Seeing the greeters mocking Lingu, Lin Erxiao couldn't hold back either. Ha ha. I come here almost every month for 6 or 7 days, but Du Boss has never sent someone to greet me. Who do you think you are? Do you really think she would send someone specifically to greet you? Lingu didn't know how to respond, nor did he care to respond to these people. Did he have to report his relationship with DUA to these people? Lin Erxiao, don't bother arguing with this scum. You're lowering your status by doing so. It's not worth it. Wang Fengkai took the opportunity to pull Lin Erxiao aside, hoping to flirt with this rich young man. The water snake-waisted woman looked displeased, but dared not say a word. Lin Erxiao took the opportunity to wrap his arm around Wang Fengkai's waist and said with a smile, Don't you know him? I do. His name is Lingu. He's a useless man who mooches off women and hides behind them when things get tough. Oh, that's so despicable. Wang Fengkai pretended to be surprised, looking down on Lingu with disdain. Lingu's face darkened. It seemed that Lin Erxiao really was a member of the Lin family, Lin Qingshuan's brother. What? Aren't you a gynecologist? My cousin thought you were uninterested in women. How come you're here for leisure? Turns out you've been acting all along. You're such a despicable man, deceiving my cousin to shield you from danger. Now that she's gone, you come looking for pleasure with women. Are you even human? Lin Erxiao spared no effort in insulting Lingu. Lingu allowed him to curse without retorting or explaining. His gaze was remarkably serene, as if he were an adult looking at an ignorant child. His tolerant demeanor only fueled Lin Erxiao's anger. Just you wait, my Lin family will make sure you can't survive in Yun City. Dream on if you think you can find pleasure with women. After a tirade of insults, Lin Erxiao turned to Wang Fengkai and ordered, Enough, this idiot is probably scared silly by me. Quickly call the security to come and beat him up. From now on, every time I see him, I'll teach him a lesson. Yes. Yes, Lin Erxiao, you're so powerful. Wang Fengkai quickly agreed, flattering him with a few more words. Since one was a Lin family young master and the other was a grassroots nobody in her eyes, they knew exactly where they stood. With a word on the walkie-talkie, the head of the security team at the spa, along with a few guards, promptly emerged. You guys, beat him up for me. I only have one request. When I finish my leisure activities later and come out, I want to see him kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Understand? Lin Erxiao arrogantly instructed the guards. Don't worry, Erxiao, we're experts at this kind of thing. The security team leader, Song Dali, and Lin Erxiao were quite familiar. They had even provided him with a lot of business in the past. So dealing with a loser like Lingu was a piece of cake. Lin Ershao nodded, hugged the waist of the water snake-waisted woman, and was about to enter the door. Just before entering, he gave a flirtatious wink and a flying kiss to Wang Fankai. With just this small gesture, the greeters looked at Wang Fankai with envy. Kai, you're making it big. It seems like Lin Ershao has his eye on you. Yeah. I'm so envious. If I could become his girlfriend, even if it's just for half a month or even a week, I could make a lot of money, right? If by some chance I accidentally marry into a wealthy family, then my life dream would come true. Listening to their friend's words, Wang Fankai proudly lifted her head, sticking out her impressive chest. We're just getting started. Don't be too high profile. Of course, we're here as greeters to get in touch with these wealthy young masters. If there's a chance to marry into a wealthy family in the future, right? Sisters, rest assured, if I succeed, I'll definitely come back to help you. Yes. Kai is right. We must form an alliance and help each other. Yeah. You see that woman with the water snake waist, her looks aren't better than ours, and her figure isn't as hot as Kai's. She must be seductive enough to hook Lin Ershao. How impressive now. Being the legitimate girlfriend of the Lin family young master is definitely impressive. The Lin family has tens of billions in assets now. Who in Yun City can compare to them except for the Qin family and the Liu family? The several greeters completely ignored Lingu and openly discussed how to marry into a wealthy family. Of course, they also believed that the security would beat Lingu to please Lin Ershao. After discussing for a while, they remembered the matter. Oh right, let's go see what that loser looks like after the security beats him up. It's a good opportunity to please and strike up a conversation with Lin Ershao. Heh. Speaking of that loser, I just remembered he said he wanted to see Miss Du. Doesn't he know his place? He really thinks too highly of himself. Yeah. Miss Du only meets the upper echelons of Yun City. We've been working here for so long, when have we ever seen her meet ordinary people? Don't even mention ordinary people, even someone like Lin Ershao might not be looked upon by our boss. One of the greeters accidentally uttered this sentence and immediately received disdainful looks from the other several greeters. Heh, forget it, that idiot is just here to be funny. Wang Fankai didn't blame the greeter. After all, what she said was true. Tu's status was indeed higher than Lin Ershao's. While the several greeters were chatting and laughing, they didn't expect that when they looked up, they would see Lingu walking back as if nothing had happened. How are you still walking around? Wang Fankai's expression was one of utter disbelief. The several greeters were also so astonished that their mouths couldn't close. They were well aware of the strength of the security at the spa, especially Captain Sondali, who had made a name for himself through brute force. Once, when there was trouble caused by a gang at the spa, he single-handedly subdued more than 10 of them. Today, he was accompanied by his subordinates, so why didn't they follow Lin Ershao's orders to deal with this loser? Instead, they let him swagger back in. Lingu's expression, however, was calm and composed, a stark contrast to theirs. He shrugged and said, I didn't get beaten up, so why wouldn't I be walking around? You didn't get beaten up. Then what were those security guards doing? The several greeters immediately rushed outside to take a look and were stunned. Sondali and several of his subordinates were all lying on the ground, beaten up. Captain Son, who did this to you guys? Wang Fankai and the others panicked and hurriedly shouted to ask. Struggling to sit up, Sondali looked at them as if they were idiots. Did they still need to ask such a question? If I honestly tell you that we were beaten down by one person, would I, as the captain of the security team, still had any face? Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from inside, causing a group of greeters to turn back and gaze inside. Their eyes, filled with makeup, couldn't blink anymore due to their shock. Because inside, there was an extraordinary man, accompanied by several top managers of the spa. This scene was truly shocking. The leading man was none other than the general manager of the spa, known as Manager Huan, who was also one of the trusted confidants of the owner, Dua. Seeing the general manager leading the top management of the spa to rush out and respectfully run up to Lingu, Wang Fankai and the other greeters were petrified in place. What on earth was going on? Who was this loser they had always looked down upon? Back then, even when the deputy mayor of Yun City visited, the executives didn't show such panic and confusion in receiving him. It wasn't just the greeters and the security guards who were shocked. Even Lin Ershao, who had just carried a woman inside, hurriedly walked out upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Manager Huang and the others lining up neatly, he was also shocked to the core and quickly asked with a respectful tone, "Manager Huang, what's going on? Who are you all here to welcome?" Even though Lingu had just mentioned that DUA would send someone to pick him up, they still didn't believe it. Wang Fengkai even hoped that they were here to welcome Lin Ershao. Then, if she became his girlfriend, she could also bask in his glory. Unfortunately, her fantasy was shattered the next moment. Manager Huang completely ignored Lin Ershao, even dismissing his question, and walked up to Lingu. "Hey, what kind of attitude is this? We are." The woman with the water snake waist couldn't bear it anymore and yelled at Manager Huang. Manager Huang shot her a sharp look, which scared Lin Ershao into covering her mouth tightly. If this woman didn't care about her own life, she shouldn't drag Lin Ershao down with her. This spa is the headquarters of the War Wolf Club. Offending DUA here is no different from seeking death. "Sir, are you Lingu?" Manager Huang bent down respectfully and asked Lingu. His demeanor towards Lingu was completely different from his attitude towards Lin Ershao. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely shocked, their eyes wide open and mouths agape. The beautiful greeters remained frozen, their minds in turmoil. What on earth was happening? Why did Manager Huang ignore Lin Ershao, but show such respect to Lingu, that loser? Did Lingu's status and position surpass even that of Lin Ershao? "Yes, it's me," Lingu nodded. Although he hadn't intended to draw attention to himself, since things had come to this point, he had no choice. "Sorry, we are late to welcome you. Did anyone bother you just now?" Manager Huang asked anxiously. Hearing this question, the greeters trembled all over. Lin Ershao was drenched in cold sweat. Lingu just smiled faintly. "They did try to bother me, but fortunately, they didn't have the ability." "What?" Manager Huang's face turned ashen. Duyu's big sister personally instructed him that this man was her elder brother. Now, he was being bothered in the spa under his responsibility. If his sister blamed him, he would be in big trouble. In the next moment, Manager Huang's angry gaze swept over, and the 6 beautiful greeters' trembling bodies became even more alluring. Even Lin Ershao, who had been arrogant just now, was now extremely anxious. Unable to understand why Manager Huang showed such respect, even fear, towards this loser. "Never mind, it's my fault for not making an appointment before coming. Don't blame them." Lingu waved his hand, not wanting to escalate the situation. The greeters were once again stunned, not expecting Lingu to speak up for them. It seemed that this man indeed had a broad mind. At the same time, they felt a hint of excitement in their hearts. Could it be that this important figure was attracted to their figures and beauty, so he showed them special favor? "All right, Mr. Ling, please come upstairs. We have prepared the supreme private room for your arrival." Manager Huang's words almost made the 6 greeters want to slap themselves. Why didn't they believe him just now? A man whom even Boss Due had to respectfully welcome was definitely a top-tier big shot. They had missed the best opportunity to hook up with a top-tier big shot, and they had even almost offended him to death. They needed to find a way to remedy the situation. So Wang Fengkai quickly explained, "Manager Huang, we really didn't know. He was such an important guest, and it was Lin Ershao who instructed me to do so." Manager Huang immediately glared at Lin Ershao and called him out by name. "Lin Baihu, you better explain this to me." Lin Ershao immediately panicked. "Uncle Huang, this man is an enemy of my Lin family. Why are you showing him such respect? This might ruin your relationship with us." Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Manager Huang strode over and slapped him across the face. As Duyu's trusted aide, he knew exactly who Lingu was to her, while Lin Ershao was just a customer of their spa. Previously, they had given him face out of respect for his father, but today, he dared to publicly pressure them with the Lin family. If the War Wolf Club didn't give him a taste of their power, everyone might think they were afraid of the Lin family. Lin Ershao was dumbfounded by this slap. Although he was a playboy, he wasn't stupid. Manager Huang slapping him for Lingu showed everything. Could it be that for Due, his identity as a member of the Lin family was still inferior to Lingu? "Guards, throw them out for me," Manager Huang not only slapped Lin Baihu but also ordered their expulsion to make his stance clear. Lin Baihu was immediately lifted up and thrown out along with his girlfriend, feeling utterly humiliated. He didn't need to wait until tomorrow. As soon as this incident spread, he would immediately become the laughingstock of Yan City. Lingu didn't waste any more time there and strode upstairs. He had important matters to discuss with Duyue. Mr. Ling, Sister Du is currently busy with other matters. Please rest in this supreme suite for a while. She be here soon. Manager Huang respectfully said to Lingu after leading him to a magnificent spa suite. All right. Lingu knew that Duyue was busy with many responsibilities and he had nothing urgent to attend to, so waiting didn't bother him. Unexpectedly, shortly after Manager Huang left, the door of the suite suddenly opened. Lingu thought Duyue had arrived so soon, but when he turned around, he tensed up immediately. It turned out to be the 6 greeters from the spa, dressed in short skirts and black stockings uniforms. They approached him warmly. Their clothing was even skimpier than before, and their actions were more provocative. Fortunately, Lingu used to be a gynecologist. If it were any other man, they might have had a nosebleed from such a sudden impact. Mr. Ling, we're sorry for earlier. Yeah. Please forgive us. As long as you forgive us, we'll do anything for you. Mr. Ling, how about a massage? We're professionals. I can even use my feet. Shall I help Mr. Ling undress first? The 6 women pulled out all the stops to seduce Lingu, their coquettish voices. Almost capable of turning anyone into a super saiyan. What are you trying to do? Facing the 6 voluptuous women, who were practically throwing themselves at him. With their revealing attire, Lingu exclaimed coldly, retreating cautiously. The 6 women were startled by his reaction and stopped their advances. Mr. Ling, Manager Huang asked us to serve you. Wang Fengkai, always one step ahead, not only spoke well for the manager, but also took the lead by kneeling in front of Lingu, her delicate hands massaging his thighs. With just a slight bow of his head, Lingu could see the enticing cleavage that drove men wild. These young and beautiful women working in such establishments were undoubtedly aiming to seduce someone influential and marry into wealth directly. Lingu, being held in such high regard by Duyue, must be an extraordinary figure in their eyes, the perfect candidate. However, Lingu, being himself, didn't respond to their advances and pushed them away directly. I don't need your services. Leave, Lingu declared, deliberately keeping his distance from them. Although these 6 women had extraordinary figures and were bold and enthusiastic, Lingu only had feelings for Qin Mingyi. Except for her, he had no interest in any other woman, even if they were as beautiful as Lin Qingshuan. But these women were not ones to give up easily. They thought they knew men better than anyone else, having encountered many of them before. If one man refused, how about facing 6 of them? After exchanging glances, the 6 women simultaneously began to remove their clothing. Snap, snap, snap. As their flimsy garments hit the floor, the temperature in the room seemed to skyrocket. Everywhere was a snowscape. The air was filled with the fragrance of beautiful women. Even the legendary Yanner, faced with such a spicy scene, would absolutely struggle to control himself. Yet Lingu, on the other hand, remained steadfast. He had to issue a stern warning. I am a married man. If you continue like this, I will have Duyue fire all of you. This the 6 women couldn't believe it. They were barely dressed, yet this man could still resist. Even if he had a wife, he was still a man, right? Men have needs, especially considering their confidence in their own figures and looks. The combined allure of the 6 women was unparalleled. Even if his wife was a stunning superstar, she wouldn't compare. But seeing Lingu's gaze, even though they were unwilling to believe it, they had no choice but to pick up their clothes and leave dejectedly. Sorry, Mr. Ling, we won't disturb you anymore. After they left, they whispered among themselves. How much does that man love his wife? HMPH. In my opinion, he's not a man at all, he's a eunuch. Or maybe he's just pretending to be a nobleman because he's afraid Du Boss might suddenly show up. Lingu didn't care what they thought. Once they were gone, he breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for his repeated reactions to Qin Mingyu, he might even have doubted his own virility. In that situation just now, he didn't even have the slightest thought in that regard. Soon, Duyue walked in, clearly seeing the awkward departure of the 6 women. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Big brother, are all 6 of them not pretty enough for you? You don't even fancy one?" Lingu shot Due a look that immediately silenced the formidable leader of the Warwolf Society. "Big brother, what brings you here to see me?" Due was still a secret agent in the Northern Territory. She knew about Lingu meeting with the old marshal and was eager to know what major matters they had discussed. "Is it convenient to talk here?" Lingu asked cautiously. Even though he trusted Due, his former comrade in arms who had once risked her life alongside him, this matter was of great importance, and it was better to be cautious. Upon hearing his question, Due also realized that he wasn't here for trivial matters. "Then follow me." Due led Lingu out of the clubhouse, drove to a deserted area in the outskirts, walked a kilometer away from the car, and only stopped when they were certain there was no one around and no modern devices could eavesdrop on them. "Big brother, what's the matter?" Due's eyes were still filled with fiery anticipation. Lingu didn't disappoint her. He handed over the photo and information given to him by the old marshal. He was the one behind the scenes instructing Gui Hao, betraying the Warwolf Battalion, and attempting to destroy the Northern Territory. "It's him." Due's eyes flashed with surprise, followed by anger. "I want to take him down, and I need your help." When Lingu entered mission mode, his demeanor and aura were completely different from usual. "I can't do it." Due shook her head. Her usual cold and confident demeanor disappeared. Confidence and coldness depended on who she was facing. Faced with riffraff like Chen Sanhua and his son, of course, she could be proud and confident, without needing to regard the other party highly. But now, this person's strength and status were much higher than hers. "Why?" Lingu asked, his eyebrows furrowing. "Big brother, you can't do it either," Due said directly. "Not only is your current martial strength insufficient, even if you were at your peak state, you couldn't easily kill this person." In fact, Lingu knew that this was also the reason he had come to Due. "To kill this person and rid the country of evil, perhaps we need to rely on your wife." Due stated the key point. Rely on her? Lingu was surprised. He hadn't even considered involving Qin Mingyu in this matter, which was why he had come to Due. Due was a member of the Warwolf Battalion and had a decent social status. Qin Mingyu was not part of the Warwolf Battalion and had no connection to this matter. There was no reason to involve her. "That's right." Due nodded, her expression serious as she analyzed. "This person is the chairman of the Lingu General Chamber of Commerce, with high status and influence. The interest groups and forces behind him are spread all over the country. Even if Big Brother were at his peak, with the strength to directly assassinate him, it would inevitably damage the interests of a large number of people. These people would stir up a huge storm for their own interests. Not only would the killer not escape death, but the order in Lingu would also spiral out of control. By then, this blame would not only fall on Big Brother, but also on the Northern Territory. No one can bear the consequences." Lingu nodded. He knew that this person held high status and influence and couldn't be assassinated rashly. Of course, with his current strength, he also didn't have the assurance to assassinate such a high-level figure. Therefore, to get rid of this person, we must first pull him down from his position as the chairman of the General Chamber of Commerce. Let him lose his ties with major forces and interests, lose his value, and even eradicate the capital consortiums behind him. Then, we can eliminate him without causing a huge storm, without shaking the foundation of Lingu. Due succinctly stated the key points, then looked at Lingu seriously. "Neither I nor Big Brother have the ability to pull him down from his position as the chairman of the General Chamber of Commerce. But perhaps your wife, Qin Mingyu, does." Lingu sighed and smiled bitterly. It took him a while before he said, "Even if it's her, it's too difficult." "It is very difficult." Due nodded. "But it's much easier than it is for us, isn't it?" Lingu fell into silence. He admitted that Due's analysis was insightful, and her suggestion was wise, but he really didn't want to involve the iceberg lady in the tasks of the Northern Territory. "Big Brother, we can't give up on this mission, can we?" Due was worried that Lingu might choose to give up because the task was too daunting, staring at him with her angry eyes. Too many of their brothers were killed by this person. Lingu's decline, the fall of the Werewolf Battalion from its pedestal, all were because of this person. Even if it was to uncover the conspiracy of the past, fulfill old chief's wishes, seek revenge for little idiot, and avenge the innocent people who were harmed, they needed this person's blood. Yes, this mission must be completed, even if it costs me my life. Lingu also clenched his fists, his calm eyes gradually burning with the flames of hatred. Seeing him like this, DUA felt relieved. She wasn't afraid of any difficulties. Even sacrificing her life was trivial. What she feared most was Big Brother, the Werewolf King, losing his fighting spirit and choosing to sink into despair. Big Brother, I will assist you with all my strength in completing this mission. It was only now that DUA spoke. The Werewolf Battalion, with over 1,000 members, are all your brothers and weapons. The assets of the Werewolf Battalion are also your assets. But to pull the person down from the position of chairman of the General Chamber of Commerce, only you and Miss Chin from the Chin family can do it. Lingu wasn't confident. Although the Chin family was the richest family in Yun City, their assets were only in the billions, which was still far behind the four major families in Zhangzhou. Moreover, compared to the chairman of the General Chamber of Commerce in Longguo, the power, influence, and impact of the Chin family were still far behind. Most importantly, the Chin family wasn't his own. He was just the son-in-law of the Chin family, and he didn't want to forcibly involve the Chin family in such high-level struggles using his relationship with Chin Mingyu. If they failed, the Chin family would suffer along with him. Big Brother, time is long. As long as there are mountains, there will be no shortage of firewood. Revenge is a dish best served cold, and it's never too late even after 10 years. We don't need to declare war too quickly, nor do we need to expose our objectives. While the enemy operates in the open, we operate in the shadows. These are our advantages, and we do have opportunities. DUA, usually cold and reserved, became calm and wise when executing missions. Yes, for now, time is our advantage. Lingu nodded. DUA knew that Big Brother not only surpassed her in strength but also had a broader vision. This time was no exception. As long as Big Brother decided to execute this mission, she believed he would complete it perfectly. After so many years, she had already built strong trust in Lingu amidst the gunfire and chaos of the battlefield. In the evening, as usual, Lingu drove to the Chia Gang Group headquarters to pick up his wife, but Chin Mingyu got off work much later than usual today. It wasn't until past 9 in the evening that the red Bentley finally emerged from the company. Chin Mingyu and Chin Ruhan were sitting together in the car. Seeing Lingu's Maserati, Chin Mingyu, still immersed in work, was slightly surprised and quickly got out of the car. Lingu walked towards her. Seeing his wife looking tired, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. It seemed like her work was too exhausting. Lingu, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you, the meeting was postponed today, so I got off work late. Seeing her sister actually apologizing to her brother-in-law, Chin Ruhan, in the Bentley, couldn't believe it. Was this the magic of love? Even the aloof elder sister would apologize to someone else. The next moment, she quickly got out of the car and excitedly explained to her brother-in-law, "Brother-in-law, you can't blame my sister. Because the warehouse was bombed, we lost orders worth over 10 billion, and it's difficult to secure funds for reconstruction. My sister is busy and stressed out. The meeting went on for so long today. My sister didn't even have a second of free time." I understand. Lingu quickly nodded, smiling at Chin Mingyu. "Mingyu, let's go home first. Take a hot bath and relax, and I'll cook for you, okay?" Hearing these heartwarming words, Chin Ruhan felt like melting completely. She wondered if her sister felt sweet inside right now. No wonder her sister was so special to her brother-in-law. Her brother-in-law was so caring towards her sister. She suddenly wanted to find a man like her brother-in-law to date. Chin Mingyu nodded and got into Lingu's car. Chin Ruhan sat in the Bentley on the way home, feeling the desire for romance growing stronger and stronger. The couple returned home. Lingu went into the kitchen to cook, while Chin Mingyu obediently went to take a hot bath to relieve her fatigue. Lingu made a few simple dishes and brought them out, only to realize that his phone, which he had left on the table, had received many messages. Opening them, he found that they were all from Chin Yuxuan. "Brother-in-law, Did you contact the expert I recommended to you? I have several indoor fountain design proposals here. Take a look. Image 1. Image 2. Brother-in-law, are you not satisfied? Why haven't you replied for so long? Don't tell me you're too busy with my sister to bother with me. Hehe. Brother-in-law, if you don't reply soon, I'll go to bed. After reading through the messages, Lingu quickly replied, explaining that he had just returned home with her sister and was cooking. He always found Qin Yuxuan easy to get along with, without any airs of a rich girl. She even reminded him of Lynn Qingshuan. The two seemed to be of the same type. After replying to Qin Yuxuan's messages, Lingu casually put down his phone, intending to get bowls and chopsticks to serve Qin Mingyu. But he didn't expect his little sister-in-law to still be awake and to immediately reply, "Yes. Sister works very hard. Brother-in-law, remember to be good to sister. Because the Liu family and the Lin family are competing for the Qing family's market in the warehousing and logistics and energy industries, we are a bit distracted. Plus, with the strategic warehouse being bombed, there are many places that need investment. And sister must be worried about the financial issues." Qin Yuxuan explained even more detailedly, and Qin Ruhan, letting Lingu know where Qin Mingyu's troubles lay. Because of this, Lingu was even more inclined to chat with her. He always felt hesitant to ask Qin Mingyu directly about work-related matters, fearing that she might get impatient with him asking too many questions, considering he was just an unemployed gynecologist. But by understanding through Qin Yuxuan, he didn't have this hidden psychological burden anymore. However, he didn't expect that after chatting with Qin Yuxuan for a while, Qin Mingyu had already appeared behind him, wearing a bathrobe. "Lingu, what are you doing?" "Ah, sorry, I haven't served you food yet." Seeing his wife, Lingu hurriedly ran into the kitchen, and when he came out, he saw Qin Mingyu holding her phone, her face cold. "Lingu, didn't I tell you not to get too close to Qin Yuxuan?" "Mingyu, are you being sensitive? I'm just chatting with her casually." Lingu thought his wife was jealous of his sister-in-law, but upon reflection, he felt it shouldn't be the case. He was just having normal interactions with his sister-in-law, and his wife really didn't need to be concerned. No way. Qin Mingyu's domineering nature emerged as she directly blocked Qin Yuxuan on WeChat. Lingu felt quite uncomfortable in his heart, thinking his wife was being a bit unreasonable. How would he explain this to Qin Yuxuan later? But despite feeling angry inside, Lingu knew Qin Mingyu was very tired now, and he didn't want to argue with her over these trivial matters. He just served her food and reminded her, "You can't sleep until 1 hour after eating. It's not even 11 o'clock yet." Qin Mingyu, however, didn't eat, her beautiful eyes just staring at him. "Are you angry?" Qin Mingyu asked, her voice softer than before. She actually knew she was in the wrong, but she acted on impulse earlier and didn't consider Lingu's feelings. "I'm a little uncomfortable. My interaction with Yuxuan is really normal, and she's always your family. It wouldn't be good if things got too tense between us, right?" Lingu calmly reasoned. Qin Mingyu sighed lightly. She understood Qin Yuxuan better than Lingu did, which led her to make this decision. But she couldn't bring herself to say that Qin Yuxuan wasn't a good person, especially since Qin Yuxuan hadn't shown any negative behavior yet. She was afraid Lingu might misunderstand her. "But if you deleted it, then it's deleted." "I respect your decision," Lingu said suddenly. Qin Mingyu smiled faintly at this, but quickly resumed her expressionless demeanor. They finished their meal. After Lingu cleaned up the dishes, Qin Mingyu had already returned to her room to continue working. Lingu checked his phone and found a friend request. It was from Qin Yuxuan. After some thought, Lingu decided to accept the request. Just as he was about to explain what happened earlier, Qin Yuxuan sent a message. "Brother-in-law, did my sister delete me from WeChat just now?" Lingu was stunned. He didn't expect his sister-in-law to be as intelligent as she was. Guessing the truth, he could only delete the drafted message. "Don't blame my sister, it's actually a misunderstanding between us since we were young." Qin Yuxuan continued to message, showing a great deal of understanding. "What misunderstanding is there between you two?" Lingu asked quickly. "It's a long story, let's talk about it when we have time later. Otherwise, if we talk for too long, my sister will find out that I'm chatting with you." Qin Yuxuan not only wasn't angry, but also spoke up for Qin Mingyu. My sister has been under a lot of pressure lately. You should be more considerate of her. Good night. Lingu also sent her a picture of someone sleeping but didn't include any text, because he had read somewhere that good night is the acronym for I love you in Pinyin, and it's usually sent to the person you love the most. The next morning, as usual, Lingu prepared to drive his wife to work. After Qin Mingyu got into the car, she suddenly spoke up. I won't be going to the office this morning. Will you accompany me somewhere? Oh. Where to? Lingu was a bit surprised, not understanding why Qin Mingyu was saying this now. Given her meticulous nature, she should have mentioned this last night. LNB said he wants to invest in my company. Let's go see if it's true or not, Qin Mingyu replied. LNB, the second son of the LN family? Lingu looked at Qin Mingyu in surprise. Yad. Do you know him too? Qin Mingyu asked back. I met him yesterday. He's different from LNQ and GLNG. He doesn't seem like a good person. We need to be cautious, Lingu openly expressed. From what he saw, LNB was just a morally questionable playboy. He was even less trustworthy than LNQ and GLNG. Maybe even less than Li HTNG. Didn't Qin Mingyu almost get drugged and taken advantage of last time she went to discuss business of Li HTN? Seeing Lingu's nervousness, Qin Mingyu smiled inexplicably. That's why I asked you to accompany me. Bringing along my husband is a way to guard against other men, isn't it? Lingu suddenly felt very sweet in his heart but smiled and said, but now I suddenly feel a lot of pressure. Qin Mingyu also smiled and said, so, do you dare to accept this task? If you don't, I'll have Ziwang bring the Qin family bodyguards to accompany me. As she spoke, she deliberately took out her phone as if to make a call. Lingu quickly gently held her jade hand and said, then I'll accompany you. That way, my heart will be more at ease. Qin Mingyu couldn't help but feel a sweet sensation, but quickly disguised it by intentionally adopting a cold expression. After the car started moving, Lingu asked in detail, isn't the Lin family currently joining forces with the Liu family and opposing the Qin family in business? Why would Lin Baihu want to invest in the Qin family? Qin Mingyu immediately responded, you may not know this, but General Lin appears dignified on the surface, yet he's actually quite flirtatious. He used to have multiple wives. Lingu already knew about this. Lin Qingshuan had mentioned it to him before. Her mother was his third wife, and now her aunt was his fourth. But it wasn't uncommon for wealthy and influential figures to have multiple spouses. Qin Mingyu continued, although Lin Baihu is a playboy, he's also the richest member of the Lin family. His mother used to be a wealthy heiress in Cloud City. When she passed away, she left him a considerable fortune, enough for him to squander for a lifetime. I see. Lingu nodded, finally understanding why Lin Baihu could change girlfriends every week. The playboy gene was inherited from his father, and the wealth was inherited from his mother. We'll just see what tricks he wants to play. What if he really wants to invest in Chiagang Corporation? Qin Mingyu naturally also suspected Lin Baihu's motives. But Chiagang Corporation really needed funds right now, so they had to give it a try. If Lin Baihu dared to play her, she would definitely not let him off lightly. 2 hours later, the Maserati stopped in front of a private villa on the outskirts of Cloud City. The villa was large, and the surroundings were decorated romantically, indicating that it was where Lin Baihu usually indulged in pleasures. As the two got out of the car and entered the villa's front yard, an old man with several bodyguards approached them to greet them. Mr. Law. Seeing this old man, the usually aloof Qin Mingyu actually took the initiative to greet him, her eyes even more vigilant. This was Lin Baihu's mother's former personal bodyguard, with considerable strength and a great reputation in Cloud City. Qin Mingyu also knew him. Miss Qin, the young master has been waiting for you. Please, Lao. The old man showed great respect to Qin Mingyu, bowing and inviting her, but completely disregarded Lingu, not even acknowledging his presence. He didn't know about the relationship between the two and just assumed Lingu was Qin Mingyu's attendant. Lingu didn't mind either. However, when they entered the hall, he was stunned. Inside the villa, in broad daylight, a romantic candlelit dinner was prepared. It was indeed the style of that playboy young master. Lingu became even more suspicious of the other party's motives. The young master ordered that he wants to negotiate with Miss Qin alone. All others, please leave, Law said, looking at Lingu. I'm not just anyone, Lingu responded. He was here to protect Qin Mingyu. How could he let her out of his sight? You're not just anyone. Then are you Miss Qin's husband? Lao sneered coldly, unknowingly hitting the nail on the head. Seeing that Lingu remained unmoved, the burly man behind Lao immediately walked up behind Lingu. If Miss Qin isn't sincere, she can leave now. Lao didn't order his men to act, but his tone was quite firm. Lingu immediately wanted to persuade Qin Mingyu to leave. In this environment, with these demands, even a fool would know that Lin Baihu clearly wanted to make a move on his wife. Lingu, don't worry about me. You should leave first. In the end, Qin Mingyu still let Lingu leave the scene. Since they had come, they would deal with it. As the female CEO of Chia Gang Corporation, she had always been dealing with various tricky problems for the company, and wouldn't easily give up because of a little disturbance. Lingu was quite shocked when he heard Qin Mingyu's decision. However, after their eyes met, he understood her intentions. He clenched his fist and nodded. Be careful then, I'll be outside. Qin Mingyu also nodded in response. Immediately, Lao ordered the bodyguards to escort Lingu out. Lingu had already suspected Lin Baihu's malicious intentions, and seeing them take him further away only heightened his unease. However, he didn't want to take action proactively. If he accidentally caused trouble for his wife, it wouldn't be good. So, he pretended to be weak and trembling, asking, "Where are we going? I'm a bit thirsty. Can we find a place for me to rest and have some water?" "You want water, huh? Perfect. Come with us." The bodyguards rudely pushed him into the restroom and locked the door behind him. "Hey, guys, I said I'm thirsty. Not that I need to use the restroom. Did you get it wrong?" Lingu continued to play dumb and shouted loudly. His behavior made the bodyguards think he was weak and they completely relaxed their guard, laughing smugly. "Ha ha, no need to be afraid to tell you. Your beautiful CEO has already fallen into second young master Lin's hands. Before he finishes with her, you better stay obediently inside." "That's right, you said you were thirsty, right? There's plenty to drink inside, more than enough. Drink up, ha ha." Hearing these words, Lingu finally confirmed Lin Baihu's intentions and couldn't help but feel enraged. This playboy could fool around with as many women as he wanted outside, but if he dared to lay a finger on his wife, he wouldn't let him off the hook. Did they really think they could trap the Wolf King of the North with just a restroom? These people were too ridiculous. Lingu exerted force and kicked open the iron door. Dang! The loud noise startled the bodyguards outside. Seeing Lingu kick open the iron door, they were all quite shocked. It seemed this guy had some skills. "You ignorant fools, since you won't take the drink, you'll have to face the consequences." The bodyguards roared angrily and rushed towards Lingu. They weren't pushovers, and they outnumbered him, confident that they could easily deal with him. Lingu smirked. "You call that offering a drink? Then let me return the favor." Boom. With one punch, Lingu sent a bodyguard flying towards the toilet. Before the other bodyguards could react, he kicked the second one, sending him crashing into the first bodyguard, creating a pile of bodies. The remaining two bodyguards were in panic, but their panic was futile. Within seconds, they joined their companions on the ground. Approaching them, Lingu kicked each one in the head, sending them into the toilet bowl. Then, he clapped his hands and sneered, "How's the taste of the drink I offered?" The bodyguards struggled to get up, wanting to clean their mouths and empty their stomachs. Lingu knocked them out with his foot before washing his hands and leaving the restroom in a hurry, heading back towards the hall. "Ice Queen, you must protect yourself." It had been a while since Lingu felt this urgent. When there's someone you're willing to protect with your life, the blood in your veins begins to boil. Meanwhile, in the Via's hall, the romantic music filled the air, creating a dreamy atmosphere. Lin Baihu kept toasting to Qin Mingyu, occasionally licking his lips with a look of desire in his eyes. He understood why his big brother, Lin Kinglong, was so fond of this woman. She was truly a beauty capable of causing chaos in a nation, and with her by one's side, who would bother attending to state affairs anymore? Lin Baihu, can we get to the point now? How much money are you willing to invest in Chiagang Group? What are your conditions? Qin Mingyu remained aloof, unaffected by the romantic setting. In fact, she felt a bit repulsed by it all. If it weren't for Chiagang Group's urgent need for funding, she wouldn't have spent a second longer with this man in front of her. Lin Baihu wasted no time and slapped a check for 100 million on the table. Then, crossing his legs, he smirked, "Miss Ching, I may not know much about business, but I do have quite a bit of money." Chen Mingyu looked at the 100 million check and couldn't help but clench her fist slightly as she asked, "What are your conditions for investing in Tiagang Group?" Qin's family was wealthy, with assets nearing tens of billions, so 100 million didn't impress her in the least. But in the brutal world of business, facing the combined forces of the Lin and Liu families, an additional 100 million in funding could mean a greater chance of success. Therefore, if she could secure it, she must. "Ha, the funds I can provide exceed far more than just 100 million. Lin Baihu laughed smugly, seeing Chen Mingyu's expression. "My mother left me several billion in inheritance. If I invest this money in developing the energy market for the Lin family, Qin's family might have to retreat from the energy industry in Yun City. Bankruptcy may be avoided, but Qin's family assets will inevitably shrink significantly, and the title of Yun City's richest family will change hands once again." One couldn't deny that this guy had accurately pinpointed Chen Mingyu's current dilemma. Lin Baihu noticed every change in her expression and continued to entice her. "But if Miss Chen is willing to marry me, with our combined strength, Qin's family might soar to new heights." Chen Mingyu responded coldly, "You must be dreaming. A mere few billion wouldn't make her Chen Mingyu remarry. It was simply out of the question. Even if she wasn't currently married to Lingu, she would never marry a playboy like the one in front of her." Lin Baihu's lips twitched involuntarily. Normally, with his temper, he would have flipped a table by now. But at this moment, he restrained himself and sighed helplessly. "I was just talking. Miss Chen has misandry. She even looks down on the pursuits of second young master Liu and my big brother. So how could she be interested in me, who only has a few billion in assets?" Chen Mingyu relaxed again upon hearing this, deciding not to storm out of the room. Lin Baihu continued, his face still infatuated, "Having this close contact with Miss Chen today, this young master has realized that Miss Chen is even more beautiful than before. Even I, this young master, have inexplicably fallen for a woman which would have been unimaginable in the past. Here's the deal. In light of my genuine affection for you, if you simply drink this glass of wine with me, I'll unconditionally invest 100 million in Tiagang Group. How about it?" With that said, his lips curled up involuntarily. Chen Mingyu was skeptical, but at this point, she had no reason to flip the table and leave. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Mingyu raised her glass and said, "If it's just one drink, I can accompany you. But I hope second young master Lin will keep his promise. Lingu is waiting outside to take me home." Lingu. Upon hearing this name, Lin Baihu's expression suddenly turned ferocious. Yesterday, because of this loser, he was slapped by Mr. Huang. Today, this woman dared to threaten him with that loser again. It's simply unreasonable. All right. The next moment, Lin Baihu signed the investment contract and then raised his glass to Chen Mingyu with a smile. Yesterday, he couldn't deal with Lingu because his ace wasn't with him. But today, he brought Lao along. That loser won't be so lucky anymore. As for Chen Mingyu, the high-end cold female CEO that countless young masters in Yun City longed for, today, she could only wait to be favored by this young master. Ha. Snap. After drinking a glass of wine, Chen Mingyu's consciousness gradually blurred, and suddenly she slumped onto the table. Did you drug the wine?" Chen Mingyu had been cautious, but she was still outsmarted. She watched Lin Baihu drink the wine first before she did, so she never expected him to be fine while she started losing consciousness. As an educated heiress from a prestigious family, Chen Mingyu knew that the trick in martial arts novels where one eats the antidote beforehand to avoid poisoning was a hoax. Modern medicine had long proven it to be unscientific. Ha. Miss Chen, everyone says you're exceptionally intelligent. But it seems you've overestimated yourself. Lin Baihu laughed triumphantly. "We did indeed drink from the same bottle, but our glasses were different. Didn't expect that, did you?" Damn it, Chen Mingyu had indeed been too confident in herself, believing that Lin Baihu wouldn't dare to resort to such despicable means against her. But now, the effects of the drought were hitting too fast. Even if she wanted to call for help, she had no strength, and even if she did, Lingu wouldn't hear her. What should she do? TSK, truly deserving of Yun City's #1 beauty. Not only do you have a perfect face, but your body's curves are so alluring, and your skin is fair and tender. I wonder how enchanting it would be to squeeze and caress it, Lin Baihu said, licking his lips, his inner fire already beginning to erupt. He had bedded countless women, from maids to flight attendants, school belles to even policewomen. But the CEO of Yun City, the #1 beauty, was someone he had yet to experience. Thinking about it, he became excited, his face flushed with anticipation. Such wonderful moments must be recorded. Lin Baihu had a habit of recording videos whenever he enjoyed a high-quality woman. A woman like Chen Mingyu might only be slept with once, not necessarily a second time. So he needed to capture it on video to relive it every day. As for the consequences, with the lust raging within him, he didn't even bother to think about it. After setting up the camera, he lunged towards Chen Mingyu, his whole being seemingly ready to ignite. But little did he know, he underestimated Chen Mingyu. The willpower of the Ice Queen surpassed his imagination. Despite feeling weak all over, she suddenly lifted her foot and kicked him in a man's fatal weak spot. Ow! Lin Baihu let out a strange cry, his face instantly turning purple and blue. Damn it! Lin Baihu was grateful that the woman was currently weak all over. Otherwise, this kick could have crippled him. Chen Mingyu managed to land a blow but couldn't knock him down, so she quickly turned to flee. But in her current state, she had no strength to contend with him. Trying to run, not so easy. Chen Mingyu, if I don't make you pay 100-fold today, this matter won't end. Lin Baihu completely lost his temper and lunged at her like a madman. Chen Mingyu stumbled as she tried to escape, but was grabbed by her ankle and forcefully dragged to the ground. Dang! Chen Mingyu received another intense impact, her vision darkening, her consciousness slipping away. Lingu, save my husband. Her faint voice barely audible, she finally passed out. Mingyu, wife. Lingu seemed to hear Chen Mingyu's cry for help and dashed towards the hall in a frenzy. Just as he was about to burst into the hall, Lao Lao blocked his way, followed by a large group of professional bodyguards. Get out of my way, whoever blocks me dies. Lingu immediately threw punches, knocking down several people in an instant, not daring nor wanting to waste another second here. The Lin family's professional bodyguards, seeing his frantic demeanor, retreated in fear. This man before them not only had immense strength but also emitted a heavy killing intent. They had served the Lin family for so long but had never encountered such a murder. Oust, get out of the way. Lingu kicked another burly man several meters away, roaring loudly. His entire body seemed to radiate a dark aura, and no one dared to approach him. Just as he was about to storm into the hall, a slender old man suddenly appeared in front of him, gently pushing him back a few steps. Lingu was secretly surprised, steadying himself and looking at Lao Lao in front of him, feeling a sense of unease creeping over him. If this old man had just attempted to ambush and harm him, he definitely wouldn't have emerged unscathed. He hadn't expected such a skilled individual. Lin Baihu's sigh. I've told you, you can't go in, Lao Lao said, hands behind his back, staring at Lingu. But Lingu's gaze was full of provocation. I must go in. No one can stop me. With that, he continued forward. Lingu had expected Lao Lao to intervene, but upon sensing Lingu's determined gaze, and feeling his dangerous aura, Lao Lao hesitated for a moment. Lingu was about to walk past him directly. The surrounding bodyguards were also extremely astonished. Was Lao Lao really going to let this kid pass so easily? The answer was no. His life had been saved by Lin Baihu's mother, and he had sworn to be loyal to Lin Baihu. Whoosh! Lao Lao suddenly reached out his left hand and placed it on Lingu's shoulder. So fast, Lingu was secretly amazed. This old man's skills were not inferior to those of the red-clad female assassin in the valley that night. If you insist on moving forward, then I have no choice but to take action. Lao Lao sighed, showing that he didn't want to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Lingu. Who can stop me? But Lingu didn't stop because of this. He roared and threw a punch at Lao Lao. His fist was more intense than ever before, because he knew deep down that his wife might be in danger. Despite this, Lao Lao still caught his fierce fist. Lingu's eyes widened. He hadn't expected this old man to be even more formidable than he imagined. that he had to break through the obstruction, so he struggled to break free and punched fiercely again. Lao Lao continued to intercept his punches one by one. The surrounding bodyguards murmured in amazement. In their eyes, Lingu's punches were powerful, but Lao Lao was one of the best in Yun City, an invincible figure. Lingu wouldn't stand a chance against him. Ha ha, that kid does have some skills, but unfortunately, he's still too inexperienced in front of Lao Lao. That's right, in all of Yun City, or even the entire South Continent, you probably won't find anyone more formidable than Lao Lao. Several bodyguards continued their discussion. Little did they know that the next moment, Lao Lao voluntarily released Lingu's fiery fists. Having been through countless battles in his life, he had never once felt afraid, but at this moment, seeing Lingu's unyielding spirit and the look of embracing death in his eyes, his soul seemed to be shaken. Why are you pushing yourself to this extent? Lao Lao couldn't help but ask curiously. Lingu roared angrily, because my wife is inside. What? Lao Lao was thunderstruck. He had always thought Lingu was Qin Mingyu's personal bodyguard, but now he finally understood the reason for his desperate struggle. So, the illustrious Miss Qin from the Qin family was already married. While Lao Lao was distracted, Lingu rushed past him. Lao Lao, are you going to let him through? Several bodyguards exclaimed anxiously. After all, Lao Lao had always been loyal to Lin Baihu. By the time Lao Lao reacted, Lingu had already rushed in. Forget it, I doubt he dares to cause trouble anyway, Lao Lao said, indifferently, hiding his hands behind his back. Firstly, he didn't want to engage in a deadly struggle with someone like Lingu. Secondly, he suspected that Lin Baihu harbored ill intentions towards Miss Qin from the Qin family. If Lin Baihu succeeded, it would undoubtedly lead to an irreconcilable conflict between the Lin and Qin families. Others would question why he didn't stop young Master Lin. Thirdly, he didn't believe Lingu would dare to cause chaos. At most, he would rescue Miss Qin, which was the outcome he hoped for. So, he had no intention of interfering. Otherwise, if Lin Baihu ordered him to fight Lingu to the death, it wouldn't be a trivial matter. Mingyu, please don't get into trouble. After breaking into the villa, Lingu's heart felt like it was burning, his whole body incredibly hot. Since their first meeting, Qin Mingyu had been the sacred and inviolable goddess in his heart. If she were defiled by Lin Baihu, Lingu didn't know how crazy he would become. At this moment, Qin Mingyu's coat had been removed by Lin Baihu, revealing her snow-white arms, a very seductive sight in the middle of winter. I'm really excited this time. Lin Baihu's face flushed red. Just taking off Qin Mingyu's coat made him eager for more. However, he didn't expect Qin Mingyu to suddenly open her eyes again, her gaze emitting an incredibly cold and inviolable light. Lin Baihu was startled, instantly bewildered. Just how strong was this woman's willpower? He had tried using this kind of drug to sedate women many times before. But those women had all fallen completely unconscious within minutes, allowing him to do as he pleased without them waking up. Yet Qin Mingyu was still conscious and aware after all this time. This one gaze didn't cause any substantial harm to Lin Baihu, but it shook his soul with fear. Let's see just how strong your willpower really is. With a casual grab of the dining tray on the table, he smashed it towards Qin Mingyu's head. Clang! Qin Mingyu's eyes went dark, and then she rolled her eyes back. Blood trickling down her pretty face, the ice-cold female CEO finally motionless. Ha ha ha, the woman all the men in Yuncheng want to conquer is going to be conquered by me today. Lin Baihu laughed wildly, his hands reaching to tear apart Qin Mingyu's dress. At that moment, there was suddenly a loud commotion behind him. Mingyu, Lingu fiercely kicked open the door of the hall, bursting in with the fury of a raging fire. Seeing Qin Mingyu's coat removed and her face covered in blood, his rage erupted like a volcano. Died? I'll kill you. With his eyes blackened with fury, Lingu approached Lin Baihu step by step. Don't come any closer. Seeing Lingu's transformation, Lin Baihu immediately released his grit, his face drained of color as he kept retreating. He couldn't understand how this loser managed to break in. Even if his dozen or so professional bodyguards couldn't stop him, could it be that even the formidable Lao Lao couldn't hold him back? He was one of the most respected and powerful figures in Yuncheng. Lingu completely ignored Lin Baihu's words, advancing towards him step by step. Lin Baihu was so scared that his whole body went limp, unable to utter a sound. Before him now stood a god of death. Die. Lingu raised his foot and kicked Lin Baihu away. This playboy, with the table broken in half, lay on the ground coughing up blood, completely devoid of the strength to struggle. Mingyu. Lingu temporarily put aside Lin Baihu and hurriedly crouched down to check on his wife's condition. Fortunately, there was still breathing. Lingu quickly tore up his own coat to use it to stop Qin Mingyu's bleeding. If he had been half a minute late, Qin Mingyu would have been in danger of losing her life. That scum Lin Baihu wouldn't have bothered to treat her wounds. After stopping the bleeding and confirming that Qin Mingyu was out of danger, Lingu stood up again and walked step by step towards Lin Baihu lying on the ground. Don't come any closer. Lin Baihu was afraid when he saw Lingu, but Lingu regarded his words as nonsense and stepped on his chest again. Crack! Lin Baihu's ribs instantly broke, and he felt like his whole body was falling apart. You damn loser. You killed King Xuan. Do you dare to kill me too? Lin Baihu threatened with a terrified look, thinking Lingu wouldn't dare to kill him. Lingu finally paused, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. King Xuan died for me, but I'm not the one who killed her. Head, still trying to make excuses? Everyone knows that you were a coward who used her feelings for you to shield yourself from bullets. Zhao Wujin wanted to kill you. He loved King Xuan so much. How could he possibly have willingly killed her? Lin Baihu roared, his eyes filled with hatred and resentment towards Lingu. Although he and Lin King Xuan were half-siblings with different mothers, they grew up together from a young age and had a deep bond. Because he lost his mother early, he had always loved his sister very much. Lin King Xuan had always taken care of her immature younger brother. Now that she was killed by Lingu, Lin Baihu naturally hated Lingu to the bone. Lingu understood his gaze. Because of the intensity of his hatred towards himself, this playboy had forgotten his fear at the moment. It seemed that his love for Lin King Xuan ran deep. Because of this, Lingu hesitated to strike a fatal blow. He felt deep guilt towards Lin King Xuan and couldn't bring himself to kill another sibling who loved her deeply. Seeing Lingu silent, Lin Baihu continued to shout loudly. Lingu, you dare not kill me. If you kill me, the Lin family will surely tear you apart. And I will definitely take your wife by force. It's you and her who caused my sister so much pain. I will make you suffer for the rest of your life to compensate for the pain my sister endured. Ha ha ha. Just as Lin Baihu laughed triumphantly, Lingu's fist suddenly clenched again. Thunk. Lingu punched him hard in the face. Lin Baihu's arrogant laughter suddenly stopped, his entire cheek deformed, and his head buzzed instantly. Sorry, I owe King Xuan, but I don't owe you anything. Lingu said coldly and then roared. Mingyu is my wife. Whoever dares to plot against her, whoever dares to harm her, whoever dares to defile her, even if it's the King of Heaven, I won't let them off. Thunk. Lingu's fist struck Lin Baihu's nose bridge. Please don't hit me anymore. If you want, I'll call you Grandpa, is that okay? Lin Baihu completely felt Lingu's terrifying murderous intent and knew this man was capable of killing. He instantly changed his tone again. Thunk. Lingu's fist struck again. Although Lingu hesitated a bit because of Lin King Xuan, seeing Lin Baihu's cowardly behavior, he couldn't help but vent his anger for his wife. As Lin Baihu's consciousness gradually faded away, he couldn't make a sound anymore, regretting provoking this terrifying man. He always thought Lingu couldn't break through Lao Lao's defense, let alone have the courage to kill him. At this moment, he realized how wrong he was. Terribly wrong. Lingu didn't care whether Lin Baihu was alive or dead. After kicking him away, he went back to pick up Qin Mingyu. His anger was initially due to seeing Qin Mingyu injured and bleeding. Secondly, her coat had been removed, and he was unsure of what Lin Baihu, the playboy, had done to her. Upon inspection, Lingu felt relieved that Qin Mingyu's clothing was intact apart from the coat, showing no signs of being tampered with. After heaving a sigh of relief, Lingu intended to carry Qin Mingyu away from there. However, unexpectedly, Qin Mingyu's skirt got caught on the corner of the table. When he exerted force to lift her, the skirt tore with a loud rip. Qin Mingyu's legs, clad in silk stockings, suddenly came into view, stunning Lingu and making his whole body feel hot, his breath quickening. Lingu suddenly felt overwhelmed with happiness. Having failed in 17 blind dates, He had resigned himself to a life without a wife, but now he had married such an exceptional beauty. Heaven was truly kind to him. However, he couldn't help but complain about the quality of the skirt Shin Mingyu was wearing today. It was Chanel, a top luxury brand. How could its quality be so poor? A single tug and the whole skirt tore apart, revealing half of her buttocks. It had to be said, the rich really knew how to waste money. Little did Lingu know, poverty and his macho mindset limited his imagination. In fact, the designer intentionally designed the skirt this way for wealthy couples to play a game of tearing clothes. Fortunately, Shin Mingyu hadn't played this romantic game with him, or else this idiot might have been driven crazy. At this moment, Lingu quickly used his torn coat to cover Shin Mingyu. Despite being 2 sizes larger, the length of the coat conveniently covered Shin Mingyu's buttocks, preventing any exposure. As they were about to step out of the hall, Lao Lao barged in with the bodyguards. Second young master. Seeing the miserable state of Lin Baihu, Lao Lao's face turned angry, and he quickly went over to pick up the young master. He's dead. Upon hearing Lao Lao's trembling words, the bodyguards were also horrified, their faces pale, and they quickly surrounded Lingu and Shin Mingyu. You killed the second young master. You must pay with your life. Lao Lao stared at Lingu with bloodshot eyes, never dreaming that this man would dare to commit such a deed. Lingu, however, looked at him coldly and said, he got what he deserved. He adopted a stance, afraid of starting a fight. With his wife being violated and the husband killing the perpetrator, even if they ended up in court, he was not afraid. Lao Lao also knew the law and, seeing Lingu's gaze, remained somewhat apprehensive. Seeing that they didn't make a move, Lingu carried Shin Mingyu away. Several bodyguards looked at Lao Lao in surprise. Lao Lao, are we just going to let them go like this? How do we explain to General Lin? Let them go. Lao Lao's voice was cold. The bodyguards were puzzled, but they knew they couldn't stop Lingu, and they didn't dare to do anything to Miss Chin. They could only slowly disperse. Lingu carried Shin Mingyu out of the villa. After placing his wife in the back seat of the car, Lingu used traditional Chinese massage techniques to help her vomit out whatever was in her stomach. Lingu knew that Shin Mingyu's digestive system had always been delicate. After successfully emptying her stomach, he continued to massage her abdomen. However, just as his large hand was placed below his wife's chest, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Due to the effect of the drug, her gaze was still quite hazy. Mingyu, are you awake? Even Lingu was surprised by Shin Mingyu's willpower. How could she wake up under such circumstances? Shin Mingyu didn't answer. Slowly lowering her head, she was shocked to find herself almost naked. When she saw Lingu's hands still on her body, she was instantly shocked. What are you trying to do? Seeing Shin Mingyu's sharp gaze, like a blade, Lingu withdrew his hand, feeling guilty even though he hadn't done anything wrong. Mingyu, I just want to help you feel more comfortable. Feel more comfortable? Shin Mingyu hadn't initially suspected him of doing anything malicious, but upon hearing this explanation, she couldn't help but become suspicious. Lingu felt like he was having a hard time explaining himself. Shin Mingyu quickly sat up, covering her chest with both hands. However, her ample bosom was too large for her hands to cover completely, and the more she tried to cover, the more enticing it became. Mingyu, don't be afraid. Lingu hurriedly explained, your coat was taken off by Lin Baihu. But don't worry, I arrived just in time, and he hadn't had a chance to do anything to you. Unexpectedly, Shin Mingyu suddenly asked, then how did my skirt get torn? Ow. Well, Lingu was at a loss for words. Shin Mingyu became even more alert. Was this man trying to take advantage of the situation to fulfill his grandfather's task? That was unacceptable. She didn't want to do such things with an idiot, especially not while she was unconscious. Mingyu, I didn't tear your skirt. Lingu was about to explain, but Shin Mingyu suddenly noticed his belt. Oh no. It was then that Lingu realized that the buckle of his belt had somehow caught on the fabric of Shin Mingyu's skirt. You didn't tear my skirt, then why do you have pieces of my skirt on you? Shin Mingyu stared coldly at him. I didn't expect him to be like this. Daring to act but not admitting it. Taking another look at her lower body, where her stockings and panties were partially exposed, Shin Mingyu muttered, HMPH. Pervert. Ow. Well, misunderstood deeply by his wife, Lingu, who was usually righteous, suddenly felt embarrassed. Mingyu, it's not what you think. I really didn't intend to do anything to you. Lingu felt like he was digging himself into a deeper hole and didn't know how to explain himself. Qin Mingyu just stared silently at him, not saying a word, waiting to see what other excuses this man could come up with. Honestly, if he wanted to make love to her, there was no need to take advantage of her vulnerable state. Was he even a man? Fine, I accidentally tore your skirt, but I really didn't intend to do anything with you. Lingu felt it was best to be honest. Seeing Qin Mingyu's eyes suddenly narrow in anger, he quickly added, Mingyu, that's not what I meant. Of course, I want to be intimate with you, but I didn't mean to take advantage of you. What I meant was, when you wake up and have the chance, I want to be with you openly. Wait, what am I saying? Lingu stopped himself, seeing Qin Mingyu's mouth wide open in astonishment. This man really had no shame. Humph, he's even more dangerous than Lin Baihu. Lingu kept berating himself. If he had just been clear with his wife from the beginning, now he wouldn't be so embarrassed trying to explain himself. How awkward. Qin Mingyu, being so intelligent, could see from his bumbling demeanor that this man lacked the courage and intelligence to harm her while she was unconscious. Lingu, what did you do to Lin Baihu? Qin Mingyu finally remembered the main point and asked. She was also curious. How would Lingu, her husband, react upon seeing such a scene where Lin Baihu dared to behave that way towards her? I killed him. What? Upon hearing Lingu's words, Qin Mingyu, forgetting her partially exposed state, was astonished and tried to sit up. However, the car's interior space was limited, so she had to sit back down, glaring coldly at Lingu. How could you do that? The Lin family already blames you for Lin Qingshuan's death. Now, you've gone and killed Lin Baihu. Do you know what serious consequences this will bring? I don't care about that. Lingu's demeanor was much calmer than Qin Mingyu had imagined, and he even smiled faintly. You're my wife. When I see other men treating you like that, I can't control my anger. Regardless of the consequences, I'll bear it alone. I won't let it burden you or the Qin family. You fool. Although Qin Mingyu was clearly angry, she couldn't help feeling a warm surge of affection in her heart. She had just wondered if this fool was even a man, but now she was certain. He was a man, a very courageous one at that. After a while, Qin Mingyu sighed and said, You killed Lin Baihu for me. I will help you bear the consequences of this. Although touched by her words, Lingu couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. He had never intended to become enemies with the Lin family, let alone drag Qin Mingyu into trouble. How did things end up like this? Nevertheless, since it had come to this, he wouldn't regret it. He would wait and see how the Lin family would react. In any case, he wouldn't let this matter trouble Qin Mingyu. She already had enough on her plate with business matters, and he didn't want her to be distracted by his affairs. The news of Lin Baihu's death had already begun to spread within half a day. In the afternoon, when Qin Mingyu returned to the company for a meeting, she found her grandfather and Mr. Bai waiting for her in her office soon as she stepped out of the conference room. Not only that, but Lin Fei and Qin Yushuang were also there. Grandfather, why are you all here? Qin Mingyu only spoke to Qin Chang'an. Mingyu, why is Lingu back in the police station again? How did Lin Baihu die? The Lin family is now completely turning against us and gearing up for war. Qin Chang'an asked anxiously, tapping his cane. Grandfather, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to Lingu. The fault lies with the Lin family. If they want to turn against us or start a war, let them. Qin Mingyu remained full of confidence, showing no signs of fear. Mingyu, don't be foolish. At this point, don't make things difficult for your mother. Divorce Lingu and draw a clear line. Lin Fei, who had never said much in front of Lingu, felt compelled to express her opinion in front of her daughter given the gravity of the situation. Lin Fei, shut up. Why should I divorce Lingu because of the Lin family's mistake? Qin Mingyu snapped angrily. Lin Baihu drugged me and attempted to assault me. Lingu, as my husband, killed the perpetrator to protect his wife from harm. Legally, it's self-defense. I've already asked Xiaodi to hire a lawyer. No matter how much the Lin family tries to interfere, it's futile. Lin Fei's expression darkened, clearly struggling to contain her anger. However, Qin Chang'an spoke slowly. I see. Ha ha, that kid really has guts. Well done, well done. Qin Yuxuan observed the family's reactions, but remained silent, as usual. Regardless of whether it was within the Qin family or at the company, her status was far inferior to Qin Mingyu's. Old man, Mingyu, regardless of the truth of this matter, Lingu killed Lin Qingshuan first and then Lin Baihu. As their aunt, I absolutely cannot accept Lingu continuing to be a son-in-law of the Qin family. Lin Fei no longer held back. As Qin Mingyu's mother, she felt entitled to express her opinion. Humph, this matter isn't up to you to decide. Qin Chang'an rebuked her angrily, without waiting for Qin Mingyu to speak. The Qin family is still my Qin family, and I decide Mingyu's marriage. Lingu did nothing wrong in this matter. If your elder brother wants to be unreasonable, let him come at me. This old man. I'm not afraid of him. Lin Fei bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with resentment. She was still a woman of the Lin family, yet she had no say in this household. She couldn't accept it. At this moment, Zia Shaodi also lightly knocked on the door from outside. After getting Qin Mingyu's permission, she entered and reported. President Qin. Lawyer Zhou said, he's more than 90% confident in this case. He's sure he can get Lingu acquitted. Good. Qin Mingyu nodded, her eyes filled with trust. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Qin Chang'an also asserted, Shaodi. Being 90% confident isn't enough. You must ensure that Lingu is acquitted. If there are any issues, report to me immediately. With me around, you don't need to fear General Lin. Chairman, I understand. Zia Shaodi quickly nodded in acknowledgement. She was well aware of Qin Chang'an's connections and influence. With him backing Lingu, even General Lin wouldn't dare to do anything to him in this matter. Old man, Mingyu, you'll regret protecting that man sooner or later. Lin Fei, feeling completely helpless, stormed out in frustration. Qin Yuxuan silently followed suit. On the other side, at the Lin residence, General Lin looked at his second son's body, his face darkening like a thunderstorm. Lin Kinglong was also frightened by his father's demeanor. Lin Fei couldn't believe that Lingu had killed her brother. She wanted to speak up for him, but seeing her father's expression, she dared not say a word. General, the Qin family has hired lawyer Zhou to defend Lingu. I reckon it'll be difficult to seek justice for Baihu through legal means in this situation. Liu Rushui finally broke the silence and spoke up to the general. Humph, the Qin family has gone too far. General Lin exclaimed furiously, slamming his palm onto the table. The table instantly split into two with a resounding crack. 30 years ago, when I retired from the southern frontier and returned to Cloud City, I was fearless. Has anyone dared to bully the Lin family before? The Qin family's young lady snatched away my precious daughter's man, and now she's been harmed like this. And now, they've beaten my son to death. If I don't deal with Qin Mingyu and Lingu, how will the people of Cloud City view me? General Lin, how can I hold my head up in Cloud City in the future? Upon hearing these words, Lin Fei trembled with fear. The situation she couldn't bear to see had finally come to pass. She knew her sister genuinely liked Lingu, and she was certain Lingu was not the one who killed her sister. But her father and stepmother were adamant, and she couldn't do anything about it. How could she save Lingu? Should she find an opportunity to persuade him to leave Cloud City? Ha ha, Dad, it's really not fair to blame this on Mingyu. Lin Fei didn't dare to speak up for Lingu, but Lin Kinglong finally spoke up to defend Qin Mingyu. But before he could say more, General Lin strode over and slapped him hard across the face. Shut up. Now that the Lin family and the Qin family are at odds, don't take the wrong side over a woman. Your brother was beaten to death by Lingu. Now I command you to beat Lingu to death, to avenge your brother. General Lin issued a commanding order to Lin Kinglong in an unyielding tone. Lin Kinglong looked frustrated. He wanted to settle the score with Lingu, but he never imagined it would come to taking his life. 2 days later, Lingu walked out of the police station again. This time, waiting for him were Chen Ilin and Ling Ruoxu. Uya was also there, but Ling Ruoxu didn't acknowledge him. It seemed like he had followed Ling Ruoxu voluntarily, and the two of them were still in a cold war. Xiao Yu, are you okay? Chen Ilin and Ling Ruoxu hurried over as soon as they saw Lingu come out. Mom, sis, I'm fine. Lingu smiled slightly. The next moment, Huya walked over with a smile on his face, adopting the appearance of a good brother-in-law. He raised his feet and put his arm around Lingu's shoulder, saying, "It's good that you're okay. Come on, brother-in-law will give you a ride home." "Who asked you to give us a ride? Who do you think you are?" Ling Ruoxu coldly interjected, causing Uji's smile to freeze, feeling awkward on the spot. Fortunately, Chen Nailin was present and didn't want any problems with her children's marriages. She immediately intervened, trying to smooth things over. "Ruoxu, Huya didn't mean it last time. Don't hold a grouch. Look, he still cares a lot about our family." "That's right," Huya immediately added. "Ruoxu, we're all family. Let's talk about it when we get home. If you want me to kneel and wash the laundry board, I'll do it. Don't embarrass us in front of the police station, okay?" Ling Ruoxu wasn't buying it. She saw through this man. He was just a sycophant. When she heard about her brother's divorce from Qin Mingyu, he wanted to capitalize on their family. Now that her brother had remarried Qin Mingyu and gained full support from the Qin family, he definitely wanted to curry favor with the Qin family. Lingu also pushed Ji's hand away and spoke sternly, "The issues between you and my sister are for her to handle herself. But if you knock down my mom, you must apologize to her." Seeing Lingu's expression, Huya suddenly felt a little intimidated. This man was not only Qin Mingyu's husband but also someone who had killed before. He couldn't handle this murder sorrow. "Haha, shall you? You're right. Absolutely necessary." Huya quickly bent 90 degrees, apologizing to Chen Ailin. "Mom, last time I really didn't mean it. Please forgive me. You can hit me to vent your anger." Chen Ailin was a kind-hearted person. How could she hit someone? She quickly helped Huya up and said, "It's okay. I know you didn't mean it." Then she turned to Lingu and Ling Ruoxu. "Is it okay now? Let's go home and talk." Ling Ruoxu still held her hands up, snorting coldly. "Mom, it's your business to forgive him. I won't get in his car." Huya became anxious. "Ruoxu, if you don't get in my car, are you going to take a taxi home? Stop making a scene, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, a Maserati drove up to the scene. Lingu was slightly stunned, thinking that it was his wife who had come to pick him up. But upon closer inspection, he realized that although it was also a Maserati, it wasn't his wife's. "Brother-in-law, big sister is still in a meeting at the company, so I'm here to pick you up on her behalf." The car window rolled down, revealing Qin Yuxuan. Although she wasn't as stunning as Qin Mingyu, she was still the daughter of a wealthy family. With fair skin and an elegant temperament, undoubtedly a beauty in her own right. Huya was taken aback for a moment, his face turning a little red. He had thought that Ling Ruoxu's family didn't have a car, but unexpectedly, a Maserati had arrived. But his thick skin didn't fail him. He immediately approached Qin Yuxuan with a smile, trying to get close. "You must be Xiao Yu's sister-in-law, right? I'm his brother-in-law. I'm Huya. Nice to meet you." After speaking, he extended his hand to shake Qin Yuxuan's hand. Ling Ruoxu saw this scene and felt disgusted to the core. From this small detail, she could see that not only was her husband a sycophant, but he was also a lecher. This marriage was definitely going to end. "Hello, I'm Qin Yuxuan." Qin Yuxuan still showed no airs, smiling as she shook hands with Huya. Huya was thrilled and didn't want to let go of Qin Yuxuan's hand. Ling Ruoxu watched this scene without saying a word. It wasn't until Qin Yuxuan withdrew her hand on her own initiative that he realized he had been a bit too excited. It wouldn't have been a big deal on a normal occasion, but his wife was standing right there. "Brother-in-law, let's get in the car." Qin Yuxuan blinked her beautiful eyes at Lingu. Lingu didn't mind, but Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but feel that something was off about her sister-in-law. Compared to getting into Ji's car, Lingu would rather get into Qin Yuxuan's car. However, he didn't expect another Bentley to suddenly arrive. "Brother-in-law, don't get in that woman's car." From the Bentley, Qin Ruhan hurriedly got out, speaking to Qin Yuxuan with an attitude even worse than Qin Mingyu's. Lingu was a bit surprised. Although he had only spent a short time with Qin Yuxuan, he found her to be gentle and approachable. Why didn't Qin Mingyu and Qin Ruhan like her? Before he could react, Qin Ruhan had already come up to Lingu and grabbed his hand urgently. "Brother-in-law, big sister asked me to pick you up and take you home. Let's go." Lingu was stunned. If it weren't for Qin Yuxuan being there as well, he would have undoubtedly gotten into Qin Ruhan's car. After all, he was quite familiar with the third Miss Qin, that if he got into her car now, what would Qin Yuxuan do? Brother-in-law, let's go. Are you really going to get in that woman's car? Qin Ruhan became even more anxious when she saw Lingu hesitate. Chen Ailan and Ling Ruoxu were also dumbfounded. It was their first time interacting with Qin Ningyu's two younger sisters. But no matter how they looked at it, the relationship between the two sisters didn't seem very harmonious. Don't mention Lingu. Even Qin Mingyu's sisters were put in a difficult position. Instead, Liu seized the opportunity, smiling broadly as he approached Qin Ruhan. You must be the third Miss Qin, right? Nice to meet you. Get lost. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Ruhan, this little firecracker, cut him off with just one word. Liu was instantly embarrassed, feeling like he might as well have dug himself a hole to hide in. Compared to Miss Qin 2, Miss Qin 3 really lacked manners. But she was still a Qin family heiress, someone he couldn't afford to offend. He could only swallow his pride. Brother-in-law, sister, and aunt, it's okay. Just get in whichever car you like. Qin Yuxuan, in stark contrast to Qin Ruhan's attitude, continued to smile politely, showing no intention of forcing anyone. Well then, Lingu, unable to offend either side, came up with a quick solution. I'll go back to Yunshan poetry. Mom and sister can go home. Since we're going different ways, could I trouble Yuxuan to take my mom and sister home? Yes, of course. Qin Yuxuan nodded. Lingu's solution effectively resolved the dispute between the two sisters. After all, Qin Ruhan was sent by her older sister to pick up Lingu, and now that she had done so, Qin Yuxuan didn't need to feel embarrassed. The only one left feeling awkward was Liu. No one was getting into his car, and it felt like a chill wind was blowing around him. Brother-in-law, didn't big sister tell you about that woman? You should stay away from her. Once Lingu got into the Bentley, Qin Ruhan didn't mince words. Why'd? Lingu was curious. The Ice Queen hadn't mentioned anything to him, but perhaps he could get some information from his third sister-in-law and find out why the two sisters couldn't get along. Not why. She's just a scheming *******. Not a good person at all. Qin Ruhan huffed, unable to come up with a better explanation. And she had a bit of a similar personality to Qin Mingyu, in that she didn't like speaking ill of people behind their backs. Calling her second sister a schemer was already pushing her limits. Seeing her puffed-up cheeks and pouting expression, Lingu decided not to press further. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe big sister. She's not one to misjudge people, Qin Ruhan added. Lingu chuckled. Regardless, I'll just maintain a normal relationship with her. Qin Ruhan warned him again, even maintaining a normal relationship is unnecessary. Don't upset big sister. She's already stressed out with work. Don't add to her troubles, okay? Lingu joked. Why do you sound like my big sister-in-law? Qin Ruhan puffed out her chest a little arrogantly. Humph, even though I'm younger than you and big sister, my romantic experience far surpasses yours. You two are love novices. Lingu chuckled again. Indeed, this third sister-in-law was straightforward, saying whatever was on her mind. It was precisely this kind of person who had fewer ulterior motives. On the other hand, Qin Yuxuan, though obedient, gave off a somewhat profound vibe. Could she really be a schemer? Or were Qin Mingyu and her sister misunderstanding her? Lingu couldn't worry about all that now, especially with the Lin family's affair still weighing on his mind. That night, Qin Mingyu didn't ask Lingu to pick her up after work. She didn't get home until after 10 p.m. and went straight to bed after a shower, too exhausted for any conversation between them. The next morning, Qin Mingyu, busy with work, woke up half an hour earlier than usual. She decided that if Lingu hadn't gotten up, she wouldn't need him to make breakfast or drive her. To her surprise, as soon as she woke up, Qin Mingyu saw that Lingu had already prepared breakfast, which suddenly warmed her heart. Before, she wasn't sure why she clung to this marriage. Perhaps this was the reason. After all, having this man by her side seemed genuinely more comfortable than being alone before. Mingyu, I made some bacon for you and heated up some milk. They're both high in energy and protein because you've been exerting yourself a lot lately. Eat while it's hot. Lingu said as he took off his apron. Not getting a response from Qin Mingyu behind him, he turned around to check, only to have a soft body suddenly hug him. A strange sense of comfort made Lingu feel a bit lightheaded. Lingu. Thank you. Qin Mingyu unexpectedly thanked him. Lingu was momentarily stunned, not yet able to respond before Qin Mingyu pulled away from his embrace, her cheek slightly flushed. She didn't know what had come over her just now. How could she be so forward as to hug a man like that? Lingu, on the other hand, seemed more composed. He approached her and said, "The one who should be thanked is me. You got me out of the police station and even sent your sister to pick me up. I'm very grateful." "The one who should thank is me," Qin Mingyu asserted. "You went in to save me. How can I not care about you?" Seeing his wife's strong demeanor, Lingu could only surrender. "All right, I accept your thanks, even though it's just part of my duties as a husband." "Humph, cheesy," Qin Mingyu suddenly huffed, ending the conversation. She even started to doubt if it was really her just now. When did she become like this? After breakfast, Lingu still drove Qin Mingyu to work. Just as they left the residential area, Lingu had to suddenly brake. Qin Mingyu was dealing with some work on her phone in the car, feeling a bit flustered by the sudden braking. She quickly tidied up her hair and lifted her head. She knew Lingu was skilled at driving, and he wouldn't brake suddenly without reason. But now, so early in the morning, what could be blocking the entrance to the residential area? When she raised her eyes to look, she instantly understood. Furrowing her eyebrows, she opened the car window and coldly rebuked, "Lynn Kinglong, what madness are you up to again? Go away." Because of the Lynn family's relationship, she now had a bit more disgust towards Lynn Kinglong than before. Why were all the people from the Lynn family so irritating? "Mingyu, I'm not here to find you today." Lynn Kinglong's attitude was also a bit different from usual, less sycophantic. He pointed directly at Lingu and said, "Lingu, if you're a man, get out of the car. Today, I must have a showdown with you." "Are you crazy?" Qin Mingyu muttered under her breath, then directly instructed Lingu, "Drive over. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens." This Lingu was stunned. Although he also found Lynn Kinglong annoying, it wasn't rational to just drive over like that. They were already in deep conflict with the Lynn family. If they did this, the conflict would only escalate further. "If you won't drive, then I will." Seeing Lingu hesitating, Qin Mingyu actually unfastened her seatbelt, ready to grab the accelerator. "Mingyu, calm down," Lingu hurriedly advised, but Qin Mingyu just gave him a look that made him shut up, allowing Qin Mingyu to take action. He didn't know why. Perhaps it was Qin Mingyu's authoritative demeanor, or perhaps it was because he didn't see her as losing control. He could only trust his wife. Good grief. Are they out of their minds? Lynn Kinglong cursed angrily, swiftly leaping aside. He thought he was quite imposing, but compared to Qin Mingyu, he realized he fell short. That woman actually dared to ram into him. After the Maserati sped out of the residential area, Qin Mingyu tidied herself up, sitting back in the passenger seat calmly, as if nothing had happened. Lingu couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. In terms of gutsiness, he had to hand it to his wife. Whether it's General Lin or anyone else from the Lin family, they're all paper tigers. I don't believe they dare to do anything to us. As long as we're in the right, we have nothing to fear from them, Qin Mingyu suddenly advised Lingu. Lingu sighed deeply. He was guiltless in other matters, but Lin Qingshuan's death weighed heavily on his mind. It could be said that her death was the catalyst for the conflict between the Lin and Qin families, and he was the key figure in the feud. The one who untied the bell must be the one to tie it. Lingu felt that he was the one who had to resolve the conflict between the two families. Arriving at the entrance of Chang'an Tower, Lingu discovered various words painted with taint around, most of which accused the Qin family of being murderers and using their wealth to cover up the truth. The uninformed public seemed a bit panicked, and Chang'an group was shrouded in fear and panic. Seeing this scene, Lingu felt even more uncomfortable. However, Qin Mingyu lightly nibbled her lip and said, "Lingu, don't let these trivial matters bother you. I've got everything under control." After speaking, she got out of the car coldly and muttered under her breath, "Such boring little tricks. The Lin family is really childish." She really looked down on General Lin. After all, he was a prominent figure in Yun City's military. But instead of seeking revenge in a dignified manner, he resorted to such petty tricks, lacking the demeanor of a true general. Lingu listened to Qin Mingyu's advice and drove home by himself. However, he felt that this couldn't continue. If the Lin family couldn't use legal means to deal with him, they would continue to send people to harass him and the Qin family. A man should take responsibility for his actions. Although Qin Mingyu and Qin Chang'an had repeatedly stated that they were not afraid of the Lin family, Lingu didn't want to see the situation deteriorate like this. At noon that day, Lingu drove alone to the Lin family's villa. When the guards saw him walking into what seemed like a trap, they were astonished. Lingu is here. With a loud shout, a large group of people poured out of the villa, surrounding Lingu in layers. Many of them even had guns in their hands. However, without orders from their master, these people didn't dare to open fire. "Don't shoot." The next moment, a beautiful young woman ran out of the villa. It was Lin Feifei. She hurriedly ran towards Lingu, and the guards quickly dispersed to make way for her. She didn't often stay in this grand villa, but luckily she was here today. She hadn't expected that even though Lingu knew the Lin family wanted to kill him, he still dared to come here himself. "Lingu, why are you here? Hurry up and leave while my father and my eldest brother aren't here yet." Lin Feifei pushed Lingu towards the exit with all her strength. Lingu was deeply moved. He hadn't expected that there would still be someone in the Lin family who stood on his side. But he didn't move. Instead, he lowered his head and said to Lin Feifei, "I don't want the Lin family and the Qin family to fight because of me. I came here today to resolve things." Lin Feifei looked up at Lingu, feeling like she was looking at a towering mountain. No wonder King Xuan's sister couldn't help but fall in love with this man. She also felt that her heart had completely surrendered. Looking at Yun City, besides this man in front of her, who else would knowingly face the Lin family's threat and still come alone like he did? The next moment, the bodyguards dispersed like a tide because the master of the Lin family had arrived. Lin General walked out with Liu Rushui, followed by Labor and some other prominent figures of the Lin family. "Ha! Lingu, what are you doing at the Lin family?" Lin General saw Lingu and asked with a big smile. He had only two guesses in his mind. Either Lingu didn't take his Lin family seriously and wanted to come to assassinate him, or Lingu couldn't withstand the pressure from the Lin family's actions and wanted to surrender and beg for mercy. Obviously, the latter was more likely, as many enemies of the Lin family in the past had knelt before him, begging for mercy. "You are King Xuan's father. I'm here to clarify the things." Lingu looked at Lin General. Although the other party was indeed very imposing, he didn't show any weakness. Lin General could tell at a glance that Lingu was an extraordinary person, but his aura was still inferior to the Northern Territory Old Marshal. Liu Rushui couldn't help but lick her cherry-red lips as she watched Lingu, who remained calm in this situation. She really admired this man. It was a pity. If he had abandoned Qin Mingyu and married her daughter, wouldn't it be great? But he had to disappoint her daughter and let her leave with regret. Therefore, she absolutely couldn't forgive him. "Two things. Is it about King Xuan and by who?" Lin General asked with narrowed eyes. "Yes." Lingu nodded and said directly, "First, King Xuan died for me, but it was not me who killed her. The one who fired the gun was Zhao Wujin. Secondly, Lin Bai who wanted to defile my wife, Qin Mingyu. As a husband, I killed him in self-defense, and it was justifiable." With righteousness and firmness in his voice, Lingu's words resonated powerfully. The people around couldn't help but gasp in surprise, exchanging glances stealthily. They hadn't expected that someone could remain so composed in the face of General Lin's pressure. The person he killed was General Lin's second son. To be honest, General Lin also started to admire the young man before him. This was the first time he had truly interacted with Lingu. Previously, he had thought Lingu was a cowardly young man who only dared to hide behind Qin Mingyu's protection. However, today Lingu had come alone, showing such courage, which truly impressed him. Ha! General Lin suddenly burst into laughter, then lowered his head, his eyes fixed on Lingu like a hawk. "That's just your side of the story. What evidence do you have?" If what Lingu said was true, then the Lin family indeed had no reason to deal with him and Qin's family. But what if it was false? As the head of the Lin family, with one son and one daughter, killed by the person in front of him, General Lin would never let the other party off easily. For King Xuan's matter, you can find Zhao Wujin to confront me. As for Lin Baihu's matter, you can ask Laborer. He knows it very well. Lingu remained steadfast. Even if it was General Lin, if Zhao Wujin didn't want to come to the Lin family, he couldn't force him to. So Lingu's gaze turned to Laborer. Laborer immediately lowered his head and said, I don't know what the second young master did to Miss Qin, but the only thing I'm sure of is that he was definitely killed by Lingu. He wasn't intentionally biased towards Lin Baihu, just stating the facts. Lin Faifai was extremely worried. With Laborer saying this, her father would definitely not let Lingu off. However, Lingu remained calm, having anticipated that Laborer would say so. Lingu, I'll ask you again. Do you have any evidence to support your claim that Baihu intended to harm Qin Mingyu? General Lin asked, his face dark and filled with hostility. The evidence is all at the police station. Didn't they define this case already? Lingu responded calmly. Unfortunately, I don't believe it. General Lin snorted. That's just your Aunt Qin Mingyu's testimony, along with the result of the manipulation by that old man, Qin Qianggong. Then I have nothing more to say, Lingu replied. He came here to clarify the facts, and if General Lin wanted to be biased, there was nothing he could do about it. Ha ha. Lingu, are you prepared to die today? General Lin suddenly chuckled. But if I were to kill you like this, you would definitely not accept it. Moreover, I can't convince the public. So, how about this Laborer? Upon hearing General Lin's call, Laborer was slightly surprised but still bowed respectfully. Yes. Didn't Baihu's mother entrust you to take good care of him? General Lin asked. Yes. Laborer agreed, sighing inwardly. In that case, regardless of the truth, since the killer of Baihu is right in front of us, and we can't legally punish him, I can't simply kill him without convincing the public. Now, only you, this loyal servant, can avenge Baihu. General Lin, as a military leader, couldn't afford to be criticized for his actions. He needed a noble reason if he wanted to kill Lingu. I understand, sir. Laborer sighed again and stepped forward. Although he didn't want to fight Lingu to the death, he had no choice now. General Lin looked at Lingu and continued, Lingu, I don't care whether you're telling the truth or not. As long as you can defeat Laborer, I won't pursue Baihu's matter further. But if you lose and get beaten to death, don't blame anyone else. Lingu didn't respond to General Lin but looked towards Laborer. Laborer didn't want to fight him to the death, and Lingu didn't want to fight Laborer either, nor did he have any assurance of victory. Lingu, please. Laborer extended his hand towards Lingu, signaling him to begin the fight. A skirmish seemed inevitable. Gradually, all the bodyguards dispersed. As Water Willow escorted General Lin to his seat, some people poured them drinks and served snacks, as if they were here to watch a performance. Lingu, you must win. Lin Faifai dared not speak loudly, only whispering quietly. Ha ha, that's going to be tough. Suddenly, like a mountain moving, Lin Faifai looked up to see her elder brother, Lin Kinglong. Laborer is one of the top fighters recognized in Yun City. I used to spar with him a lot when I was young and never won once. I was taught a lesson every time, Lin Kinglong admitted sincerely. In his mind, he was always the best, but he acknowledged only to people as being stronger than him, his father, General Lin, and Laborer. Hearing her elder brother's words, Lin Faifai became even more nervous, her palms sweating profusely, feeling as if she were in an ice cellar. In that case, let's begin. Lingu understood that this battle was unavoidable. There was no point in saying more. Resolving a grudge through combat was an outcome he was willing to accept. Laborer took a step forward, and the entire courtyard seemed to revolve around him. Lin Faifai felt her skirt being lifted by the wind and quickly pressed it down with her hands to avoid exposing herself. At the same time, she marveled at the fact that such martial arts masters actually existed in real life. She had known Laborer for many years and heard of his prowess, but she never imagined seeing him engage in combat for the first time against a man both she and her sister liked. The taste of this, truly uncomfortable. In the next moment, Lingu also assumed a combat stance, but much more understated than Laborer, without any cyclones or extravagance, just a solid horse stance and clenched fists. Onlookers may see the fun, but experts see the doorway. Seeing Lingu's stance compared to Laborer's, almost everyone in the audience concluded that Laborer had already won, and it would be a completely one-sided affair, winning effortlessly. Only Laborer knew that his opponent was not to be underestimated. Lingu's posture was plain and simple, yet it gave off an aura of invincibility. Laborer knew that if he kicked, his opponent would block with both arms. And if he punched, he would be at a disadvantage due to his shorter reach. For a moment, he felt at a loss on how to approach Lingu. So, the two stood facing each other for several minutes, neither making the first move. Laborer, if you can't win, just retire to your hometown and enjoy your old age, General Lynn finally spoke. Laborer sighed helplessly once again, reluctantly pushing off the ground with one foot, leaving behind a deep footprint. His entire being resembled a soaring crane, and when his foot landed on Lingu's head, it suddenly split into 7. Lingu suddenly felt like the sky was being covered, with a fierce wind blowing in his face. Great skill, even Lynn Kinglong couldn't help but marvel. A smile flickered on Water Willow's lips. It wasn't that she wanted to see Lingu die, but given the circumstances, her stance could only hope for Laborer's victory. Lingu indeed had a masculine charm, and was the type she liked. But why did he refuse to marry into the Lynn family and instead choose to marry into the Chin family? It could only be said, what a pity. Oh, that's for words. The spectators around also marveled at Laborer's prowess, showing that the title of top experts in Yun City was indeed well-deserved. None of them thought that in Lingu's situation, he could still come out unscathed. It seems that in this duel, victory or defeat could be decided in just one move. Just then, Lingu raised his hands and chose to block directly. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Laborer's kicks landed on Lingu's arms, producing a series of deafening sounds. The mud under Lingu's feet sank deeper, forming two pits. The pits grew deeper and deeper. Laborer, as light as a swallow, rebounded off the force and landed gracefully. Wow, truly worthy of Laborer. This move is too fast, too exquisite. Yes, truly the #1 in Yun City, deserving of the title. The members of the Lin family around couldn't help but express their sincere admiration. Lin Fifei was also extremely nervous. In her opinion, the skills displayed by Laborer and Lingu just now clearly determined their respective levels. Wow, impressive. After Lin Kinglong recovered from his astonishment, he suddenly burst into laughter, increasingly eager to engage in a full-on battle with Lingu. Although Water Willow couldn't understand the dynamics of the battle, she understood human nature. She looked towards General Lin and noticed his dark expression, which clearly didn't indicate that Laborer had the upper hand. Following General Lin's gaze, she discovered that Laborer's foot, which had just attacked Lingu, was trembling slightly. It seems like he's afraid of the younger generation. Laborer didn't launch a second attack for a while, and Water Willow knew that he had lost in that last move. And indeed, that was the case. Laborer was now quite wary of Lingu. Despite Lingu's plain and simple moves, they were incredibly practical. In terms of techniques and combat experience, Laborer naturally didn't fear Lingu. However, this young man chose to confront him head-on, and he also had the ability to see through Laborer's moves, making him quite difficult to deal with. Laborer, what are you doing? Don't hold back, General Lin suddenly shouted angrily when he saw Laborer hesitating to attack. Laborer had no choice but to change his moves again and fiercely attack Lingu. For a moment, Lingu was hard-pressed to defend himself. Laborer's moves were indeed very unpredictable, making him one of the strongest opponents Lingu had ever encountered. However, unlike his past experiences on the battlefield, where every move was a potentially lethal strike, the pressure from his opponent was somewhat reduced. Although Lingu couldn't predict all of Laborer's moves, relying on his strong physique, he could easily withstand most of them. Occasionally, he would get hit by Laborer, but he managed to avoid any vital areas. He was well aware of his advantage, his strong and robust body. As long as Laborer couldn't knock him down, the balance of victory would eventually tilt in his favor as his opponent's stamina depleted. However, in a showdown between masters, outsiders often could only see the surface. Especially in the Lin family's stronghold, everyone saw Lingu struggling to defend himself, unable to fight back, and they all cheered wildly for Laborer, truly worthy of being the martial arts master of Yun City. His techniques are exquisite. Yes, I've truly broadened my horizons today. Laborer will definitely win. That kid is doomed today. The crowd shouted enthusiastically. Hearing these voices, Lin Fifei wanted to rush out several times to stop Laborer and create an opportunity for Lingu to escape. However, to everyone's surprise, Lingu managed to block Laborer's attack, and then seized the opportunity to counter, swiftly throwing Laborer to the ground with a move. Doom. With a loud noise, the chaotic atmosphere at the scene suddenly quieted down, seeing Laborer covered in dust, looking disheveled as he landed. Those who had just believed he would win were dumbfounded, feeling a burning sensation on their cheeks. How could this happen? Even Laborer made a mistake. After leaping up, Laborer was panting heavily. In contrast, Lingu still breathed evenly, as if he had just warmed up. Those who had just cheered for Laborer were now silent. Even the most inexperienced observers could now see who had the advantage and who was at a disadvantage. Laborer, you're old, it's time to retire. Your family, I see no reason for them to stay in Yun City. They should all go back to the countryside with you. General Lin expressed his disappointment while still pressuring Laborer. Upon hearing that his family couldn't stay in Yun City, Laborer became anxious. He shouted, "No, I haven't lost yet." Before his words could even land, he launched another fierce attack on Lingu, this time clearly heavier than before. Everyone thought there was still suspense in the fight. Little did they know, Lingu seemed even more relaxed and comfortable compared to before. Despite Laborer's attacks becoming heavier, he couldn't break through Lingu's defense. Suddenly, seizing an opening, Lingu counterattacked with a powerful punch. The force of the punch caused Laborer's white hair to flutter, and he found it difficult to keep his eyes open. It's over. Laborer knew that if Lingu's punch landed, his old bones would be either severely injured or worse. He instinctively closed his eyes tightly. Having roamed Yun City for many years, Laborer had never encountered such a powerful young man. Lingu's moves were not flashy, but each one was precise, reflecting a profound understanding of martial arts within simplicity. "No, don't," Lin Fifei exclaimed. She didn't want to see Lingu defeated. Nor did she want to witness Laborer being seriously injured or killed. But she knew her cry came too late. Unexpectedly, Lingu's punch did not land on Laborer's face, but stopped just short of it. Even so, Laborer's cheeks still stung. Lin Kinglong and many others present breathed a sigh of relief. Laborer was highly respected in the Lin family, and he had several disciples serving in the family. If Lingu had killed Laborer on the spot, these people would definitely not let him off. "Why didn't you kill me?" Laborer slowly opened his eyes, looking at Lingu with astonishment. In Lingu's eyes, he didn't see fear, which meant that this young man didn't stop because he was afraid of causing trouble by killing him. "I have no grudge against you. Why should I hurt you?" Lingu clenched his fist. "Moreover, if it weren't for you not stopping me that day, I'm afraid Mingyu would have fallen victim to Lin Baihu's hands. I owe you a favor, and today I've repaid it." Upon hearing this, the crowd once again gasped in surprise. So, it was Laborer who let Lingu in and allowed him to kill Lin Baihu. Laborer sighed, seeing that the fight was over. He turned to General Lin and bowed. "Master of the house, this old man is useless now. I'll leave the Lin family and retire to the countryside." General Lin snorted disdainfully. "Old useless thing. Take your family and get out of Yun City." Laborer nodded and sighed again. His granddaughter relied on the resources and connections of the Lin family to gain some fame in the entertainment industry. Now, it seemed that everything she had gained would turn to dust. Lingu didn't know the story behind Laborer, but as he watched his figure walking away, he felt a pang of pity for the old man. After so many years of dedication to the Lin family, being abandoned. After one failure showed that General Lin's character was indeed mediocre. It seemed that Lin Qingshuan took after her mother. However, while Lin Kinglong was harsh on Laborer, he was quite trustworthy. He coldly said to Lingu, "Since you've defeated Laborer, I won't pursue the matter of Baihu anymore. But for Qingshuan's death, you will be held responsible." Kinglong. Upon hearing his father's call, Lin Kinglong's sturdy body trembled slightly, showing reluctance as he walked out. "Dad, what's the matter? Do you remember what I told you?" General Lin said sternly. "As your sister's brother, you must avenge her." Lin Kinglong scratched his head and furrowed his brows. But didn't Lingu just say? It was Zhao Wujin who fired the gun, not him. Shut up, General Lin shouted loudly. I don't believe it was Zhao Wujin who fired the gun, and he can't produce any evidence. He must bear the responsibility. Lin Kinglong pursed his lips and muttered quietly, if you don't believe what he says, I do. What did you say? General Lin thundered. Lin Kinglong felt like he had been electrocuted and quickly said with a wry smile, Wow, I didn't say anything. Lin Fei watched from the side, feeling very uncomfortable. She knew that her older brother had always been afraid of their father since he was a child, and their father's devilish training had made him so strong. His reverence for his father was deeply ingrained. Whenever their father gave an order, he would be very eager to execute it. His behavior now showed that he must believe Lingu. Unfortunately, even so, Lin Kinglong still stood in front of Lingu and said, rolling his eyes, Lingu, I actually wanted to challenge you for Qin Mingyu. The reason for challenging you today is indeed a bit meaningless, but I must do it. Lingu smiled and replied, You challenge me for your sister's sake, I can understand. Nonsense, Qin Mingyu is already his wife, why should he accept challenges from others? Winning without reward and losing one's wife, only a fool would do that, right? Today, Lingu came here to resolve to bloody cases in the future. Regardless of the method, as long as it can make the Lin family and the Qin family reconcile, he can accept it. Let's begin. Lin Kinglong adopted a fighting stance. Lin Fei knew that her brother's combat ability was actually not inferior to that of Lao Lao, but she understood her brother's character. He might seem a bit silly, but he was actually a sensible person, who never bullied others with his martial arts and never fought without reason. He didn't seem to have much fighting spirit in this battle, so Lingu shouldn't lose, right? Come on. Lingu also assumed a combat stance. The spectators around had eyes filled with excitement. Although Lin Kinglong's reputation was not as great as Lao Lao's, it was only because he was younger and hadn't made a name for himself in major battles yet. In terms of true strength, the young and strong Lin Kinglong might not be inferior to the older Lao Lao. Moreover, Lingu had just fought with Lao Lao, consuming a lot of energy and clearly sustaining injuries. He might not be a match for Lin Kinglong. Kinglong, come on. Liu Rishui led the cheer for Lin Kinglong. In fact, this man was nominally her son, but in reality, they had no blood relation at all. They were only 3 years apart in age, so she had always been somewhat envious of his large stature and robust body. Young master, come on. You must bring glory to the Lin family. Young master, you must fight for the honor of the Lin family. The people around from the Lin family cheered for Lin Kinglong one after another. In such an atmosphere, even though Lin Kinglong didn't seem to have much fighting spirit, he suddenly shouted and took the initiative to attack Lingu. Obviously, he didn't want to lose in front of so many people in his own home. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Kinglong's moves were completely different from Lao Lao's, without any fancy techniques or clever variations, but filled with majestic power. Lingu didn't dare to directly confront Lin Kinglong's attacks, like he did with Lao Lao earlier, nor did he dare to easily take a hit from Lin Kinglong. Otherwise, he might end up with broken bones at best or be fatally injured on the spot at worst. Lingu retreated. Lin Kinglong then launched a fierce attack. Lingu retreated again and again, until he was backed against the large marble fountain in the front courtyard. Lingu had no more room to retreat. Lin Kinglong's fist, like a battering ram, came crashing down, like a huge truck speeding towards him. No, it was more like a speeding freight train. Lingu could only dodge to the side, and the fist smashed into the marble behind him, shattering it into pieces. The flying debris hit Lingu's body, causing him excruciating pain as if his bones were being crushed. Lingu quickly rolled on the ground and came up behind Lin Kinglong, swiftly locking his opponent's shoulders with his hands, intending to execute a throw. However, to his surprise, Lin Kinglong, despite his bulky physique, displayed surprising agility. He suddenly dissolved Lingu's lock, turned around, and locked Lingu's waist, lifting him up entirely. Ah! Lin Kinglong roared loudly, raising his knee to smash Lingu's abdomen. No! Lin Fei exclaimed in shock. If Lingu were to be hit, his body would likely be broken in half at the waist. The scene would be too gruesome, and Lin Fifei couldn't bear to watch. Well done. The young master is mighty. He truly is the dragon of the military. The spectators in the front courtyard raised their hands and cheered, excitement evident on their faces. General Lin's mouth curled up in satisfaction. While Lingu's close combat skills were indeed impressive, his son still had the upper hand in terms of technique. But in the next moment, Lingu swiftly wrapped one arm around Lin Qinglong's neck, using momentum to lift Lin Qinglong into the air. The two of them spun in midair before crashing heavily onto the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The expressions of the onlookers froze. The intensity of the two bouts far exceeded their expectations. They had only known Lao Lao as the top martial artist in Yun City, revered by everyone in the martial arts community. Little did they know that there were young talents surpassing him, and not just one, but two. As Lingu quickly regained his footing, he found that Lin Qinglong's movements were equally swift. By the time Lingu launched his attack, the big guy had already raised his hand to block. The tide of battle shifted, with Lingu on the offense and Lin Qinglong on defense. Lingu soon realized that Lin Qinglong's defense was incredibly strong, even stronger than his own. Lin Qinglong's defense was built upon his own robust physique. As long as he shielded his vital areas, his defense could be considered absolute. It's not an exaggeration to say that even if Lingu were to crash into him with a Maserati, he might not be able to injure this big guy, and he might even damage the car. Interesting, Lingu also showed a hint of excitement on his face. He knew Lin Qinglong was powerful, but he didn't expect his strength to surpass his imagination. This was innate fighting talent. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them fought fiercely in the front courtyard, causing the battlefield to become somewhat fragmented. It's worth noting that the Lin family's villa was a military-style mansion, much more sturdy than ordinary villas. Even the stone floors could be disrupted by these two, indicating just how powerful they were. After about 100 exchanges, the balance of victory had begun to tilt. While Lin Qinglong's defense was formidable, there was still a gap in terms of techniques and combat experience. Compared to Lingu, who had now put him in a one-sided defensive position. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Lin family was dumbfounded. Who exactly was Lingu? Not only did he defeat Lao Lao, who was already famous, but now he also overcame Lin Qinglong, the top young martial artist of the Lin family and the eldest son carefully cultivated by General Lin. How was this possible? Boom, boom, boom. Lingu landed 3 consecutive kicks on Lin Qinglong, causing him to fall heavily to the ground despite his steel-like physique. I concede. Lin Qinglong was somewhat frantic as he faced General Lin. Dad, it's not that I don't want to avenge my sister, but I truly can't defeat him. What if my sister wasn't really used as a pawn by him? General Lin's face turned extremely ugly, almost completely blackened. Losing to Lao Lao was one thing, but even his most carefully cultivated son lost to Lingu. Where could he possibly put his face? Moreover, he had spoken too soon. Even if he wanted to deal with Lingu now, he found himself at a loss. If he forcibly dealt with Lingu, his prestige might plummet. As Lingu caught his breath, he looked at Lin Qinglong. If this big guy insisted on continuing, it was hard to say if there would be another twist in the battle. Unexpectedly, after persistently clinging on, he was now admitting defeat so readily. Lingu knew he hadn't misjudged Lin Qinglong. Although he might be a bit dramatic and his love rival, his character was still good. Lingu. Listen, General Lin coldly stated. General Lin, I am a man of my word. Today, you have won, so I can allow you to leave the Lin family. However, it does not mean I will let you off the hook. I will definitely investigate King Xuan's death thoroughly. Everyone in the Lin family knew that General Lin didn't pay much attention to Lin Baihu, his prodigal son, who had always been left to his own devices. However, he had shown great affection for Lin Qingxuan. Now, focusing on avenging Lin Qingxuan's death while not pursuing Lin Baihu's death was understandable. General Lin, I've said it many times. It wasn't me who used Qingxuan as a shield. Zhao Wujin shot at me, and she voluntarily shielded me from the bullet. Lingu was also excited. Qingxuan's death saddened me deeply. Why don't you confront Zhao Wujin? Why don't you seek revenge from him? General Lin's voice was filled with anger. I've said it before. I don't believe your one-sided story unless you have evidence. Seeing the two about to fall into another deadlock, realizing that the situation was unsolvable, Lynn finally bit her lip and rushed out. Dad, if you want evidence, find a way to wake up sister. You'll believe her testimony, won't you? As soon as she finished speaking, Lingu's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that Lin Qingshuan hadn't died? How was that possible? The bullet hit her heart. No. Absolutely impossible. But the next moment, Lin Fifei turned to him. Brother Lingu, aren't you a doctor? You helped treat my sister's strange illness before. Do you have any way to wake her up? Lingu couldn't hold back anymore and walked towards her excitedly, gripping her shoulders tightly. Miss Fifei, what did you say? Could it be that Qingshuan hasn't died? She hasn't been buried yet? As Lin Fifei nodded, Lingu hurriedly exclaimed, Quick! Take me to see her. I want to see her. A surge of joyous emotions burst from the depths of his heart. Although he hadn't told anyone during this time, he had always felt guilty. Whenever he thought of Lin Qingshuan, his heart ached. Since fate had given him another chance, even if the hope was slim, even if it was just a 1 in a million chance, he would try his best to save Lin Qingshuan. Lin Fifei immediately turned to General Lin, kneeling down and pleading, Dad, I beg you to let Brother Lingu see sister. He might have a way. General Lin's expression was uncertain. He didn't believe it. Even various divine doctors he had invited couldn't cure his daughter. How could this gynecologist do it? But Lin Qingshuan's mother was the woman he loved the most, and Lin Qingshuan was his most cherished daughter. Even though it was a desperate attempt, he secretly wished to try. After much contemplation, seeing his daughter in tears, General Lin finally found a way to compromise. He stood up and said coldly, Lingu, for Fifei's sake, I'll give you a chance. Follow me. Okay. Lingu didn't expect General Lin to agree. After all, his attitude towards him had been extremely hostile, and he didn't seem like a reasonable person. Regardless of what the other party had in mind, Lingu's only goal was to see Lin Qingshuan again, understand her situation, and even try to find a way to bring her back to life. But upon arriving at the special medical room, Lingu felt almost hopeless despite not having harbored much hope to begin with. Lin Qingshuan lay there, pristine and pure, covered only by a white blanket. Apart from 2 professional female doctors and nurses, there was no one else caring for her. Surrounding her were cold machines. Although the bullet didn't pierce her heart, it severely damaged her heart and lung functions. She was currently being kept alive by an artificial heart-lung machine. It had been almost half a month since she was shot. And despite being kept alive by machines and nutrients, her condition had deteriorated significantly. If she were older, she wouldn't have lasted this long. In the room were General Lin, Liu Rushui, and for female medical staff. Lingu didn't care about so much. He directly lifted the blanket covering Lin Qingshuan. Lin Qingshuan's body still had its graceful curves, but it was noticeably paler and bloodless, resembling frozen seafood. Lingu, being a gynecologist, had no taboos and proceeded to examine Lin Qingshuan's condition directly. General Lin did not stop him, but pressured him from behind, saying, If Qingshuan ends up like this, you and Chen Mingyu must take responsibility. Until Qingshuan wakes up, I will continue to be enemies with the Qin family, until we bring them down. If Qingshuan dies, then you and I will be eternal enemies. Lingu didn't respond to his words, continuing to carefully examine Lin Qingshuan's condition. He discovered that Lin Qingshuan's heart was different from that of an ordinary person, not only in position, but also in other structural aspects. General Lin, please freeze Qingshuan immediately, putting her body into a state of complete hibernation. I might have a way to wake her up. Lingu suddenly turned around and said. General Lin and Liu Rushui couldn't hide their surprise, both half-believing and half-doubting. Lingu couldn't explain too much to them. He just said firmly, After Qingshuan is frozen, please hand her over to me. Within 3 months, I will find a way to bring her back to life. Lingu's medical skills were not only taught by his father since childhood but also studied in the Northern Territory. The person who taught him medical skills back then was not only the old marshal of the Northern Territory, but also a master physician known as the Ghost Doctor of the Divine Valley. In Lin Qingshuan's current situation, using normal medical methods would only barely sustain her for a while, but she would eventually die. To save her, Lingu had to take her to see his master physician father, who might have a solution. However, General Lin sneered. What a joke. Why should I trust you? Lingu immediately replied. General Lin, if you have another way to save King Xuan, you can choose not to believe me. But if you don't have any other way, you must trust me. Liu Rushui also looked at General Lin, hoping he would believe Lingu, but didn't dare to speak up. However, General Lin still coldly snorted, if you can save King Xuan, do it within the Lin family. I'll provide whatever equipment or herbs you need. But I won't agree to let you take King Xuan away. Seeing his resolute expression, Lingu had no immediate solution. The most important thing is that Lingu's master physician father travels around the world. Even if Lingu takes Lin King Xuan away now, he may not be able to find his master for a while. He can only leave the Lin family first and find out the whereabouts of his master later. After Lingu left, Liu Rushui hugged General Lin and walked, expressing admiration. General, you're truly a brilliant strategist. General Lin pretended not to understand and asked with a frown, where am I being smart? Liu Rushui smiled charmingly and said, among the three most powerful families in Yun City, the Qin, Liu, and Lin families. Our Lin family has marital ties with both the Qin and Liu families. Originally, the three families could have jointly dominated the city. Unfortunately, the Qin family doesn't get along with us and the Liu family. It seems like they want to dominate alone, right? General Lin listened quietly without responding. Liu Rushui continued, after your sister Lin Fei married into the Qin family, not only did she not get the position she deserved, but she was also suppressed everywhere. Now that the power of the Qin family has passed to her daughter's hands, as a mother, she has been completely sidelined. Obviously, the Qin family doesn't take the Lin family seriously and is wary of us at every turn. You retired from the military to do business, originally intending to build the Lin family into a commercial powerhouse in Yun City. However, the Qin family didn't give you this opportunity. You had no choice but to unite with the Liu family to overthrow the Qin family and share their huge cake. Isn't that what they said? General Lin, hearing this, looked at the beautiful woman beside him, a meaningful smile curling his lips. Liu Rushui knew she was absolutely right and continued smugly. King Xuan's accident gave you a legitimate excuse to join hands with the Liu family to deal with the Qin family. In fact, these commercial steps have long been prepared by you and the Liu family. Who did you discuss this with in advance? The Liu family. I didn't even know. General Lin finally lightly lifted her pointed face and suppressed his smile. Being intelligent as my woman is fine, but don't be too smart. Otherwise, I might not like it, understand? Liu Rushui's seductive body trembled slightly, then she smiled again. Like a flower. General, not only my body but also my heart belongs to you. Don't be suspicious of me. Okay? It hurts my feelings. After speaking, she took the initiative to kiss General Lin with her red lips. General Lin initially remained indifferent, but then he embraced her slightly plump waist. Such a beauty, even immortals couldn't resist. Meanwhile, Lingu returned to the Yunshan poetry community with his mind full of thoughts. As he walked downstairs in the community, the security guard stopped him. Mr. Ling, someone is here to visit you. Oh. Only then did Lingu snap out of his thoughts about Lin Qingshuan's situation, wondering who could be visiting him. The next moment, after the security guard's notification, a couple appeared in front of him. The woman was none other than Qin Yushuan. As for the man, Lingu met him for the first time. He was introduced by Qin Yushuan as an interior decoration specialist. Sister's husband. Qin Yushuan saw Lingu and sweetly called out, walking towards him with a smile. Seeing her attitude and appearance, the security guard in the community secretly envied Lingu's good fortune. He married such a beautiful wife and even got such a gentle and virtuous sister-in-law.
Is this setting the stage for a threesome tonight? Yushuang, why did you come? Lingu responded with a polite smile, of course not delving into the security guard's thoughts. Sister's husband, weren't you planning to set up a balcony fountain at home to surprise sister? I noticed you haven't made any progress for so long. Are you too busy? So I brought the expert over to help you. But since you and sister aren't at home, we'll just wait here. Qin Yushuang blinked and said, I see. Then let me take you guys upstairs. Lingu couldn't refuse his sister-in-law's kind gesture. Although Qin Mingyu and Qin Rohan both said that Qin Yushuang wasn't a good person. So far, Lingu thought Qin Yushuang was quite nice, with no apparent issues, so there was no reason to reject her. Soon the three of them went upstairs, and the expert started to work. Lingu was discussing the construction plan with the expert when Qin Yushuang suddenly walked over to him, surprised. "Brother-in-law, why does your face seem a bit swollen?" After saying that, she gently pressed on the lower side of Lingu's chin. Lingu winced slightly and stepped back. These were the injuries he sustained from the fight at the Lin family today. But he didn't mention it to Qin Yushuang. Qin Yushuang was smarter than he imagined. Seeing that his clothes were a bit dirty, she immediately asked nervously, "Brother-in-law, did you get into a fight today? Sister is coming back, and she'll worry if she sees you like this." This reminded Lingu that although he thought these minor injuries were no big deal, he didn't want to worry his wife. Qin Mingyu had told him before that if she found out he was fighting with people several times a month, she would definitely scold him. "Brother-in-law, do you have a first aid kit at home? Let me help you apply some medicine. Sister might have a meeting and won't be back early tonight, right?" Qin Yushuang offered. "We have a first aid kit. I'll take care of it myself." Lingu declined Qin Yushuang's kindness, finding the first aid kit and bringing it back to his room to apply the medicine himself. But unexpectedly, Qin Yushuang still pushed the door open and saw Lingu covered in bruises. Her small mouth exclaimed, "Heavens, brother-in-law! Who did this to you?" "It's nothing serious, really," Lingu replied casually. Qin Yushuang took the initiative to sit next to him and picked up the ointment with her jade-like hands. "You can't reach the injuries on your back by yourself, can you? Let me help you." With that, she started applying the ointment. Lingu didn't feel it was appropriate to refuse anymore and could only say, "Thank you." Meanwhile, a Bentley entered the residential area.
The security guard had long crowned Qin Mingyu as the most beautiful woman in the Yunshan poetry community, and always found various topics to strike up conversations with her. Seizing the opportunity when the door was opened, the security guard chuckled, "Miss Qin, why isn't Mr. Ling picking you up today?" Qin Mingyu had no intention of responding, but another security guard immediately chimed in, "Hey, are you silly? Isn't Miss Qin's sister here?" Of course, Mr. Ling has to entertain his sister-in-law. Qin Mingyu's beautiful eyes narrowed instantly, and she ordered, "Drive directly to the building entrance." "Yes, Miss Qin." Little Wan also felt a surge of anger. He was well aware of the relationship between the three daughters of the Qin family. Could it be that Miss Qin's second sister came to their house today? The car stopped, and Qin Mingyu hurriedly went upstairs, her pretty face as cold as frost. She always felt that Qin Yushuang was deliberately getting close to Lingu. What was that woman's intention? Since childhood, this sister had liked to compete with her for things, but she had rarely won. Did that woman think she could win over her by snatching a man? Ridiculous! Qin Mingyu quickly opened the door and glanced around the house. Not seeing Lingu and Qin Yushuang's figures, she stormed towards Lingu's room. The expert working on the balcony construction, seeing such an icy atmosphere, was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak. Cold, but very beautiful. However, Qin Mingyu completely ignored this outsider and pushed open the door. Then, she froze, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Inside, Lingu was shirtless, and Qin Yushuang stood behind him, continuously touching the muscles on his back with her jade-like hands. It was outrageous. As Lingu's wife, she had never been so intimate with that man. Who did this woman think she was? The sudden commotion made both Lingu and Qin Yushuang quickly turn their heads. "Mingyu, why are you home so early today?" Lingu looked surprised. Qin Mingyu had told him not to pick her up from work today, so he thought she would be working late again. He didn't expect her to be home at 6 o'clock. "Sis," Qin Yushuang also calmly called out, with even a faint smile, showing no signs of guilt. "What are you two doing?" Qin Mingyu coldly questioned. Lingu hurriedly put on his shirt and walked over to explain. "I got injured, and Yushuang was helping me with the medicine." Seeing the icy expression on his wife's face, he was worried she might explode in anger. But Qin Mingyu wasn't an ordinary woman. Though she was angry, she didn't erupt in fury. Instead, she quickly showed concern for Lingu, saying, How did you get injured again? Lingu was about to explain. Forget it. I'll give you the medicine later. Qin Mingyu still spoke tenderly to her husband, but then she turned her cold gaze to Qin Yushuang. Why are you here in my house? Sis, I brought the expert to help you design the indoor fountain, Qin Yushuang explained calmly. No need, you can leave. Qin Mingyu didn't lose her temper, but she was as cold as an ice sculpture, capable of freezing anyone at any moment. Qin Yushuang glanced at her brother-in-law. Although Lingu felt a bit unkind to send his sister-in-law away like this, considering she came to help and hadn't done anything wrong, his position couldn't waver. So, he apologized. Yushuang, thanks for your kindness, but you should go back now. Qin Yushuang nodded, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but she still smiled and said, all right, then I won't disturb the two of you anymore. After saying that, she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she handed the medicine to Qin Mingyu and instructed, brother-in-law's back bruises are quite severe, and he can't reach them himself. Sister, you need to help him apply the medicine and disperse the bruises, otherwise, he might have trouble sleeping tonight. Qin Mingyu snorted coldly and didn't take the medicine from her hand. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Lingu hurriedly walked over to take the medicine, smiling wryly. I can do it myself. Yushuang, you should go back now. Okay, take care of yourself, brother-in-law. I'll leave now. Qin Yushuang didn't show any signs of anger and laughed with her expert friend. Qin Mingyu stared at Lingu with icy eyes, as if he had been caught cheating. Lingu felt both frustrated and innocent, fearing his wife's gaze. Fortunately, Qin Mingyu didn't argue with him. Instead, she coldly admonished, in the future, without my permission, don't let Qin Yushuang enter our house, understood? I understand. Lingu couldn't help but feel curious, but why? She's your own sister, why do you and the third mistreat her so badly? It seems like you have a strong bias against her. Lingu thought Qin Mingyu would also say that Qin Yushuang wasn't a good person. But to his surprise, Qin Mingyu just snorted coldly. I'm afraid you'll get too close to her, lose control, and become infatuated with her beauty. I'll lose control? Lingu was stunned by this reason. After all, he was a gynecologist. Qin Mingyu ignored his surprised expression and snorted again. You always act lecherous towards me. It's normal for me to worry, isn't it? Lingu. He did have thoughts about Qin Mingyu, but he swore by his conscience that he never had such thoughts about any other woman, especially not about Qin Yushuang. But his wife's words were not entirely baseless, so he could only swallow his innocence. Sit down, take off your shirt, Qin Mingyu suddenly ordered coldly. Although Lingu didn't know what she was up to, he complied. Qin Mingyu picked up the medicine and used her jade-like hands to apply it to him. Although her pressure was a bit heavy, Lingu endured the pain. After all, it was his high and cold wife who was willing to apply medicine to him. He couldn't ask for too much, could he? Why did you get into another fight? Don't tell me it's because of that woman, Qin Yushuang. Qin Mingyu questioned. Of course not, Lingu hurriedly denied. Qin Mingyu's actions became gentler as she applied the medicine. But she didn't expect Lingu to continue. I went to the Qin family to find General Lynn. What? Have you lost your mind? Qin Mingyu was so shocked that she applied too much force. Lingu winced in pain and turned around. Mingyu, are you applying medicine to me or taking out your anger on me? If you're upset, just hit me. This left him feeling very uneasy. However, Qin Mingyu didn't change the subject and asked anxiously, did you go to the Lin family and end up like this because of them? Being able to return alive after taking a blood feud to the Lin family was already impressive for her man. But the Qin family wasn't easy to mess with either. Lingu was her husband, and if he was unilaterally beaten by the Lin family, she would definitely seek justice for him. Yeah. Lingu nodded. General Lin sent Lao Lao and Lin Kinglong to fight me. He said if I could win, he wouldn't pursue it. You won? Qin Mingyu immediately asked nervously. Lingu nodded. Qin Mingyu's prideful smile emerged. Her husband couldn't possibly lose to anyone, could he? Lingu continued. But General Lin only said he wouldn't pursue Lin by whose matter. However, he still holds me and the Qin family responsible for Qing Zhuan's death. He had expected Qin Mingyu to be angry, but she seemed to have a I knew it all along attitude. She had long known that the Lin family had conspired with the Liu family to use commercial means to undermine the Qin family. Qing Xuan and Lin Baihu's debts were just convenient excuses for the Lin family. In fact, Qin Chang'an and Qin Mingyu had also long known about the Lin family's ambitions. When Lin Fei married into the Qin family, it was because the Lin family wanted to rise through the Qin family's influence in the business world. Qin Chang'an hardly gave Lin Fei any business shares or assets, fearing that she was loyal to the Lin family and would eventually betray the Qin family, leading to regrets. Lingu had only recently learned about Qin Mingyu's identity and didn't know all this information. Seeing Qin Mingyu's silence, he continued, "Qing Zhuan isn't dead yet. General Lin promised me that if I can wake her up, he won't target us anymore." This was his public promise. As a general, he can't go back on his word, right? "What? You want to revive Qing Zhuan?" Qin Mingyu was suddenly surprised, even a little incredulous. But Lingu nodded firmly. "Qing Zhuan was shot because of us. I must save her no matter what." Qin Mingyu's expression became somewhat complex. "Do you have confidence in this?" Lingu shook his head. "With my medical skills alone, I'm afraid it's not enough. But perhaps my master can help." "Oh, you still have a master?" Qin Mingyu responded casually, but her gaze didn't meet Lingu's. She wasn't sure about her own feelings at the moment. She knew that Lin Qingshuan ended up in this state because she was trying to save her and Lingu, and she was genuinely grateful for that. But Lin Qingshuan had always been her #1 rival in love, and dying to save her and Lingu meant that if she were truly resurrected, her position in Lingu's heart would only become higher than before. Then, as the person who saved her life, if Lin Qingshuan continued to pursue Lingu, what should she do? "Yes, my master is a renowned miracle doctor. As long as I can find him, he can definitely save Qingshuan." Lingu exclaimed excitedly, showing full confidence. He had been worried that Qin Mingyu would further inquire about who his master was. But she just responded with an "oh" and left the room with a heavy heart. Lingu furrowed his brows slightly. What was going on with the Ice Queen? Could it be that she didn't want him to save Lin Qingshuan? That couldn't be. Lingu understood Qin Mingyu. She was a woman who appeared cold on the outside but was warm on the inside. How could she not want to save Lin Qingshuan, who died to save her? They didn't have any other communication that night. Lingu thought Qin Mingyu might be upset about Qin Yushuan's matter, so he didn't try to start a conversation with her, seeing her busy with work. The next morning, Lingu still drove Qin Mingyu to work as usual. As they were about to get out of the car, Qin Mingyu finally broke the silence. "Come to pick me up tonight and let's go to my house." "To your house?" Lingu was a bit slow on the uptake. "Don't we go to your house every day?" Luckily, Qin Mingyu was wise enough to see that this guy was clueless, so she directly added, "To my family's house, as my mother requested." "Oh, okay." Lingu suddenly felt a hint of pressure. This was his first time accompanying Qin Mingyu to her family's home. In an affluent family like hers, there would surely be many people, right? Most importantly, this was at the request of Lin Fei. Lingu wondered what his mother-in-law's intentions were. After Qin Mingyu went to work, Lingu immediately contacted Due and asked her to contact old Shuai to find out the whereabouts of his master. Due agreed and promised to inform him as soon as she had any information. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lingu was waiting downstairs at the Tiagang Group headquarters, feeling slightly nervous. "Let's go." At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Mingyu finished work on time and got into Lingu's car, immediately giving instructions. "Okay. How should I go?" Lingu took a deep breath and asked. "I'll send you the location. Follow it," Qin Mingyu said, looking at him with her beautiful eyes. "Are you nervous?" Lingu smiled wryly and nodded slightly. This feeling was like when he first went into battle. Even someone who had been on the battlefield many times would still feel nervous when going to his wife's family for the first time. "Don't be afraid," Qin Mingyu said domineeringly. "You're mine, and I won't let anyone trouble you." Lingu chuckled. "It feels like I'm the wife and you're the husband." "Ah, with such a dominant wife, it's no wonder some people think he's a kept man." Soon enough, Lingu drove to the Qin family's villa estate. Even though he had visited the grand and imposing Lin family villa before, Lingu was still amazed by the Qin family's estate. One courtyard was larger than his entire house. Moreover, the style and layout here were evidently more elegant and beautiful compared to the Lin family's, like stepping into paradise. Lingu still couldn't believe that someone from his humble background had married into such a prestigious family. It seemed almost too surreal, like something out of a novel. Lost in thought, Lingu forgot how he followed Qin Mingyu into the main hall, feeling as though he had entered a labyrinth. A long table was already filled with delicious dishes, indicating that a dinner party was about to commence. However, apart from Qin Yuxuan, the other members of the Qin family had yet to arrive. Big sister, brother-in-law, Qin Yuxuan greeted the two with a sweet smile. Qin Mingyu didn't respond. Lingu nodded and smiled in return. Yuxuan, nice to see you again. Qin Yuxuan continued smiling. Yes, dinner is about to start. But Mom said that when you arrived, I should bring you to see her. Can brother-in-law come with me now? No. Qin Mingyu immediately spoke in a cold tone. Lin Fei had requested Lingu to come home for dinner, and the excuse was quite grandiose. After all, Lingu hadn't visited her home since marrying her daughter, so he must come for a meal. Based on this pretext, Qin Mingyu had no room to refuse. Qin Chang'an naturally agreed as well, as he quite liked seeing his son-in-law, and would advise him on how to have children with his granddaughter. But Qin Mingyu knew that Lin Fei definitely had ulterior motives. Asking to see Lingu alone wouldn't bode well. Qin Yuxuan looked embarrassed, glancing at her sister and then at her brother-in-law. Lingu also found himself in a difficult position and immediately said to Qin Mingyu, "Mingyu, isn't this inappropriate? Your mother is my mother-in-law. If the mother-in-law wants to see her son-in-law, it's disrespectful for the son-in-law not to go. Besides, you wouldn't want our relationship with your family to sour, would you? Then why would I dare to come to your house a second time?" Qin Mingyu lightly pursed her vermilion lips. She had known that marriage would be troublesome, with all sorts of ethical and moral customs and various constraints. However, since she had decided to continue maintaining this marriage, sometimes she could only compromise. "All right, you can go. Just remember, no matter what my mom says to you, don't make any decisions right away. Come back and tell me first, understand?" "Mingyu, I understand." Lingu smiled at his wife. He hadn't expected the Ice Queen to have this side to her, but now he realized that she was actually a very good wife. "Okay. Go now, hurry back for dinner. Don't let me and Grandpa wait too long. Or we'll come looking for you," Qin Mingyu added, not forgetting to apply pressure on Lin Fei as well. The longer Lin Fei talked with Lingu, the greater the risk, so she had to give Lin Fei some pressure. She knew that Qin Yuxuan was Lin Fei's confidant, so saying it to her was like saying it to Lin Fei. "Brother-in-law, please come with me." Qin Yuxuan maintained her smile, standing up and leading Lingu out of the main hall. "Yuxuan, you look so beautiful today." Lingu walked behind Qin Yuxuan, and finally got a good look at her attire, unable to help but sigh in admiration. Today, his sister-in-law was wearing a pure white off-shoulder gown, showcasing her beautiful collarbones, generously a typical beauty with ice-cold skin and jade-like bones. Around her neck was a diamond necklace, sparkling and shining. At her waist was a Chanel butterfly bow, seemingly simple, but definitely not cheap. The fabric of her skirt was so white that it seemed transparent. Yet it was translucent, revealing the gentle lines and shadows of a woman. The hem of the skirt had a graceful curve, elegantly slightly puffy, revealing a pair of sleek, slender legs, as if carved from jade. To be honest, with her bangs, Qin Yuxuan lacked the nobility and stunning beauty of Qin Mingyu's cool and luminous demeanor. But she definitely possessed the ultimate beauty of a delicate and lovely girl next door. Heh. Really? Qin Yuxuan suddenly turned around, covering her mouth and giggling. "Thank you, brother-in-law, but no matter how good-looking I am, I can't compare to my sister, right?" Lingu smiled but didn't give a direct answer. Of course, his wife would always come first. But his sister-in-law was indeed very beautiful. Qin Yuxuan continued to lead Lingu forward. The Qin family villa was really too big. They passed through two long corridors, then through a magnificent side hall, before finally reaching Lin Fei's exclusive room. Her room, like Qin Mingyu's, was not just a room. It was larger and more well-equipped than the suites of ordinary families. Upon entering, Lingu couldn't see a bed. It felt more like entering a living room in an ordinary family. "Mom, brother-in-law is here," Qin Yuxuan said to Lin Fei, who had her back to the door. Goat. Lin Fei turned around, exuding an aura of luxury and elegance, typical of a noblewoman's attire. "Hello, mother-in-law." Lingu felt a bit awkward for some reason. He had never dreamed that he would have a mother-in-law of such a high caliber. Originally, with his emotional level, even facing a mother-in-law of ordinary status was difficult for him to handle. Now, facing Lin Fei, the pressure was even greater. "Yuxuan, you can go out first," Lin Fei said. "Okay, Mom." Qin Yuxuan turned around. Before leaving, she winked and smiled at Lingu, then walked out. Left alone, Lingu seemed even more nervous, not knowing where to put his hands. He felt like he was just an extra in the room. "Lingu, please sit, let's have a private chat," Lin Fei said, still smiling, inviting Lingu to sit face to face. Lingu nodded and found a teapot and teacups on Lin Fei's table. He took the initiative to make tea for his mother-in-law, which was quite polite. Lin Fei had originally planned to give him a test here, but she didn't expect her son-in-law to be not as naive as she had imagined. He seemed to have some worldly experience, even knowing how to use the automatic tools on her table. But even so, marrying into a wealthy family wasn't so easy. Lingu quickly noticed that after he had prepared the tea table, he saw a grid box on the table containing tea leaves, all of which were worth tens of thousands, even up to hundreds of thousands per cake. Seeing Lingu pause, Lin Fei's lips curled up slightly, showing a hint of satisfaction. "Mother-in-law, what kind of tea do you like to drink?" Lingu asked with a smile. "Well, I like Ice Island ancient tree tea," Lin Fei responded with a smile. Lingu opened the small drawer, only to find it empty. "Oh dear, I forgot that the tea leaves are finished." "Let's forget about it," Lin Fei said with a disappointed expression, but her eyes inadvertently glanced at Lingu. Lingu understood what she meant. In an ordinary family, even if the son-in-law didn't immediately go out to buy it, he would definitely promise to bring two cakes of the favorite tea leaves to the mother-in-law on the next visit. But these tea leaves were not cheap, with one cake costing over 10,000. If Lingu was still holding on to his previous salary of 80,000 yuan per year, he would have to save up for 2 years just to buy a cake of tea leaves for his mother-in-law. My apologies for the oversight. I'll have to instruct the servants to buy some." Lin Fei deliberately sighed, saying to Lingu, "Then just brew whatever you like." Lingu didn't even have the mood to drink tea. If this were in the past, he would have been in a dilemma at this moment, not knowing whether to continue or to stand up and leave. Fortunately, he now had over 5 billion yuan in his pocket, so giving some tea leaves to his mother-in-law to show his filial piety was completely feasible. "Mother-in-law, next time I come to visit, I'll bring you a few cakes of Ice Island ancient tree tea." As Lingu said this, Lin Fei was stunned. Not just one cake, but a few cakes. This unemployed gynecologist, he actually had this ability. Thank you," Lin Fei said very gracefully. Recently, Chiagang Group has been tight on funds, and Mingyu has been working hard. We are all worried about how to help her. Lingu was momentarily stunned. Although he wasn't accustomed to the artful speech of the upper class, he understood his mother-in-law's implication. She thought he was asking for money from Qin Mingyu. Sigh. Yet another person mistook him for a gigolo. Feeling a bit frustrated, Lingu continued. "Yes, Mingyu has been dealing with a lot of troubles lately, so I take responsibility for household affairs. I won't let her worrying about buying things, and I won't spend a penny of her money." Now it was Lin Fei's turn to be momentarily stunned. Buying tea leaves worth tens of thousands, and this man claimed not to spend any of her daughter's money. However, Lingu sounded so confident that Lin Fei decided to let it pass for now. If there was any real evidence later, she could expose him then. Since they had broached the topic of the company's financial crisis, Lin Fei nodded along. Yes, Chiagang Group has suddenly faced increased competition in the business sector. Recently, likely not directly aimed at the Qin family itself. Both upper and lower levels, our family, are worried about Mingyu, and are trying to help her, but some things need to be solved at the root. Don't you agree? Lingu wasn't used to talking to this type of person, beating around the bush and maintaining a very affable demeanor. Mother-in-law, I understand, Lingu said, no longer beating around the bush. The Lin family is blaming me for King Xuan's death and using it to suppress the Qin family. The root of the problem is clearing up this misunderstanding. Lin Fei saw him proactively break the ice and couldn't help but smile slightly. Nevertheless, she still kept up the demeanor of a friendly mother-in-law and sighed. I know King Xuan's death isn't primarily your fault, but my elder brother can be unreasonable sometimes, and it's hard for me to persuade him. Lingu responded with a smile. Whether Lin Fei was sincere or not, if his mother-in-law was willing to maintain a friendly attitude and not treat him harshly like other wealthy wives, he was willing to communicate in this manner. He really wasn't good at arguing, especially not with his mother-in-law. Lingu, I know what I'm about to say might hurt you, but as Mingyu's mother, I feel obligated to say it. I hope you can understand, Lin Fei said with a helpless expression. Mother-in-law, please go ahead. Lingu waved his hand, mentally preparing himself. He knew Lin Fei was going to say it anyway, so there was no need to escalate the situation unnecessarily. Well, then I'll say it. Lin Fei's expression suddenly turned serious. Since it's because of your presence that my elder brother has become enemies with the Qin family and even engaged in a business war, wouldn't the conflict between the two families be resolved if you were to leave Mingyu and the Qin family? Although Lingu had mentally prepared himself, his brow still furrowed deeply. He felt uneasy. He had finally reconciled with Qin Mingyu, and he really didn't want to leave her. But what Lin Fei said made sense. His presence would only bring trouble to Qin Mingyu. Lingu, do you understand what I mean? Lin Fei sighed again. I know I shouldn't say this. Actually, I really admire you. Both Mingyu and Bai Lao have said that you are a very genuine and secure man. But please forgive my selfishness. I only want to do what's best for Mingyu. Perhaps you're not the most suitable person for her after all. Lingu smiled bitterly. His mother-in-law's way of speaking made it very difficult for him to respond. Mother-in-law, I understand, Lingu nodded, about to agree when suddenly there was a commotion behind him. Qin Chang'an kicked the door open and roared. Humph, I won't allow it. Lin Fei immediately tensed up, not expecting Qin Chang'an to barge in so violently at such a critical moment. Lin Fei, when did you become the one in charge of Qin family affairs? Lingu is my chosen son-in-law, accepted by Mingyu. Who are you to drive him away? Qin Chang'an thundered, leaving no face for Lin Fei. Lin Fei's noble and elegant demeanor disappeared instantly, replaced by panic and anger. The next moment, Qin Mingyu, Qin Yuxuan, and Bai Lao all walked in. The three of them had different expressions. Qin Mingyu glared coldly at Lin Fei and directly took Lingu's arm, saying, the dinner is ready, and many relatives of the Qin family are waiting outside. Let's go out. I'll introduce you to them. Lin Fei immediately glared at Lingu. Lingu didn't really want to go, and Qin Mingyu couldn't budge him at all. Lingu, what are you doing? Qin Mingyu was a bit angry. Everyone present knew her temperament, especially Bai Lao, who had watched the young lady grow up. It was the first time he had seen her being so intimate with a man, yet Lingu didn't listen to her. Mingyu, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Let's skip this meal. I'm sorry. Lingu apologized to Qin Mingyu. He knew that if he attended this meal and the other members of the Qin family accepted him as family, it would be even harder for him to leave the Qin family. The Lin family would definitely join forces with the Liu family and go all out against the Qin family. Although he didn't know the current situation of the Qin family specifically, seeing Qin Mingyu exhausted recently, even agreeing to have dinner with Lin Baihu for a mere 100 million, he guessed how difficult the situation of the Qin family was. He really didn't want to become a burden to his wife, let alone a sinner to the Qin family. He could indeed use his 5 billion to help the Qin family defeat the Lin family, but General Lin was the father of Lin Qingshuan. Lin Qingshuan traded her life for his and Qin Mingyu's lives. They couldn't repay kindness with enmity against the Lin family. Therefore, this conflict had to be resolvedissimo. Get to the point. What exactly do you mean by this? Qin Mingyu angrily pushed away his hand, staring coldly at him. The angry and aggrieved expression on her face was something that everyone present had never seen before. Yad, Xiaoyu, what's going on in your mind? Qin Chang'an was also getting anxious. His granddaughter and grandson-in-law had finally reconciled, but now they were having conflicts again. Did they want to let this old man live in peace or not? Is it Lin Fei forcing you to leave? Tell me, this old man will stand up for you. Qin Chang'an pointed angrily at Lin Fei. Qin Mingyu also stared at Lingu, truly surprised. Lingu wasn't afraid of people like Shan Yi and General Lin, but he was afraid of a woman. Lingu also glanced at Lin Fei. His mother-in-law clenched her fists tightly, her body trembling, looking hesitant to speak. Lingu sighed and said, "Grandpa, Mingyu, now is not the time for me to come to the Qin family for dinner. I still feel guilty about King Xuan's situation. Can I come back after I wake her up and resolve the hatred from the Lin family?" This. Qin Chang'an was momentarily speechless. However, Qin Mingyu coldly interrupted, "No. Whether you want to eat this meal or not, you must eat it. If Lingu left like this, wouldn't it make people think that the Qin family was afraid of the Lin family? Then, in the future business world of Cloud City, who would still fear the Qin family as they did before?" However, Lingu couldn't be as impulsive as her. He knew very well that Lin Fei was a spy for the Lin family. She had clearly stated her attitude. If he insisted on staying in the Qin family, or even further integrate into the Qin family, then the Lin family would have more excuses to join hands with the Liu family to deal with the Qin family. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Moreover, he did need to leave for a while to find his master and wake up Lin Qingshuan. Lingu, you need to figure out what's best for Mingyu yourself, at this critical moment. Lin Fei didn't care about openly opposing Qin Chang'an anymore. She gritted her teeth and said, "Since you and Mingyu are not suitable for each other, the best way to show your love for her is to let her go." "Shut up!" Qin Chang'an immediately roared, even raising his hand as if to slap her. "Grandpa!" "No." Lingu stopped him. As Qin Chang'an halted, Lingu turned to him with a smile and said, "Madam is right. Staying in the Qin family now won't help anyone. I've decided to leave first and come back after resolving things." With that, he walked towards Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu looked very disappointed, her cold eyes fixed on him. It was her first time in a relationship. Normally, she would have just told him to leave and never come back. But with this man in front of her, she felt a bit reluctant. Damn emotions. "Mingyu, wait for me." Lingu hadn't given up on Qin Mingyu. He just wanted to wake up Lin Qingshuan first, and then come back. By then, after resolving the feud between the Lin and Qin families, Lin Fei would have no grounds to object. But Qin Mingyu didn't see it that way. If Lingu managed to wake up Lin Qingshuan, there would always be a third person between them. She didn't know how to face Lingu and Lin Qingshuan's relationship in the future. If Lingu failed to wake up Lin Qingshuan, then once he left like this, he wouldn't be able to come back to the Qin family for the rest of his life. So when Lingu turned to leave, Qin Mingyu stopped him again with a cold admonition, "Stop right there." Lingu paused, turned around, and looked at his angry wife. "If you dare to leave tonight, don't ever come back." Mingyu. Lingu felt conflicted. Qin Chang'an, having experienced much, understood the positions of the two young people and quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Mingyu, Lingu isn't feeling well right now, so let him rest and come back later. After all, there's no rush for a meal, right?" After speaking to his granddaughter, Qin Chang'an turned to Lingu. "You kid, what are you afraid of? Since you've made up your mind, just tell us when you'll come back to resolve the issue." Qin Chang'an wasn't fearless. With the Lin family joining forces with the Liu family, and many other families and businesses trying to capitalize on the situation, the general sentiment in Yun City was that the Qin family's decline was inevitable. In such a situation, the Qin family could handle things in the short term. However, if the situation persisted, even with their substantial resources, the Qin family wouldn't be able to hold out for long. So, it was best to turn this enemy into a friend. Even if that wasn't possible, they shouldn't let them continue to ally with the Liu family against the Qin family. "Within a month, I will find a way to revive King Xuan." Lingu made a firm promise. With only a month left, and the Lunar New Year approaching, if the situation couldn't be resolved by then, Lin Qingshuan's condition might not hold out much longer. "All right, we'll wait for you for a month." Qin Chang'an also hoped that Lingu could revive Lin Qingshuang. If that happened, he and Mingyu wouldn't do anything to the Lin family, and there would be no reason for the Lin family to continue attacking the Qin family. Perhaps then, if General Lin could still reason and speak, the situation wouldn't continue to escalate as it was now. Mingyu, then I'll take my leave. Lingu was most worried about Qin Mingyu, hoping she would understand. Qin Mingyu snorted coldly. She also hoped this fool Lingu could understand her. But thinking about his foolish nature, it was impossible for him to understand. So, as Lingu sighed and started to leave, she coldly spoke up. Hey, stop right there. Lingu quickly turned around. Just 1 month, you've never disappointed me in handling matters before. Don't disappoint me this time. Qin Mingyu pretended to be cold. In truth, after spending more than 2 months together, Lingu could already see through her facade of coldness was kind of cute. I won't let you down, Lingu responded before finally feeling a bit relieved as he left the Qin family. Lin Fei's expression was complex. She had finally managed to drive this man out of the Lin family, and now she just had to patiently wait for a month. She didn't believe that Lingu could bring a dead person back to life. Qin Yushuan had silently watched the entire drama unfold but hadn't uttered a single word. After Lingu left, she approached Qin Chang'an, gently linking her arm with his and smiling. Grandpa, the dinner is ready, and the aunt should be back home by now. Shall we go to the dinner? Qin Chang'an glanced at her and smiled. Sure. Then, he walked over to Qin Mingyu and said, Mingyu, this month, focus on handling the business matters well, and of course, take care of yourself. Qin Yushuan couldn't help but pout secretly. Why was Grandpa always so biased? Did he only care about his eldest granddaughter? I understand, Grandpa. Qin Mingyu nodded and, feeling indifferent, walked with Qin Yushuan as they accompanied Qin Chang'an out. Lin Fei was ignored from start to finish until Bai Lao walked over to her and said, Madam, please take your seat now. I got it. Lin Fei's expression was extremely gloomy. Although she had managed to drive Lingu out of the Qin family, Qin Chang'an's attitude towards her just now was too appalling. In the eyes of this old man, the position of his daughter-in-law was far inferior to that of a grandson-in-law. Damn it! As long as this old man remained in the Qin family, she wouldn't have a single good day, feeling like a woman living under someone else's roof. Qin Mingyu moved quickly. When Qin Chang'an left midway, she returned to the main hall alone. Immediately, 2 women approached her. One of them was Qin Ruhan. The other woman appeared quite striking. Although her attire and appearance were youthful, she exuded a sense of worldly wisdom in her eyes, indicating her age. She was none other than Qin Mingyu's third aunt, Qin Hanshu, who was already 45 years old this year. Big sister, where's your husband? Qin Ruhan greeted with a warm smile, evidently unaware of what had just happened in Lin Fei's room. Yeah. Mingyu, where's your husband? Where is he? Hurry up and let your little aunt meet him. I'm so impatient. Qin Hanshu was an impatient person and had the closest relationship with Qin Mingyu among her aunts. He's gone. Qin Mingyu sighed softly. What? How come? Qin Ruhan exclaimed. Yeah. Wasn't Dad summoning us back for the grand dinner tonight to introduce him to us? Why did he leave? Playing mysterious. Qin Hanshu not only looked youthful, but also had a young mindset, thinking that Qin Mingyu and her husband were being secretive. It's not that. He just left. Qin Mingyu's words remained simple, as usual. Tonight's dinner is just for our Qin family. This. Qin Ruhan and Qin Hanshu exchanged glances. But they also understood Qin Mingyu's personality. If she didn't want to say, their questions would be futile. However, they couldn't help but feel curious. Yushuan, you explain. Qin Hanshu pointed at Qin Yushuan and said, When I came in just now, I asked Bai Lao. He said you took your brother-in-law away. Qin Yushuan immediately looked innocent. She glanced at Qin Mingyu and then at Lin Fei, who had just walked out, feeling unsure of what to say. But Qin Hanshu was astute, being the vice president of Yun City. She wasted no time, and walked directly to Lin Fei, questioning loudly. Is it because you looked down on your brother-in-law that you drove him away? Qin Hanshu watched Qin Mingyu grow up. There were rumors since childhood that Qin Mingyu was not born to Lin Fei, and as they grew older, the two looked less and less alike. Instead, Qin Mingyu bore some resemblance to Qin Hanshu. Therefore, Qin Hanshu, who had remained single, treated Qin Mingyu as her own daughter. It could be said that her bond with Qin Mingyu was even stronger than Qin Mingyu's bond with Lin Fei. She naturally understood the severity of Qin Mingyu's aversion to men. Qin Hanshu also thought that Qin Mingyu's aversion to men was influenced by her own attitudes because she had never liked men herself. Therefore, she worried that Qin Mingyu would end up like her, never marrying. Now, upon hearing that Qin Mingyu had actually gotten married, she was happier than anyone else. She had been eagerly looking forward to meeting Qin Mingyu's husband, curious about what kind of man could melt the icy demeanor of Mingyu. Tonight's banquet, although proposed by Lin Fei, was strongly supported by Qin Hanshu. Now, suspecting that Lingu was likely rejected and driven away by Lin Fei, she certainly wouldn't hold back. What do you mean by this? Lin Fei and Qin Hanshu had never been on good terms. Seeing Qin Hanshu's aggressive demeanor now, Lin Fei responded with a cold face. What do I mean? Just what I said. Qin Hanshu didn't give Lin Fei any face and pointed at her, rebuking, "Today, you initiated this banquet, and we all came back to see Mingyu's husband. But you unilaterally drove him away. Are you treating all of us like fools?" Lin Fei's face flushed red with anger, her veins bulging. If anyone in the Qin family had treated her with the worst attitude, it was Qin Hanshu. She had endured many times before, but now she was being openly insulted to her face. Could she still endure it? Seeing that the two were about to completely fall out, Qin Mingyu and Qin Ruhan showed no signs of intervening. Only Qin Yushuang reluctantly stepped forward. Third aunt, don't blame mom. It was brother-in-law's choice to leave. Qin Yushuan was the only one in the family willing to speak up for Lin Fei. The other women of the Qin family remained spectators. Hanshu coldly sneered, "Your brother-in-law left on his own initiative. Do you think we're idiots? Or do you think your brother-in-law is an idiot? He came for no reason and then left. Then why did he even bother coming?" This. Qin Yushuan was momentarily speechless. Qin Hanshu, being an official, had excellent eloquence and a logical mind. "You step aside." Qin Hanshu wasn't treating Qin Yushuan any better, pushing her aside and continuing to confront Lin Fei. "Today, you must give us sisters of the Qin family an explanation. We cancelled our work and returned home for your setup, and yet you drove away the main character. Do you think our time is worthless? Or do you not take us seriously?" Step by step, she pushed Lin Fei into retreat. "Qin Hanshu, show some respect." Lin Fei finally couldn't bear it anymore, her anger erupting. "This house belongs to the Qin family, that's for sure, but you are just daughters of the Qin family. I am the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. I am the mistress of the Qin family. According to the customs of Lingu, daughters indeed cannot represent the Qin family, especially daughters who are married off, as they belong to other families." Although Qin Hanshu hadn't married, according to customs, the mistress representing the Qin family was her brother's wife, not her. "Have you ever treated me as part of the Qin family? Have you always bullied me as an outsider?" Lin Fei became more agitated, her demeanor completely different from her usual noble appearance. "Lingu is my son-in-law. Can't I talk to him alone as his mother-in-law? Now, are you the mother of Mingyu, or am I? Do I, as her aunt, have a say in Mingyu's marriage?" Seeing Lin Fei so hysterical, the other women of the Qin family had no intention of confronting her. But Qin Hanshu was a tough one. She didn't care about morals and ethics. She directly retorted, "I am Mingyu's aunt. We all share the Qin surname. We all grew up in this family. Why can't I care about Mingyu's happiness? As for you, an outsider, I've noticed that your heart has always been with your natal family, haven't I? Don't think I don't know how many times over the years you favored the interests of the Lin family over the Qin family. You're eating from both pots." Many people in the Qin family knew about this kind of thing, but no one had ever brought it up in public, fearing it would disrupt the family harmony. Unexpectedly, Qin Hanshu actually said it out loud today, which would inevitably change the nature of the matter. Mingyu couldn't stop her and felt a headache coming on. This is also the main reason why she and Qin Chang'an don't like Lin Fei, because it's been obvious from the moment she entered the Qin family, at her heart was leaning towards the Lin family. The Lin family was not originally a prominent business family, but they managed to develop to their current level by taking advantage of the benefits that leaked from the Qin family's fingers. In the past, those things didn't cause much harm, and Qin Chang'an turned a blind eye to them. But he never expected that after more than 20 years of accumulation, the current Lin family would become a major threat to the Qin family in the business world. "You dare to be insolent," Lin Fei, feeling a bit guilty after her secrets were exposed in public, tried to cover it up with anger. She also pointed at Qin Hanshu, angrily commanding, "Beila, get this woman out of here." Beila didn't move. Qin Hanshu sneered, "You still want to drive me away? I am the one with the Qin surname. Beila, drive out this outsider snake." Beila, of course, didn't move either, only sighing deeply. Insolence, at that moment, came a furious rebuke from Qin Chang'an. He had just come out with his two granddaughters, but halfway through, the old man had to go to the restroom due to his diabetes. He hadn't expected to come out and see such a scene. "Lin Fei, who gave you such authority? How dare you expel a member of the Qin family from the Qin family?" Qin Chang'an unhesitatingly took the side of his daughter. Apart from blood ties, he also knew very well that Qin Hanshu had been working tirelessly for the Qin family for so many years, while Lin Fei was not. More than half of her heart was leaning towards the Lin family. "Old man, I can't drive her away. Can she drive me away?" Lin Fei's anger flared, with a face full of grievance as if she wanted to cry. "Have none of you ever treated me as a daughter-in-law of the Qin family? Did no one ever regard me as Qin Ruxian's wife? According to reason, with Ruxian not here, this household should fall on my shoulders, but all of you have pushed me to the sidelines. Yet you still expect me to consider the Qin family in everything. Is it that you are not human, or have you never treated me as a human being?" With these words, she vented all the resentment and grievances she had held in her heart for over 20 years. "Insolence, shut your mouth." Qin Chang'an slammed his cane in anger. Due to being overly excited, he suddenly covered his heart and staggered backward. "Grandpa, Dad, Grandfather." A group of Qin family women hurried over, supporting him. "Mom, Grandpa has a heart condition. How could you get him so angry?" Qin Ruhan roared angrily at Lin Fei. Lin Fei gritted her teeth. "Ruhan, you are the flesh of my flesh. How dare you show me such attitude?" Qin Ruhan suddenly dared not speak. She had always stood by her elder sister and grandfather's side, but she never had the same presence as her elder sister. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Qin Hanshu suddenly stepped forward in anger, raised her hand, and slapped Lin Fei hard across the face. With a loud slap, the entire Qin family hall fell into silence. Lin Fei covered her face, wearing an expression of disbelief. "Hit me. The women of the Qin family dared to hit me." Qin Hanshu didn't care about her expression, angrily pointing towards the door. "Get out. You. This woman from another family. Go back to the Lin family. The Qin family doesn't welcome you. Don't come here to upset my father anymore." The other women of the Qin family dared not speak up for a moment. Qin Mingyu's position was also very awkward. She didn't side with Lin Fei, but that woman was still her biological mother in legal terms. "This is outrageous." Lin Fei, feeling completely fed up, retaliated by slapping Qin Hanshu back. She had had enough. She had had enough of this life of being dependent on others, lacking dignity. She was also a woman from a prestigious family. Why should she be treated as inferior to the women of the Qin family? Qin Hanshu didn't expect Lin Fei to strike back at her, so she didn't react immediately. But before Lin Fei's slap could land on her face, it was gently caught by Bai Lao, who then immobilized her completely. "Madam, that's enough. Given the current situation, let's not provoke the old master any further. Please return to your room." Bai Lao spoke, his eyes instructing a few Qin family servants to escort Lin Fei back to her room. Lin Fei's eyes were bloodshot, filled with resentment, but she didn't say another word. However, there was a thought swelling and even exploding in her mind. This is not her home. This is not her home. This is not her home. Qin Yushuan remained on the sidelines, silently observing the entire scene. After Lin Fei was forcibly escorted away, she sighed silently. her face filled with sadness and sorrow as she walked towards her mother's room. "Mom." After closing the door, Qin Yuxuan called out to Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't respond, instead picking up items in the room and throwing them around in frustration. "I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Why is my life so bitter? It's bad enough being a widow, why do I have to be bullied by the people of the Qin family? There's not a single decent person in the Qin family." Hearing her mother's curses, Qin Yuxuan felt uncomfortable. She hurriedly approached and held her mother's hand, preventing her from continuing to throw things, and gently said, "Mom, doesn't the Qin family still have me? I'm your biological daughter." Lin Fei finally stopped, her body trembling gradually as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Yuxuan, do you think Mom was wrong to make Lingu leave Mingyu? I did it all for the good of the Qin family, and for Mingyu's sake too. How can the people of the Qin family still speak ill of me like this?" Lin Fei was indeed full of grievances, and the more she spoke, the more tears flowed. "Yes, Mom did use Qin family resources to help the Lin family in the past. Your grandfather even took back almost everything I had. I'm a member of the Lin family. Is it wrong for me to want to help my natal family? What did Mom do wrong? If I'm guilty, then let the law punish me. Why do they have to torture me like this?" Listening to her mother's grievances, Qin Yuxuan suddenly hugged her, gently patting her back to comfort her. "Mom, you're not wrong. I understand your difficulties. Don't you still have me? I said I'll help you." Lin Fei opened her tear-filled eyes, looked at Qin Yuxuan, and then hugged her only daughter tightly. Qin Yuxuan's expression gradually became somewhat strange. On the other hand, after leaving the Qin family, Lingu did not return to Cloud Mountain Poetry. He had 1 month to find his master and awaken Lin Qingshuan. He couldn't let the Lin family continue to use this as an excuse to attack the Qin family. And he couldn't let Lin Qingshuan die. Fortunately, the next day, Due brought him news. "What? My master is in a mountain village in the East City." Lingu and Due sat alone in a room, looking very surprised at this news. East City is right next to Cloud City. They never thought that his master would be so close to him. "Yes, that's what Lao Shuai told me. The Divine Valley Ghost Doctor went to the North Star Village in East City half a year ago, and should still be there," Due confirmed, pulling out a map. Lingu had great trust in the intelligence from the Northern Territory, and Lao Shuai wouldn't lie to him. "In that case, I'll leave now to find him." Lingu immediately stood up. "Wait, brother." Due stopped him. "Let me accompany you." Lingu turned back. "No need. I can go alone." But Due insisted. North Star Village is not an ordinary village. The terrain there is complex and extensive, with dozens of villages. It won't be easy for you to find someone alone. Not only will I accompany you, but I must also bring some men and horses." "Ah, that makes sense." Lingu understood and nodded. "All right then, I'll leave it to you." Due didn't like his polite words, coldly stating, "If you keep being polite, I'll be angry. I'm your subordinate." Lingu smiled bitterly, never expecting that now he was just an ordinary person. While Due was a leader in her own right, yet she still showed him so much respect. "I'll make arrangements and will depart soon." Due got up and left. She followed Lingu to East Star Mountain not only to help him, but also to attend to her own personal matters. East Star Mountain was a sinister and foggy village. It was where the sister of her former comrade in arms from the Northern Territory was brutally assaulted by a man. Since they were going there this time, they must seek revenge for her comrade's sister. That evening, Due drove a Land Rover towards East Star Mountain. Lingu didn't see the men and horses arranged by Due, but he didn't question it either. He trusted Due's arrangements. After all, her ability to get things done was well known for being meticulous and reliable back in the Warwolf battalion. "Brother, do you remember Z dying?" On the way, Due suddenly spoke up. Lingu was slightly taken aback, then clenched his teeth. "Remember? Of course, I remember. He died in the final battle, and I killed the demon from Zhangzhou to avenge him." "Yeah, but he still has unfinished business." Due's sharp eyes stared ahead, coldly stating, "After he died, his sister was raped by a tyrant in East Star Mountain." "What?" Lingu's veins bulged, and his eyes gradually filled with bloodshot. When Z died that year, he was only 20. How old would his sister have been? The image of a young girl being mercilessly abused by a tyrant flashed through his mind, fueling his anger like a volcano. Due continued with gritted teeth. That tyrant is powerful and has been bullying men and dominating women in East Star Mountain. Because the area is so remote and falls under no man's land jurisdiction, the tyrant has been evading justice. Damn it! Lingu clenched his fists tightly, already determined. He believed that Due meant and this to seek revenge for Zidai's sister. So he said directly, when we arrive at East Star Mountain, let's visit Zidai's home first. Due nodded. She knew that the fire of justice still burned within her brother. This trip to East Star Mountain might be another opportunity to fight side by side with her brother, and she was eager to relive the feeling of their past battles in the Northern Territory. After a night of traveling, the car finally arrived at the foot of East Star Mountain. On the morning of the second day, with the winter sun just rising, Lingu realized that East Star Mountain was actually a very primitive mountain. In this era, there were still places like this. It seemed that the world was truly vast. Thinking that Zidai had actually come out of such a mountain and gone to the Northern Territory to defend the country, Lingu admired this former comrade in arms even more. What's going on? How can there be luxury cars in a place like this? Du's voice brought Lingu back from his reverie. He looked up and saw a Bentley passing by on the winding mountain road. Huh? Isn't that Qin Yu Shuang's car? Lingu was stunned. Was it the same model, or did he see it wrong? Brother, what's wrong? Due driving? Noticed Lingu's unusual expression through the rearview mirror and asked curiously. It's nothing. Lingu didn't dare to confirm 100% that it was his sister-in-law's car. Besides, how could a wealthy young lady like her come to such a remote place in the mountains? Must be a mistake. Due quickly drove the car to a village. It seemed that there were many such villages in this mountain. The area here was basically isolated from the outside world, and the standard of living was very backward. Their car could only be driven a few hundred meters away from the village head and could go no further. Lingu and Due had to abandon the car and walk. Along the way, they saw dilapidated walls and smelly garbage dumps everywhere. As they walked, they asked around for the whereabouts of the Zhongdai family. Zhongdai was Zidai's name. It was said that his father, born with a disability, married at the age of 40 and finally had a son, hoping that he would continue the family line and carry on the family name. That's why he was given this name. Little did they know that he would die young, ultimately disappointing his parents' expectations. The two of them walked all the way to the end of the village and finally found Zhongdai's home. Seeing the dilapidated cottage in front of them, Lingu couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The windows were broken and covered with layers of newspaper. The wooden door was practically useless. Due pushed it lightly, and it creaked open. Seeing the scene inside, Lingu's heart ached. Two elderly people were squatting in the courtyard, washing vegetables. Their hands, covered in calluses, gripped the rotting yellow leaves of vegetables. Whether these were leftovers from others or scavenged from the garbage bin, Lingu could smell a faint odor of decay from a distance. Excuse me, are you Zhongdai's parents? Seeing the scene before him, Lingu hesitated to speak. How he hoped that they were not Zhongdai's relatives. Little Dai defended the country in the Northern Territory and even sacrificed his life for it. However, his family lived in such poverty in the mountains. Unfortunately, the two did not deny it. The old man's legs were somewhat disabled, so he couldn't stand up. The old woman wiped her hands and stood up, asking Lingu and Due, "Who are you? How do you know my son?" Lingu was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, not knowing what to say. Looking at the weathered face of little Dai's mother and the tattered clothes around her. With only a pair of broken slippers in the harsh winter, her feet worn and cracked as a result. Tears welled up in Lingu's eyes, and he knelt down heavily. Seeing this scene, Due was shocked. Their brother, who was never afraid of anything, never kneeled to anyone, was now kneeling in front of these elderly people. Others might not know, but she was very aware that the man in front of her was once the Wolf King, the commander of the most elite Northern Territory force, a hero who had once been invincible in attacking cities and strongholds. Lingu was overwhelmed by his emotions, tears welling up in his eyes as he said, "Before Zhongdai passed away, he called me Big Brother. Now that he's gone, it's my duty to take care of and support his parents. The two elderly people were instantly moved to tears by his words. In fact, the two elderly people didn't have many demands. They were just worried that their son had passed away without them to see him off. Now, hearing Lingu's words, they felt a warmth in their hearts, feeling much more at ease. Even though they were meeting Lingu for the first time, they felt that this young man was very reliable. Both of you. John Dai sacrificed himself for the country. There should be pensions from the Northern Territory. Why are you still living like this? Due suddenly spoke up. Ordinary soldiers who died in the Northern Territory would receive 800,000 in compensation for their families. Since Little Dai was a member of the Wolf Pack, his compensation would be even higher. In theory, with the compensation they received, the two elderly people should not be living like this, right? Lingu also stood up, curious about the whole situation. Mrs. John, however, looked puzzled. What are you talking about? What pension? Seeing her expression, Lingu and Due immediately exchanged glances and simultaneously came to a realization. The compensation from the Northern Territory had not been delivered to them. At this moment, Mr. Zhang finally stood up with a wooden stick as a cane, excitedly saying, "It must have been those bastards from Gai's group who intercepted it midway, right?" Hearing this, Due frowned, recalling what happened back then. Although she wasn't responsible for the finances of the Northern Territory, she was in charge of some internal affairs of the Wolf Pack. At that time, someone from the Northern Territory's finance department had approached her and requested a detailed address list of the families of Wolf Pack soldiers. Among them was Little Dai's family. Now that she thought about it, Little Dai's family probably didn't have a bank account for the money to be transferred to. Were they going to send cash or checks? Due whispered to Lingu. Lingu immediately clenched his fists, his veins bulging, and promised to Little Dai's parents, "Both of you. Since I've come to Dongxing village today, I will definitely investigate the truth of this matter and help you get back Little Dai's compensation. If he couldn't retrieve it, he would pay them from his own pocket." Although he was resolute in his assurances, the two elderly people just nodded casually and sighed deeply, evidently not believing that the two of them alone could have the ability to do so. Due then asked, "Both of you, what about John Dai's younger sister, your daughter?" This was another clear purpose of their visit to Dongxing Mountain. Mr. Zhang immediately responded, "You're looking for Ziyan. She went to Xipeng village with her aunt a year ago." Xipeng village was one of the villages to the west of Dongxing Mountain. Before coming, Lingu had seen the map that Due had given him. Not only did he know the place, but he also knew that it was the most remote village in Dongxing Mountain. Why did this happen? Due continued to inquire. Mr. Zhang sighed deeply. Ziyan got a mental illness, with one of us chronically ill and the other with a leg injury. We couldn't afford to take care of her, so we had to let her go with her aunt. Lingu felt increasingly heartbroken. Little Dai sacrificed himself for the country, yet his family suffered in their hometown. His sister was mentally disturbed after being violated by a bully, and even his compensation after death was somehow embezzled. How unjust the world could be. "I'm sorry, I failed Little Dai." Lingu clenched his eyes shut, suppressing his tears, gritting his teeth in pain. "But rest assured, since Little Dai called me Big Brother when he was alive, and since I'm here today, I will definitely solve all your problems. If it weren't for his master happening to come to Dongxing Mountain, he wouldn't have known that Little Dai's family had been living in such dire straits." John Dai bravely sacrificed himself for the country, yet there are people sucking away his blood money and harming his family. The world is truly unjust. The blood in Lingu's veins boiled with anger. He must find out who these people are. And then, they will face merciless punishment. Just then, from the end of the alley, came arrogant shouts. "Pay up protection money. Hurry up." "What? Still not enough money? You think I won't break your legs?" Lingu turned around to see several thugs behaving recklessly, extorting protection money in Dongxing Mountain. Those who couldn't pay up were subjected to a beating. He couldn't believe that such forces still existed in this day and age. Thinking about Little Dai's elderly parents enduring such hardships, Lingu's rage became uncontrollable. "Big Brother, can't you show some leniency?" A middle-aged couple from a nearby house came out and pleaded upon hearing the commotion. But after being threatened by the thugs, they reluctantly handed over the protection money. Seeing the thugs heading towards the Zhang family's house, the middle-aged couple pleaded on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Zhang, "Please, have mercy. The Zhang family can't even afford to eat, they're so pitiful." Seeing their neighbors still daring to plead on their behalf, Mrs. Zhang's eyes showed a hint of gratitude. Unfortunately, these thugs were utterly heartless, kicking the couple aside with a single blow. "To hell with you. Get lost." The next moment, they kicked down the Zhang family's wooden door, which landed right on the rotten vegetables that Mr. and Mrs. Zhang had just finished washing. "Oh, my vegetables." Mr. Zhang looked heartbroken. It had taken him a lot of effort to gather those vegetables, and now that they were ruined, they would go hungry again. "Ha ha, you dare not pay protection money and still want to eat? Dream on." Several thugs ignored Lingu's presence and arrogantly shouted at Mr. and Mrs. Zhang, "Brothers, we really don't have any money. There's no money left at home." Mr. Zhang looked desolate. "No money? Then you might as well die." The leader of the thugs with an explosive hairstyle grabbed Mr. Zhang's collar and raised his fist to strike. The couple next door watched helplessly, unable to intervene. They feared that Mr. and Mrs. Zhang wouldn't survive the day. However, the fist of the thug couldn't reach Mr. Zhang as Lingu, expressionless, grabbed his wrist. Even though the thug exerted all his strength, he couldn't move an inch. What incredible strength! After a moment of shock, the thug threatened loudly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you lay hands on me? Do you know who I am?" Lingu didn't bother to respond. He simply delivered a punch. Boom. The thug's face collapsed, blood spraying everywhere. Lingu released his wrist. Thud. The thug fell to the ground, unconscious. Completely motionless. "Oh my God, who is this guy? One punch and he takes a life. He's like a devil." The group of thugs was terrifying and turned to flee, abandoning their comrade. Seeing this scene, the neighboring couple didn't feel excited or thrilled. Instead, they looked hopeless. Mrs. Zhang urged, "You two should hurry and escape." Mr. Zhang was even more anxious. "That's right, otherwise, when their reinforcements arrive, you'll be in trouble. Especially this young lady. She's so beautiful. They're all a bunch of beasts in human skin." Dua chuckled. "Escape? Ridiculous. Forget about the fact that Lingu was the former werewolf king of the northern border. Even Dua, the leader of the werewolf clan, could handle a mere village bully organization." However, Lingu couldn't find it amusing. He quickly asked, "Uncle John, what organization are they? Why don't you all dare to resist?" Mr. Zhang sighed. "There's a powerful and terrifying force in Dongxing Mountain, and no one in Dongcheng dares to intervene. We, the poor masses, have neither the ability nor the courage to resist." A terrifying force. Lingu looked surprised, not expecting such a place to harbor such a force. "Yes. This force is extremely mysterious and powerful. Whoever provokes them ends up dead." Mrs. Zhang sighed along, her face filled with fear. Lingu exchanged glances with Dua. Clearly, Dua also didn't know about this hidden force here. Lingu wondered if this mysterious force had any connection with his master, the divine physician, coming to Dongxing Mountain. "You four, hurry and escape. You haven't paid protection fees and even fought against the organization. The organization won't let you off. Their sub-leader is the village bully of our village, named Fat Dog. He's extremely ruthless and has killed many people." As the neighbor mentioned Fat Dog, the Zhang couple's faces filled with fear, trembling all over. However, Lingu remained unfazed and said solemnly, "I promise to take care of you in place of little Deity. I will definitely help you solve this problem." Although grateful, the Zhang couple could only sigh helplessly. The neighboring couple had to return home and close their doors, fearing being dragged into the situation. They didn't want to be caught up in the chaos. Indeed, not long after, a large group of people appeared at the end of the alley. There were at least 20 or 30 of them. Wielding knives, forks, and clubs, they looked ferocious and menacing. "We're doomed. Brother Fat Dog is here. You guys run for your lives from the back door. Don't worry about us." Mrs. Zhang tried to persuade again. Lingu remained unmoved. At this moment, Dua whispered in his ear, "Big brother, there are 300 members of the werewolf clan rushing up the mountain." Lingu nodded. Even without the reinforcements from the werewolf clan, He was not afraid of these 20 or 30 village bullies. Damn it, who dared to lay a hand on my brother? Come out and face death. Fat Dog yelled outside the door. True to his name, he was all fat and looked like a vicious dog. Seeing this, the surrounding villagers quickly hid inside their houses, locking their doors and windows, afraid of being implicated. Big brother, let me handle it this time. After Dua finished speaking, she walked out alone. Seeing this scene, the young elderly couple became even more anxious. Fat Dog was so lecherous, this girl was likely to be in trouble. Oh, although she looks fierce, she's damn sexy. Tsk. Fat Dog drooled when he saw Dua. Dua couldn't be described as exceptionally beautiful, not as much as the Chin sisters in terms of appearance. However, she exuded a mature charm, like a fine-aged wine, with a mesmerizing temperament. You're Fat Dog, then what's your relationship with the Dog Lord? Dua asked arrogantly. Seeing her imposing manner, Fat Dog couldn't help but pause, sneering, the Dog Lord is our big brother. Since you know his reputation, dare to hit our brothers. He could tell at a glance that the woman in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. But he was the village bully here. How could he be afraid of a woman? Regardless of the woman's background, since she came to this village, she had to bow down, whether she was a dragon or a tiger. It wasn't him. It was me. Lingu stepped forward voluntarily, his face cold. I not only want to beat him, but I also want to beat you bastards today. None of you can escape. Hiss. Hearing Lingu's words, the young elderly couple and the villagers hiding in their homes couldn't help but gasp. This man, he really dares to say anything. You arrogant bastard. Fine. Let me tell you, even if I have to disable all your limbs, I'll still have that woman 17 or 18 times. And that won't be the end of it, Fat Dog spat out angrily. His lackeys behind him were naturally excited. A woman like Dua, with such a figure and temperament, was rare in their village. Could Fat Dog alone manage to do it 17 or 18 times? Didn't that mean they would also get a share? Dua, however, remained expressionless. These lumps of men thinking they could have their way with her was simply delusional. As the two sides were about to start fighting, Mrs. John suddenly rushed out and knelt on the ground, pleading, Fat Dog, I beg you to spare them. They are not from our village. If you want to beat or kill someone, do it to us. Seeing this, tears filled Lingu's eyes. He couldn't let the elderly couple kneel down anymore. He immediately helped them up and roared at Fat Dog, you bunch of despicable animals, go to hell. With that, he threw a punch. Fat Dog completely didn't expect it. How could someone be so fast? Soon he realized that the man in front of him not only had speed but also terrifying strength. Doom. Fat Dog was directly hit in the chest, and his whole body flew sideways, crashing into his lackeys behind him. The scene was filled with flying gravel and swirling dust. Scream, scream. The screams were endless for a while. When Fat Dog finally struggled to get up, he lay on the ground with a pale face, convulsing desperately. Amazing. It was really amazing. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, the people present still couldn't believe it. Could this be the strength a human could unleash? Dua, however, still felt that her big brother's current strength was far inferior to his peak period. It seems like my big brother's damaged meridians still haven't recovered. Big brother, I'm sorry. Why yes, please don't hit me. The situation instantly reversed. Everyone was afraid of getting punched by Lingu. Seeing Fat Dog's miserable state, his lackeys had lost their courage. Some even knelt down and begged for mercy. You know you were wrong, Lingu said with no expression, gritting his teeth. Unfortunately, it's too late. These villains had committed countless atrocities. Lingu didn't dare to claim to be a hero who rid the world of evil. But since he was here today, he had to deal with these people and avenge Little Dai's family. Forgiving these people was up to God, but his task was to send these bastards to meet God. However, at this moment, Dua spoke up. Big brother, leave the rest to me. There was no need for Lingu, whose identity was already compromised and whose strength was not what it used to be, to dirty his hands with these small fries. Although Lingu's combat capabilities were her faith, dealing with these minions didn't require his intervention. As Dua's words fell, the next moment, there was a rumbling sound of footsteps around them. The dilapidated village seemed to tremble. Seeing the commotion, the residents hiding in their homes were terrified. Mr. and Mrs. John were also shocked and numb. The forces of the Wolf warriors arrived at the scene, dusty and weary. Each one exuded a powerful aura, well-trained and outnumbering the thugs by far. Fat Dog and the others turned pale at the sight. What was going on? Such a large force coming to Dongxing Mountain was unprecedented. Sister, we're here. Sister, who are we fighting against? I'll make sure they never stand up again in their life. The leading figures respectfully asked Due. Fat Dog and the others looked at Due in astonishment, their heads buzzing. Who would have thought that this woman had such a powerful background? Thud, thud. This time, the thugs knelt down one by one, begging for mercy. The scene underwent a complete 180-degree turnaround, leaving the residents of Dongxing Mountain stunned, unable to believe that all of this was real. After waiting for a while, the residents who had been hiding in their homes finally felt their blood boiling and boldly came out to cheer. Had a big shot finally come to rescue their remote and impoverished village? Was justice finally being served? Big brother, how should we handle this? Due asked Lingu for instructions. Contrary to his usual demeanor, Lingu's eyes were now cold and ruthless. Ask the villagers how these bullies usually mistreat them, and repay them twice over for their suffering. Big brother, I understand. Due waved her hand, and the Wolf warriors immediately took action. Seeing this situation, many thugs were trembling with fear. The former kings of the village had now become completely powerless. In no time, these thugs were knocked to the ground, and Fat Dog was lying in a pool of blood, his body twitching uncontrollably, nearing death. The villagers were overjoyed, tears stilling their eyes. It seemed that Dongxing Mountain was about to usher in brighter days. Due, I'll give you some money. Please arrange to send rice, flour, oil, and other daily necessities to the village, and distribute them to these poor villagers, Lingu instructed Due. No need for Big Brother's money. I have plenty of my own. Due immediately made arrangements through her subordinates. Lingu trusted her ability to get things done. With Due's help, Mr. and Mrs. John would never have to worry about food and shelter again. He wanted to take the John couple out to live elsewhere to ensure their absolute safety. However, both elders had spent most of their lives in this village, and were reluctant to leave, fearing they wouldn't be able to adapt to life outside. Lingu could only ask Due to arrange for their house to be renovated. At this moment, aside from needing to find his master, he also had to quickly find Xiaoyan. Seeing how miserably Xiaodai's parents were living, he couldn't help but worrying about what kind of life she was leading. It was truly worrying. At this time, on the road entering Zaipeng village, two women were hurrying along. A mistress and her servant. Second miss, is it really safe for just the two of us women to come to a place like this? The servant looked a bit nervous. In this godforsaken village, the signal was spotty at best. If something happened, it would be impossible to call for help. She was plain-looking and of low status, so it didn't matter much. But the second miss was the cherished daughter of the Qin family in Yun City. Was she not afraid at all? The second miss did not respond. Her expression was very determined and stern as she continued walking forward. Wow wow. Suddenly, a miserable crying sound came from ahead. The second miss hurried towards the sound of crying. In front, there was a group of mischievous children bullying a young girl. The girl looked about 17 or 18 years old and was being terribly mistreated by the group of kids. Her hair had been pulled out in clumps, and her face was covered with scars. Stop! All of you, stop right now! Qing Yushuan saw this scene, and immediately, anger surged through her as she rushed over to scold the mischievous children. What kind of demonic place was this? How could even the children dare to do such vile things? To her surprise, the leader of the troublemakers' eyes lit up when he saw her. His expression growing increasingly lecherous, he arrogantly laughed. Wow, what's going on? How could such a beautiful woman come to a place like ours? Today is our lucky day. With that, he rubbed his hands together eagerly. The other children just followed his lead and giggled foolishly. Some of them too young to even understand what the little ringleader intended to do to the pretty woman. Qin Yushuan felt nauseated at the sight of the big kid's lecherous look. What kind of parents could raise such a lecherous little scoundrel? Get lost, or I won't be kind to you. Qin Yushuan shed her gentle and demure demeanor, issuing a cold warning to the children. However, these kids weren't afraid of her at all and started laughing smugly. "Miss, if you want us to listen, you'll have to give us some benefits," the big kid said, clicking his tongue as he walked towards her, his eyes roaming over her inappropriately. He had never seen such a refined beauty in his life. Was she a fairy who had fallen from the heavens? Qin Yuxuan clenched her fists, her anger growing stronger, feeling the urge to teach these little brats a lesson. To her shock, the big kid, emboldened by his lust, lunged at her, shouting excitedly, "Pretty sister, you're so beautiful, let me give you a hug." "Go to hell." Qin Yuxuan, who looked gentle as water, had actually been trained in martial arts since she was a child, and was even more skilled than Qin Mingyu. Now, her anger had reached its peak, and with one kick, she sent the half-grown kid flying. The other children were immediately scared stiff. "How are you so strong?" "Ah, it hurts so much." "All of you, get her, hold her down. Damn it, today, I'm going to strip her and hang her up." The big kid was crying from the pain, and his subsequent words were nothing but vulgarities. Qin Yuxuan's anger was growing stronger, making her look completely different from her usual self. The surrounding little brats, seeing her grim expression, didn't dare to approach. "Zhou Shan, teach these little brats a lesson." As a distinguished young lady, Qin Yuxuan wouldn't have acted herself if the big kid hadn't lunged at her. After instructing her maid, she went to help the mentally unstable girl up. "Yes, second miss." Zhou Shan was equally disgusted with the brats in front of her. She stepped forward and slapped each brat across the face. As Qin Yuxuan's personal maid, she naturally had some skills. Each slap sent a kid flying. Then, she grabbed the big kid and slapped him left and right. The big kid's face instantly swelled up, looking like cherried buns. After all, they were children. Seeing how fierce and strong Qin Yuxuan and Zhou Shan were, they were terrified and ran away in a swarm. The big kid, still looking malicious, ran away shouting, "You two bitches just wait, I'll get someone to deal with you." Qin Yuxuan paid him no mind. As the cherished daughter of the Qin family, how could she be intimidated by a brat? "Are you all right?" Qin Yuxuan frowned as she helped the mentally unstable girl up. The girl kept smiling foolishly at her. "Heh, I'm fine. What could be wrong with me? My body is so ugly and smelly, do you like looking at it? I'll show you." With that, she started to pull her pants down. Qin Yuxuan quickly grabbed her hand. Seeing the girl's silly smile and erratic behavior, she felt a pang of heartache. As a well-educated elite, she could tell that this girl must have gone through some suffering to become so mentally unstable. "No, don't take my radish." The mentally unstable girl, seeing Qin Yuxuan grab her wrist, thought she was trying to take her radish and quickly pulled away. Only then did Qin Yuxuan realize that the girl was desperately protecting a cabbage, which made her heart ache even more. This girl was so pitiful. Many girls outside are picky eaters and don't eat vegetables, but in her world, a cabbage was something she had to protect with her life. "Sister, where is your home? Let me take you back." Qin Yuxuan decided to see this good deed through to the end. However, the mentally unstable girl just looked at her foolishly and smiled. "Heh, my home. My home is not here. Heh, my home is in the mountains, far, far away." "Second miss, this girl seems to have a problem with her mind," Zhou Shan said as she walked over. Qin Yuxuan sighed softly and took out a tissue to wipe the blood off the girl's face. Then she took out a comb to tidy up the girl's messy hair. With her gentleness, she finally made the mentally unstable girl lower her guard and even start to like her. Qin Yuxuan smiled and said, "Sister, are you hungry? Let me give you something to eat." "Okay." She then asked Zhou Shan to take out some chocolate and bread from their large travel bag and give it to the girl. "Wow, delicious, delicious!" the girl exclaimed excitedly as she ate the chocolate and bread. Her smile was bright, and her excitement was as pure as a child's. "Would you take me to where you live, please?" Qin Yuxuan was determined to take the mentally unstable girl home. She was worried it wouldn't be safe to leave her wandering alone. Zhou Shan couldn't help but advise, "Second miss, weren't you here to look for something? Don't waste time. The sooner we find it and leave, the better. Staying too long might be dangerous." After all, Who knew what dangers could be lurking in the desolate area of Dongxing Mountain? However, Qin Yushuan was firm in her decision. A good deed should be done thoroughly. Let's take her home, and we can ask for directions while we're at it. Zhou Shan had no choice but to nod and follow the second Mrs. orders. Despite her mental state, the girl knew the way home. Following her, the two soon arrived at the entrance of a village, marked by a sign, Zaipeng Village. The environment was quite complex, with garbage everywhere, unmanaged and emitting a terrible stench. Qin Yushuan couldn't help but feel nauseated. After entering the village and taking several twists and turns through small paths, they finally arrived at the girl's home. It was a dilapidated mud brick house. Of course, it couldn't compare to the houses in the city, but in such a poor and backward place, it wasn't the worst. Ziyanzi, is that you? Hearing the noise outside, a feeble voice came from inside the house. Following Ziyanzi inside, Qin Yushuan saw a sickly middle-aged woman lying in a somewhat damp bed. Her eyes were sunken, and she appeared to be very ill. This place was practically a living hell. Seeing the miserable condition of this mother and daughter, Qin Yushuan felt waves of sorrow. Who are you? The sick woman looked at Qin Yushuan with a surprised expression. How could a fairy-like figure appear in such a rundown place? Auntie, are you this girl's mother? My name is Qin, and I'm just passing through here. After introducing herself, Qin Yushuan briefly explained what had happened. Oh, thank you so much. I'll get you some water. The sick woman struggled to get up to make tea. Was too weak and fell back down. Auntie, just lie down and rest. No need to be so polite. Qin Yushuan quickly helped her lie back down and instructed Zhou Shan to take out half of the food from their travel bag to share with the poor mother and daughter. Zhou Shan wanted to object, but seeing the determined look in the second Mrs. eyes, she didn't dare say a word. You are such kind people. Are you goddesses sent from heaven? The sick woman was very touched and started to cry. Being bedridden, she couldn't get any food. Qin Yushuan giving them food now was like life-saving help in a desperate situation. You're welcome, Auntie. Please eat and fill your stomach first. Qin Yushuan handed the bread to the sick woman and started chatting with her. She learned that the mentally unstable girl's real name was Zhang Yan. She was 18 years old and had suffered a severe mental breakdown over a year ago after being assaulted by a village bully. The sick woman wasn't her biological mother but her aunt, who had been raising her as her own daughter. Recently, the woman had fallen seriously ill and couldn't leave the house, so she had no choice but to send Zhang Yan out to find some food. Little did she know that Zhang Yan would be bullied by a group of village children. Luckily, Zhang Yan met you. The woman sighed. Dongxing Mountain is so primitive, and the villages here are remote and neglected. Dongxing Mountain has been under the control of a dark force for many years, an organization called Xingu. Their leader is known as Guyi, and he has been oppressing people here for many years. Ziyanzi was driven insane by him, and now even those bullies' children have become so despicable. Our place is completely beyond redemption. Qin Yushuan and the others listened with boiling anger. They couldn't believe that such forces still existed in this day and age. It was despicable. Just then, there was suddenly a clamor of footsteps outside. The next moment, someone was aggressively kicking the door and threatening loudly from outside. Come out, or I'll set your house on fire. Oh no, it's Snake Brother. The sick woman's face turned even paler at the sound from outside, trembling uncontrollably. Don't be afraid, I'm here, I'm not afraid of them. Qin Yushuan stood up, ready to open the door. These people were so despicable, threatening to burn someone's house. She wanted to see what gave them the audacity to be so arrogant. No. The sick woman, mustering whatever strength she had, quickly grabbed Qin Yushuan and desperately tried to dissuade her. You're not from this village. You don't know how terrifying Snake Brother is. Especially you, Miss Qin. You're so beautiful. If he sees you, he'll definitely violate you. Jushin also held back Qin Yushuan. If something happened to the second miss here, how could she explain to the Qin family? Things would become even more complicated. Although Qin Yushuan was furious, she calmed down after being dissuaded, temporarily hiding inside the house. The sick woman asked Ziyanzi to open the door. Outside the door, Snake Brother's son, the big guy from before, kicked Ziyanzi's buttocks as soon as he saw her. You stupid girl, How dare you let someone hit me? I'll kill you. With that, he started ruthlessly hitting Ziyanzi. Qin Yushuan couldn't hide anymore. She wanted to rush out and teach these heartless thugs a lesson, but Jushin firmly held her back. She couldn't let the second miss act impulsively. On the other hand, Ziyanzi, despite being beaten badly by the big guy, not only didn't cry but also grinned. This smile had a profound impact on Qin Yushuan, as if her heart had been hammered violently by a giant hammer. This crazy woman. I hit her and she's still smiling. What a fool, haha. The big guy mocked Ziyanzi while beating her. Seeing this scene, the sick woman reluctantly got up, bracing herself against her illness, and walked out to intervene. Stop it, please, stop it. After barely managing to stop the big guy, she had to smile apologetically at the adults. Snake brother, what's the matter? Why are you hitting my daughter? That forced smile deeply pierced Qin Yushuan's heart. She finally understood what suffering in the world meant. Why hit her? Are you still pretending to be stupid? Snake brother shouted angrily and slapped the sick woman hard, knocking her to the ground without a trace of mercy. He showed no compassion whatsoever, treating a living person as if she were an inanimate object to vent his anger. Don't hit my aunt, don't. Ziyanzi, who had always been silly, unexpectedly reacted like a reflex, spreading her arms to protect the sick woman in front of her. Her expression seemed almost normal. Ha ha, not only am I going to hit her, I'm going to torture you, this crazy woman, to death, Snake brother said, pressing down on Ziyanzi, intending to commit some heinous acts of humiliation. Stop it. Seeing this, Qin Yushuan couldn't bear it any longer. With a surge of indescribable fury, she rushed out and kicked Snake brother away. Zhou Shan didn't hold back either. These scum were hardly human. Anyone with a shred of humanity would be deeply affected by this scene. Damn it, who dares to kick me? Snake brother, in pain, got up and cursed loudly. Qin Yushuan's kick had been powerful. He almost felt like his stomach had been torn apart. His henchmen were also surprised. Where did this woman come from? She was quite strong. A man weighing over 160 pounds like Snake brother being kicked like this by her. It was impossible without training. You damn woman, I'll kill you. Snake brother, with decent physical strength, quickly recovered and grabbed a stone, intending to smash Qin Yushuan with it. However, after seeing Qin Yushuan's face clearly, he froze, unwilling to destroy such a delicate woman like this. Dad, it's these two women who just hit me. It's them. The big guy quickly went to his father's side, pointing at Qin Yushuan excitedly. She's so pretty. Dad, can we take her home? I want to. You know. Hearing this from the stinky brat, Snake brother's henchmen behind him also made lewd remarks. Even though Snake brother had lived for half a lifetime and thought he had seen it all, he had never seen a woman as beautiful as Qin Yushuan in such a broken place. So, he casually threw away the stone in his hand, raised his eyebrows, and walked over with a seductive look. Wow, I never expected to see such a beautiful woman in this dump. How about it? My little wife, don't leave, I'll take good care of you. As Snake brother spoke, he reached out recklessly towards Qin Yushuan. Who dares to touch Miss, I'll kill her. Zhou Shan, Qin Yushuan's maid, saw someone threatening her mistress, and immediately picked up a broomstick, hitting Snake brother on the head. Ah, damn, that hurts. Snake brother, caught off guard, got his head knocked by Zhou Shan and staggered back in pain. Miss, let's escape quickly. Zhou Shan wanted to seize the opportunity to drag Qin Yushuan away. After all, her top priority was to protect Miss. If she fell into the wolf's den, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Qin Yushuan didn't follow her to escape. She was certainly afraid, but if she left, it would be disastrous for Ziyanzi and the others. Snake brother, are you okay? His subordinates quickly surrounded him and blocked the door. Damn it! You, capture these two women from me. Tonight, I'll strip them naked and hang them up for a good whipping. Snake brother ordered in a fit of rage. Several of his subordinates and his son immediately got excited and rushed over like they were possessed. After all, they had never touched a beauty of Qin Yushuan's caliber before. Just a touch or a grab would make their day, and catching them would make their lives complete. However, they underestimated Qin Yushuan and her companion. Both of them were skilled in martial arts. Qin Yuxuan used taekwondo techniques, kicking two of the attackers in quick succession, sending them flying and knocking their teeth out. Damn, isn't that too fierce? The other subordinates were immediately scared stiff. None of them dared to make a move. On the other hand, Qin Yuxuan became more confident and took the initiative to attack again, landing two kicks on the noses of the other two attackers. Ah, my nose. The two men sprayed blood from their noses. Their nasal bones were probably broken. The situation suddenly reversed, and even the big guy, the naughty kid, was scared out of the room. Even Zhou Shan didn't expect that Miss was hiding her true skills. Her kung fu was so powerful. Sister is amazing. Sister fights so well. Ziyanzi actually exclaimed in excitement, even clapping enthusiastically. The sick woman also didn't expect Qin Yuxuan, who looked so delicate and beautiful, to have such good martial arts skills. Could she really be a fairy descended to earth? Even Snake Brother felt lingering fear. He had gained Dog Lord's appreciation by relying on his fists and became the leader of Xipeng Village. Among the many people in Xipeng Village, there was no one else who could fight like him. But seeing Qin Yuxuan's martial arts skills, he felt inferior and knew that rushing forward recklessly would only get him beaten up. This beauty was definitely a professionally trained martial artist. No wonder she dared to be so arrogant in front of him. You scum! Go to hell! Qin Yuxuan had no intention of letting these scoundrels off the hook. She kicked Snake Brother in the abdomen. Snake Brother screamed in pain and was thrown out of the house. He lay on the ground, rolling around frantically, feeling like his stomach was about to be crushed. Qin Yuxuan had no intention of letting these scum go. She continued to walk out of the house. The few ruffians outside the house, seeing her current momentum, all retreated in fear. None dared to approach. Miss, you were so cool today. Seeing this, Zhou Shan was stunned and exclaimed. Miss seemed to have changed completely today. She had been following Miss for so long, but she had never seen Miss display such a ruthless and domineering side. Please, please don't hit me. Snake Brother, who had just been arrogant, didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Before Qin Yuxuan could make a move, he quickly begged for mercy. Miss, I know I was wrong. Let's talk it out. Please don't hit me again. Scum. Trash. Qin Yuxuan gritted her teeth lightly and kicked him in the face. After kicking Snake Brother to the brink of death, she coldly snorted and said, Get lost. If I find out you're bullying people again, I'll kill you. Sodomineering. Jushin was also amazed. Was this really the gentle and delicate second Miss she knew? All right, we'll leave right away. Enduring the pain, Snake Brother let his men pull him up and ran away, as if his life depended on it. But once out of Qin Yuxuan's sight, Snake Brother gritted his teeth and roared in anger. Damn it, you two bitches dared to break into hell, and there's a road to heaven. Wait for me to call someone and turn you into minced meat. Although Snake Brother and his men were driven away by Qin Yuxuan, the sick woman still looked anxious and urged, Ladies, you better leave now while you can. Why should we run? However many of these village thugs come, I'll beat them all. Qin Yuxuan was full of confidence at the moment, far from being a deserter. Besides, she hadn't completed her mission in Dongxing Mountain yet. You shouldn't underestimate the dark forces of Dongxing Mountain. Snake Brother is just the leader of Xipeng Village, but there are much stronger forces behind him. Those people are infinitely more powerful than Snake Brother. The sick woman said, anxiously, Is that so? Zhou Shan quickly advised, Second Miss, this place is not suitable for a long stay. Let's leave quickly. We didn't come here to fight, so let's not stir up trouble. If we leave, what about them? Qin Yuxuan still couldn't bear to leave Ziyanzi and the sick woman. The sick woman hurriedly said, Our lives are worthless, but yours are precious. Don't worry about us, otherwise the people who come later won't be just a few like before. Qin Yuxuan was actually a bit scared, but seeing Ziyanzi, she felt that if she left, this mentally disturbed girl would be in trouble. Life is equal. If you're leaving, I'll take you with me. Qin Yuxuan persisted. The sick woman sighed. Our worthless lives shouldn't hold you back. I'm not able to move freely. Miss, if you're leaving, take Ziyanzi with you. You're young and have a bright future ahead. Don't let me drag you down. She meant well. But the more she said that, the less Qin Yushuan could bear to abandon her. No. Since you can't leave, then I won't leave either. Since we're here today, I'll see this through to the end. Seeing Qin Yushuan's determination, both Zhou Shan and the sick woman sighed helplessly. The next morning, in a large stone-built house in Bixing village, a sturdy man around 50 years old was soaking in a hot spring with 6 women. Boss, something bad happened in Xipeng village. Snake Brother is here to see you. One of his men hurriedly approached the edge of the hot spring pool to report. What could have happened? The boss was playing in the hot spring with the women and was a bit impatient upon hearing the news. Let that little snake crawl in. Yes, boss. The subordinate went to carry out the order. Before long, Snake Brother indeed crawled in like a dog, shouting, Boss, you have to help me. Something happened in Xipeng village. 2 women came, they're skilled, and they beat me like this. The boss glanced at him and was slightly surprised. What kind of women are so fierce? They even broke your nose bone? Ha ha, without bones, you look even more like a snake. The 6 women covering their mouths giggled. Although Snake Brother was in pain all over, he dared not get angry when teased by the boss and the women. He smiled and said, Boss, you have to help me. Those 2 women even said they want to bring your big brother here and give him a good lesson. What? The boss was immediately furious. Are those women really that arrogant? Absolutely. Snake Brother patted his chest. Not only that, one of the women is very beautiful. Forgive me for being blunt, but she's even more beautiful than any of these 6 women around you. Really? The boss's eyes lit up instantly. Anyone who knew him knew he was famously lecherous. Snake Brother also knew that once he mentioned this, the boss would definitely go and deal with those 2 women. As expected, the boss immediately put on his clothes, gathered a large group of men, and hurriedly headed towards Xipeng village. Qin Yushuan decided to stay behind, taking care of the sick woman, and vowed to leave this dark place with her and Xianzi once she recovered. Miss, let me take care of these things. Zhou Shan tried to dissuade Qin Yushuan as she saw her helping with cleaning and cooking. After all, she was the second miss of the Qin family, delicate and precious. It's all right, I can handle it. Qin Yushuan smiled faintly, continuing her tasks without stopping. The sick woman lay on the bed, silently observing everything, feeling a mix of emotions. She worried about the safety of Qin Yushuan and Xianzi, but after living in Xipeng village for decades and enduring endless abuse, encountering such a kind-hearted fairy today was like seeing a ray of light in the darkness. Boom, boom, boom. Expected commotion quickly came from outside. No, it was even more shocking than expected. The ground trembled, indicating that the number of people outside was at least in the hundreds. Oh no, it must be the boss himself. You must escape, leave through the back door, or it'll be too late. The sick woman panicked, climbing out of bed. Miss, this is no joke, let's escape quickly. Zhou Shan also urged. The commotion outside was too massive. Even with Mrs. Skills, she couldn't handle so many people. Qin Yushuan wasn't one to boast. Realizing she couldn't handle the situation, she quickly ordered, Zhou Shan, help me support Aunt John and leave through the back. Seeing Qin Yushuan refusing to give up even at this moment brought tears to the sick woman's eyes. However, when the 2 of them, supporting the sick woman and Xianzi, tried to leave through the back door, they found the entire house surrounded. As soon as they emerged, they were blocked by a group of burly men. Ha ha, didn't expect to still find you here, woman. Snake Brother's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Yushuan. He was most worried that the 2 women would take advantage of the situation to escape, preventing them from capturing her to enjoy at their leisure. Soon, the boss himself, along with a few trusted men, arrived. Qin Yushuan felt a sense of impending danger upon seeing the boss. Muscles bulging, with a sturdy lower body, he was clearly not an ordinary man like Snake Brother. Zhou Shan whispered anxiously in her ear, Miss, what should we do now? Maybe you should ignore us and escape on your own. She believed that with Mrs. Skills, she might have a chance to break out alone. But if they all tried to leave together, they would surely be overwhelmed. Qin Yushuan clenched her teeth. I will never abandon you. Ha ha, that's great. Even from a distance, the boss could hear their conversation clearly. He laughed heartily and said, I love women like you. Lol and righteous. How about staying in Dongxing Mountain as my mistress? I'll make you feel like the queen of the world. Disgusting, Zhou Shan immediately retorted, full of disdain. You, a village bully, dare to say such things? Do you know the identity of our miss? She's a real princess in Yunchuan. She knew that trying to fight back directly was futile, so she decided to use Mrs. Status to make these people retreat. Indeed, the boss was slightly taken aback and grinned. Oh, she's from Yunchuan. I'm curious about the identity of this beautiful lady. Before Qin Yushuan could stop her, Zhou Shan proudly declared, then listen carefully. The second miss is the second daughter of the Qin family in Yunchuan, the wealthiest family in the city. If you dare to touch a hair on her head, Mr. Qin will mobilize thousands of troops and send you all to hell. Thinking that the threat would work, after all, the Qin family not only had influence in Yunchuan but also in Dongcheng. But to their surprise, the group around the boss burst into laughter, seeming to completely disregard the Qin family's influence. The boss even swaggered over to Qin Yushuan, reaching out as if to lift her chin. I thought an angel had descended, but it turns out to be the daughter of the wealthiest family in Yunchuan. No wonder you're so beautiful. Smack. Qin Yushuan didn't wait for him to touch her and immediately slapped away his dirty hand. The boss winced in pain, his brows furrowing. How dare you? Dare to lay hands on the boss, kill this woman. The group of lackeys immediately clamored madly. The boss, being the top dog in all the villages of Dongxing Mountain, couldn't tolerate a woman defying him like this. However, he gestured for his men to calm down, licking his lips as he looked at Qin Yushuan. What a spicy beauty. I heard from Little Snake that you're the one who broke his nose. And what if I did? Qin Yushuan's gaze was resolute, showing no signs of panic. Ha ha, you seem quite confident in your martial arts skills, the boss laughed excitedly. How about this? I'll challenge you to a duel. If you win, I'll let the four of you go, and no one will bother you again. But if you lose, you'll willingly stay and become my mistress. Ha! Dream on. Zhou Shan immediately scoffed and cursed. To think that a mere village bully would want Qin family's second miss to stay and be his mistress was simply delusional. Ignoring Zhou Shan's contempt, the boss kept his eyes fixed on Qin Yushuan. Qin Yushuan pursed her lips. She knew they were in deep trouble now. The reputation of the Qin family wouldn't scare these people off. If they wanted to leave, they had to rely on their own abilities. Rather than taking on over 100 people alone, it might be better to accept the challenge. There might still be a chance. Fine, but if you break your promise, I'll kill you. Qin Yushuan agreed to the challenge. Zhou Shan and the sick woman could only sigh in resignation, feeling that it wasn't worth it for Miss Jin to go this far for a pair of strangers. Ha ha ha, I'm starting to really like you, my little wife, the boss laughed excitedly, feeling confident as he directly addressed Qin Yushuan as his wife. Shut your filthy mouth. Qin Yushuan kicked directly towards the boss's mouth. Her movement was swift, her flexibility remarkable, surpassing even that of a professional dancer. However, the boss's reflexes were quicker. He blocked Qin Yushuan's attack with his open palm and seized her foot in the process. Qin Yushuan was startled, unable to break free despite her efforts. She had no choice but to abandon her shoe and retract her foot. Ha ha ha, Snake Boss and the others around laughed wildly, some even excitedly shouting. The beauty's feet are so pretty, so fair and tender. I want to taste them. Boss, take off her other shoe. Strip her clothes off, let the brothers feast their eyes. Some daring thugs even drooled as they shouted. The boss even took Qin Yushuan's shoe and sock, sniffing them with a grin. Indeed, a rich girl's feet are fragrant. I wonder how fragrant her body is. Ha ha. Disgusted, Qin Yushuan kicked out at him again in anger. But this time, the boss anticipated her attack, sweeping her legs from under her. Qin Yushuan fell heavily to the ground, her whole body numb with pain. On the road to Zaipeng village, Lingu and Dua were moving swiftly. They were heading to Zaipeng village to find little dumb sister, Zhongyan, and then to Bixing village to settle the score with the boss. There had been a light rain the previous night, making the mountain road even more treacherous, with puddles and potholes everywhere. Fortunately, both of them were former Special Forces soldiers, so these difficult road conditions were no obstacle for them. Dig brother, It seems that a large group of people entered Zaipeng village not long ago. Something must be happening there. Due made a precise judgment based on the condition of the ground being trampled. Lingu also noticed, although he wasn't concerned about the conflict in Zaipeng village. He was worried that a large-scale fight would involve Little Swallow. So, he said, let's speed up and enter the village, and notify the brothers of the Werewolf Society to accelerate their pace too. All right, Due nodded. She put on her military communication device, which allowed her to issue orders to her subordinates in such places. Although her subordinates were all extraordinary individuals, there was still a huge gap in ability compared to her and Lingu. At this moment, around Aunt John's house, there was a frenzy of cheering and screaming. Boss is mighty. Get her now. The faces of the group of sleazy men were filled with anticipation and excitement. They all knew that the boss treated women like clothes and regarded brothers as his own. So even though he wanted Qin Mingyu to stay as his little wife, he shouldn't be so petty as to not let his brothers enjoy her beauty together. Especially Snake Boss, yesterday, when he went to ask the boss for support. The boss was still indulging himself with 6 naked women in the hot spring. He even let him have a good look. Today should be no exception, right? Miss Qin from the Qin family was even more stunning than those 6 women. Sure enough, as the boss approached, he grabbed Qin Yushuang's leg and removed her other shoe. Qin Yushuang's pair of delicate feet were exposed, causing countless men at the scene to scream with excitement. Boss, tear her clothes apart. I want to see the size of her chest. Would the body of a young lady from a wealthy family be any different from an ordinary woman's? Seeing that Miss Qin was already powerless to resist, Zhou Shan, feeling anxious and unable to think much, picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the boss. But the boss didn't even spare her a glance. He just reached out and grabbed her neck, lifting her up with one hand. Seeing this scene, Little Swallow, who was mentally disturbed, seemed to recall some painful memories and began shrieking like crazy. No. No. Don't hurt me. No. She screamed while looking for a place to hide. If it weren't for the inhuman torture she had suffered from the boss before, she would never have this genuine fear from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, Lingu and Due forcefully pushed through the crowd and walked in, just in time to witness this scene. In an instant, they looked shocked and astonished. Why was little sister here in such a place? And being bullied by the boss. How many stories were hidden in this scene? Damn it! Let go of Zhou Shan. Qin Yushuan didn't care about the pain anymore. Taking advantage of Zhou Shan distracting the boss, she jumped up and kicked the boss in the same spot. Once again, Lingu was secretly amazed. In his mind, little sister was a gentle and understanding woman. Who could have imagined that she had such a fierce side? The boss chuckled and casually tossed Zhou Shan aside, then grabbed Qin Yushuan's ankle again. With a vast difference in strength, Qin Yushuan felt despair. Heh. Little beauty, your legs are really long. Let Grandpa take a look, are they smooth? With that, the boss tore apart Qin Yushuan's trousers, revealing a snowy white leg in front of everyone. Wow. The group of thugs became even more excited, hardly anyone noticing Lingu and Due, the unexpected guests. Damn it. Let go of me. Qin Yushuan struggled, but her strength was no match for her opponent. The boss's filthy hand had already slid up her leg, aiming directly for her sensitive area. But just as he was about to succeed, a hand firmly grasped his wrist, rendering him unable to move. What strength! The boss was secretly amazed. Being able to be the top bully of Dongxing Mountain, his greatest reliance was his physical strength, which surpassed that of all the villagers of Dongxing Mountain. But now, the person holding his wrist had strength that was not inferior to his husband. Qin Yushuan saw Lingu appearing at this moment, feeling both excited and aggrieved. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Get lost! Lingu pushed hard, causing the boss to stagger back a few steps before regaining his balance. For a moment, the excited men fell silent. Du's gaze, however, fell on the boss. It seemed that he did have some ability to be the top bully of Dongxing Mountain, with physical strength not much inferior to big brother Lingu. Husband! Qin Yushuan instantly threw herself into Lingu's arms, trembling as she spoke. Thank goodness you appeared in time, otherwise, she couldn't continue. As the second daughter of the Qin family, when had she ever been so humiliated? Not to mention it happening in front of so many people. Don't be afraid, husband will protect you. Lingu gently patted her soft shoulders and helped her up from his embrace. Being so intimate with one's sister-in-law in public wasn't appropriate, especially in front of so many people. Lingu was aware of this. Ha ha, you're her brother-in-law, ha. Looks like you're quite lucky. The boss grinned at Lingu. All the men present felt the same way. Qin Yuxuan was so stunning. Her sister must be no less. Don't talk nonsense, are you the boss? Lingu faced the crowd fearlessly. That's right, it's me, the boss strutted towards Lingu. I'm currently having a one-on-one duel with your sister-in-law here. If I win, I'll marry her as my little wife. So, it seems we're going to be brothers-in-law, haha. Although he didn't show weakness, the boss was wary of Lingu's strength, so he spoke in a way that was both assertive and non-confrontational. Don't get too ahead of yourself. You want to marry my sister-in-law. You're a million years too early for that. Lingu didn't give him any face, his gaze resolute. I'm here to take you down, to stand up for my sister-in-law and seek revenge for Zhang Yan. His words were powerful and resonated strongly. The men present gasped in shock, never having seen such an audacious person before. After all, he was facing the boss of Dongxing Mountain Village. The boss's face gradually turned half green and half red as he recalled the report from his men yesterday. With a cold snort, he said, "So it was you who led the attack and overturned Fat Dog and the others." "That's right," Lingu responded coldly, pointing at Little Swallow. As he yelled at the boss, "Little Swallow ended up like this, all thanks to you." In front of so many subordinates, the boss dared not deny it. He even dared not show weakness, grinning ferociously. "So what if it is? What can you do to me, ha ha? Everyone attack together. Take down this man and capture the women." The boss suddenly shouted out his command. He wasn't the type to adhere to the ideals of fair one-on-one combat heroes. Just now, when he was facing Qin Yuxuan alone, it was because he was confident he could overpower her and find an excuse to make her willingly become his little wife. After all, Qin Yuxuan was much more beautiful than Zhang Yan, and he didn't want her to become a madwoman after just one encounter. But now that he had experienced Lingu's strength, he didn't stand a chance in a fair fight. So, of course, he would rely on numbers to deal with him. He also knew that Lingu had brought many people up to Dongxing Mountain, but he believed in the strategy of capturing the leader first. Once Lingu was taken care of, his group wouldn't pose much of a threat. When the boss's men reacted, they all moved together. At this moment, Due also took action, pulling out a black whip from her body. It danced like a venomous snake in the darkness, flashing like lightning. The men hit by the whip instantly split open, blood and flesh flying. There was a moment of screams at the scene. Qin Yuxuan also recognized Due. Wasn't she the big sister of the War Wolf Society in Cloud City? What was she doing here with her brother-in-law? She's really powerful, you damn bitch. Seeing this scene, the boss was caught off guard as well. His hundreds of men couldn't break through Due's defenses for a moment. They all stepped back, afraid of being hit by the whip. This was no joke, your opponent is me. Seeing the boss trying to sneak attack Due from behind, Lingu stepped forward to block him. Seeing the wolf-like gaze in his eyes, the boss was initially a bit intimidated, but then he roared, "You little brat, you're dead to me." He threw a punch at Lingu's face. "Brother-in-law, be careful." Qin Yuxuan's face turned pale. She had never expected the boss to be this powerful. The force behind his punch was like that of a cannonball. If it were her, she wouldn't even be able to block a single punch, let alone survive being smashed to death. However, Lingu just sidestepped, grasped the boss's wrist, and smoothly twisted around, using a fierce tiger-catching hand technique to try to break the boss's arm. The boss was shocked. The man in front of him executed his moves cleanly and efficiently, without any fancy or unnecessary movements. He was definitely a top-notch expert. But the boss, being able to rule over the entire Dongxing Mountain, was no ordinary opponent. He quickly used his body's rotational force to spin halfway in the air, leveraging it to throw Lingu off. As a result, the boss's sleeve was torn to shreds, and his arm was covered in bloodstains. Lingu furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected the boss to be much more formidable than he had imagined. He wasn't like Fat Dog at all. In just one exchange, Lingu realized that the boss must have a significant background. His martial arts techniques are undoubtedly from a well-established school, not like the modern combat techniques used by some contemporary martial artists. Taking advantage of Lingu's distraction, the boss immediately counterattacked upon landing. Qin Yushuang wanted to speak up, but she found herself unable to keep up with the level of this one-on-one combat. By the time she could say anything, the two men had already moved on to another set of techniques. All she could do now was pray that her brother-in-law wouldn't get hit. Lingu, despite losing the initiative, remained calm. He continuously retreated and sidestepped, dodging the boss's frenzied counterattacks. Seizing an opportunity, Lingu grabbed the boss's arm and made circular motions with both hands. The boss felt like he was being sucked into a giant whirlpool. Unable to exert any strength, completely at the mercy of Lingu's manipulation. "What kind of technique is this?" Qin Yushuan exclaimed. Underneath her brother-in-law's feet seemed to be a Tai Chi pattern. Such exquisite techniques couldn't be learned by ordinary people. Who exactly was her brother-in-law? Due also glanced back at the battlefield, her lips curling up slightly. Although her big brother's meridians were damaged and his strength wasn't what it used to be, it seemed like there was no decline in his techniques. Doom. After spinning the boss around like a top, Lingu clapped his hands together, sending the boss flying like a broken kite. He crashed into the wall of a building, breaking through it and being buried under rubble. This. Snake Brother was so panicked that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. The hundreds of underlings of the boss were also dumbfounded, looking at each other in disbelief. They never expected the boss to lose in a one-on-one fight. "Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Invincible." Qin Yushuan couldn't contain her excitement any longer and ran over, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Lingu's brow. Lingu just gave her a faint smile and then turned to walk towards Due. With their boss defeated, the group of thugs became disorganized. Although they had numerical superiority, they were momentarily indecisive. The next moment, a series of synchronized footsteps came from all directions. The footsteps were urgent and orderly. "What's going on?" The thugs were in a panic. As a group accustomed to mobilizing collectively, they naturally knew how difficult it was to maintain synchronized steps. Could it be that the military was attacking them? "Don't move. You're surrounded, all of you. Get down." The brothers from the Volfang Society finally arrived. They were armed, some even with guns. The group of thugs was completely terrified. They had always thought that official forces wouldn't come back to deal with them, but who would have thought that this day would come? Outnumbered and outmatched in quality, they were too scared to resist. They all fell to the ground, trembling in fear, lacking the courage to fight back. "Big brother, how should we deal with these scum?" Due asked Lingu. "All of them. Tie them up. I'm going to gather the villagers and list out all their crimes. Then we'll find a way to deliver justice." Lingu gritted his teeth in anger. This group of people had committed numerous atrocities. If the authorities had long turned a blind eye to their actions, then it was up to them to deliver justice. They couldn't let them continue to harm the villagers and let Little Dai's relatives continue to live in such dire circumstances. Qin Yushuan silently watched this scene, her heart churning with waves of shock. Her mother had always thought that her brother-in-law was just an ordinary civilian, but who would have thought that he was such a powerful figure? Following Lingu's instructions, Due went to work. Only then did Lingu approach little Yanzi. Although little Yanzi had witnessed him dealing with the bad guys, she instinctively felt afraid when she saw a man walking towards her and hid behind her little aunt. "Little Yanzi, don't be afraid. He's my brother-in-law, a hero, a good person." Qin Yushuan walked up to Lingu's side and reassured little Yanzi. Little Yanzi finally peeked out from behind her aunt, blinked her eyes at Lingu, but still didn't dare to come out. "Little Yanzi, I'm a friend of your brother's. I'm here to help you. Come over and let me take a look at you. Okay." No matter how much Lingu tried to persuade her, little Yanzi was still afraid. Qin Yushuan walked up to her, gently took her hand, and smiled. "Little Yanzi, don't be afraid. Sister will stay by your side. My brother-in-law won't hurt you. Okay. I trust sister. Sister is a good person, heh." Little Yanzi smiled. Even Lingu could see that Little Dai's sister trusted her little aunt very much. This kind of affinity couldn't be faked, could it? Could it be that there was some misunderstanding between her wife and Qin Ruhan? Inside the room, Lingu treated little Yanzi and Aunt Zhang. Qin Yushuan bowled a basin of hot water and approached him, asking, "Brother-in-law, how are little Yanzi and Aunt Zhang?" Lingu sighed lightly. "Aunt Zhang has caught a cold. I can use acupuncture to help dispel the cold. But little Yanzi doesn't have any physical issues. I don't have any good solutions for her mental trauma." With a flash of anger in his eyes, he continued, "To torment a normal girl to the point of mental instability. That scumbag Gui deserves to be punished severely, 10 times over. Don't worry too much, brother-in-law. Let's bring little Yanzi and Aunt Zhang to Yun City. Let her live a normal and stable life, maybe she gradually recover." Qin Yushuan was very understanding, comforting Lingu while wiping his face with a hot towel. Suddenly catching a scent, Lingu instinctively moved away. "Yushuan, whose handkerchief is this?" "It's mine." Qin Yushuan blinked innocently. Quickly changing the subject, Lingu stood up. "Aunt Zhang's cold has been dispelled. She be fine after resting for a while. I'm going to settle the score with that Gui." With that, he put his wrist back into Qin Yushuan's hand and walked out. Qin Yushuan blinked, pondering for a moment before continuing with her tasks. Guy's crimes had already been documented by the villagers. Soon, Due had someone bring Gui in front of Lingu, with many villagers gathered around to watch. Gui was no ordinary person. Despite being securely tied up, it took for strong men to forcibly drag him over. And even then, he struggled, then snarled at Due and pushed in front of her. Crack! But Due wasn't one to be trifled with. She whipped him fiercely across the face, causing his skin to split and blood to flow. "Ah, ah!" Gui screamed in agony. The villagers cheered loudly. "This man is finally getting what he deserves." "Gui, I'm asking you, did you torture little Yanzi to the point of mental instability?" Lingu gritted his teeth, thinking that Gui would be more obedient after being taught a lesson. They didn't expect him to desperately struggle against the ropes and arrogantly respond, "So what if it was me? Plenty of women have been driven to insanity by me. Ha ha ha." Scum! Due was ready to whip him again. But Lingu gently held her wrist, his eyes burning with anger. "Let me handle this." Taking the whip from Due, Lingu lashed out at Gui. Gui didn't feel any pain at first, thinking Lingu wouldn't use the whip. But the next moment, he realized his neck was being entangled. Lingu pulled him over forcefully, causing his eyeballs to bulge out. Just one tug, and he felt like he was about to suffocate. What strength! However, this was just the beginning. Lingu pulled him closer and kicked him hard in the right leg. Crack! With a horrifying sound of bone breaking, Gui screamed in pain, bloodshot eyes rolling as he writhed on the ground. "Well done, excellent!" The villagers cheered. Qin Yushuan happened to be leading little Yanzi over to watch, and she was equally surprised to witness this scene. She never expected her brother-in-law to have such a ruthless side. He was so different from his usual gentle and honest demeanor. Indeed, people are not just one-dimensional. Step by step, Lingu approached the wailing Gui. His eyes were ice-cold, sending shivers down everyone's spine. For thousands of years, the Yanlong Kingdom has faced external threats in every era. Each time, it was the bravery of heroes and heroines that allowed our kingdom to continue to this day. Lingu's expression was wrathful, but his tone was calm as a dormant dragon lurking beneath layers of clouds. He slowly raised his hand and grabbed Gui's hair, lifting him up entirely. Gui was in too much pain to move. Lingu's gaze seemed to exude a powerful aura, immobilizing him completely. This was aura. In this era, the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom is home to brave warriors. They resist foreign invaders with indomitable will, composing heroic tales. Lingu's calm and resolute words formed a stark contrast with Gui's agonizing screams. Lingu exerted even more force, and Gui felt like his scalp was being torn apart. The intense pain surged through him like powerful electric shocks, causing his entire body to convulse. Lingu's tone remained calm. Countless soldiers in the north have sacrificed their lives to protect the country's peace. Little Daisy is one of them. They laid down their lives, their loyalty buried in a foreign land, to bring about the tranquility of the Dragon Kingdom today. Yet, In the distant Dongxing Mountain, there are those who enjoy the peace brought by their sacrifice while harming their families. Now seeing scum like you, I can't help but feel that it's unworthy of little Daisy and those valiant warriors. Lingu exerted more force, ripping off a chunk of scalp, along with Gai's hair. Gui fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Until Due stopped him with a stomp. Qin Yuxuan and little Yanzi watched in stunned silence. Especially little Yanzi, who seemed to be lost in thought. She seemed to be floating outside her body, yet she hadn't gone insane. Lingu then asked, Due, do you think little Daisy and the others are worthy? Due sighed deeply and shook her head. Not at all. Lingu angrily stomped on Gai's chest again. Egg. Gui felt like all his ribs were broken, his breathing becoming difficult. One foot was already stepping into the realm of death. Lingu could easily kick Gui to death, but that would be too easy. Lingu wanted him to taste little Yanzi's pain, to experience the agony of living hell. Another stomp. Gai's eyeballs bulged, blood gushing out, his face covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. But for Lingu, he felt like he was still too merciful. How many frontline soldiers, like little Daisy, sacrificed themselves to bring about the peace of the Dragon Kingdom today? They sacrificed their lives to protect the homeland, not even leaving their names behind after death. Yet scum like Gui were allowed to run rampant on the land of the Dragon Kingdom. This person doesn't deserve to live in the peaceful kingdom that little Daisy sacrificed his life for. He doesn't deserve to live on the land of the Dragon Kingdom. Lingu said to Due. Due immediately nodded, and a delicate dagger appeared in her hand. The dagger was extremely sharp, having shed the blood of countless enemies on the battlefield in the past. But in the past 3 years, Due had hardly used it again because it was meant for killing enemies, and some clowns were simply not worthy. Today, she would use it to torture the villain, to end Gai's life. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll all be buried with me, I promise. In the moment of life and death, Gui burst out his last desperate threat. He didn't say it just now because some secrets couldn't be let known to outsiders. But he knew Lingu and Due were really willing to kill him. If he didn't say it now, he might never have the chance to say it again in his life. Who do you think you are? Due wouldn't be threatened by him. She stabbed the dagger towards his heart. Gui was desperate. But at the last moment, Lingu grabbed Due's wrist, preventing the dagger from piercing his heart, but it had already cut his flesh. Big brother. Due looked a bit puzzled. Could it be that Big Brother was really afraid? Let him finish, Lingu said, his eyes deep. He came to Dongxing Mountain to find his master, but after walking through so many places for several days, he not only didn't find any trace of his master, but also couldn't even guess why his master would come to such a place. Gui was the leader of so many villages in Dongxing Mountain. Daring to say such words, either he had a huge force behind him, or there were people behind him. Maybe through his mouth, they could get clues about the whereabouts of his master. Hehe, scared now. Ha. Gui, with his last breath, remained arrogant. Let me tell you, if I die, all of you will definitely be buried with me. Don't think you're so powerful. In front of my masters, you're not even worth mentioning. They could kill you all effortlessly. Seeing him still shameless, Due wanted to strangle him. Thinking of their werewolf special forces background, having killed countless enemies throughout their lives, who wouldn't they dare to kill? But Lingu still didn't let her act. Gai's words gave him a little bit more value for survival. Instead of getting angry, he asked along with the others' words, "What's the identity of your master? Is he also in Dongxing Mountain?" Hehe, you trash don't deserve to know their identity. Gui grew more and more arrogant. If you don't believe me, go ahead and kill me. See if you people can leave Dongxing Mountain alive. Lingu believed what he said was true. Immediately, he grabbed him by both hands, tightening the thick gold necklace around his neck. Gai's bloodshot eyes almost popped out completely, with death just a step away. Listen, if you don't tell me their identity and their whereabouts, I'll send you to the underworld right now. Seeing Lingu's demonic gaze, Gui knew he was serious. Thinking about it, these people had never experienced the power of his masters. Just relying on his bragging here, they naturally wouldn't be afraid. As soon as Lingu relaxed his grip a bit, Gui immediately gasped for air and shouted, "They're in the core area of Dongxing Mountain. If you want to figure out their identities, go find them yourself. Anyway, even if I die, They won't let you leave alive. Lingu wasn't afraid of threats at all. With a casual move, he slammed the despicable villain heavily to the ground. Kui spurted out a mouthful of blood. Dua, regardless of whether he was dead or not, immediately lashed out with her whip, severing his major artery, completely ending this filthy life. After the villagers reacted, they raised their arms and cheered. Qin Yuxuan watched the scene silently for a long time, but little Yanzi, in her manic state, shouted, "He's dead! He's dead! The demon is dead!" Seeing her crying in fear, Lingu hurried over and gently comforted her. "Little Yanzi, don't be afraid. The demon who hurt you has been brought to justice, and your vengeance has been avenged. You must forget the painful things and gradually get better." Little Yanzi struggled desperately. Lingu had to let her go. The next moment, Qin Yuxuan came over, gently holding little Yanzi and comforting her. Surprisingly, little Yanzi calmed down and gradually became obedient. "Yuxuan, I'm glad to have you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do." Lingu smiled bitterly. Although he and Dua were powerful, they lacked the affability of Qin Yuxuan. Now he sincerely believed in Qin Yuxuan's character. With such a temperament, it was impossible for her not to be genuinely kind-hearted. But inferring from this, Lingu wouldn't believe that Qin Mingyu and Qin Ruhan were unkind. It could only be said that there was a misunderstanding between the three sisters in terms of their positions in this world. Sometimes there's no absolute distinction between good and bad. Qin Yuxuan skillfully coaxed little Yanzi to sleep right where she was. Not only did she have an affinity with people, but she was also very gentle and patient. "Husband, let's be patient with little Yanzi's condition," Qin Yuxuan said to Lingu. Lingu nodded, then asked, "Yuxuan, what are you doing in Dongxing Mountain? I saw your car when I came up the mountain a few days ago, and I couldn't believe it was you." Qin Yuxuan smiled faintly, but before she could answer, Zhou Shan hurried over from behind and answered for her. "Second Miss is here to find medicine for Madam." Second Miss is so filial. Finding medicine? Lingu was still somewhat surprised. "So that's it, Yuxuan, what medicine are you looking for? How did you know there would be one in Dongxing Mountain?" Qin Yuxuan smiled gently. "Husband, I heard about it from the medical association in Cloud City. There's a plantation on Dongxing Mountain with many medicinal herbs not found elsewhere. My mother has been weak and coughing a lot, so I want to find a Qingmu flower to stew for her." Qingmu flower? Lingu furrowed his brow slightly, not because he hadn't heard of this flower, but precisely because he knew about it. It was mentioned in a medical book his master showed him, a flower belonging to the realm of hidden medical arts. Neither traditional nor Western medicine in the mundane world knew of its existence. Now that Qin Yuxuan was able to find out about it, it indicated her sources were quite extraordinary. Thinking Lingu hadn't heard of it, Qin Yuxuan quickly explained, "Husband, this isn't something commonly recorded in medical books. It's a kind of folk remedy. Even if you're a doctor, it's normal not to have heard of it." Lingu smiled but didn't explain further. Instead, he went straight to the point. "Did you find it?" "Not yet," Qin Yuxuan shook her head. "I've been wandering around Dongxing Mountain for a few days and still don't know where the plantation is." Lingu and Dua were a bit too hasty in dealing with the dog lord. They should have gathered more information before killing him. "It's okay, let's go back and ask Aunt John. She's been living in Dongxing Mountain for decades, so she might know." Qin Yuxuan not only had empathy but also was intelligent enough to guess what Lingu was thinking, immediately suggesting a course of action. "All right," Lingu nodded. Everyone returned to Aunt John's house together, but even Aunt John seemed a bit puzzled. "A plantation? I've been to almost every village in Dongxing Mountain, but I've never seen a plantation," Aunt John pondered, and just when Lingu and Qin Yuxuan were about to lose hope, she suddenly slapped her forehead. "Could it be in the core area of Bixing Village?" The core area? Lingu's eyes lit up instantly. Since the dog lord lived in Bixing Village, it was highly likely that his master was also there. "What's this core area?" Qin Yuxuan quickly helped Lingu ask the question that was on his mind. Aunt John hurriedly explained, "Perhaps only the dog lord knows about it. We lower-class villagers can't even enter Bixing Village. I've only heard that there's a core area in Bixing Village, and only there can you reach the top of Dongxing Mountain. I've never been there, so I can't provide you with any useful information." Lingu and Due exchanged a glance immediately, both thinking the same thing. It seemed that the arrival of the mysterious valley ghost doctor in Dongxing Mountain was definitely related to that core area. There must be some hidden secrets there. 2 days later, Lingu, Qin Yuxuan, and Zhou Shan arrived at Bixing Village. Due had arrived in Bixing Village a day earlier with the brothers from the War Wolf Society, and had already taken down all of the Dog Lord's henchmen. Her goal in coming to Dongxing Mountain was to avenge Little Dull's family. As Lingu entered Bixing Village, he saw a scene of chaos, with many bullies and thugs lying on the ground after being beaten. He couldn't help but smirk. Du's style was still as authentic as ever. Cold on the outside, fiery in temperament, and relentless in eradicating evil. "Big brother, I've interrogated the men under the Dog Lord. The core area is located to the north of Bixing Village, and you need to go up from behind a big house to get there." Du's efficiency in handling things was still top-notch. As soon as Lingu arrived, she immediately informed him of the most important information. "All right, I'll go up and take a look. You guys stay here in Bixing Village and monitor the situation." Lingu made a cautious decision. This was the way of military tactics. The elite should never rush into unknown situations. Otherwise, in the vast Dongxing Mountain, if the Dog Lord's helpers and backers were hiding elsewhere and seized the opportunity while he and Due were away, cutting off their retreat, they might not be able to come down again. "Okay, big brother." Due understood Lingu's arrangement very well. "Brother-in-law, let me go up the mountain with you," Qin Yuxuan requested. "I came here to find medicinal herbs for my mother. We've been searching for the plantation for so long, and it might be up in the mountains." Seeing her sincere expression, Lingu nodded after some thought. After all, her mother was his mother-in-law. Could a son-in-law ignore his mother-in-law's affairs? So, after a brief preparation, the three of them began to climb the mountain. Due led the three of them to the large stone house, because the core area had to be accessed from the back door of this stone house. Even Lingu and Qin Yuxuan, who had seen grand mansions before, were astonished by the sight of the stone house in front of them. Not only did it serve as a fortress, but it also gleamed with luxury, resembling a small palace. "No wonder the Dog Lord dared to claim that he could rule the world with you, Miss Qin," Zhou Shan exclaimed. "That scoundrel probably wanted to be the king of the hill right here on this mountain." Due agreed, saying to Lingu, "Inside the house, there are not only many valuable items, but also several dozen women. When we stormed in, many of the women weren't even wearing clothes." Lingu's face darkened. He thought of Little Swallow's ordeal again, fearing that even the women unwilling to serve the Dog Lord might have been abused to the point of losing their minds. He wondered how many women in the various villages of Dongxing Mountain had suffered a similar fate. "Brother-in-law, judging from what the Dog Lord said before he died, there's probably a significant force backing him. We need to be careful," Qin Yuxuan couldn't help but remind him. Lingu nodded, realizing that his sister-in-law was just as intelligent as his wife. If even a lackey like the Dog Lord could live such a life, what kind of life did the higher-ups in this place lead? It seemed that Dongxing Mountain was much deeper than he had imagined. No wonder Master had come to such a place. There were probably layers hidden in Dongxing Mountain that even he couldn't reach. Lingu led his sister-in-law out of the back door, with Zhou Shan, the maid, following closely behind. Outside the back door was a dense old-growth forest, like a maze. It was the first time for all three of them, so they could only follow the paths available. But as they walked, they found that there was no path ahead. As Mr. Liu had said, there was no road on the ground, but as more people walked, a road appeared. The fact that there was no road here indicated that this place was rarely visited, and perhaps no one had walked here for a long time. "What should we do now, brother-in-law?" Qin Yuxuan felt a bit lost herself. If it were only her and Zhou Shan, they might have had to give up and turn back in such a place. "Maybe you two should go back," Lingu suggested. "I'll keep going up. If I can find the plantation and the bluewood flowers, I'll bring them back for Mom." "Brother-in-law, I won't be a burden to you." Qin Yuxuan firmly shook her head. "This is my filial duty to Mom. If you do it for me, wouldn't my trip here be in vain?" Although Lingu felt his sister-in-law's insistence unnecessary, she made a valid point. "Then let's go up together. If you really can't handle it, then you should give up. Okay, brother-in-law, Qin Yuxuan agreed. The three continued forward, the wild grass on the roadside becoming denser, and even thorns appeared. Some branches and leaves were as sharp as knives. Ah, Zhou Shan couldn't help but scream. Lingu turned around to see her arm cut by a branch, blood flowing freely. Zhou Shan, are you okay? Qin Yuxuan hurried over, taking out gauze to bandage her. Miss Qin, I'm afraid I can't continue accompanying you. Zhou Shan looked apologetic. Lingu was looking for his master. Miss Qin wanted to show filial piety, but she didn't have a solid reason to continue risking her life. It's okay, you should go back, Qin Yuxuan said to Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan nodded and could only turn back. Lingu then walked up to Qin Yuxuan and sighed. Yuxuan, I know you're very filial, but the environment here is too harsh. How can a young lady like you continue to take risks? Brother-in-law, I can handle it. Qin Yuxuan smiled and insisted on continuing. Lingu suddenly crouched down and noticed that Qin Yuxuan's pants had been torn by branches and thorns long ago, with some areas even showing traces of blood. But this young lady had never once complained about the pain. Qin Yuxuan hurriedly explained with a smile, brother-in-law, sorry. It's not that I'm vain, it's just that the pants I wore for hiking were torn by the dogs. And this spare pair of sports pants couldn't withstand the thorns and bumps. Seeing her still able to smile, Lingu sighed in speechlessness. If he, as a grown man, saw his sister-in-law's fair legs covered in blood from the cuts, he couldn't help but feel distressed. Yuxuan, you should go back. At most, if I find the blue wood flowers, I'll pick them for you to take back. Your filial piety has already been demonstrated here. Lingu insisted on persuading her to turn back. Okay then, Qin Yuxuan said somewhat reluctantly, pouting slightly. But then she smiled sweetly again. Be careful, brother-in-law. Don't take any risks. If it's dangerous, retreat immediately. I got it. Lingu didn't want to say too much to his sister-in-law. He'd been through environments much harsher than this several times before. Qin Yuxuan turned and left. Just as Lingu was preparing to move forward lightly, a sudden scream came from behind. Ah! Yuxuan! Lingu hurried back and saw Qin Yuxuan lying on the ground not far away, her body covered in wounds from the jagged rocks and branches. Yuxuan, are you okay? Lingu jumped down and glanced around, realizing that his sister-in-law had accidentally knocked into a rock, then rolled down from a small slope. Qin Yuxuan gritted her teeth in pain, sweating profusely, but still stubbornly said, brother-in-law, I'm fine. I can. Qin Yuxuan tried to stand up forcefully, but before she could, her left foot couldn't bear her weight, and she fell onto Lingu. Hey! Lingu quickly held on to Qin Yuxuan, preventing her from falling again. Qin Yuxuan's lips accidentally brushed against his neck, instantly reddening her cheeks. But Lingu was as oblivious as ever, and he expressed concern, saying, You sprained your left ankle. After speaking, he crouched down and gently pressed on it. Ow! Qin Yuxuan winced in pain. If it were any other man, hearing such a natural sound of distress might have sent shivers down his spine. But Lingu remained unaffected, earnestly massaging her ankle. I've given you some emergency treatment, so the swelling shouldn't be too severe. But you'll still need to rest for a while before you can walk normally again, Lingu said without lifting his head. Qin Yuxuan was very obedient. Thank you, brother-in-law. You don't need to worry about me. You should go up the mountain yourself. I'll wait until my foot can walk, then I'll go back on my own. Lingu frowned and stood up. Go back alone? It had taken them several hours to get here while they were both healthy and energetic. Now, with Qin Yuxuan in her current condition, it would probably take her at least a day to walk back alone. I'll help you back, Lingu ultimately decided. Although it would waste some time, he couldn't leave his injured sister-in-law alone in such a place and walk away by himself. How can that be? Qin Yuxuan was very understanding. Brother-in-law, you came to Danxing Mountain to find your master and save Lin Qingshuan, right? You made a vow to solve the problem within a month, and it's already been several days. If we waste more time, I'm afraid we won't make it in time. But Lingu was caught in a dilemma by her words. No, you go up the mountain yourself. Don't worry about me. Qin Yushuan's considerate nature made Lingu even more reluctant to leave her behind, so he simply lifted her onto his back. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Qin Yushuan's face grew warmer and warmer. "I'm sorry." Lingu apologized first, realizing that although he didn't have any romantic feelings, she might. And he didn't want to make her uncomfortable by carrying her against her will. But he had to do this now. "I really want to find my master as quickly as possible, but I also need to make sure you're safe. I'll carry you back first, then go back up the mountain." This was the best solution. Otherwise, they would just waste more time. "Okay then. Thank you, brother-in-law." Qin Yushuan agreed. As Lingu was about to head back, Qin Yushuan suddenly exclaimed, pointing in the direction of the mountain, "Brother-in-law, look over there. There's smoke." Lingu turned to look and indeed saw gray smoke rising, indicating that someone was making a fire. "Brother-in-law, look at the trees over there. They don't look as chaotic as the ones here. Maybe someone deliberately planted them." Qin Yushuan once again demonstrated her exceptional observational and analytical skills, almost rivaling Qin Mingyu's. Lingu nodded. "You're right, there must be people living over there. In that case, brother-in-law, let's hurry over there. The plantation might be there," Qin Yushuan suggested. "All right," Lingu thought for a moment and decided to go and take a look. After all, the journey wasn't too far. The two of them headed up the mountain. Qin Yushuan's chest pressed against Lingu's back, her whole body leaning against him. Though they were separated by clothing, Lingu could still feel two waves of heat, like soft hot water balls. "Sister-in-law, you have really good stamina," Qin Yushuan suddenly whispered in Lingu's ear, her fragrant breath tickling him, making Lingu's ears turn red. Just average. Lingu gradually became a bit awkward. Although he was a gynecologist, he was still a normal man. While he might not be as sensitive to women's bodies anymore, he couldn't help but react to the touch and scent of a woman. Unable to avoid the contact, he could only rely on his willpower to endure. "Heh, brother-in-law is really modest," Qin Yushuan chuckled. "Most men can barely climb such a high mountain alone, let alone carrying another person and to travel bags like you. You seem to not even be out of breath." As soon as she finished speaking, Lingu immediately started panting heavily, and his face gradually turned red. "Brother-in-law, are you tired? How about you put me down for a rest?" Qin Yushuan suggested. "Okay." Lingu quickly set her down. Actually, he wasn't tired. He just didn't want to have such intimate contact with Qin Yushuan anymore. Although he believed that neither of them had any impure intentions, Qin Yushuan's disheveled appearance, with Lingu carrying her and her chest pressing against his back, made it hard to avoid some reactions. "Sister-in-law, let me wipe your sweat for you." Qin Yushuan took out a handkerchief from her backpack. Lingu still felt a bit awkward, but Qin Yushuan just smiled, her eyelashes curved. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Are you feeling uneasy because of our identities? It seems like you're having a hard time letting go." Suddenly exposed by his little sister-in-law, Lingu was taken aback. But Qin Yushuan was completely unreserved, covering her mouth and saying, "Sister said you're very honest, and it seems to be true. But I don't think you need to be so restrained. Actually, the relationship between brother-in-law and little sister-in-law can be very close too. You don't need to care too much about what others say. As long as we know that our relationship is pure, isn't that enough?" Lingu was slightly taken aback, then flashed a bright smile. "You're right." He had always strived to live with a clear conscience, even when he was with Lin Qingshuan. So why did he suddenly have these distractions now that he was with his little sister-in-law? Was it because he didn't want his wife to misunderstand and feel uncomfortable again? "Sister-in-law, come here, let me wipe your sweat." Qin Yushuan's smile was radiant. "Thank you, but it's okay." Lingu still refused. However, Qin Yushuan stood up on one foot and reached out to wipe his sweat. Unable to avoid the awkwardness, Lingu had no choice but to ask the most concerning question. "Why does your sister seem to have a bias against you? Did something happen between you two in the past?" Due to their identities, Lingu's stance was always on Qin Mingyu's side. But in his eyes, Qin Yushuan was also definitely a gentle and kind woman. "Well, I'm not really sure about the specifics," Qin Yushuan continued to smile. "Perhaps it's because we belong to different factions in the Qin family. Actually, My sister's and I didn't have any major conflicts. I just felt sorry for my mother, who was being ostracized in the Qin family. I chose to support my mother, and they isolated me because of that. I see. Lingu nodded, refraining from making any further comments. After all, family matters were complicated, and he was also a part of the Qin family. Yet, I'm not sure if that's the case or not. As Qin Yuxuan spoke, she suddenly pointed excitedly behind Lingu. Brother-in-law, look over there. There are people. But in her excitement, she put too much weight on her injured left foot, causing her to fall. Be careful. Lingu quickly reached out to catch her. As Qin Yuxuan fell backward, her waist bent almost 90 degrees. Lingu instinctively grabbed her slender waist, and their eyes met, their faces almost touching. The air between them seemed to ignite instantly. Qin Yuxuan's clothes, already torn and tattered, couldn't withstand such a strenuous movement, and with a tearing sound, her tight undershirt ripped apart. "Ow!" Qin Yuxuan let out a sharp scream. Lingu quickly lifted her up and turned away. Even though Qin Yuxuan still had her bra on, this unexpected situation made Lingu, a former gynecologist, extremely uncomfortable. Qin Yuxuan hurriedly adjusted her clothes, her face turning pink with embarrassment. "Brother-in-law, could you get me a piece of clothing from my travel bag so I can change?" "Oh, sure." Lingu hurriedly opened Qin Yuxuan's travel bag, which was mostly filled with girls' personal items, including not only outerwear, but also many cute undergarments. "Here you go." "Thank you, brother-in-law." Qin Yuxuan took the clothes and then hesitantly said, "Brother-in-law, could you take me to a secluded place?" After all, she was still a girl and needed some privacy while changing. "Sure." This time, Lingu subconsciously chose not to carry his little sister-in-law on his back but to lift her up like a princess. Qin Yuxuan's face grew even redder. Although she kept saying she had a clear conscience, as someone who had never been in a romantic relationship, she was experiencing such intimate contact with the opposite sex for the first time. Soon, Lingu placed her in a dense thicket of trees and then moved a little away himself. Taking advantage of this gap, he looked ahead and not only saw orderly trees, but even spotted a wall that screeched. There really are people there. Lingu had a feeling that going there might lead him to information about his master's whereabouts. However, at that moment, there was a sudden scream from behind him. "Brother-in-law! Brother-in-law! Come and save me! Brother-in-law!" Yuxuan, Lingu was shocked. Was there someone in the bushes? But when he rushed in, he found only his little sister-in-law there. "Brother-in-law, save me! Hurry!" Hearing Qin Yuxuan's plea for help, Lingu finally realized that there were several green snakes on the ground and even on the branches. When Qin Yuxuan turned around, Lingu noticed that she had been bitten on the lower leg by one of the snakes. They had stumbled into a snake pit. It must have been the scent of blood on Qin Yuxuan that attracted these snakes. Without hesitation, Lingu quickly pulled Qin Yuxuan close and flicked away the green snakes behind her. He dared not kill the snakes because they were sensitive animals. If they sensed an intrusion, they would collectively attack. That would only make things worse. "Yuxuan, let's go." Lingu didn't care that Qin Yuxuan wasn't wearing clothes. He picked her up and fled from the jungle. As they ran, they realized that this area was full of strange animals, frogs, spiders, and many others that were extremely rare outside. Finally finding a relatively clean spot, Lingu laid Qin Yuxuan down on the grass. Qin Yuxuan's face had turned pale, with a hint of blue, and she looked weak. "Yuxuan, you've been poisoned. We need to suck out the venom." As Lingu spoke, he vaguely recalled a familiar scene. Though Qin Yuxuan's current situation was distressing, it wasn't as dire as Lin Qinshuan's at the time. Snake venom, while potent, wasn't as severe, but they still needed to detoxify her quickly. "I'll suck out the venom with my mouth now. Just bear with it." Lingu's gaze was clear. Despite the potentially intimate situation, he didn't feel uncomfortable like before. A doctor saving a life had no ulterior motives. After hesitating for a while, Qin Yuxuan tightly closed her eyes and nodded. Lingu draped his own outer garment over Qin Yuxuan, partly to shield her and partly to keep her warm. Despite this, she continued to tremble uncontrollably. As the second daughter of the Qin family, although she didn't have the same aversion to men as her elder sister, She rarely had intimate contact with the opposite sex, let alone being kissed by one. Lingu, a bit puzzled, asked, "Yu Xuan, does it hurt a lot?" After speaking, he spat out a mouthful of venom, feeling a numbness in his mouth. It's okay," Qin Yuxuan bravely smiled. "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry for making you suck out the venom from me." "How?" Lingu was slightly stunned. Lin Qingshuan would never say such a thing. This reminder made Lingu realize where he had sucked the venom from. With a wry smile, Lingu realized that even if he didn't understand romance, he still had common sense. Luckily, the toxins in Qin Yuxuan's body had been cleared up for the most part. So Lingu quickly changed the subject forcibly. "Regardless, I had to do it." "Ha ha, that's true." Qin Yuxuan covered her mouth and chuckled, her complexion looking much better than before. "I'll go get the travel bag. You can change into a new set of clothes, and then we'll continue forward. I guess the plantation should be just ahead." Lingu quickly redirected the conversation. Handling things with Qin Yuxuan was more challenging than with Lin Qingshuan. Not only because of their sensitive statuses, but also because Qin Yuxuan would ask questions that Lin Qingshuan wouldn't. "Okay," Qin Yuxuan obediently agreed, listening to her brother-in-law's words. After changing into a new set of clothes, Lingu continued to carry her forward. Before long, they encountered a high wall ahead. Not only was it tall, but it also exuded a solemn atmosphere. Both Lingu and Qin Yuxuan couldn't help but marvel. This place seemed to be out of the ordinary. "Who are you?" As soon as the two reached the gate of the wall, they were immediately spotted by someone. Two guards dressed oddly, with unfriendly expressions, questioned them. "Is this a plantation? We came here to find someone and some medicine." Lingu replied directly and politely. "Find someone and find medicine." The two guards narrowed their eyes immediately, one of them sneering disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve to come here looking for medicine?" Upon hearing the unfriendly words from the two guards, Lingu couldn't help but furrow his brow. They were being excessively condescending. In their eyes, both he and Qin Yuxuan were inferior. However, Qin Yuxuan, with her good temperament, smiled sweetly and said, "Gentlemen, we have come from afar to find someone and some medicine. If you help us, we will surely reward you." "Reward?" The two guards remained disdainful, even mocking. "What we want, you cannot afford. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being rude." Lingu and Qin Yuxuan exchanged a glance, feeling that these two individuals regarded them with an air of superiority, as if gods looking down on mortals, displaying a disdainful attitude towards those of lower status. "Brother, if you don't want money, we can give you gold, as long as you can help us," Qin Yuxuan continued with a smile. Given her demeanor and beauty, there were plenty of men willing to fawn over her even without offering any compensation. However, the two guards remained unmoved and even resorted to pushing and shoving. "This is your last chance to leave. Otherwise, you'll stay here forever." The force of the guards was unexpected for Lingu, especially while carrying someone on his back. He was pushed to the ground. Qin Yuxuan, already covered in injuries, screamed in pain after the fall. "Yuxuan, are you okay?" Lingu quickly turned to check on his sister-in-law's injuries. Qin Yuxuan's clothes were torn again, her hands covered in blood, and her previous wounds reopened, blood dripping onto the ground. I'm fine, brother-in-law," Qin Yuxuan said with a smile, trying not to be too demanding. Lingu closed his eyes tightly, clenched his fists, and stood up again. When he looked at the two guards, his demeanor had become aggressively confrontational. "I demand an apology from you." Lingu's words left the two guards dumbfounded, as if they had heard the biggest joke, and they burst into laughter. "He's asking for an apology. Apologize to an ant, ha ha, this is hilarious." The attitude and words of the guards thoroughly infuriated Lingu. He threw two punches directly at them. He and Qin Yuxuan were merely here to find something, and they had been polite enough. There was no reason for these guards to look down on them, let alone resort to violence. However, Lingu didn't expect the guards to react so quickly. They were much faster than he had imagined. The guards were also surprised that Lingu dared to attack them and that he was so skilled. In the blink of an eye, both guards raised their hands to block Lingu's fists, almost in the same manner. They planned to each grab one of Lingu's arms and then retaliate. However, Lingu's eyebrows furrowed, and he swiftly changed his stance. The two guards were shocked. They hadn't expected Lingu to be so fast. In an instant, he disappeared from their sight. By the time they caught sight of Lingu again, it was too late. Lingu fiercely slammed his shoulder into both of them, sending them flying backward and crashing to the ground. "You! How dare you attack us? You broke my ribs, you scoundrel!" The two guards pointed angrily at Lingu, their eyes showing as if he had committed some unforgivable offense. Lingu responded calmly, "Sorry. I didn't expect you to be so eager to fight. You." The two guards were infuriated, their faces turning red. "You can hit us, but don't insult us anymore. What's going on?" The commotion at the gate drew the attention of someone inside. A young man in a gray robe, accompanied by two subordinates, emerged. Clearly, he was someone of importance. "Yi Xiao, you arrived just in time." This guy wanted to force his way in. The two guards immediately complained to the man. "You." The young man frowned at Lingu, glanced briefly at Qin Yushuang lying on the ground, his gaze lingering for a moment on her, before quickly moving away and fixing back on Lingu. "Who are you people, and how did you get here? Didn't little doggy take care of you?" "Little doggy?" Lingu was momentarily puzzled, but quickly understood. "You mean Dog Lord. That guy has committed numerous atrocities and has been dealt with by me." "What?" Several of the subordinates were astonished. Yi Xiao's expression turned angry. As the saying goes, the dog reflects its master. "Little doggy is the guard dog I placed in Bixing village. How dare you kill him without my consent? Who will guard the place for us in the future?" Lingu finally understood. So, these people were the backers of Dog Lord. From their stature and gaze, he could tell they were all highly skilled practitioners. This Yi dared to say that Dog Lord was just his dog. That meant his martial arts skills were definitely superior to Dog Lord's, perhaps even significantly so. However, Lingu wasn't afraid. He remained firm. He terrorized the people of Dongxing Mountain, committing atrocities. If you support his actions, then you are equally guilty. Several subordinates seemed to hear something unbelievable, even shocking. Yi Xiao sneered. "Bold words, I'll kill you." With that, he reached out with one hand, like an eagle's claw. Lingu was taken aback, immediately stepping back, but he was still a beat slow. His clothes were torn, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. In the next moment, 3 gruesome bloodstains appeared. "Brother-in-law, be careful." Qin Yushuang's belated cry came. "Yi Xiao is formidable. Ha ha, with Yi Xiao's might, this ant will soon be dead." The subordinates praised. Yi Xiao grinned maliciously. "HNPH, you managed to dodge my attack. Not bad. If you can survive within 3 moves, I'll let you in." Such audacity! No one had ever dared to claim victory within 3 moves against the Wolf King of the northern border. Even though Lingu had retired from fighting due to injuries, it was the first time he had heard such words. But he knew that this man might actually have the ability to do so. However, in order to enter and find his master, he had to respond resolutely. "All right, I'll take your 3 moves." Yi Xiao smirked, and the next move came directly at Lingu. Although his moves lacked the finesse of ancient masters like Master Gu and Old Man Lao, his strength and viciousness were 10 times greater. Even the wind pressure generated by his claws could cause skin to crack. Lingu gritted his teeth tightly. With his current strength, he couldn't directly confront the man, so he had to evade. Little did he know, Yi Xiao's move was just a feint used to lock onto Lingu's evasive route and find his weakness. The third move that followed would be the real killing blow. Whoa! Whoa! Yi Xiao's hands danced in the air, emitting a hair-raising tearing sound. Qin Yushuang's heart was pounding. Yi Xiao's claws were even more terrifying than an eagle's. Just the sound of them tearing through the air made her skin crawl, and she could feel a painful sensation on her skin. If he were to actually strike, the pain would be unbearable. "Brother-in-law, be careful." She could only silently pray in her heart. As Lingu regained his balance, he saw the opponent's feet disappear from his sight, and quickly focused, using his ears to locate the opponent's position. "Here it comes." A whistling sound came from the left. Lingu quickly leaned back, and a claw came down from above, tearing his clothes completely. But it wasn't over. Lingu had only leaned back his upper body, and his lower body hadn't had time to move yet. If he moved slower than his opponent, his legs might be torn off alive. Lingu needed to buy time against his opponent. Just as he was fortunate that his speed was still sufficient, his opponent changed tactics midway, and the claws turned 90 degrees, coming straight for his chest. He intended to disembowel Lingu. Lingu was horrified. He quickly fell to the ground to avoid the opponent's attack, but because he had completely lost his balance, he fell heavily to the ground. The subordinates smirked. They could see that Lingu had completely lost control of the battle, and the next move from Yi Xiao would easily kill him. Yi Xiao clearly had no intention of stopping. His claws swiftly descended towards Lingu's throat. It's over. Qin Yuxuan could also see that her brother-in-law probably couldn't dodge this move. Lingu clenched his teeth, and although his gaze remained sharp, his expression revealed that he was in a desperate situation. Stop. At the critical moment, a voice from inside the wall called out, halting the situation. Whether it was the interruption of this voice or Lingu's quick reflexes, he managed to roll to the side just in time to dodge Yi Xiao's claws. The claws landed on the ground, flipping over a large chunk of earth and mud. It was evident that if a person were caught in those claws, they would surely be killed on the spot. Seeing that Yi Xiao didn't make any further moves, Lingu felt like he had narrowly escaped death and quickly turned his gaze towards inside the wall. Under the scrutiny of everyone's eyes, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard walked out and bowed to Yi Xiao. These two people are here to see me. I kindly ask Yi Xiao to spare them. Yi Xiao glanced at the scruffy man, then at Lingu, and smirked condescendingly. Little rookie, consider yourself lucky to be alive. Dare to act recklessly in front of me again, and I guarantee you won't live to see another day. With a smug grin, Yi Xiao then turned to the middle-aged man. After you're done talking to him, let him in. I have something to instruct him to do. The middle-aged man nodded. Yi Xiao understood. Lingu didn't know the middle-aged man, but judging from his demeanor, he didn't seem like an enemy. If it wasn't for him calling a halt just now, Lingu might not have been able to dodge Yi Xiao's attack. Can you get up on your own? The middle-aged man walked over and extended his hand to Lingu. Brother-in-law. Ignoring her own injuries, Qin Yuxuan hurriedly hopped over on one foot and nervously said, You're injured. Let me bandage you. No need. It's nothing. Lingu appreciated his sister-in-law's concern but signaled that she didn't need to worry. Such injuries were nothing to him. The next moment, Lingu accepted the middle-aged man's offer, shook his hand, and stood up with his help. He then asked, Sir, thank you for helping us out. May I ask who you are? The middle-aged man smiled and said, You must be Lingu, right? Yes, that's me. Lingu was slightly excited. Did this person know his name? Could he be acquainted with his master? As if reading his thoughts, the man continued, My name is Yun. I'm the 34th generation disciple of the Divine Valley. Lingu's face lit up with joy. He tightly grasped Yun's hand. So, you're the senior disciple. Master has mentioned you in front of me before, saying that you are very diligent and studious, and he wanted me to learn from you. Ha ha. Yun laughed heartily. Master often speaks highly of you in front of me too. He said you're a very interesting person, looking like a natural fool, but your talents in both medicine and martial arts are the highest he's ever seen. Ha ha. I'm flattered. Lingu's expression became complicated as he chuckled. Qin Yuxuan stole glances at her brother-in-law, feeling that her brother-in-law's master's words were really incisive. Her brother-in-law did indeed seem like a natural fool, but many women liked this kind of naturally foolish man. By the way, senior brother, how did you know I would come here? After exchanging pleasantries, Lingu quickly asked the question on his mind. It was master who informed me to wait for you here. Also, he asked me to give this to you. Yun handed a wooden box to Lingu. Master said that there are many prescriptions here, and there are methods inside that can cure the person you want to save. Not only that, Master also said that you can find a method here to repair your body's meridians. Lingu was slightly stunned. Qin Yuxuan was even more surprised. Her brother-in-law's master was truly extraordinary. Was he a prophet? Thank you, senior brother. Lingu hurriedly took the box and hastily opened it, finding inside two ancient medical books. Yun didn't intend to continue talking there. He immediately said, Since you have taken the medical books, you should go down the mountain. Master has other important matters to attend to and cannot meet with you now. What matters? Lingu hurriedly asked. Niyum waved his hand. Master said that the opportunity has not yet arrived, so it's not the time for you to know. You should first repair your meridians. Lingu's curiosity grew stronger, but if senior brother couldn't say, he couldn't force him. Niyun originally wanted to leave but suddenly turned around and said, "Oh, by the way, Yi Shao just said he has something to tell you. Since senior brother has other matters, I won't accompany you. If anything happens, just reveal your identity, and Yi Shao won't dare to do anything to you." Lingu nodded, guessing what Yi Shao wanted to say to him. Soon, the two entered inside the compound. Indeed, it was a plantation here. Upon entering, Qin Yushuan immediately noticed the Qingmu flowers and excitedly approached to negotiate a trade, no matter the cost. Unfortunately, she was ruthlessly rejected. "We don't trade with just anyone in our plantation. Give up." The plantation staff were just as aloof as the guards from earlier. Lingu couldn't help his little sister-in-law in this situation. He decided to go and meet with Yi Shao instead. That guy should have a high position in this place and might be able to strike a deal with him, even if it might be a bit difficult. The two soon arrived at a room with wooden walls, quite rudimentary, but spacious. They waited for a whole night. If it weren't for his little sister-in-law not getting the Qingmu flowers yet, Lingu would have wanted to leave. Just when they were about to lose their patience completely, Yi Shao finally appeared, holding a strange cigar in his mouth, accompanied by two henchmen. "Kid, you're lucky." Yi Shao gestured at Lingu with two fingers holding the cigar, maintaining his superior attitude. "I just got approval from above. They've decided to let you replace Dog Lore and become our gatekeeper." Upon hearing Yi Shao's words and seeing his attitude, Lingu couldn't help but sneer. In this guy's eyes, was this still considered a good opportunity? "I'm sorry, I'm a human being, and I will never be a dog." Lingu directly refused, his tone firm. "Whatever Dog Lord has done, it's better if you have nothing to do with it. Otherwise, if I find out in the future, I will definitely hold you accountable." Yi Shao's superior demeanor froze. His henchmen behind him were stunned, then burst into laughter. "He actually said he'll hold us accountable? Who does he think he is?" his henchmen mocked. Yi Shao pointed directly at Lingu's nose. "Kid, I'm giving you a chance. Don't be so arrogant. Even if I don't kill you, wiping out all your comrades would be a piece of cake. Do you believe me?" Qin Yushuan quickly pulled Lingu's sleeve gently. She felt that standing up to the other party now was definitely not a wise move. Lingu wasn't a reckless person either. It's just that the other party's arrogant and lawless attitude made him extremely angry. Qin Yushuan's gesture did calm him down. Now, only he and Qin Yushuan had come to this place. If they really fought, Lingu might not be able to handle Yi Shao with his current strength, let alone protect his little sister-in-law and escape. "What, are you backing down?" Yi Shao sneered. "Then kneel down to me, swear allegiance to me, and I can let you guard the North Star village for us. Without my permission, no outsider can enter." Lingu still replying, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested. We're here to find someone and find medicine. The matters of the East Star Mountain have nothing to do with us." "You brat, don't be so defiant. Are you looking for trouble?" The two henchmen immediately stepped forward, reaching out to grab Lingu. In their eyes, the fact that Yi Shao was willing to let him be the gatekeeper was already a great honor. Lingu also refused to back down. It was impossible for him to stay in the East Star Mountain, and he would never assist in doing evil. If these people insisted on forcing him, he would rather die in battle. Don't. Things can be negotiated." Seeing her husband about to fight with the other party again, Qin Yushuan quickly intervened, smiling at Yi Shao. "You want someone to help guard the entrance and live in seclusion, right? Maybe I can help you with that." Yi Shao narrowed his eyes, staring at Qin Yushuan, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. Lingu was also surprised. Was his little sister-in-law genuinely willing to take on this job, or was she just saying it to get out of the situation? "Yeah, that's right, I can do it." Qin Yushuan patted her chest and said confidently, "Not only do I know a bit of martial arts, but I also have money and influence outside. It's completely feasible for me to guard a village like North Star for you. But I have 3 conditions." You dare to make conditions with me? Yi Xiao glared at Qin Yushuan, as if she was committing a great offense. Qin Yushuan was a bit nervous, but not afraid. She continued boldly. That's right. If you don't agree, go ahead and kill us. But think about the consequences. Upon hearing her threat, everyone was stunned. Yi Xiao burst into laughter. All right, tell me, what consequences can you bring us? Qin Yushuan immediately said calmly, I am the second young lady of the Yun City Qin family, and this is my brother-in-law. Our background is not small at all. He is the leader of the Yun City Wolf Gang, with over 1,000 men under him. Now, the members of the Wolf Gang are stationed in North Star Village. They all know we went up the mountain. If we don't return within 3 days, they will definitely send someone to find us, or even speculate that we've been killed. By then, the Qin family and the Wolf Gang will definitely stop at nothing to avenge us. Even if you're not afraid to confront us, if such a major event happens, do you still think you can hide in the East Star Mountain? And your losses will definitely be enormous. Yi Xiao trembled slightly, his expression becoming even more complicated. The only perceptible change was that his arrogant demeanor had completely disappeared. It seemed that the reputation of the Ghost Doctor of the Divine Valley was quite prominent in his eyes. Fine. I agree to your conditions, but don't blame me for being upfront about this. Yi Xiao's face turned fierce as he spoke to Qin Yushuan. If you fail to guard North Star Village well and let unauthorized people in, I won't let you off. Secondly, we can provide you with medicinal herbs, but no more than 30 plants per year. If you become greedy, I won't spare you either. Qin Yushuan nodded immediately. Deal. Next, Qin Yushuan and Yi Xiao discussed some details of their cooperation, while Lingu became a bystander. He hadn't expected his little sister-in-law to be this kind of woman, and his impression of her changed significantly. Previously, he had thought of her as quiet and unassuming, but it turned out she had a big heart. After the discussion was over, Qin Yushuan successfully obtained the blue wood flower. The two of them couldn't continue further, nor could they enter the plantation. The next morning, they were driven down the mountain. Yushuan, is your foot okay to go down the mountain now? Lingu asked when they were outside the wall. Qin Yushuan tried it out, still furrowing her eyebrows slightly. But then she smiled at Lingu. Brother-in-law, it's not a big problem anymore. Just support me a bit. All right then. Lingu nodded. As long as he didn't have to carry or hold her too intimately, he wouldn't feel psychologically burdened. Otherwise, he would have an inexplicable feeling of unease, perhaps worried that his wife would be upset or uncomfortable. After coming down from the mountain, it was already the 8th day since they arrived at Dongxing Mountain. Before returning to Cloud City, Lingu needed to spend some more time studying the medical skills his master had given him. Otherwise, if he couldn't find a way to rescue Lin Kengshuan or the necessary medicine, he would have to make another trip back. As for Qin Yushuan, she had a discussion with Dua, proposing that the second miss of the Qin family would provide the funds for the Sky Wolf Association to guard North Star Village. Lingu immersed himself in studying medical skills for 2 days, and finally found a method to rescue Lin Kengshuan from her corresponding illness. Unlike those fantastical novels about divine doctors, the medical book Lingu had was called Records of Medical Practices in the Divine Valley. Unlike 9 needles of the Spirit Coffin, 6 needles of the Heavenly Dragon, or Fuji's acupuncture method, which specifically taught acupuncture techniques. This book documented the medical experiences of the Divine Valley's successive sect masters, traveling the world and treating various difficult and rare diseases. Regarding Lin Kengshuan's condition, it was due to severe trauma to the body, combined with brief shock, resulting in irreversible damage to the brain. Of course, this irreversibility was in the context of conventional medical practices, especially in Western medicine, where brain cells, like heart muscle cells, were considered non-regenerative. But that wasn't entirely true. In any case, the medical book recorded a technique using acupuncture to stimulate and repair the brain, allowing deeply unconscious patients to awaken. Of course, the premise was that the patient's other organs needed to be repaired first. But for the Lin family with its vast financial resources, this was not difficult. Brother-in-law, you finally came out of seclusion. Qin Yushuan walked excitedly toward Lingu as soon as he stepped out of the room, even holding his hand tightly. Because of their numerous physical interactions during their trip up and down the mountain, holding hands had become quite natural for them. "What's up?" Seeing her expression, Lingu guessed that she had been waiting for him to come out. "It's like this. DUA said to let you make the final decision. He'll listen to you." Qin Yuxuan informed Lingu about her discussion with DUA, mentioning that DUA said whether the Sky Wolf Association should station people here or not depended entirely on Lingu's decision. Lingu had already guessed that DUA would leave the decision-making authority to him. To be honest, he didn't want to work as a gatekeeper for those above, but he had a feeling that there were significant secrets hidden on the mountain, possibly related to his master. Now that Qin Yuxuan had proposed 3 conditions, stating that they were not subordinates of Yi Shao, but merely in a cooperative relationship, Lingu could accept the task, making it convenient for them to return to the mountain later to find his master or seek medicine. Most importantly, they could earn 30 additional valuable medicinal plants each year for free. "Okay, then let's have people stationed here." Lingu agreed, then added, "But Yuxuan, I have one condition. Brother-in-law, go ahead. I'll listen to you." Qin Yuxuan said in a very submissive manner. "It's about the events that happened here. After we return to Cloud City, we absolutely cannot mention them to anyone. Can you agree to that?" Lingu asked. "Why?" Qin Yuxuan looked puzzled. "Mom only dislikes you because she thinks you're a nobody. That's why she doesn't allow you to be with my sister. If she and the Qin family knew that you're actually someone significant, like a hidden dragon, who would dare to oppose you?" Lingu sighed. "Regardless, it's not possible. Can you promise me?" If his identity were to be exposed, the demonic forces in that country in Central Province would take precautions in advance. Any actions Lingu took against them in the future would expose his ultimate goal. "Okay." Qin Yuxuan obediently agreed, even extending her cute little pinky finger toward Lingu. Lingu didn't react immediately until his little sister-in-law hooked her pinky finger with his, playfully saying, "Hook fingers. Never change for 100 years, or you'll become Jubaji." Lingu couldn't help but laugh at her teasing. His little sister-in-law was indeed easy to get along with. In the afternoon, at the headquarters of Chiagang Group, Qin Mingyu, after finishing yet another meeting, returned exhausted to her office. Taking a glance at her personal phone on the desk, she noticed several missed calls. As the aloof female CEO of Chiagang Group, she had multiple phones for different purposes: work, personal life, family, and other aspects. Regardless of which phone it was, she usually didn't proactively return calls. But she found that an unknown number had repeatedly called her over a dozen times. Qin Mingyu couldn't help but furrow her brow. Only her family members knew her personal number. Could it be that idiot, Lingu? Suddenly, she also noticed a friend request on WeChat. Opening it, she found that the account was linked to the phone number that had been calling her. The message read, "I've approved my request. I'll show you some exciting videos about your husband, Lingu." Initially, Qin Mingyu thought it was just some junk information from those sketchy adult websites. But when she saw the name at the end, she trembled slightly. Anyway, she had installed the National Anti-Fraud app, so she would see what tricks the other party was playing. After a short verification process, the other party immediately sent a bunch of photos and videos. Seeing these exciting photos, Qin Mingyu felt as if struck by lightning, remaining motionless for a long time. Why them? Director Qin. Suddenly, Zia Shouty knocked on the door from outside. Seeing Qin Mingyu's unusual appearance, she walked in directly, cautiously asking, "Director Qin, what's wrong? You look very pale." Qin Mingyu still didn't respond, simply sitting down heavily, her delicate hands trembling slightly. Whether it was from heartbreak or anger. "Sis, great news, the strategic warehouse renovation project is almost complete." At this moment, Qin Ruhan also cheerfully arrived at the office door. Seeing something amiss inside, she furrowed her brow and blinked her big eyes, asking, "Shouty, what's wrong with my sister?" Sharp-eyed Zia Shouty noticed the photos on the desk and gestured to Qin Ruhan with her eyes. Qin Ruhan quickly took a look and was instantly filled with shock and anger. She walked over and picked up her sister's phone. On it were numerous intimate photos of Lingu and Qin Yuxuan. There were pictures of Lingu holding Qin Yuxuan, carrying her on his back, and, most unbelievably, in every single photo, Qin Yushuan's clothes were disheveled. I didn't expect this. Qin Ruhan was suddenly furious, cursing loudly. So it was that scumbag Lingu. He's actually a wolf in sheep's clothing, getting involved with that shameless woman Qin Yushuan sob. Zia Shouty quickly covered her mouth. Before the situation was clarified, they couldn't let the third miss add fuel to the fire. Although Qin Ruhan was impulsive, she still had her wits about her. After struggling to free herself, she quickly made an 180-degree turn to comfort Qin Mingyu. Sister, it must be that shameless woman Qin Yushuan deliberately entangling brother-in-law. Humph. Pretending to be weak, using tricks. I'll definitely find evidence. Let me, the Cloud City female Conan, overturn this. After speaking, she picked up her sister's phone and opened the video sent by the other party. She firmly believed that this was a drama orchestrated by Qin Yushuan herself, aiming to drive a wedge between her sister and brother-in-law, so that her sister would kick her brother-in-law out. Humph, she wouldn't succeed. Photos might deceive people, but there must be clues in the videos to prove that Qin Yushuan was the one actively pursuing him. But as soon as she watched the video, her complexion turned even worse. What's wrong? Third miss. Zia Shouty was a smart woman. Seeing Qin Ruhan's expression, she knew that the contents of the video must be very unfavorable to Qin Mingyu. So, before Qin Mingyu could watch the video, she quickly grabbed the phone herself. There were several videos. Among them, one was pixelated, but it was clear that Qin Yushuan was completely topless in the upper body, revealing everything to Lingu without reservation. Lingu actually took the initiative to hug such a woman. How could he? She's his little sister-in-law. Let me see, Qin Mingyu ordered. Qin Ruhan didn't dare to show her sister, but she also didn't dare to delete it. It was Zia Shouty who bravely, from the perspective of a friend, first gave Qin Mingyu a morale boost. Ms. Qin, sometimes things may not be as they seem, especially when they come from hidden sources with ulterior motives. Qin Mingyu took her words to heart, but still coldly ordered, "Give me the phone." Zia Shouty had no choice but to return the phone to her. Qin Mingyu watched the videos, her face first turning pale, then red. Clearly, she was very angry. Yes, she did know that Qin Yushuan's approach to Lingu was premeditated. Starting from the last time that woman had taken the initiative to go to their house. She was angry because Lingu, how could he not resist that woman's temptation? Wasn't he immune to other women before, only having feelings for her? Why could he resist even Lynn Kingshuan but not Qin Yushuan? Sister, it's understandable that you're angry. But, sigh, I don't know what to say. Qin Yushuan, that scheming woman, must have done this deliberately. I won't let her off. After Qin Ruhan finished speaking, she gritted her teeth and wanted to go find Qin Yushuan to settle accounts. Where are you going? That woman hasn't come home yet. Qin Mingyu preemptively anticipated her actions. Qin Ruhan could only clench her fists in anger. Ms. Qin, I suggest that you clarify things face-to-face with Lingu before taking any further action. Don't act unilaterally, or you might fall into the enemy's trap. Zia Shouty, as Qin Mingyu's advisor, quickly offered sound advice. As the person directly involved, seeing her husband entangled with another woman, especially her own sister, naturally put Qin Mingyu in a bad mood. But she wasn't the type to act recklessly and angry. Though she had made such mistakes in her emotions before, she didn't want to make the same mistake again. She had already decided that the next divorce would be the true end between her and Lingu. Until things were thoroughly clarified, she could only stay put. Otherwise, she might really fall into the enemy's trap. However, while she possessed wisdom and rationality, matters of the heart were sometimes beyond reason. She was currently feeling conflicted, distressed, and disordered inside. She wished she could just drag Lingu out and give him a good beating before sorting out the truth. You two. Leave first, I need some time alone. Who's alone? Qin Ruhan wanted to crack a dry joke with her sister to lighten the mood, but Zia Shouty promptly dragged her out. Really, did Ms. Qin have the mood to joke around now? In the reception area of Chiagang Group, the receptionist was leading Ling Ruoxu inside. Ling Ruoxu was carrying a bowl of soup made by Chen Ailin, chicken soup meant to nourish her daughter-in-law, Qin Mingyu. Chen Ailin was still unaware of her daughter-in-law's true identity, but Ling Ruoxu knew. so she came directly to the Chia Gang Group headquarters with the soup bowl to see Qin Mingyu. In the reception area, there was also a father and son waiting there. Both of them were dressed impeccably, giving the impression of being wealthy and important individuals. However, Lingu recognized one of the older men among the two. He was a relative of Uya, whom she had met at the wedding. "Is it you? Aren't you Ji's wife?" The old man was also surprised to see Lingu. He had no idea that Lingu's brother had married into the prestigious Qin family. He thought Lingu had married into the Yu family, so he subconsciously assumed she was the materialistic type. "Yes, uncle, hello," Lingu greeted casually, having long forgotten the man's name, so she just called him uncle to show respect. "Ha ha, your name is Ruroxu, right? What are you doing here? Are you working at Chia Gang Group?" The uncle continued the conversation, his eyes showing a hint of superiority. Seeing Lingu holding a soup bowl and utensils, he subconsciously assumed she was doing menial tasks like serving tea, cleaning, etc. His son, Din, felt the same way. He couldn't believe that his cousin's wife would be so lowly. After all, his cousin was the CEO of the company. How could he marry such a woman? Lingu noticed the disdainful gazes of the father and son and decided not to engage with them. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Uji's family members all had a snobbish attitude, just like him. She had thought about divorcing Uya several times in recent days, but her mother forbade it. So, the matter was put on hold, and she stopped returning to the Yu family. Seeing the attitude of Uji's relative, Lingu became even more determined in her decision. "Ha ha, working at Chia Gang Group isn't bad, but as Uji's wife, you should have a higher position at the Yu family's company, right? If not, come to me, I'll arrange a position for you at my company." The uncle, seeing Lingu's lack of response, assumed she was feeling inferior and felt even better about himself. "No need, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it." Lingu just smiled it off. Her response made the uncle even more pleased, but he continued, "For a girl, it's understandable to have less ability. After all, you're still young and beautiful." The implication was clear. When you're old and no longer attractive, life will be difficult for you. Lingu, being a smart woman, naturally picked up on the hidden meaning, but she didn't bother to respond. If he wanted to feel good about himself, let him. Seeing her ignoring him again, the uncle didn't lose interest. He continued talking, "But it's different for men, they must be capable. That's why I've been grooming my son, Din, since he was young. He's a returnee with a master's degree. Today, he's here to discuss business with the beautiful CEO of Chia Gang Group." Lingu rolled her eyes casually and said, "Oh, I see." Seeing her indifferent attitude, both the uncle and Din were dissatisfied. "Humph, she's just a bottom-tier person with no ambition, just like a dead fish." Didn't she know how prestigious it was to discuss business with the female CEO of Chia Gang Group? Many big bosses wouldn't even have this opportunity. At the next moment, Zia Xiaodi and Qin Ruhan came out of the CEO's office, passing by the waiting area. As soon as they saw Qin Ruhan and Zia Xiaodi, the uncle and his son immediately greeted them with smiles. After all, these were the real influential figures of Chia Gang Group. "Miss Qin, Secretary Zia." The uncle started speaking, but he realized that the two women didn't even notice him. Qin Ruhan completely ignored them and walked excitedly towards Lingu. "Aren't you Sister Ruoxu? Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Are you here to see Sister?" "Yes." Lingu nodded. Qin Ruhan grabbed her hand warmly. "Sister Ruoxu, you're here just in time. Come with me, I'll take you to see Sister." She wanted her sister to have a good chat with Lingu and help clarify the situation between her brother-in-law and Qin Yushuang. "Ow." The uncle looked bewildered and anxious. They were the ones who had been waiting here first, so how could someone else blatantly cut in line? What exactly was the relationship between Lingu and the Qing family? She was also part of the Lin family's company and, knowing that the Lin family was targeting the Qin family, she promptly resigned. Nowadays, many people in Yun City are very curious and concerned about the business battles between the three major families. HMPH, it's not the Lin and Liu families that can crush my sister, it's your scumbag brother. Chin Ruhan quickly spoke up for her sister and handed all the photos and videos her sister received on her phone to Ling Ruoxu. There must be someone behind this. After watching the videos, Ling Ruoxu's expression was furious. However, unlike the Chin sisters, she was very firm in believing her brother's innocence. Mingyu, I dare to guarantee with my life that my brother absolutely wouldn't cheat. Forgive my bluntness, but he probably doesn't even know how to do those things with a woman. Seeing Ling Ruoxu's serious expression, Chin Mingyu, who had been feeling low, almost couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chin Ruhan burst into laughter directly. Ruoxu sister, are you saying that my brother-in-law is still a virgin and doesn't even know how to do that thing? Heh. More or less. Ling Ruoxu also felt that her sister was blackening her brother too much, but she knew she wouldn't be wrong in her judgment. Her brother definitely hadn't consummated his marriage with Chin Mingyu, so how could he possibly reject his heavenly wife and have an affair with his sister-in-law? She wouldn't believe her brother was that kind of person even if she were beaten to death. Listening to Ling Ruoxu's words, Chin Mingyu's mood improved significantly. In fact, she also didn't think that Lingu was the kind of person, and her thoughts were basically the same as Ling Ruoxu's. But just now, without Ling Ruoxu's affirmation, she was afraid that she had spent a little time with Lingu to judge him correctly. Now, with Ling Ruoxu making such a firm pledge, she felt like she had taken a calming pill. Humph, it must be Qin Yuxuan deliberately seducing my brother-in-law. He's just too stupid to see through her tricks. When I see that woman, I won't let her off. Qin Ruhan once again spoke up for Qin Mingyu. On the other hand, Qin Mingyu seemed pensive. What could be the real motive behind Qin Yuxuan's actions? Was it just to help Lin Fei break up her and Lingu? She always felt that Qin Yuxuan wasn't as simple as she appeared, so she kept her guard up against her, even more so than against Lin Fei. The three of them chatted for a while, and then Zia Shaodi walked back in, reminding Qin CEO, the Zhou family father and son have been waiting outside for a long time. If you don't want to see them, should I ask them to come back tomorrow? Qin Mingyu then remembered the matter and furrowed her brow slightly. Let them in. Yes, Qin CEO. Zia Shaodi turned to give instructions. Ruoxu, the Zhou family father and son are relatives of Uyan, right? Also, they're your uncles. By the way, how are you and Yan now? As soon as Qin Mingyu spoke, Ling Ruoxu was slightly stunned, feeling extremely admiring of her siblings. Even she almost forgot about these relatives, but her siblings were able to keep track of them so clearly, showing how vast their mental capacity was. Truly meticulous minds, the most powerful brains. I'm planning to divorce that man, Ling Ruoxu admitted frankly. Qin Mingyu nodded in understanding. Her attitude towards the Zhou family father and son largely depended on their relationship with Ling Ruoxu. Since Ling Ruoxu said this, she didn't need to be overly polite with the Zhou family father and son. Soon, Mr. Zhou entered with a slight stoop. Zhou Din, on the other hand, was full of youthful vigor, his expression carrying a hint of pride. Qin CEO, hello there, seeing you up close, you're even more beautiful than a celestial being. Mr. Zhou was flattering from the moment he saw her, but of course, it was also genuine praise. Having lived for 50 years, he had never seen anyone as beautiful as Qin Mingyu. Even if she didn't come from a wealthy family, with her temperament and beauty, she could still become a big star. If his son could marry a woman like her, it would truly be a source of pride for the family. Mr. Zhou, is there something you need? Qin Mingyu's tone was icy. Mr. Zhou felt like he was facing an iceberg, confirming that the high-end cold female CEO was indeed as reputed. If there's nothing, please leave. Yes, there is. Mr. Zhou hadn't expected Qin Mingyu to be so dismissive of him. After all, he was also a small company owner, and moreover, Ling Ruoxu's relative. In the next moment, he quickly signaled to Zhou Din. Zhou Din immediately straightened up, took out an exquisitely crafted box, and walked towards Qin Mingyu with a smile. Miss Qin, I just brought back a bottle of famous wine from overseas. I don't dare to enjoy it alone. As they say, fine wine is for beautiful women. Today, I've come to offer you this wine specially. With that, he opened the box. Ling Ruoxu had the least knowledge about wine among those present, but even she could tell how good the wine was. Its color, gloss, and comfort made her fall in love with it at first sight. And she couldn't help but sigh. Wow, this wine must be expensive, right? Jodin was very satisfied with her assist, but he didn't express gratitude. Instead, he felt superior. Ruroxu, I didn't expect you to have such taste. This wine was auctioned at a foreign auction house, specially brewed for royalty by the St. Louis vineyard. It was auctioned for over 3 million. You've probably never tasted this kind of wine before, have you? Mr. Zhou wanted to signal his son with his eyes, but it was too late. Couldn't his silly son see how close Qin Mingyu and Ling Ruoxu were? Yet he still said such things? And over 3 million, what was that in front of the Qin family? It would have been okay if he had casually mentioned it, but boasting so forcefully was just ridiculous. Ling Ruoxu was quite annoyed with Zhou Din, who was even more insufferable than Nuye. His bragging lacked any technical substance and only caused disgust. Qin Mingyu observed the scene, but remained impassive, saying, "From the St. Louis winery? The winery is good, but unfortunately, I can't get used to this wine." Zhou Din, a freshly graduated master's student with no real-world experience, became anxious upon hearing Qin Mingyu's tone. "Mingyu, this is called the beauty wine abroad, specifically given to beautiful women. If you don't take it, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to bring it back. You should give it a try." Hearing this, Zhou's father was utterly despairing. Originally, his intention was to flatter and win over Qin Mingyu, hoping to secure a business collaboration with Chang'an Group. Additionally, his son was still unmarried and quite handsome. He was hoping to see if he could strike up a friendship with the eldest daughter of the Qin family, and perhaps, in the future, have a chance to match them up. Although the chance was slim, one must have some dreams. But his son's eloquence and social skills were truly pathetic. Qin Ruhan, on the side, was already angry. Who did this guy think he was? How dare he call her sister by her name so directly? Is that so? Qin Mingyu remained impassive, slightly frowning. Then what is your relationship with Ruoxu? Zhou's father quickly signaled to his son with winks and nudges. Zhou Din finally understood, quickly smiling and saying, "Sister Ruoxu is my cousin-in-law. We have a very good relationship." "Oh, is that so?" Qin Mingyu found it amusing. What a shameless man! If they had such a good relationship, would he have mocked her like that earlier? "Let me help you solve this problem then." Qin Mingyu stood up and took the beautifully crafted bottle of red wine. The Zhou father and son were overjoyed, thinking Qin Mingyu had accepted their gift, thus solidifying their relationship. However, to their surprise, Qin Mingyu casually handed the box to Ling Ruoxu, and said, indifferently, "Since this is wine meant for a beautiful woman, and you haven't tried it before, Ruoxu, take it and give it a taste." This, Zhou Ding almost wanted to snatch it back. Over 3 million, giving it to Ling Ruoxu. What good would that do? The one cold glance from Qin Mingyu made him shiver and retreat. "What? Do you think your cousin-in-law isn't beautiful, or are you unwilling to part with a bottle of wine? Didn't you say you have a very good relationship?" Qin Mingyu's icy gaze made Zhou Din feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, leaving his mind blank and unable to respond. It was Zhou's father who quickly pulled him back and apologized to Qin Mingyu with a smile. "President Qin, please don't misunderstand. My son just wants to make friends with you. He just graduated from Mash Polytechnic University, so he might not be very experienced in socializing or very eloquent, but he definitely has a good character." Qin Mingyu sneered disdainfully. Qin Ruhan chimed in directly. "Now that the wine has been given, you can leave. My sister is still busy." This. Zhou Din looked utterly confused. The wine wasn't given to Qin Mingyu, and giving it to Ling Ruoxu was pointless. He hadn't even had a proper conversation with Qin Mingyu or managed to win a smile from her. Spending 3 million without even making a splash was truly despairing. "Well, thank you, Mr. Zhou." Ling Ruoxu found Zhou Xin's expression amusing and deliberately asked, seeing Mr. Zhou's expression, "It seems you're not feeling well. You won't try to take the wine back once you leave this room, will you? In that case, why not return it to you now?" She then handed the wine back. Zhou Din actually reached out to take it back. Zhou's father quickly slapped his hand away and said with a forced smile, "Ruoxu, you're really good at joking. Fine wine should be given to a beautiful woman. We hope you'll accept it with a smile." Qin Ruhan observed the scene, feeling complete disdain for Zhou Ding. Such a man still dreamed of wooing her sister. It was pure delusion. Soon, the Zhou father and son left Chang'an group. As they walked, Zhou Ding cursed under his breath that Qin Mingyu is way too arrogant, acting all high and mighty. Just looking at her makes me angry. Zhou's father, also with a dark expression, muttered through gritted teeth, that woman really gave us no respect. Humph, if the Qin family ever falls under the pressure from the Lin and Liu families, I will make sure to humiliate her thoroughly. In the office, after everyone had left, Qin Mingyu also stood up and walked out. President Qin, heading back to the Qin residence. Zi Wang asked as he opened the car door for her. Qin Mingyu thought for a moment and instructed, "Let's go to Yunshan Shi." Zi Wang was taken aback but quickly nodded and started the car, curious about why President Qin wanted to go back to Yunshan Shi today. Could it be that Lingu had returned home? Indeed, that was Qin Mingyu's thought. Although she hadn't contacted Lingu for several days, receiving such videos and photos today made her suspect that Lingu might have returned to Yun City. Otherwise, why would the other party send them in advance without fearing that with time, her anger might dissipate, and seeing Lingu later wouldn't achieve the desired effect? Qin Mingyu was confident in her speculation, but unfortunately, when she got home, the place was dark and empty. Lingu had not returned. That idiot, Qin Mingyu muttered, feeling a void in her heart. If Lingu never came back here, she would sell the house to avoid triggering such feelings in the future. Qin Mingyu undressed and slowly walked into the bathroom, turning on the shower, and letting the warm water wash over her as she tilted her head back. Under the light, her snow-white body gleamed like jade, the most perfect piece of art in the world. After a 20-minute shower, she didn't bother to put on clothes and immediately called Zia Shouty. "Shouty, keep an eye on the Lin family's movements these days. Lingu should be going to the Lin family." "All right, President Qin," Zia Shouty promptly agreed. Upon hearing the word should, she knew Qin Mingyu was speculating, but she had absolute faith in Qin Mingyu's intelligence. That's also why, despite coming from a prestigious family, she willingly served as Qin Mingyu's secretary. She just enjoyed being around smart women. After hanging up the phone, Qin Mingyu prepared to go back to her room to sleep when the phone rang again. It was Qin Chang'an calling. "Mingyu, is the problem of the group's shortage of funds getting more serious?" Qin Chang'an trusted Qin Mingyu's abilities greatly, so he rarely intervened in the specific affairs of the group. His only responsibility was to help the group solve financial problems. "Yeah, the strategic warehouse has been rebuilt, and we need investment for production. The Lin family is aggressively competing with us in the energy sector, trying to drag us down. We have a funding gap of nearly 1 billion in the near term," Qin Mingyu stated directly. "Okay." After pondering for a moment, Qin Chang'an said, "I can provide 1 billion. But it's not a long-term solution to keep clashing with the Lin family like this. Grandpa, I believe Lingu will soon find a way to awaken Lin Qingshuan. Once that happens, the Lin family won't be at odds with us anymore, and the crisis will be resolved." Qin Mingyu responded confidently. "Oh, you're that confident? Has that kid contacted you?" Qin Chang'an's spirits lifted as he spoke. "No. This is just my speculation. Grandpa, if you believe in me, that's enough." Qin Mingyu's tone was resolute. After today's conversation with Ling Ruoxu, she had even more confidence in that man. Of course, she also had confidence in her own judgment. After all, he was the man she chose.